Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story. Zero watching him die again and again. Chapter 18, Season 2, Episode 2. Could you be even more of an annoyance right now? Heinkel grumbled as his way to the room got blocked by a certain child whom he had been the kindest to so far. Just let it go. I'm not leaving you, Heinkel-sama. The boy spoke with as much heat at a tone as he could muster. A weak little thing with his eyes braving the tremble within them as he stood opposite the scruffy, unpleasant man. A man who was towering above him to get into the doorway. The boy blocked with his entire form. Spreading your arms to grasp the doorframe won't stop me, kid. Heinkel sighed tiredly, wishing to make the boy listen to him. Just let me get my booze, and I'll be able to be much more pleasant. It was for the best. Who wanted to deal with a useless, worthless monster like him? Who wants to have him as a father or a son when he's just himself? Let me get some from the princess's room, and I'll be quiet. You don't want to deal with anything. Heinkel's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden outburst coming from the most polite boy he's ever cared to acknowledge around him, Reinhard being a special exception. The hell? What's up with you, kid? Heinkel's glare was more curious than standoffish, although he couldn't keep some heat from showing from his frustrations that the boy blocked his only source of alcohol. Just let me get in. No. Schultz kept his grip hard, not believing his effort was futile in stopping the man from barging in. I won't let you ignore what you need to do, Heinkel-sama. I don't even know what makes you an expert in anything happening around us, kid. Heinkel's voice lowered as he sighed once again. This place is fucked up, and the people around us are not better at handling the fuckery than we are. Heinkel's fists clenched in realization that he was just as powerless as the trembling child that was Schultz before him. He had no competence to offer that wasn't beyond what the boy could do in the situation of the theater. No knowledge, no power over anyone either. Figures, Heinkel muttered, looking at the wall with an empty, defeated expression. Figures, he repeated with a small glare emerging in his eyes, one that was more intense than the previous. The boy continued to glare up at him with determination, with something akin to disappointment and the urging of doing something to fix himself and the world around them. Don't let that cloud hang over your head, Heinkel-sama. Schultz admonished childishly with his face forming a pout that honestly didn't terrify the man above. I know you have a lot of things that hold you back, but please, just try to help where you can. Help who? Heinkel had to look at the boy with a ludicrous expression. Did you not see how shitty these guys treated me? Not to mention the fact that they're all rooting for a fucking monster who's killing himself to get what he wants. Schultz didn't flinch at the harsh statement. The boys' eyes teared up as the memory played in their minds. Heinkel knew that Schultz was used to a lot of darkness from the world around them. So watching the same suicide of that wannabe knight wasn't hitting him as hard as it should for a normal boy. But the boy's eyes teared up nonetheless to show the heart of someone who's been hurt by what he's seen. What if Reinhard-sama were there to help? The boy whispered to him with something akin to caution. Heinkel knew why immediately as his fists tightened their grip, clenching like all of his muscles as he stiffened in place. Don't fucking start with that. Heinkel's words were cold. Get out of the doorway before I push you, brat. Schultz's glare intensified their determination, not threatened at all. Can't even get a child to fear you. How fucking pathetic is that? I think you could talk to Reinhard-sama. Schultz's words trembled on his tongue far more than his body as he glared up at the man above him with all of his heart. Then the sword saint could. There's nothing to that useless-ass monster other than what you've seen, kid. Heinkel's words came out, laced with poison. Stop trying to pin his ugly nature on me. Ugly nature? Schultz looked confused suddenly. I wasn't talking about any of that. You're trying to say that Reinhard-sama was your fault. Then get the hell out of my way. I need that drink after being here for such a fucking long shitfest with things I don't want to think about or deal with. Heinkel made a step forward, not threatening, promising to stamp the boy away should he stay in place. But Schultz's defiance brought a flare from Heinkel's crooked nose. Get the fuck out of the way, brat. Heinkel's agitation reached its peaking point as he fully stepped to push the child out of his way. Heinkel-sama. Schultz tried to fight him off, but the small boy couldn't do much to an enraged alcoholic with many memories to be drowned at the bottom of a bottle. With ease, the drunkard entered Priscilla's room, one of the many rooms that was filled with all sorts of drinks that she loved to taste in her leisure period of waiting. The only thing is, Heinkel found Priscilla's room empty of any alcohol. The shelves had been emptied, and the room's supply of drinks seemed not to have replenished itself like he's been told it would. This means one thing. Priscilla-sama knew you would come to her room for the alcohol supply. Schultz's whimpering voice forced a most nasty glare on Heinkel's face as the man turned to aim it at the child behind him. They were hidden away from you in another room, and Priscilla-sama never asked for a replenishing supply, so The room never returns the drinks. Not until she wants new ones. Kid, Heinkel's voice was desperate, pleading even. I just need one of those bottles. I want to get out of my own head, or else I'm clawing my fucking eyes out of my face. I'm sorry. His voice trembled as it usually did, but this time an apology instead of determination. I follow her command, and I want this for you too. The boy braved the sheer, miserable state of the man before him. It burns me to hurt you this way, Heinkel-sama, but I know that my lady wants to help you. Isn't this why your own room doesn't allow you to summon drinks like all the others? You're being told to get better by everyone who cares about you. This should. You really think that bitch princess or anyone in that room cares about someone like me? Heinkel asked this question in a most empty, pathetic way that forced the child to stop talking for a second. Are you hitting your head on the floor too hard when you prostrate to her feet? Are you just fucking with me to have some fun in this place? I would never. Schultz gasped and gave Heinkel a look of genuine hurt. How could you think that? Then stop saying that bullshit about people caring, Heinkel growled, though there was no heat in his voice anymore. There was nothing to feel right now. Not after his quest failed, and he had to deal with everything he had been ignoring for so long. Fuck this shit. Ikare. Schultz's tears didn't run down his cheek, but Heinkel could glimpse them at the corners. That's on you, kid, Heinkel said with a hollow expression. Get the fuck out of here. Schultz didn't seem like he wanted to do so, but he shook his little head and trembled out of the room through the door he's been blocking for so long. Slowly, Heinkel turned back to the bed where he's been keeping the boy from getting closer. Da fucking creep. The princess could easily sense ya if she were here. Heinkel growled as he kicked the bed's leg. Get out of there and show yourself. To his utter shock and dismay, Heinkel's senses weren't deafened because of all his drinking, and the feeling of danger coming out from the bed of Priscilla's room was indeed validated in the next moment. The moment where a clown came out from under the bed with a most familiar smile that served to offset every nerve and anxiety Heinkel had when standing near this person. Now, N.O.W., Heinkel-kun, I never intended to be found by you, of all people. I don't think you know how relieved I fucking am to know this, you asshole. Heinkel glared daggers at Roswell, hands clenching at his sides from the nervousness. Don't be so awfully fearful of little old me. I simply came with a gift for each of us to enjoy together. Roswell's grin never left his face as he went back down to lean under the bed and pull out something that made Heinkel's breathing stop for 1 second. You didn't come here for me, you said. Heinkel said humorously with a shake of his head as Roswell pulled out a bottle from underneath Priscilla's bed. Absolute Vaish. The man who held the only source of alcohol in the theater for a drunk like Heinkel waved the bottle in his hand and proceeded to give Heinkel a toothy, ugly smile that showed nothing but an eerie intention from the clown-dressed man. Now, then, Heinkel-kun, IWAAS waiting with all patience for you to be here, since I could see your current masters has been occupied by Alkun. What the fuck do you want? Heinkel asked in a groan of contempt as Roswell gave him a tilt of the head. Nothing short of a miracle from you, dear. Roswell's whisper was nothing short of shuddering for every hair on Heinkel's body. Heinkel's eyes remained glued on the bottle in Roswell's grasp, looking at it with a glare of hatred that could burn. What is it that you need? Roswell's lips curled wider as the two men conversed alone. 0. Where the hell is he? Otto muttered as he ran through the entire hallway with each door from their camp members opening and closing as they kept checking and rechecking everywhere allowed for the Amelia camp to use, apart from the other rooms pertaining to their rival camps. Garf-san, did you find? As my captain would eloquently tell ya, the tiger cut him off with a disgruntled look. Nah. Otto forced air out of his nose to take a moment from that stupid response. We need to find him. Otto growled as his eyes stilled on the pink-haired maid who walked up to them. Ram-san, leave Ram's body from your perverse eyes. Disgusting. I'm not going to let up just because of your personality. Otto exclaimed against her coldness to him as she crossed her arms. Where is Margrave-san? I would like to know the same thing. Ram was cut off by the blonde, standing beside Otto. Garfield scoffed with a disbelieving glance aimed at the maid. Ain't it kind of stupid to expect us to believe that? What would that entail exactly, Garf? She narrowed her eyes at him, returning the feeling of mistrust with her own aggressive nature. If you've got something on your mind, say it like a man. Gladly, mine amazing self wouldn't be any less. Garfield sighed and put a hand on his hip as he looked in her eyes. You can know something we don't. Captain S. bout to enter the sanctuary knowing nothing. Otto stiffened to the tiger's side, glancing at the ground away from the two for a moment. Barusu will defeat all of the obstacles regardless of what happens to him. Ram's answer was spoken far too quickly with a heat that brought no reaction from the blonde boy. You truly hide your feelings well when it comes to someone that isn't your sister, Ramsan. Otto grumbled tiredly from Garfield's side, earning a small hum from the woman before them. It is not based on my feelings. This is simply a fact. Ram pierced the two with her gaze. Barusu will save everyone, regardless of what happens to him. And you expect to watch him get to that point without an issue? Otto glared at her, this time mustering enough courage to really give the maid the fire she always extinguished with her cruel words. Ram moved to reply to him, I. Before she could, Otto's foot moved forward to take her space and force her back where she was. Are you going to watch him die without a care again? Otto's eyes pierced her right back this time, and Ram could swear she could remember a fire that scared her during her childhood burning within Otto's blue eyes. Again, Ram showed Otto something that she couldn't believe he was enlisting out of her. You believe me, so heartless to watch that blade against his throat without a care? Even Garfield looked on with something akin to awe as the usually stoic and sassy maid softened her eyes enough to show a face of distraught surprise, as if the very thought coming out of them was blasphemous. Where's that asshole then? Otto pressed on, not caring for the guard that Ram had let down, face determined. He didn't say anything to me. Ram spoke emptily without looking at the merchant's eyes. And if it comes to what happened in the sanctuary, what I knew was enough to make me betray my master's wishes and help Barusa beat him. Garfield's eyes took their turn to look at the ground at the mention of his home. And you knew nothing about Natsuki-san's ability to— Stop it. Ram brought her face upward to give the boy her firmest glare, which ended up trembling on her usually composed expression. Stop trying to make it as if I enjoy taking part in killing that stupid Barusu. Stop looking at me like I'm the only one to blame for his. Just stop. Her voice was low, shuddering once she stopped speaking to take a breath. The blonde tiger looked at the maid with wide, open eyes, as if he was seeing her for the first time in his life. She brought out a side of vulnerability and hurt that could only bring a grimace of guilt for his earlier thoughts about her involvement. You expect me to believe that you're taking blame for Natsuki-san's pain and suffering? Otto, standing beside him, didn't feel the same sympathy as he bore his blue eyes onto her with cruel pragmatism. I don't have to expect anything from the likes of you, Suan. Ram hissed in a whisper, glaring at him and regaining her earlier fire. Garfield grimaced, fully realizing that the maid didn't appreciate Otto's reaction to her letting out her feelings. If you didn't remove it from your disgustingly small brain, I killed him when he was crying for mercy. And yet, Otto muttered, looking at her with that same stone-like expression, you still dare to fall for the one who caused every death, including yours. Garfield moved as soon as Otto's lips stopped moving. Hey, he growled as he held on to the girl with all his strength, as Ram grabbed for Otto's throat. The merchant had the decency to step back so she couldn't reach him. HRGH. Ram was pushed back, letting the tiger fully bring her out of her rage so she could stop struggling against his grasp. She looked at the minister, the one she would always abuse with words second to Subaru daily. She looked with nothing short of hate. Can you tell me who you would pick? Otto seemed not to be done with her, earning a glare from the tiger, standing between them. Bro, TH's shit's getting too deep, man. Stop, Garfield says firmly, but was promptly ignored as the arena around the two he was standing between refused to register him or his words. Between Natsuki-san's freedom and your master's plans. Choose. Otto didn't blink once, asking her soul with his blue eyes as he stared into her red ones with razor focus. Have you no mind in that bug-infested body? Ram gave an honest, shocked reaction, eyes widened in genuine bafflement. You truly have nothing to offer us except for drinking expenses, don't you? No wonder you had to betray him when you had the chance. I shut the shit right now. Garfield glared at her with such anger and disbelief. How could you use that against Otto, bro, after the shit he's gone through? The words had already affected their target before Garfield's attempt to stop them. As Otto found his arms shaking and his eyes went unfocused from the crimson red of the maid he was pressing. His breath caught a signal to exit his lungs at a much faster capacity, regulating his effort to start hyperventilating to make up for each exit. Hey, man, come on. Garfield tried to hold his friend's shoulder, looking at him with concern. Otto, bro. Otto didn't respond. He couldn't, as he trembled with his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. The sweat running down his brow forced him to put a hand on his face so he could wipe and bring more clarity to his vision from the tears that suddenly showed because of the memory. I pushed him off of that carriage. His breathing got even heavier as his eyes refused to blink or move his vision from the carpeted ground of the theater's hall. Because I'm a coward with nothing to show for my underhanded ways. He forced through it the first sign of control over his own lungs. Hold on from saying such bullshit, bro. Garfield was shoved aside by him as Otto managed to glare at the maid standing over them. Ram turned her face away, not wishing to show him any emotion that he could mistake for guilt at what she had said to cause him such an attack. "What causes you not to make the choice, Ram-san?" Otto asked her, regaining his footing. "If I were a coward, what are you?" "Nothing like you." Ram was swift to reply, with her face pointed far from the merchant. "I'm not ashamed of my choices that made Barusu save my sister. I regret not saving him. However, I regret not helping him sooner." Out of respect for her words, Garfield pressed a hand on Otto's shoulder to stop him from interrupting really firmly. Harsh firm. Ram turned away from them both, aiming to walk to her room after such a heated argument, but not before leaving them a few words. "To answer your brain-dead question," she scoffed, "I have chosen between the two already. You are about to see it for yourself. Each time Barusu needs my help for what's coming next." With that, she walked away, leaving Otto to glare at her back while Garfield glanced away from the two to a deep frown aimed at the wall next to him. "What the heck is your problem, man?" Otto didn't reply as he shook off Garfield's arm. Glaring at the ground, Otto's hands rose to brush his gray hair due to frustration. "She doesn't even know how much worse this gets for Natsuki-san when we see what happened next." His voice was filled with despair as his blue eyes filled with anxiety and concern. "Man, don't beat yourself up about what the other camp people." Garfield gave his friend a pitying glance, showing that he understood what had been bothering Otto from the get-go. "You're gonna get fucked if you overthink what everyone will do." Otto shook his head and walked forward, already planning on starting to look for Roswell somewhere else. Garfield frowned deeper as he watched his friend's back grow distant. His fist clenched tightly at the memory of the sanctuary. There's a room in the theater occupied by the Hashin Company that was usually a place of calculated whispers and the sound of abacuses clicking in minds. Still, for the moment, it was a pile of vibrating fur and happy squeals. Hitaro, you're back. You're totally back." Mimi Pearl Baden was practically vibrating, her small body launched like a projectile into her brother's chest. She rubbed her cheek against his with enough friction to start a small fire, purring so loudly it rivaled a ground dragon's engine. "Mimi can't breathe," Hitaro wheezed, his face blue, though a small smile tugged at his lips. "Let him go, Mimi. You're crushing him." Taivi sighed, though he was clinging just as tightly to Hitaro's left arm, refusing to let go. "But yeah, we miss you a lot. It was annoying having Mimi scream about you every 5 minutes. I didn't mean to be far away from you guys." Hitaro defended himself weakly as the siblings formed a knot of orange and white fur. "I cannot even remember why or what happened. But what we've seen, I need some answers." "Too much to explain, little guy." A booming voice laughed. Ricardo scooped all three of the triplets up in his massive arms, lifting them off the ground in a crushing group hug. "Gaha, but it don't matter now. The set is complete again." Felt quiet without the brains of the operation. "Captain, my ribs," Hitaro squeaked. Standing slightly apart from the pile of demi-humans, Julius Juculius watched with a warmth in his eyes that softened his usually composed features. He reached out, gently patting Hitaro on the head once Ricardo finally set them down. "It is good to have you with us, Hitaro," Julius said softly. "Truly, this place, it has been heavy. Your presence lightens the load considerably." "Julius-san," Hitaro blinked, adjusting his robes, which had gone askew. He looked at the finest of nights and saw a weariness there that hadn't been present before. "I notice a lot in your eyes. We are watching a tragedy. I'm bound to put things aside or in the depths of my own mind so I can retain conduct and appearance," Julius said, his gaze involuntarily flicking toward the door, imagining himself looking where Subaru slept. "Leave the explaining for later, Julius," a melodic, slightly accented voice cut in. Anastasia Hashin sat with her legs crossed, her fox fur scarf draped elegantly over her shoulders. She was smiling at the reunion, but her teal eyes were sharp, darting across the room with the precision of a merchant appraising a high-stakes deal. She tapped her fan against her chin. "Glad to have you back, Hitaro. But we got business to discuss while everyone else is crying." The atmosphere in the group shifted instantly. Ricardo set the kids down, and Julius straightened his posture. "You are referring to the Margrave," Julius stated, not asking. "I am." Anastasia's smile dropped, replaced by a cold, calculating look. She gestured vaguely toward the other side of the theater, where the Amelia camp was in disarray. "We just watched Natsuki-kun fight a whale, fight a cult, and die over and over to save that domain." Hitaro's eyes widened with immediate interest, looking around him to see any reaction to the thing she was saying. She leaned forward, lowering her voice. "And where were the guards? Where was the private army?" "There were none." Tybee adjusted his monocle, falling into his role as the officer. The village was undefended. If not for Subaru and the Karsten Alliance, they would have been wiped out. Exactly. Anastasia narrowed her eyes. Reçoit el mater. Core mage. Powerful enough to turn the weather. And yet, his domain, the place housing a royal candidate, was left wide open for the witch's cult, just when he conveniently went away to sanctuary. She scoffed, a sound of pure disbelief. I don't buy it. I don't buy it for a second. That clown is hiding something massive. He let those attacks happen. Or worse, he wanted him to. Julius gripped where the hilt of his sword would have been, his knuckles turning white. To endanger his own liege, and to force Subaru into such a corner that he had to rely on return by death repeatedly. It is unconscionable. It's bad management, is what it is, Anastasia corrected, though her anger matched his. Natsuki Kuin is an asset. A brilliant, terrifying, unpredictable asset. And Roswell is grinding him into dust. She then shifted her gaze to the door, her camp members wondering what she was thinking. And now we got parents involved, Anastasia mused. That changes the board. How so? Ricardo asked, crossing his arms. Parents make people emotional. Unpredictable, Anastasia explained. But they also anchor people. Natsuki Kuin was floating without a rope, doing whatever crazy thing came to mind. Now, his leash is going to get pulled. She looked at Julius. Keep an eye on him, Julius. The father. He's got a look in his eye. He ain't just a bystander. And if Natsuki Kuin breaks away from Roswell because of this, I want us to be the first place he looks. You wish to recruit him? The father. Julius asked. I wish to stop watching a good merchant get robbed by a bad partner, Anastasia said simply, her eyes flashing with greedy benevolence. And I want to know what Roswell is hiding. Hitaro, Tivy, Mimi, keep your ears open. Anything that Clown or his maids say, I want to know. Yes, Lady Anastasia. The triplets chirped in unison, though Hitaro still looked confused. Good. Anastasia leaned back, her gaze lingering on the door and then back with predatory intent. Because if he thinks he can play games with the witch's cult while we're all watching, he's going to find me there waiting to be trouble for him. 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 Nothing, Rem. Emilia asked from her place, sitting in Roswell's room, as the maid walked in. Rem shook her head in response, giving a look of slight disappointment. I couldn't find Roswell-sama at all. He's not in anyone's room. Emilia looked back at the space they were in with a small pout. He hasn't come to check this room, either. This is so frustrating. The maid found it adorable how the young lady could act so childishly after what they'd seen. Unfortunately for Rem, her feelings suddenly turned sour once she remembered the last session and what had happened to her. You have an awful look on your face, you know. Emilia mumbled with a slightly more noticeable frown. I do apologize for that. Emilia-sama, Rem muttered with her hands gripped in front of her midsection. There's no use blaming yourself for it, Remington. The half-elf said with a thin-lipped expression. Subaru, he's the one who picked up the blad. Rem immediately began walking out of the room. Emilia reached a hand out to stop the maid. It's not as if any of us wanted him to do that. I will punish him a lot when he wakes up for giving away, for taking his own life like that. Rem's feet stopped in place as she heard the emotion start to break the half-elf's tone. She turned to face Emilia with a cold glance. I like not to speak about this, Emilia-sama. Rem's eyes told the half-elf a different story from the words. Really? Emilia tilted her head with a look that said she was unconvinced. You're not a very good liar when it comes to Subaru HM. Rem didn't say anything, merely glared at the ground with empty eyes. Emilia stood from her seat and walked over to the maid, placing a soft hand on her shoulder. Does it have to do with anything regarding Subaru's parents? At her question, Emilia noticed Rem's shoulder tense slightly beneath her touch. I see. Emilia-sama, please. Rem worded pleadingly, her voice too soft, it broke. Rem doesn't need to say anything about what her heart feels for Subaru Kuin. Not so soon after what I've witnessed. The half-elf couldn't help but look at the maid with a mix of trepidation. It's obvious. I won't try to make you talk when the wound is deep, but what says you won't keep hurting over the wrong reason, Rem? What wrong reason is there? Rem sucked a breath, stepping away from the half-elf's hand, trying to be polite, trying to be an adult. I sacrificed everything. Put the images of my ideal future in front of everyone's eyes. And for that, his parents had to watch him. H.E. Since the moment we entered this room to look for Roswell. You've been trying not to cry, Remington. Emilia's voice was far too cutting for someone as kind as she was. I think even someone as clueless as me can see it. The maid's hands were shaking from how much she's turned them into fists, pushing herself to stare away so her lips can hide their tremble from Emilia's eyes. Yet Emilia saw everything all the same. Do you not see that he cared for you? Emilia asked with her hand on the broken jewel near her chest. Shouldn't this be enough? Enough? Rem's eyes widened with confusion, turning to stare at the half-elf princess. What? Emilia didn't flinch from the look of near outrage on Rem's expression. Matter of fact, the half-elf tilted her head as if to show how casual she was in saying those words. Subaru killed himself to make you whole again. She said it so smoothly, so openly, without a single care, as if she had. Shouldn't you feel happy that he feels like that about you? Emilia-sama. Rem had to swallow before continuing. Her heartbeat felt within her own throat from the suffocation. Why does it sound like you're in acceptance that he died? The maid faced Emilia in shock, tension rising to its highest point between the two girls, as if time itself had no attention upon them. What do you mean, Rem? Emilia frowned, deepening the tilt of her head, so childlike as if she seriously couldn't comprehend the question. Of course I do care. He's done too much for me not to feel extraordinary amounts of hurt when I see him go through all of this alone. Rem's breathing stopped when Emilia's eyes met hers after a moment of contemplation from the half-elf. After talking with Subaru's mother, seeing how much his parents have missed him, and knowing about what might happen in the sanctuary that we don't know of yet, I really feel happy that Subaru is willing to go through what he has for us. Are you saying you're glad he's killing himself to return? Rem's voice was laced with what could be disbelief and contempt at equal volumes. How could you to say such a thing? Emilia's reply to Rem's outrage was a sheepish, easy smile that showed hints of embarrassment. I'm sorry if I seem selfish. No, it's really selfish for me to say things like that, I know. Show some damn guilt. Rem's glare was heating more and more, finding enough disgust within her to tread with hostility towards the half-elf openly. What the hell has gotten into you? I'm guilty about a lot when it comes to Subaru. Emilia's voice didn't rise, nor did she show any hesitation from her demeanor. But I can't let my guilt stop me from seeing how much he's given to be beside me. Rem's feet froze in place, as Emilia's smile turned into a small, sad grin. He's a real dunderhead when it comes to these things, but I have to accept that he will be hurt, and it's probably Roswell's fault too. There's a lot I don't know, and a lot I didn't before seeing what happens to Subaru when he returns by death. Don't. Rem cut her off, eyes widened, staring at the wall beyond Emilia in a daunting reaction to something forbidden in the maid's mind. Don't speak of this power so casually. He's dying, and he will continue to. Emilia's words were far colder than the half-elf intended, but Rem was shocked to the core as she looked at Emilia directly now. It's just a matter of fact, Remington. Concern was the only thing on Emilia's face as she walked forward to wrap an arm around Rem's shoulder, not knowing the maid was too shocked to tense back from her hug. We have to accept this fact, because his parents are now with us. Emilia brushed a hair away from Rem's face, giving the maid a kind look, filled with determination. I want to be strong, just like Naoko-sama asked me to be. With those words, almost like a promise, Emilia lets out a small sigh and moves away from the maid, bringing a decrease to the tension in the room. Rem stayed where she was, frozen and looking at the half-elf with a frozen expression. Shouldn't this be the case for all of us? Emilia turned to the door of the room, aiming her voice at the person standing in the doorway for an unspecified amount of time. Crush-sama, the Duchess, standing in the doorway and looking into the room, couldn't reply to Emilia's words, for she also had the same shocked expression as Remington. But that only lasted for a moment, as the lady steeled herself immediately. I wish to give you my apologies, Emilia-sama. It seems you've grown stronger than anyone realized. Crush gave a small nod to the half-elf before walking away, glancing for a moment toward Rem with a hint of unreadable emotion in her eyes. 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 with curiosity. Hachem? You talking to me, mister? My name is Schult. You could do well to remember it, since we were the same age, and we can be friends in this place, Meili-chan. Friends. Meili seemed to stare at him with a bit of wonder before her usual grin came back to hide her emotions. Are you sure you want to be friends with someone that everyone else dislikes? It feels like there's no one here who likes me. Schult bristled at the way she was swaying herself and kicking her feet, as if she didn't care about what she was saying. I'm sure that you're not as hated as you think. I don't even know what you've done, but I heard that you were a prisoner in the Roswell mansion. Yep, I was indeed a prisoner. Meili didn't give any emotion to that fact. Schult tried to read any signs of trauma or abuse, but this girl seemed to be the opposite of a traumatic patient. At least it doesn't seem like the Mathers or Emilia Sama's camp are abusive toward their prisoners. Schultz's whisper made Meili tilt her head in sudden thought. Hey, Rosie Hairchan. It's Schultz. Do you know when Oni-san wakes up? Meili pointed toward the front of the theater where Subaru and his parents were. I don't think I understood very well what was wrong with him. Oh, are you worried about Subaru-sama? Schultz looked surprised by this. Did you just scoff at the fact that he could die? The little boy swallowed and looked at the floor for a moment, trying to steel himself through the various horrors he'd witnessed Subaru go through. Meili seemed to be pausing due to not knowing what to say, not because the topic was heavy for her personally. I mean, I felt sad for Oni-san. It must suck not being able to die and leave everything behind. He's really unlucky. That's not what I'd say is so bad about his curse. Schultz glared at Meili a little bit, noticing just how offhandedly casual she was about the true nature of Subaru's power. Death is still terrible, and he's gone through it many times. So there were other times Oni-san died and came back from? Meili's eyes were unblinking as she looked on at Subaru's head from the back seat where she was sitting. Schultz flinched, remembering that Meili only had the chance to see the latest death of the half-elf's night, not the horror of what was done to him by the witch's cult and the white whale. Depending on what the others were telling me, there have been many more times, even before me and Heinkel-sama were forced into this place. Schultz shivered when he looked at Subaru. He's gone through all of that. Interesting. Meili's only reaction was a few blinks of something dark behind the gaze she was giving Subaru, something that Schultz didn't understand or expect from someone as young as Meili. Oni-san really is a cheater. Cheater, Schultz whispered in confusion, trying to understand the girl, but she ignored his need for elaboration and jumped out of her seat. Hey, Rosie-chan, she called out to him with a usual grin that made him feel used already before doing anything. It's Schultz, he corrected tiredly, but didn't deny her obvious claim of his attention. Something pulled him to hear her out. Meili herself held her hands behind her back and twirled in place, looking every bit as unbothered as ever. Since we are friends, she stopped and looked at him with an excited smile. Mind showing Meili-chan where we can get some snacks? Please. Schultz didn't need much convincing as he gave up the moment she smiled at him. I guess. No one has shown you the rooms of this place yet, so I would need to help show you around. Whatever he could tell himself as he walked past her with as much grace as he knew his Priscilla-sama demanded from him at all times. Meili happily let him pass her seat and walked behind him with a rather amused grin, hands still behind her back. However, their excursion was cut short before they could even reach the aisle. A small figure stepped out from the shadows of the row ahead, blocking their path. Schultz stopped abruptly, adjusting his posture. Oh, hello there. You are the maid from the Margrave's Manor, correct? Petra-chan, was it? Petra Leti did not answer him. She did not even look at him. Her eyes were fixed solely on Meili. Meili tilted her head and gave her friend a small grin, noticing all the differences she'd noted during her first few moments in the theater. Petra looked different. The bright, energetic village girl who had blushed at Subaru's antics was gone. In her place was a child who looked like she hadn't slept in weeks. Her hands were clenched into fists at her sides, crumpling the fabric of her apron. There was a haunting hollowness in her gaze, and though Meili didn't care to know it, it was the look of someone who had seen their hero die and die and die. Don't go any further, Petra whispered. Her voice trembled, not with shyness, but with a suppressed, terrifying anger. Meili blinked, tilting her head to the other side. Oh, Petra-chan, do you want snacks too? We can. Don't call me that, Petra snapped. The sudden sharpness of her tone made Schultz recoil. And don't call him Oni-san. Meili's smile didn't falter, but the corners of her eyes tightened imperceptibly. Eh? But Oni-san is Oni-san. We played together, remember? At the mansion. I remember, Petra said, her voice cracking. She took a shaky step forward. I remember the maybe-asts. I remember the curses. We watched it. We watched the village get attacked. Schultz looked between them, sensing the air turn frigid. Perhaps we should calm down. She did it, Petra said, pointing a shaking finger at Meili. She looked at Schultz, her eyes wide and wet with unshed tears. She was the one with the puppy. She was the one who controlled the beasts that bit him. She's the reason he was cursed. She's the reason he had to run into the forest and bleed. Schultz froze, his eyes snapping to the blue-haired girl beside him. Meili-chan, is that true? Meili let out a dramatic sigh, rocking back on her heels. That was ages ago. Besides, I was just doing my job. And look, Oni-san is fine now. Well, mostly. He's not fine, Petra screamed, the sound echoing slightly in the quiet theater. He just killed himself. We just watched him cut his own throat because he was so sad. And you're laughing? You're asking for snacks. Petra's breathing was ragged. She looked at Meili, searching for the friend she thought she had made during Meili's time as a prisoner working as a maid. She searched for the girl she had taught to clean windows. I thought we were friends, Petra whispered, the fight draining out of her, leaving only the hurt. When you were at the mansion, I thought you were just a girl like me. But you're not. You're one of them. You're one of the monsters that hurts him. The silence that followed was heavy. Meili stopped rocking. Her hands, hidden behind her back, clenched tight enough for her nails to dig into her palms. For a split second, the mask of the uncaring assassin slipped. A flash of genuine hurt crossed her face, the realization that the only person her age who had treated her normally now looked at her with pure revulsion. Friends. Meili tested the word on her tongue, her voice devoid of its usual sing-song lilt. She looked at Petra and saw the wall that had slammed down between them. It wasn't just suspicion, it was the absolute rejection of Meili's humanity. To Petra, Meili was no longer a girl. She was just another knife in Subaru's back. Meili's grin returned, but it was thinner now. Sharper. Brittle. Well, that's a shame, Meili said with a hollow chuckle. I guess I'm just a monster then. Monsters get hungry too, you know. She stepped around Petra, purposefully bumping her shoulder against the maid's. Petra didn't flinch. She just stood there, staring at the floor, shaking. Coming, Rosie-chan, Meili called out over her shoulder, not looking back. Schultz stood paralyzed. He looked at Petra, seeing the tears finally spill down her cheeks, the way she looked like she was carrying a burden far too heavy for her small shoulders. He wanted to comfort her. He wanted to tell her it would be all right. But he looked at Meili's retreating back, a small, lonely figure strutting away as if she owned the world, and felt a chill run down his spine. Forgive me, Schultz whispered to Petra, bowing his head in shame. He hurried after Meili, leaving Petra alone in the dark, clutching her apron as she looked down at the ground. She turned to make sure Meili never goes near the front seats where Subaru was. 0. The massive screen loomed over them without a sign of the answers Naoko or Kenichi wanted. One by one, the members of the Amelia camp stood up. They muttered about finding Roswell, about needing answers, but their voices sounded distant, like they were speaking from underwater. Kenichi didn't move. Beside him, Naoko sat frozen. Her hands were white-knuckled, gripping Subaru's sleeping form as if the gravity of the world was trying to pull him away from her. She didn't speak. She didn't look at her husband. The silence between them was a physical weight, a wall built of shock and terrifying realization. They had just watched their son kill himself. He had done it without hesitation. He had done it to save a girl they had never met. And then he had come back. He's used to this, Kenichi thought, a cold sweat sticking his shirt to his back. My boy, he's used to dying. He felt like a stranger in his own son's life. The people around them, the half-elf, the spirit, the maids, the green-haired girl, the boys, they were all moving with a purpose, frantic but knowledgeable. They knew the stakes. They knew the magic. Kenichi and Naoko knew nothing. They were just the parents who had been left behind, and now that they were here, they were still behind. I want to go ask someone about something, Kenichi told his wife for the first time since the screen above them had shut down. I'm staying, Naoko whispered, her voice cracking. It wasn't a question. Kenichi nodded stiffly. Yeah, don't let go of him. He needed air. Or perhaps, he just needed to look at someone who wasn't looking at his son with pity. He stood up, his legs feeling heavy, and scanned the room. His eyes landed on a splash of orange and crimson in the upper rows. Priscilla Bariel. The haughty woman sat fanning herself, looking bored, though her eyes were sharp. Kenichi remembered the brief interaction earlier. She had been the only one to speak to him directly, even if it was with disdain. In a room full of people crying over his son, she was the only one who seemed grounded. He walked up the stairs. Al, the helmeted man leaning against the wall near her, stiffened as Kenichi approached. Whoa, Pop, you sure you want to be up here? Princess isn't exactly in the mood for. Silence, Al, Priscilla commanded, snapping her fan shut. She turned her fiery gaze toward Kenichi. The mongrel approaches. Have you come to wail about your spawn's misfortune? Go weep with the others. Your presence bores me. Kenichi didn't flinch. He didn't bow. He just stood there, hands in his tracksuit pockets, looking at her with an intensity that matched her own. You're angry, Kenichi said simply. Priscilla's eyes narrowed. Excuse me? You're angry, Kenichi repeated, tilting his head. The goofy, over-the-top persona he usually wore was gone, replaced by the terrifying charisma that Subaru had inherited but not yet mastered. You saw what he did. You saw the mess down there. But I only see you looking down at my son's death as if it were a waste. Priscilla scoffed, opening her fan to cover the lower half of her face. You presume to know my mind? Arrogance suits a king, commoner, but on you, it is merely grotesque. I'm a dad, Kenichi said, stepping closer. The aura radiating off him was strange. It wasn't mana, and it wasn't bloodlust. It was a sheer, unyielding weight of presence. And I know when someone is putting up a front. You act like you don't care, but you're the only one here actually watching him and thinking practically about everything. Al watched from the side, his jaw practically hitting the inside of his helmet. This guy, this random dad from Japan, was staring down the Sun Princess. And he wasn't losing. You hold yourself as the world belongs to you, Kenichi continued, his voice dropping an octave, smooth and knowing. But you're frustrated. You look at my son, and you don't see a tragedy. You see a misplaced asset. Priscilla lowered her fan. The air around her shimmered with heat, but Kenichi didn't even blink. He leaned in, his eyes locking with her crimson ones. You're a good person, aren't you? Al choked on air. Dude, Priscilla froze. Her expression didn't break, but for a microsecond, the absolute certainty in her eyes faltered. She looked at this man who wore ridiculous clothes and had just watched his son slit his own throat, and she saw a terrifying amount of clarity. He wasn't afraid of her. It was infuriating. It was impressive. You are a fool, Priscilla said, but the venom was gone, replaced by a cold, calculating tone. Maybe, Kenichi shrugged, the tension instantly evaporating as he gave her a small, tired smile. But I'm not going to get anything out of you, am I? Sorry for the intrusion. I would have thought this was going to be more productive, but yeah, sorry. He turned to leave, his shoulders slumping slightly as the weight of his grief returned. He had said his piece. He had confirmed that not everyone here was lost in despair. Wait. Kenichi stopped. Priscilla didn't look at him. She turned her head sharply to the side, staring at the blank screen, her fan gripping tight in her hand. She took a breath, composing herself from the sheer absurdity of the interaction. That camp, she spoke, her voice low and imperious. The half-devil's camp. They are a sinking ship. They rely on his death to propel them forward, and they weep while he bleeds. Kenichi remained silent, listening. When you finally realize that they are incapable of protecting what is yours, Priscilla said, her voice hard as iron. When you lose faith in their ability to keep him whole. She gestured vaguely to the space beside her, a sanctuary offered by a queen to a peasant. Bring him here. Kenichi looked at her back. He looked at Al, who gave him a subtle, stunned thumbs up. Bring him here, Priscilla commanded again, refusing to look into his eyes, refusing to acknowledge the weird respect that had just formed in the air between them. I do not tolerate waste. And leaving him, there is a waste. Kenichi stared at her for a long moment. I'll keep that in mind, he said softly. He walked back down the stairs to the darkness where his wife and son waited, leaving the Sun Princess alone with her thoughts. 000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 The theater was too quiet. It was a silence that rang in Naoko's ears, louder than the screaming she had just heard from the screen. She sat curled in on herself, her hands trembling as they smoothed the hair of the boy sleeping in her lap. Her boy. He looked so peaceful now, his chest rising and falling in a rhythm that she found herself matching, just to remind herself that he was alive. But every time she blinked, she saw it. The broken blade. The blood. The way he had looked at that blue-haired girl with such absolute, crushing devastation before ending it all. He's heavier than he looks, isn't he? Naoko flinched, her head snapping up. Standing in the aisle next to her was a small, blonde girl with a snaggletooth and a mischievous spark in her eyes that seemed dampened by the room's mood. Behind her stood the tall, red-haired knight, Reinhard, looking like he wished he could be anywhere else but intruding on this moment. Excuse me? Naoko's voice was hoarse. Big bro, the girl felt said, nodding towards Subaru. She hitched up her dress and sat down on the empty seat in front of Naoko, turning around to face her, draping her arms over the backrest. He carries the weight of the world, so I figure he's got to be heavy physically too. Naoko looked down at her son. He's just my Subaru. He's a lot more than that to the rest of us, lady. Felt said, her voice surprisingly soft. I'm Felt, and the stiff behind me is Reinhard. Reinhard bowed slightly, his expression pained. My apologies for the intrusion, Mrs. Natsuki. Lady Felt insisted on checking on you. Checking on me? Naoko blinked, her mayonnaise-colored eyes confused. Why? I don't know any of you. I don't know this world. I just saw my son kill himself, and I don't understand why. Tears pricked her eyes again. I don't understand why he had to be the one to do that. Felt's expression tightened. She glanced at the dark screen, then back to Naoko. Because he's the only one with the guts to do it, Felt said firmly. Look, I know what you just saw. It's messed up. It's the worst thing I've ever seen, and I grew up in the slums. Felt leaned in closer, dropping her voice. But you need to know something. Big bro, Subaru, he's a hero. A real one. Not the shiny, fake kind like people tell about themselves. Naoko sniffled, wiping her eyes. A hero. He saved me, Felt said, ticking a finger. He saved Big Sis many times. He saved village children. He led the charge against a whale the size of a mountain that had been terrorizing the world for 400 years. He doesn't have magic, he doesn't have a sword, but he stands in front of monsters and spits in their faces. Naoko's breath hitched. She looked at Subaru's sleeping face, the face that used to make silly expressions just to get out of doing dishes. He did all that. He did, Felt confirmed. You should be proud. Scared, yeah, but proud. Then, Felt's eyes narrowed slightly, shifting toward the front of the room, where the doorway was to everyone's rooms. The problem is, Felt muttered, he cares too much about people who don't pull their weight. Lady Felt, Reinhard warned softly. Felt ignored him. I'm just saying, that blue-haired maid? She's the reason he did. That just now. Big Bro is constantly throwing himself into the grinder for her. Naoko frowned, her maternal instinct flaring up despite her confusion. That girl. She was crying. She looked devastated. And Subaru loves her. I can tell. If he loves them, they must be good people. Being good people doesn't keep him alive, lady, Felt countered, her voice sharp but not unkind. Being good doesn't stop him from picking up a blade and sliding it across his neck because he thinks he failed them. Naoko recoiled as if slapped. Felt sighed, softening her expression immediately. Look, I'm not saying they're villains. I'm saying your son is fiercely loyal, and sometimes that loyalty gets him hurt. I just want you to see that. You're his mom. You're the only one who can look at him and not see a knight or a servant, but just him. Why are you telling me this? Naoko asked, clutching Subaru's tracksuit tighter. Felt looked away, her eyes shadowing. She was street smart. She had an instinct for danger, and looking at the title of the next arc, looking at the sheer despair in that last loop, she knew it was going to get worse. Because the show ain't over, Felt whispered, and it's going to get uglier. You need to know that he's amazing, so when you see the bad stuff, you don't break. He needs you not to break. Naoko stared at the small girl, seeing the hardness of the world in her eyes, but also a genuine care for Subaru. Her only reply was to glance at her son once more, unable to give a dignified response to so many unknown things happening to the one she loves most after her husband. A few rows away, nestled in the shadows, a small girl in a frilly dress sat on the floor. Beatrice stroked the coarse scales of the large black ground dragon sleeping beside her. Patrash let out a low, rumbling snore, dreaming of running. Beatrice's blue eyes with their butterfly-patterned pupils were fixed on Felt and Naoko. She had heard every word. She heard the praise, she heard the subtle manipulation, and she heard the shade thrown at her contractor's chosen camp. Beatrice huffed quietly, scratching Patrash behind the earbone. The thief girl is clumsy with her words, in fact. She glared at Felt's back. Try to poach Betty's contractor through his mother. How underhanded, she muttered, her voice barely audible. Talking as if she could protect him better. As if anyone cares for him, as Betty does. She wanted to march over there. She wanted to tell the thief to keep her distance, to tell the mother that Betty was the one who would protect him from now on. But then she looked at Naoko's hand, the way the mother's fingers trembled as they brushed Subaru's bangs from his forehead. The desperate, terrifying love radiating from the woman. Beatrice looked down at her own small hands, then back to the mother. But Beatrice sighed, looking away and leaning her head against Patrash's flank. She's his mother, I suppose. She has the right to hold him for a little longer. She closed her eyes, deciding to let the thief speak her nonsense. For now, Beatrice would simply wait. When he woke up, he would need Betty. Until then, she would guard them from the shadows, unnoticed and silent. 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000A sound that seemed too loud in the oppressive silence. He didn't put his arm around her immediately. He just leaned forward, elbows on his knees, staring at his own clasped hands. The lady in the red dress, Kenichi, started, his voice rough. She thinks we're wasting our time crying. Naoko didn't look up from Subaru's face. Her fingers were still tracing the line of his jaw, as if checking for the scar that had just been slashed across his throat on the screen. The little girl? Felt, Naoko whispered, her voice steady but fragile. She told me he's a hero. She told me he saved people. Lots of people. Kenichi let out a breath that was half laugh, half sob. What a kid we have. Always playing hero to someone. Even when he was tiny, he was leading other outcasts into some trouble. But I don't know him, Kenichi. Naoko turned to him then, her eyes swimming with tears. I look at him, and I see my Subaru. But then, I look at the screen, and I see a man who slits his own throat to save a girl we've never met. I just heard that he led people against a magical whale of some sort, saved a village. I don't know that Subaru. Kenichi finally looked at her. The cool dad mask was gone. There was no pose, no catchphrase. Just a father who felt terrifyingly small. I don't know him either, Kenichi admitted, the confession hanging heavy between them. I thought he was just running away because he thought lowly of himself. But he's not running anymore, Naoko. He's running towards things that would make grown men wet themselves. He reached out, covering Naoko's hand with his own, where it rested on Subaru's chest. We missed it, Kenichi said quietly. We missed him growing up. We missed the pain that forged him into this. And that kills me. God, it kills me. But we're here now. Naoko squeezed his hand, her grip surprisingly strong. Felt told me not to break. She said he needs me to be strong. Her eyes watered even more. What if he dies again? What do I do then? We watch, Kenichi nodded, a newfound resolve hardening his features. We watch. We learn. And when he wakes up, we don't try to be the parents he left behind. We are the parents he needs now. He fell silent, letting the vow settle. His gaze drifted downward, past his son's sleeping form, and settled on the dark, massive shape curled a few meters away from Subaru's legs. In the chaos of the viewing and the shock of his arrival, he hadn't fully processed it. The loyal ground dragon who had carried his son through whale hunts and cultist attacks. She must have carried him through a lot of troubling adventures while he was on his own in this world. He whispered to his wife as he looked at the sleeping dragoness. Do you think we can get Otto-sama to translate what she says if we go speak with her again? Naoko found herself giving a small smile while looking at the large creature, feeling nothing but love and gratitude for the scaled princess. She hasn't moved, Kenichi murmured, sliding off his seat to walk towards Patrash and kneel on the floor near her. The dragon was massive. Her jet-black scales seemed to absorb the dim light of the theater. She was curled protectively around herself, her large head resting on the floor. That little girl, Naoko whispered, glancing toward the shadows where Beatrice had disappeared to talk with Frederica. She was petting her earlier. Kenichi reached out slowly. He expected the heat of a living animal, the rise and fall of breathing. His hand touched the scales. They were cool, hard as steel. Hey there, girl, Kenichi whispered. There was no reaction, no twitch of an ear, no shift in weight. He frowned, pressing his hand flatter against the dragon's snout. He could feel a faint, very faint, vibration of life deep within. What's wrong, Kenichi? His wife called from behind him, noticing his troubled expression. Something's not right with her. He muttered back, looking at Patrash's body all over once more. Kenichi looked away from the dragon when he heard footsteps behind him. He looked to find the beautiful green-haired lady from before standing over him, her amber eyes piercing the situation. Seems like you're troubled. Natsuki-sama? Crush speaks pointedly, realizing things are more serious in this room without her. I apologize for leaving you alone without company. I thought it might be best if you and your wife had a moment with your son after what you've revealed about his absence from your lives. Kenichi found the urge to grin at her politeness, fighting the urge to joke about her company being way too stiff for any of his jokes to land anyway. But he only shook his head. It's all right. I don't expect you to waste your time on my wife and me when you're aiming for my son's heart. Kenichi brought a hand to Patrash's scaly head, waiting for a flustered reaction from the woman standing above him. This is the moment you start saying wah. I would never feel such a thing for someone like him, and have a deep red blush, Kenichi said in a deadpan tone at Crush's acceptance of his words. But what you spoke was the truth. Crush's arms crossed with a tilt of her head that showed confusion and a little bit of amusement. Now you're going to make me blush, Kenichi sighed tiredly, but had an impossible grin of enjoyment hidden from Crush. My son's a fucking king, he whispered proudly while tapping the dragon in front of him more. Is it normal for her to sleep so soundly like this, by the way? Kenichi asked, finally opening the topic of his worry as he rubbed at Patrash even more. Crush found herself staring down at the ground dragon with a hint of curiosity. Usually, but the circumstances of her sleeping arrangement wouldn't make her feel safe enough to be in such a blissful state. I don't think this is blissful at all. Kenichi frowned, suddenly feeling more worried for no apparent reason. I can't shake the feeling that things are about to turn bad, or worse. Before Crush could reply to that, having settled her expression on a resolved one, a new group entered the theater room, having been absent since the start of the break. Anastasia and her camp members waved towards Kenichi and Crush, with the merchant queen giving the Duchess a particular wink with hidden meaning as they passed them to their seats. Hitaro now occupies the middle of the seat where both his siblings sat down on either side of him once more. Right behind, Emilia and Rem walked out with Emilia waving a hand to Naoko and giving the mother a pleasant smile. I apologize, Naoko-san. I had to help my friends with something urgent. Emilia gave a deep bow to show respect, which flustered the normal woman. No need for that, Emilia-sama, you're a princess, so don't show me such courtesy or else people will think less of you. Naoko waved her hands around a little bit. Rem settled in the seat behind Subaru directly, having the blessing of not being noticed by anyone other than Felix and Wilhelm, who'd just come back from a tea break and had a scooch so Rem could enter the row. So many snacks. Maylie giggled while carrying a lot of what seemed to be candy and chips with her. I never thought I could taste so many odd flavors that make my mouth happy. Come, Rosie-chan. I want to have all of it in the seat, right next to me. She was talking to the boy walking behind her, carrying a bigger pile of goods. He seemed more strained than excited to eat, though. Some of those are for me, too. Don't be selfish. They both passed by Petra and Frederica as Maylie blew a small raspberry. Wah, that's really childish. Schult argued while walking with her to the upper row where his lady and Al were still waiting. Petra was glaring towards Maylie with such heat that was best for anyone other than the cold-hearted assassin child to avoid it. Heinkel slowly trickled into the room with Ram right beside him, having no words between each other as they didn't know or care, in Ram's case, about anyone in this theater other than a handful of people. They both had to walk together towards the back rows, where Priscilla and Al were, though. Ram gave a small wave to her sister and a sincere smile, earning a wave back from Ram, but it was dimmed by the distance between the sisters after the break had made them split to look for one distinct man. The heavy double doors of the theater didn't just open. They were slammed wide with enough force to rattle the hinges. Before anyone could react, a tall, spindly figure in ridiculous clown makeup was shoved violently into the room. Roswell L. Mathers stumbled, his heels clicking frantically against the floor to find purchase, but he never got the chance to straighten up. Gotcha, you slippery bastard. A golden blur launched itself from the doorway. Garfield Tinsel, teeth bared and eyes wild with predatory fury, tackled the Margrave. The impact was heavy, sending Roswell crashing to the carpeted floor. In a split second, Garfield had him pinned, one hand gripping Roswell's collar, the other raised as a fist trembling with the urge to strike. I've been waiting for ya to show your face. Garfield snarled, his voice a low, animalistic rumble that vibrated through the silent theater. Think you can just hide away while we watch the captain bleed out on screen? Huh? Beneath him, Roswell didn't struggle. He didn't even blink. He simply lay there, pinned like a butterfly to a board, a slow, infuriating smile spreading across his painted lips. My, Roswell drawled, his voice gratingly calm. Such a way-arm welcome. I wasn't aware the sanctuary shield had such poor manners. Shut it. Garfield tightened his grip, bunching the fabric of Roswell's shirt. Garfield-san, stop it. Get off him immediately. Otto rushed in from the hallway, looking frantic. He grabbed Garfield's shoulder, trying to haul the heavy demi-human off the Margrave. We are in public. Everyone is watching. Do not make this worse than it already is. Otto's eyes darted nervously to the side. He saw clearly. Anastasia Hashin was leaning forward in her seat, her scarf lowered, her eyes gleaming with calculation as she watched the internal collapse of her rival's camp. She was practically mentally writing down the headline within Otto's head. I don't care who's watching. Garfield roared, resisting Otto's pull. This clown knows something. He ain't surprised by none of this. Garfield-san, please. Otto pleaded, sweating profusely. Excuse me. The voice was firm, cutting through the chaos. Otto froze as a man in a tracksuit stepped up beside him. Kenichi looked down at the scene, the snarling boy, the pinned clown, and the panicked merchant. What is going on here? Kenichi asked, his gaze hard as he looked at Otto. Why are you guys attacking this man? What did he do? Otto opened his mouth, stammering. How could he explain? Mr. Natsuki, it's complicated. Please step back. This is an internal matter. It doesn't look internal, Kenichi countered, gesturing to Roswell. It looks like a brawl. Throughout the exchange, Roswell remained perfectly still. He looked up at Kenichi, the father of the boy he was trying to break, and his mismatched eyes glinted with amusement. He said nothing. He offered no defense, no explanation. He simply let his silence act as a vacuum, sucking the air out of the room and forcing everyone else to fill it with their own fears, accusations, and confusion. He knew that by saying nothing, he made everyone else look unstable while he remained a victim. Garfield growled, realizing the game Roswell was playing, but too angry to stop. Otto looked like he was about to faint. Kenichi's suspicion was shifting from Garfield to the smiling man on the floor. The tension was a taut wire, ready to snap. And then, the world turned white. Snap! A blinding, piercing white light erupted from the massive screen, flooding the theater. It was so intense that Garfield recoiled, covering his eyes and releasing Roswell. Otto stumbled back. Kenichi shielded his face with his arm. Every conversation died instantly. The room was washed in absolute, sterile silence. As the spots, cleared from their vision, the cast looked up. The darkness of the screen was gone. In its place was a stark, bright white background, resembling a presentation slide. Slowly, text began to fade in. It wasn't a title. It wasn't a scene description. It was a single, simple image composed of text characters. Smiley face. The smiley face stared down at them, mocking, ominous, and terrifyingly cheerful. What the heck? Felt raised a brow at the screen, showing many people's confusion with her eloquent wording. The fuck's that creepy move about? Where the hell have you been? Reinhard found himself glaring up at the screen without an explanation for his sudden hostility. Felt Sama. Something is deeply off about this. Rem and Felix gave Reinhard a surprised glance. As soon as he said that, the text on the screen began to change for everyone. It's saying something else, I suppose. Beatrice pointed out, for those not paying attention, though that was useless since everyone in the room was looking up at the changing text. I'm not your usual keeper. What? Petra's eyes widened in shock, worry beginning to fill her heart. What happened to Warden Sama? He's left us in this place without saying anything, Ricardo said with astonishment. No way he'd leave like that. Who is it that you represent? Julius cut through the confusion in the room as people began whispering amongst each other. His glare on the screen showed his mistrust, as expected from a protector of the capital. Slowly but surely, you will all begin to see the truth you seek. As the text changed silently, many in the crowd started glaring, including Felix and Priscilla alongside Heinkel. Maylie was humming to herself while tasting another treat as the situation began escalating, though her eye was on the screen out of interest. Where is the warden? Crunch's voice was aggressive. Everything about her stance was. She stepped front and center with a glare as sharp as her blade. If our capturer has been changed, then we deserve to know what will become of our prison. Crunch's glare changed nothing as the words began to change once more. Your warden was a means to an end. This place is no prison. It's merely the manifestation of my hatred towards all of you. Hatred, Rem whispered with a glance at Felix and Wilhelm. That's kind of foreboding for us. Al muttered in his helmet, feeling the dread everyone else was feeling, though he still moved himself to sit next to his lady. Priscilla herself seemed more amused as she smiled up at the screen. So the dog's been vanquished from his post. Terrific consequence. What happened to him? Petra asked, bringing attention to her from Priscilla's red irises. The little maid stood in her seat, glaring up at the white screen. Tell us what happened to Warden Sama. Usefulness ended. Contract terminated. Life disposed. Life? Petra had a hand to her mouth in horror as many held shocked expressions. His usefulness ended. Reinhard held a look of absolute disturbance, feeling the true meaning of helplessness for the first time in his life at such news. You were powerful enough to dispose of a man who's been keeping all of us here for the longest time. Before the Sword Saint could finish his thought, Felix was immediately heated to ask in his stead. Who are you, Naya? Why do you hate us? Frederica threw her question right behind Felix's, looking up with worry etched on her face. We haven't done anything to you, have we? Just like your warden. You all have been used as a means to an end. The words hung there, cold and impersonal. Before anyone could try to register what the meaning behind the words on the screen above was, a dry laugh caught people's attention from the floor of the theater. A few more answers like this, and you'll LOOSE the room. Roswell spoke through Garfield's grip, which tightened to shut him up. The previous owner of this prison was FAAA, or more charismatic. Shatier. Garfield growled with his teeth bared, saliva flecking onto the clown's makeup. Mine amazing self's tempted TNT all air and now. Fucking help me fulfill my dreams, and push it, you damn clown. I beg ya. Hey, that's enough. Kenichi immediately threw his hands on Garfield's shoulder to pull him away, acting on pure instinct to stop a murder in front of his eyes. He yanked, expecting the boy to budge, only to be shocked at the iron feel of Garfield's arm. It was like grabbing a steel girder bolted to the floor. The hell? This guy's seriously strong. Garfield San, Otto shouted, rushing forward, now frustrated beyond belief at how much was going wrong within the theater. Roswell L. Mathers is not to be harmed within the walls of my hatred. The text flashed red for a microsecond. Suddenly, an invisible force slammed into the blonde demi-human. There was no sound of impact, just the violent displacement of air as Garfield was thrown far away from Roswell's body. He flew through the air, crashing down on top of Otto next to the sleeping Patrash in a tangle of limbs and groans. The fuck? Garfield immediately scrambled to stand up, shaking his head to clear the ringing. Frederica ran to help Otto to his feet, checking him for injuries while shooting a worried look at her brother. Garfield ignored her, glaring up at the screen with veins popping in his neck. What y'all doing? You're protecting this fucking clown now. That's your way of saying that he's your partner. Roswell coughed, adjusting his collar as he began to rise to his feet. An expression of pure surprise was apparent on his face for the first time since he had seen Subaru's last death. He dusted off his clothes, looking up at the text, wondering the same thing as Garfield, the same thing as everyone in the theater. He had assumed this entity was hostile to him. Saving him didn't fit the script. Why protect the Margrave suddenly? Julius asked within the quiet, voicing what Garfield already had. This time, he was more composed, his hand resting on the armrest as if it was the pommel of his sword, his golden eyes far more piercing. His reaction doesn't show any signs of him being an accomplice. So what use is he for you? The screen flickered, the letters rearranging themselves slowly, deliberately. He will be useful for the two to make their choice. 2. Anastasia hummed to herself, tapping her chin with her fan. She looked around the theater, eyes analyzing everyone she could, without turning fully to look in the row behind her, where Priscilla's camp with Maley and Ram sat. Emilia, who had been standing protectively near the front, felt a chill run down her spine. Her violet eyes glanced at Naoko and Kenichi for a moment. The only two people here who didn't belong to this world. The only two who were completely out of place. Is it Subaru's parents? Emilia asked softly. Her question made the theater raise eyebrows and hitch a few breaths in surprise. It will make sense, Tivy muttered as he furiously noted everything down in his notebook. They're the variables, the anomalies. Kenichi felt the blood drain from his face. He looked back to where his wife was sitting. Naoko was shrinking into her seat, holding on to their Subaru as she looked back at him with a terrified, wide-eyed expression. They were just people. They were just a dad who worked and a mom who liked to sleep in. They weren't mages. They weren't knights. Us. Kenichi whispered, his voice trembling. What kind of choice? The screen didn't answer his question directly. Instead, the text grew larger, looming over them like a judge's gavel. Their choice is the only reason you all remain alive within my hatred. Because they must make the choice. The right choice. The air in the room grew heavy, suffocating. Naoko clutched Subaru tighter, burying her face in his tracksuit, terrified that this choice would mean losing him again. Kenichi stood paralyzed, realizing that whatever game this entity was playing, the pieces were him and his wife. The one that will free me from my hell. The word hell lingered on the screen, burning itself into the retinas of everyone present. Hell, Beatrice murmured, her voice carrying easily in the dead silence. She tugged at one of her drills, her butterfly eyes narrowing at the screen. You trapped us in a pocket dimension, forced us to watch many things from the past, and stripped away our abilities. In fact, you hold power that rivals the Witch of Envy. Yet you claim to be the one suffering. It doesn't add up, Crush whispered, clutching the stump of her arm. If it has the power to keep us here, what could possibly torment it? And what do they have to do with it? She gestured with her chin toward the parents behind her. Kenichi and Naoko looked like deer caught in headlights. They were shrinking under the collective gaze of the theater. We don't know anything, Naoko stammered, shaking her head rapidly. We're just from Japan. We don't know about magic or dragons or hells. Precisely. Priscilla covered her face with her fan, though her eyes were cold and calculating. The entity chooses the ignorant to make a decision that affects the enlightened. It is a farce, a comedy written by a madman. That's not fair. The childish whine cut through the thick tension like a knife. Maley raised her hand high in the air, kicking her legs back and forth at her seat as if she were in a classroom asking to answer a question. Why do they get a pick? Maley pouted, looking at the screen with genuine annoyance. I want to pick. I'm really good at choosing, you know. I chose the puppy that bit Oni-san, and I chose which path to take to ambush the villagers. Picking is fun. Petra looked at Maley with renewed horror, but the assassin ignored her. If I pick, can I leave? Maley continued, tilting her head. I'm getting kind of bored. There aren't any dolls, and everyone is being all gloom and doom. Let me pick. Pick me. Pick me. Beatrice glared daggers at the assassin, sitting in the back after hearing those last two words. Schult tugged on Maley's sleeve, looking terrified. Maley-chan, please, you shouldn't provoke it. Humph. Maley crossed her arms, sinking back in her chair. Fine. Be boring. The screen did not acknowledge the girl. The white light didn't flicker. The text simply dissolved, replaced by new words that scrolled slowly, inevitably, like a tombstone being engraved in real time. Your questions are irrelevant. Your boredom is irrelevant. The text paused, letting the dismissal sink in before continuing. You ask of the world outside. You ask of your future. Soon, you will see what has become of your precious kingdoms. You will witness the silence that has fallen over your lands. Emilia's hands flew to her mouth. Silence. There is no future for you outside of my hatred. The world you fight for is already ash. The timelines are severed. The loops are closed. A collective gasp ran through the room. Roswell's eyes narrowed into slits. If the world was Ash, his tome, his goal, his desire to revive her, it was all moot. But here, within these walls, time stands still. The text grew larger, softer, almost seductive in its promise. If the father and mother choose correctly, if they make the choice that ends the cycle, then you will all remain here, safe, protected, unharmed, forever, forever. Kenichi whispered the word, feeling the weight of it crush his chest. An eternity in a movie theater? An eternity of watching his son suffer on screen, but never losing him in reality? That's not safety. Reinhard spoke up, his voice ringing with the clarity of the Sword Saint. That is a prison. To deny the future is to deny life itself. Better a prison than a grave, pal. Al muttered from behind his helmet, though he didn't sound convinced. Panic began to bubble up again. Voices rose. Anastasia demanding clarification on her business assets. Garfield shouting about freedom. Emilia pleading for the safety of the citizens, while Felt was trying to get any news about Rom or the rest of her camp. Wait, you can't just say that and stop. Otto yelled, taking a step toward the screen. What happened to the world? What do you mean, Ash? The screen ignored them all. The text vanished. The blinding white background remained for a heartbeat longer, and then, slowly, the two dots and the curved line reappeared. Smiley face. It was a smile that promised nothing but the end. The smile lingered for a second, mocking their confusion, before the screen abruptly cut to black. The white light died, plunging them back into the darkness of the theater. Then, the flicker of the window whirred to life. Images began to flash rapidly, fragments of a snowy landscape, a mansion with many doors, and the cold, blue eyes of a woman who waited in the library. The next viewing had begun. Season 2, Episode 2. Begin. The Karsten estate is shown in the first scene, bathed in a fresh morning glow, in contrast to the darkness of the last episode. The vast lands were lush with green grass, and the front yard had fewer carriages. But the serenity didn't last more than a few seconds. A small hand raised into the air, trembling slightly but decisive. The image on the screen froze on the peaceful scenery. Hitaro stood in his seat, his hand still raised in the gesture he had seen the others use countless times. The small demi-human looked around him, tried to make sense of the chaos. Please, Hitaro spoke, his voice not loud, but cutting through the noise with the sharp clarity of a bell. Everyone, please take your seats. Hitaro. Mimi blinked, looking at her brother. We cannot fight a voice that has no body, Hitaro reasoned. I don't even think calling it a voice is right since it didn't speak to us. And panicking won't help Natsuki-san. He looked directly at Kenichi and Naoko. If the entity says we need to see this, then we need to see this. We need to understand what happened to the outside world. His words acted as a bucket of cold water on the heated arguments. The little guy has sound logic. AL's voice sounded through everyone's thoughts. He shuffled into his seat beside his princess. Ain't gonna change anything. Again, whomever replaced the Warden-sama must be building up to a point. Taibi spoke from beside Hitaro, sitting down and nodding his head. I don't even think the choices of the parents were presented clearly. I mean, where are they choosing from? Slowly, the fight drained out of the room, replaced by a heavy, suffocating resignation. The shuffling of feet began. Kenichi took a deep breath, his chest heaving as if he had just run a marathon. He looked at the frozen screen, then he turned to his wife. Naoko, he whispered, guiding himself back to the front row. He softly held her hand as he took his seat beside her. He glanced to his wife's side, where Subaru was laid down sleeping. What has he gotten himself into? Who are all these? These things that keep wanting something from us just to get him out of here. Subaru. Naoko couldn't speak to her husband's rambling. Seeing the pain on his face made her want to look to her son's unmoving one. Maybe it was because he was still asleep, or maybe she was hoping the answer might come to her from him. She was stupid like that. Honey, please. Emilia wiped her face, composing herself with a visible effort. She walked to the front row, her movements stiff. She sat down on the other side of Subaru, his right side, close enough that her shoulder brushed against his arm. She needed that contact. She needed to know he was real. Move T. Garfield grunted, practically dragging a shell-shocked Otto with him. They took the seats next to Emilia. Garfield crossed his arms, glaring at the screen as if daring it to hurt them again, while Otto pulled out his green hat and wrung it in his hands, his face pale. The world outside. We can't even tell if anyone's alive out there. Frederica smoothed her skirt and walked gracefully over to where Petra was sitting. Are you wondering what may have happened to your parents, Petra-chan? The little maid was still staring at the floor, traumatized by the news of what happened to the warden. But the worry of what may have happened to her home set her heart ablaze even more. The little girl hugged her legs and put her face into her knees. Frederica sat down beside her, offering no words, just a warm, reassuring presence. On Petra's other side, Wilhelm van Astria sat like a statue, his eyes closed, radiating a silent, mournful strength. "It's a matter of time before things are explained to us about our loved ones," he said to the maids on his right. "Do not fret too much. We wouldn't want Subaru Dano to comment on any wrinkles if your youthful face keeps frowning, Petrachon." The little maid felt a little warm in the face at that grandfatherly comment from the old knight. Crush Karsten walked slowly to the second row, moving to sit right behind Emilia's seat. She looked to her left on the second row. Rem was sitting there to be behind Subaru. To the left of the Duchess, Felix was sitting next to her, his head in his hands, his ears flattened against his skull. Crush sat down between them. She placed a remaining hand gently on Felix's head. "Ferris," she whispered. Crush said. Felix choked out, not looking up. "Is the world really? We didn't get the maids out of the estate before leaving for the Watergate City. We are watching to learn how to change that," Crush said firmly, though her eyes were sad. She patted him, then turned her gaze to the screen, ready to face what's ahead. "We need to be strong for whatever comes next." Roswell dusted off his clown suit, his expression unreadable. He ignored the glares from the Anastasia camp and the hostility from Garfield. As he moved through, the man tried his best not to look at the parents or Emilia. They haven't even given him a glance, too busy with Subaru and their own worries to notice the heat within his eyes. He walked to the furthest row, where Ram was waiting. He sat down, crossing his long legs elegantly. "Roswell-sama," Ram spoke softly, her eyes fixed on his profile. "Are you injured?" "Physically?" And Roswell drawled, though the usual lilt in his voice sounded hollow, like a wind blowing through a ruin. "The entity," Ram hesitated. "How come it offers you protection?" Roswell's yellow eye narrowed. His mismatched gaze bored into the back of Subaru's head in the front row. "Safety. That's what it said it would offer everyone in here." Roswell whispered, the word tasting like ash in his mouth. "You really think I'd work with something that offers such a hollow existence to so many lost souls?" Ram's eyes narrowed on him without a hint of hesitation. "Is it not within the realm of what we're about to witness in the sanctuary? Are you really not working with that entity to gain?" He cuts her off immediately. "Stagnation. A bird in a cage is what it's offering me, Ram." He clenched his fist on the armrest, his nails digging into the velvet. "I do not want safety," he hissed, his voice dropping to a terrifyingly low register that only Ram could hear. "I want results. I want her back. If the world is ash, then I will burn the ash until nothing remains but my desire. I will not accept a forever that is not of my own making." He leaned back, his face returning to its mask of indifference. Ram was the only one willing to offer her master a small look of pity. "Yet, you're still stuck in the same state regardless." For her. Roswell refused to say anything in reply. Seeing that everyone was seated, Hitaro let out a long breath he had been holding. He sat down between his siblings. "Okay," Hitaro whispered. He lowered his hand. The screen resumed, the peaceful wind of the Karsten estate blowing through the speakers, carrying with it the promise of a new, terrible beginning. Crush is shown standing in her military uniform, but without her hat as she faces Subaru and Emilia in front of Patrash. "Emilia-sama and not Suki Subaru-sama," she begins softly and shyly. "I would gladly host you two at my home for as long as you need." Emilia smiled beside Subaru and replied to both of them. "We appreciate that, but we do want to get the villagers back home." Emilia's eyes seemed to close in a flinch. "I can't believe I had this many chances to stop us from going." Felt noticed this part and looked beside her to stare at Subaru for a moment. "Suppose I shouldn't be feeling that bad when even Big Sis screwed up a chance to stop you." "That's different," felt Sama. Reinhard shook his head, noticing the same thing as his lady. "They have a duty to the villagers. It's not like they could leave them be without making sure they return home safely after both the whale and the witch's cult." "I know, you stiff stick." Felt rolled her eyes, crossing her arms. "Can't help you be human if you don't see that I'm shedding off the blame with whatever I can manifest." "That's delusional." Reinhard's genuine bafflement made Felt snort, having to cover her mouth to hide it. "Are you okay with what we've heard about the outside? About Ram-sama? It's not something I can control. And whatever happens, that old man won't die on me this easy." Felt grumbled, leaning her head on Reinhard as she stared above at the screen. "Come on, you're the hero who will save everyone, right? Why don't you have faith in our world like Big Bro?" "Like Subaru," Reinhard muttered under his breath, giving the screen a tired look once he caught the smile on Subaru's face. "I see. We'll come back after we take them all home," Subaru said with a bright smile. "And talk to her sponsor, Roswell." Garfield growled at the screen, not liking the mention of the magician. "Calm down, man." Otto sighed, bringing his hat back on his head after he'd fixed it up from his earlier reaction. This animosity won't serve us. Not until we actually see what happened to Natsuki-san. The blond boy simply glared at his knees, having a hint of something else in his eyes that Otto noticed. Are you worried, Garfield-san? Otto asked, but all he got was a grunt in response. Worried about what? Garfield didn't respond, merely ignoring the merchant to look at the screen. Very well. Crush smiled back at him. When you do, I hope I can finally repay my great debt to you. Feels almost sacrilegious to have you watch this, Naya, Felix whispered under his breath, leaning into his lady's touch as she kept her hand on his head. Crush never put her hands on him in public like this. It wasn't until recently, because of their many differences in the theater, that she started to show him a different treatment than before. Watching you when you lost all of the progress that led to us being this close. It feels like a stab to the heart every time, Crush-sama. The Duchess rubbed on his head, more with affection and grace, giving him a small glance that was filled with love. You're a good boy, Ferris. His breathing hitched at her words. His heart exploded into a million after being acknowledged by his lady in such a way. Subaru seemed humbled by this. It's not that big a deal. You helped us out, too. We even got a reward. Right, Patrash? He rubbed the neck of the reptile, standing by his side. Kaya, NGGH. She adorably moaned, moving her head down to rub her cheek with his. Arg, are you all right, Subaru? Emilia asked with concern. Those scales hurt more than I expected, he shouted while rubbing his cheek. Now I know how Daikon Radish feels when it's being graded. After a moment of Patrash looking at him in silence, Emilia and Crush decided to be his biggest ops as they gave small giggles of amusement at his pain. Oomph. Beatrice crossed her arms, glaring at the screen with a look of supreme dissatisfaction. She glanced down at the sleeping Patrash near the front row, then back at Subaru. Betty's contractor is truly a fool. In fact, she grumbled, though her hand twitched as if she wanted to heal the scrape on the screen. Allowing himself to be injured by a lizard's affection. He has no sense of self-preservation, and that dragon needs to learn to control her strength. If she grates his face off, Betty will have to fix it. Oh, come on, Beatrice. Emilia smiled, a genuine, soft expression that she hadn't worn in hours. She leaned back, watching herself and Crush laugh on screen. It was really fun, just for a moment. Subaru was making those silly faces, and Crush-sama was smiling. It felt like we were just normal friends. She let out a small sigh, her eyes lingering on the giggling Crush. I didn't know we could laugh like that. I'm glad we did. I feel a bit left out. Honestly, Anastasia chimed in from the Hashin section, fanning herself with a wistful expression. The Iron Duchess and the half-elf princess sharing a laugh over a boy and his dragon make for a pretty picture. She looked at Julius, her eyes dimming slightly. We should have been there, Julius. Sends the wrong message, letting the alliance split up like that without a proper send-off. My deepest apologies, Lady Anastasia. Julius bowed his head, his expression pained. I should have insisted on escorting them. Had I been there, had I been by his side. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The knowledge that Subaru was heading into an ambush alone weighed heavily on the Knight of Spirits. So, a casual voice broke the somber mood of the knights. Kenichi leaned over the back of his chair, looking directly at Crush. Duchess-san, quick question. Crush blinked, surprised by the sudden informality. Yes, Natsuki-sama. My boy's ride. Kenichi pointed a thumb at the screen and then down at the sleeping dragon. She seems to be almost as smitten with this kid as you are. Did he win her heart in a staring contest? Because seeing her try to grate his face off, that looks like true love to me. Crush allowed a small, genuine smile to grace her lips, the tension in her shoulders easing at Kenichi's charismatic energy. He earned her Natsuki-sama. Patrash is of the Diana lineage. She is proud and typically refuses riders. But she chose your son. Chose him, huh? Kenichi grinned, rubbing the back of his neck. She expresses it violently, just like his mother. Kenichi. Naoko slapped his arm lightly, though she looked pleased by the comparison. Naoko then turned her attention to the young man in green sitting near them. She pointed a worried finger at the massive black dragon curling around the seats. Mr. Merchant? Naoko asked softly. Is she okay? She hasn't moved at all for a while. Otto Suin looked down from the screen to the dragon, but his eyes narrowed slightly. He looked exhausted. The weight of the world of Ash revelation was pressing down on him, making the concern over a sleeping dragon feel trivial. She is fine, Mrs. Natsuki, Otto said with a polite but strange shrug. Patrash-san is fiercely loyal. She wouldn't hurt him intentionally. He rubbed his temples, his voice dropping to a murmur. Honestly, a dragon with rough scales is the least of our problems right now. If the text was true, if our world is gone, then whether she wakes up or not might not even matter. He realized he was being too grim and quickly forced a small, merchant-style smile. But do not worry. She's just sleeping, like the rest of us wish we could. Naoko had a small frown in response, but she continued to watch. Subaru-kyun, I've secured Rem-chan. Felix called from within the carriage that was attached to Patrash. Be sure to keep her still. Oh, Subaru looked at the healer with surprise. Yeah. Rem found herself flinching because of how offhandedly they were all talking about her. Her arms were gripping her dressing far tighter than usual, wanting more than anything to reach out and wrap around the boy in front of her, had it not been for his mother, who held onto his arm. You'll need your rest when you get back to the mansion, too, Felix advised while jumping down from the carriage and standing in front of Subaru with a hand on his hip. Me? Subaru asked while looking at Felix. Felix could only blink in surprise as he noticed Subaru's mother turn back to him, stars in her eyes as she gave him a small smile of gratitude. Thank you very much for telling him that, dear boy. Honey, Kenichi admonished her, he's a doctor, I think. Oh, Naoko's eyes widened as she turned back to Felix with a bow this time. Thank you again, dear boy Sama. Kenichi had a facepalm and laugh into his hand at his wife's airheadness, while Felix was stammering out, it's okays and my pleasures with hands waving in a flustered manner, not knowing what to say. Why, you shouldn't forget that I've been pretty nasty towards your son, Naya. I am not someone who deserves your trust or gratitude, ma'am. That's nonsense. Naoko made the healer freeze all of his motions, striking him with a sincere glance without anything except pureness in those sharp eyes of hers. Our boy needs all the friends who can call him out on his recklessness. I can't believe he found someone with the same taste in dressing as he is. Don't break such a bond without a good reason. Watching me try to cut your son loose and leave him on his own during the last alliance meeting we watched wasn't enough of a good reason, Naya. Felix was stunned, his words coming out without thinking, as if the mere presence of Naoko in his life was making him show a desperate side of himself that he'd only shown once in this theater, when he was at the shoes of Priscilla Barriel. I forgot about that. You were right when you said you were being nasty, that's for sure. Actually, I kind of want to slap you a bit after you reminded me of that. Well, you suck, Felix-sama. Naoko's airheadness caused Felix to flinch and hurt, while Kenichi had to laugh beside her. Even Beatrice and Amelia held small smiles while Crush gave Felix a small nudge of pity with her shoulder. Fairy-chan deeply apologizes again. The catboy sighed tiredly, showing remorse as he bowed to her. Naoko's hand reached his head before he could blink, comfortably patting him. It's all right. The kind woman gave a warm smile. You're a good boy. Felix felt his breathing stop once again at the second time this was being told to him. For a moment, he couldn't feel happier as he felt Crush flick his ear to give him more physical affection than she ever did during his years with her. It was overwhelming him. He wanted to thank them all for this feeling of fulfillment and belonging. You've been working your gate overtime since you were going up against Sloth. Felix began explaining in his professional tone. I did clean up all the toxins in your gate, but you need to let it rest for 2 months. 2 months, huh? Subaru muttered to himself. Well, surely all this crazy stuff can't keep happening for that long. Wait, did I just set a flag? Gate? Toxins. Naoko tilted her head, clutching Subaru's arm a little tighter. Is he sick? Is a gate like an organ? I didn't know humans had gates. It sounds dangerous. Kenichi frowned, the humor leaving his face. If he's got toxins inside him from working too hard, that's not good. Is it like lactic acid buildup? It is far more serious than muscle fatigue. In fact, the small voice came from the seat next to Amelia's right. Beatrice smoothed her dress, looking down at the parents with a mix of superiority and begrudging helpfulness. A gate is the door through which mana enters and exits the body, Beatrice explained, holding up a small finger. Betty's contractor used his gate recklessly against the Archbishop of Sloth. Mana poisoning can lead to the gate collapsing. If that happens, he can no longer use magic on his own. Kenichi's eyes widened, and he whistled low. Whoa, so he literally blew a fuse? And you know all this? You're pretty smart for a little lady. Betty is a great spirit, not a human child, she huffed, crossing her arms. Knowledge of his caliber is breathing to me. So, Kenichi leaned in, a teasing grin forming on his face. You know exactly what's wrong with him, and you're always hanging around him. Seems to me like you spend a lot of time looking after my helpless son. You're his little guardian angel, aren't you? Beatrice's pale cheeks flushed a faint pink. She turned her head away sharply, her drills bouncing. Betty is merely ensuring her contractor does not die foolishly. It is a contractual obligation, nothing more, in fact. Hee, Naoko giggled, covering her mouth, her mood growing a little more relaxed. Look at that reaction, Kenichi. She's just like him. Kenichi laughed, scratching his nose. Yeah, he looked at his son, bypassing Naoko's body to wipe a finger on his son's cheek. Amelia was staring at the father's actions because of how close she was to Subaru's other side. I don't even know how any of these people got to know the real you before we did, kiddo. Kenichi's tone was sad, but he kept a small grin on his face while speaking to his son. While the Natsuki family shared a light-hearted moment, a much darker mood settled over the seats next to them, specifically on Kenichi's left. Garfield Tinsel stared at the screen, his jaw clenched so hard a vein throbbed in his temple. 2 months. Garfield growled under his breath, his hands gripping his knees until the fabric of his pants strained. Captain didn't even get T2 weeks before I. He looked down at his own hands, the hands that, in the near future on screen, would force Subaru to use magic he shouldn't use. The hands that would force Subaru to shatter that very gate just to save Garfield from his own stubbornness. It wasn't your fault, Garfield-san, Otto whispered, noticing the boy's distress. He nudged Garfield's arm with his elbow. We were all cornered. He made the choice to break it because he wanted to save you. Don't disrespect his resolve by sulking about it now. I ain't sulking, Garfield snapped quietly, though the guilt in his eyes remained. Just pisses me off. I broke him. The Captain S broken because F me. Otto frowned deeply at this, his gaze lingering on Garfield more and more. I notice a lot about you than you know, Garfield-san. Before Garfield could ask about the meaning of this, a voice intervened. You look troubled. The voice came from behind them. Julius leaned forward from the row back, his golden eyes sharp and filled with concern. He had been watching the exchange, sensing the shift in atmosphere between the merchant and the shield. Subaru's gate, Julius whispered, lowering his voice so as not to disturb the parents. Felix's warning was severe. Yet, seeing your reactions, am I to assume he does not heed this advice? Julius's gaze drifted to the sleeping Subaru. He wanted to know. He felt a need to understand the scars his friend bore, especially the ones Julius wasn't there to prevent. What happened in the sanctuary? Julius asked earnestly. How bad does it get? Garfield opened his mouth to answer, perhaps to confess, but Otto cut in. The merchant shook his head slowly, his expression weary. It is pointless to explain it now, Julius-san, Otto said, gesturing vaguely at the giant screen. We are watching history. You will see exactly how stubborn Natsuki-san can be when he wants to save a hard-headed idiot. He glanced at Garfield, who looked away, ashamed. And you will see exactly what it cost him. Otto finished, turning back to the front. Just prepare yourself. It's not a pretty sight. Julius lingered for a moment, looking at the back of their heads, before slowly leaning back into his seat. He gripped his armrest like it was a sword hilt, dread pooling in his stomach. Felix smiled at him beside Crush and cheerfully said, All right, it's time for you to get going. He turned and smiled at his lady. Go on, Crush-sama. Give them a few parting words. Crush turned back to the half-elf and her knight with a kind smile. Emilia-sama, I wish you good health. She offered her hand in kindness. I look forward to seeing you again very soon. Emilia hesitantly accepted the hand with her own, smiling at Crush after a second of silence. You too, Crush-san. Please be well. Next time, I won't just be the one who always needs saving. I'll become someone who can help others. You sound like a really lovely girl, Emilia-sama. Naoko's voice rang out in the theater, making Emilia look from the screen to the mother in surprise. Emilia tilted her head. Why say that suddenly? I didn't know what I was saying back then. Why sound like you're undeserving of such praise? Naoko gave her a smile of support. Aren't you the one who hugged my boy and supported him when he needed it? Emilia's eyes dimmed when she looked from the mother to the sleeping knight next to her. In between them both, he slept without knowledge of what they had both seen. And Emilia has seen far more than Naoko did, to the point her words were hollowed in the half-elf's heart. I'm going to be strong for Subaru. I have no reason to doubt that he will need me, but... Emilia paused as the mother waited with patience of saints, looking at Emilia with confusion. But I wish I could have been more aware, more strong sometimes. Naoko let her mouth open, but no sound came in reply. A look of contemplation took over. You sound tired, Emilia-sama. MHM. Emilia nodded her head, but seemed to gain a small grin on her lips that surprised the mother of the boy between them. Who could say my tiredness isn't an open door for me to be better? Emilia's voice sounded hopeful, but her hand was shaking on Subaru's, which was deeply noticed by Naoko. Better for what, Emilia-sama? Naoko asked softly. The half-elf closed her eyes, keeping her sheepish grin and her hesitant hold on Subaru's hand. Better, so he doesn't have to hold a knife. Ever again. Naoko's heartbeat slowed, and her breathing seemed to halt. The mother looked at Emilia, frozen like a statue, unable to speak for what emotions swam within her. But before the mother could dig more into this, Emilia had turned her head to look at Subaru with a certain uneven expression, like she couldn't decide whether there needs to be guilt or happiness that she's with him at this moment. You really go out of your way to put pressure on yourself, just like he does. Naoko's whisper wasn't heard as Emilia turned back to watch the screen, Her eyes looked at herself with a bit of annoyance, possibly cursing her youth for not being ready enough once again. All Naoko knew was that Subarus clearly meant a lot to this girl, and that made her happy. Crush's smile widened at the confidence and determination displayed by the half-elf. She turned back to Subaru with an elegant look. Not Suki Subaru-sama. I wish you all the best in the future, too. The boy looked surprised by her attention to him, and even stared at her outstretched hand for a moment before blushing. He tapped the palm of her hand softly, not accepting to shake it. The scene moved to Otto as he happily drove the ground dragons by their ropes. The entire staff of the Karsten estate bowed in respect to the venturing caravan of carriages led by Subaru's group. Crush was in the middle with her head rising to show her smile. I know we will meet again, she whispered, hopeful and excited about what was to come. Thank you, Crush-san, Emilia whispered, her voice barely audible. She turned slightly in her seat to look back at the Duchess. You were always so kind to us, even when everything was falling apart. Emilia's violet eyes were filled with tired gratitude. Her lips gave an easy smile to the Duchess behind her. We were allies, Emilia, Crush replied, her voice steady, though her eyes were fixed on the screen. It was the least I could do. We are allies, Crushson. Emilia frowned and corrected the Duchess firmly, looking back at the screen when she noticed that the green-haired lady wasn't looking at her. As Crush watched herself, or rather, the version of herself that existed in that moment, a frown creased her forehead. She brought her hand up to her temple, massaging it as a wave of dizziness washed over her. Crush-sama, Felix leaned in instantly, his hand hovering near her shoulder. Is it the headache again? Crush lowered her hand, looking at her reflection in the knight's worried eyes. It is. I'll be fine, Ferris. You doing all right? Felt questioned the lady, since she was close, and could notice the expression on Crush's face. Emilia seemed to notice that felt moved to interact with Crush on her own and frowned to herself a bit. While Emilia was unable to look back at Crush, the Duchess seemed to notice Emilia's reaction and sighed. My apologies, Emilia felt. I've been dealing with these headaches ever since the white whale was shown to us. What would cause them? Frederica, who was sitting in the same row as Crush with Wilhelm and Felix by Crush's side, looked on with intrigue. I can make you some special tea from my room. The warden Sama had been generous to me. Petra flinched beside her at the mention of the warden and brought the question of what had happened to him and who replaced him back into everyone's minds. Crush, however, gave a small smile to the maid with an apologetic grace about her that made Felix frown. She looked back at the screen, where her on-screen self was smiling a shy, fragile smile. That woman, Crush murmured. I remember being her. I remember the confusion, the fear, the feeling that the world was a puzzle I had forgotten how to solve. When the warden had brought us here, he had restored my lady's memories. Wilhelm explained to the maids, felt, Emilia, and now the parents who were listening in since the screen was paused for this conversation. But he hadn't erased the time she spent without them. This revelation made Emilia and felt widen their eyes in surprise. Even Rem and Anastasia both looked at Crush with expressions of intrigue. I never had time to reconcile them, Crush admitted, her voice tight. We were thrown into this theater, forced to watch Natsuki Subaru's suffering. I feel as though I am two ghosts haunting one body. She looked down at her hand, a hand that had been cut off once before she saw complete darkness that her old self never woke up from, returned via Felix's effort, but phantom pains from the amputation still lingered in her mind. Greed and gluttony will pay, Crush-sama, Felix growled under his breath, looking at Reinhard with a determined expression, taking the sword Saint off guard for a moment, but it took the knight a moment to understand the meaning of Felix's gaze. It will not be anyone's responsibility except mine. Reinhard nodded his head with firm resolution. Don't go round promising shit you can't do on your own, dickhead. Felt slammed a fist on Reinhard's chest, annoyed by him taking it on his shoulders. At least you were awake, a soft voice spoke from Crush's other side. Rem was looking at her, her blue eyes filled with a profound, melancholic understanding. Rem, Crush softened. You had to live as a stranger, Rem whispered, clutching her maid's skirt. But you walked around with the people you love. You talked to them every day about everything you had experienced before to experience something new. You were there, in their hearts and minds. They remembered you. Rem looked at the screen, knowing that if it wasn't for the theater, her body would be lying cold and silent in a room back at the mansion. I was just gone, Rem said, her voice trembling. For everyone else, life moved on. If it wasn't for Subaru-kun, I would have been wasting away in a room somewhere where my sister couldn't find me because she didn't even know I exist. Crush's expression shifted from internal conflict to empathy. She reached out, placing her hand over Rem's. We were both violated, Crush stated firmly. Gluttony, he's done us a cruelty that far more innocent than either of us were subject to. It's scary, isn't it? Rem looked up, a tear tracking down her cheek. To look at yourself and wonder which parts are real and which parts were eaten? It is terrifying, Crush agreed. She squeezed Rem's hand. But we are here now. Whatever this place is, whatever hell keeps us here, with everything that happens on the outside of this prison, the same person who promised to save you is still here for you, remembering who you are. She glanced at the sleeping Subaru in the front row. We remember the man who tried to kill himself because he couldn't bear a world where we were lost, Crush said, her voice gaining a sliver of its old steel. We share that burden, Remington, and we will share the strength to carry it. Rem nodded, wiping her tear away and leaning slightly against the Duchess's shoulder. It was a quiet moment of solidarity between two women who had been erased by the world, finding comfort in the fact that, in this dark room at least, they were still whole. Felix watched them, biting his lip to keep from sobbing, vowing silently to protect them both from whatever choice lay ahead. Wilhelm found the strength to give his lady a small, silent nod of approval, even if she couldn't see it. That is wonderfully correct of you, Crush Sama. He spoke softly, vocalizing his support of her choice of words. It earned small smiles from Frederica and even Reinhard. Emilia and Felt seemed to share a small glance toward each other. Felt gave the half-elf a small shrug with an encouraging nod toward Crush. Emilia understood it to be that she hadn't done anything wrong with the way she dealt with Crush, and she should lose her frown and be happy with the aftermath of Rem's conversation with the Duchess. The scene changes on the carriages as they continue to ride through the sunrise in the pathways of Lagunica. Rem's sleeping body is shown, covered by a blanket, with the sunlight covering her face. Subaru covers the window with a curtain to keep the sunlight away, frowning at Rem. Rem found herself giving a small smile of gratitude herself to Subaru for doing that small move for her sister. Barusu's earned a week worth of his Wanisan's favorite soup for that. Naoko seemed to beam with pride at the way Subaru seemed to care for his friend. That's the thoughtful boy I raised. I truly did magnificent. Kenichi had a bristle at this. Watch how you word things, honey. It makes it seem like I didn't have a hand in how he treats girls at all. I never saw you tucking me in like that. Naoko spoke so innocently that it forced the burn to be at its greatest once the words reached Kenichi's ears. I do so all the time. He had to defend his honor as Beatrice, Emilia, and Crush looked at him with expressions of disapproval. You're making me sound like I'm a trash husband. Naoko had to put her lips on Subaru's shoulder to stop herself from giggling. That woman seems to forget her worry fast, in fact. Beatrice scoffed from Emilia's side, sitting between Emilia and felt as she looked at the way Subaru treated Rem with a soft smile. Betty's contractor should make his mother happy with his actions, however. Betty approves. Emilia found the urge to forget what happened with Crush and give the small girl at her side an amused glance, the mood lifting slightly due to Naoko's airheadness moving them through the motions. See that, Rem-chan? Felix hesitated, not knowing if he should be the one to say this, but Crush gave him a hint of her approval to continue through her glance alone. He's always there for you, Naya. Rem gave the healer a look of surprise at first, before she replaced it with a small smile of understanding that felt hard to maintain after seeing herself in such a condition, having that talk with Crush, and Felt. The maid didn't know what to do with her emotions. I'd say you enjoy tea, maid-san. Anastasia muttered from Rem's left side, finally giving the maid verbal attention instead of watching from afar. You got him wrapped around your finger. A gal's bound to love such a sight if she was obsessed with someone like Natsuki Koinat. Rem's blush was furious as Anastasia's grin became clear beneath her scarf. Crush didn't envy Rem in the slightest, remembering the small connection she's built with the merchant queen herself in past viewings. Oh well, Rem was all alone. He slowly stepped away from the window and sat down in one of the seats, the one that was right next to Emilia. Right, he said simply, without anything else. Emilia blinked at him, seemingly bothered by something. You know, Subaru, you always sit beside me, as if it's the obvious choice, she said in a wondering tone, making him open his eyes to glance at her. Oh, is there something weird about that? He asked, making Emilia shake her head. No, I felt a little uncomfortable at first. She opened her eyes with a willful look at her feet. But now it feels strange if you don't, so it's fine. Subaru's face grew a large grin and a blush as he held his fists in excitement. My painstaking efforts have finally been rewarded. He stood up with a shout aimed at the ceiling of the carriage as Emilia watched him silently. I'm so moved. You're teasing me again. Emilia snorted while shaking her head at him. Emilia watched the scene with a warmth spreading through her chest. She shifted in her seat, leaning slightly closer to the sleeping Subaru, her shoulder pressing firmly against his. I wish I knew you weren't teasing, Emilia whispered softly, looking at his sleeping face with a gentle, affectionate smile. It really does feel strange when you aren't close, Subaru. It feels cold. She rested her cheek against his shoulder for a brief moment, ignoring the looks from the others. She wanted him to know, even in his sleep, that his painstaking efforts had worked far better than he realized. Well, ain't that just precious? Anastasia sighed, shaking her head. The merchant queen had the softest of smiles, enjoying the small moment. That boy has the subtlety of a fireworks display. He really doesn't know how to play hard to get. That is his charm, isn't it? Julius offered an offhand comment, a small, genuine smirk playing on his lips. He lacks all decorum and grace in his courtship, yet he somehow stumbles into success through sheer, obstinate volume. Subaru's doing his best. Leave him alone. Petra held a small, miffed look, but kept her negative emotions as she looked at Julius, one of the people she disliked the most in the theater. Julius was surprised at the sudden shot from the very end of his row, where Petra was sitting. He seemed to be contemplating what to do, but shook his head. He certainly is proud. Otto sighed, shaking his head, feeling the knot in his stomach loosen just a fraction. At least he's consistent. Captain S loud and proud. Garfield, though his smirk was absent and his mood still was forced into anticipation and worry, was giving a nod of support. From the back row, Al leaned his helmet against the chair, watching his bro celebrate on screen. Hal really is lucky, isn't he? Al muttered, his voice carrying a strange, heavy weight that only he understood. To stumble through hell and still have the heart to cheer about his seat. And it doesn't seem like the pretty lady minds in her own right. Lucky. Gahaha. You can say that again. Ricardo slapped his knee, completely missing the dark undertone of AL's comment. Kid's got game. Look at him, celebrating like he just won the lottery, just cause the girl didn't kick him out. Betty's contractor is truly pathetic, Beatrice deadpanned, her eyelids drooping as she looked at Subaru's fist-pumping form on screen, wagging his tail like a puppy just because he was allowed on the furniture. Have some dignity, in fact. She sighed, though she still walked out of her seat to adjust the jacket on the real Subaru, ensuring he was warm, before walking past Amelia to sit back down again. The parents watched the small girl with sheer fascination and amusement. He's got no poker face, Kenichi commented with a shake of his head, though he was grinning. Zero chill. That's my boy. He really likes her, Naoko whispered, smiling at the screen. He looks so happy just to sit there. It's nice to see him smile like that, especially after everything else. Kenichi dropped his shoulder on hers for a second, giving his wife a grin that showed off his charm. Yet his wife could read the worry hidden behind those eyes far better than anyone who's been charmed by a Natsuki in her town. Naoko's eyes faltered down, sighing as she kept it together and owned the smile she's been carrying to help the girls around Subaru feel better this whole time. I'll try, honey. Kenichi's hand found hers and gave a firm yet gentle squeeze, his grin growing warmer as the couple leaned toward one another. Naoko kept a hand on her son throughout the interaction, making sure he was involved. She looked over towards Rem with a sad smile. I know you're still worried about Remington. There's no need for you to hide that. Subaru looked taken aback by her insight as she smiled at him. She's important to you, isn't she? Amelia asked softly. Rem sat up straighter, her breath hitching in her throat. Moments ago, she had been fighting a familiar, twisting knot in her chest. Watching Subaru cheer about sitting next to Amelia, seeing his face light up with that goofy, unadulterated joy, it had hurt. It was a quiet, suffocating pain, the realization that the world and Subaru's happiness continued perfectly fine without her. She had looked down at her lap, her blue bangs shadowing her eyes, feeling like an intruder in their love story. But then, Amelia spoke her name. Rem's head snapped up, her blue eyes widened, round with genuine surprise. Amelia-sama, Rem whispered. She watched the silver-haired half-elf on the screen. There was no malice in her voice, no possessiveness, no desire to monopolize Subaru's heart. Instead, there was only a gentle understanding. Amelia, the one in the theater sitting next to Subaru's right side, was looking at the scene with a bit of recollection, giving a small nod to herself. Nice one, big sis, felt smirked toward Amelia, showing the half-elf a proud expression, which Amelia was grateful for. She isn't trying to replace me, Rem realized, her lips parting slightly. She isn't trying to make him forget. The jealousy that had been bubbling in Rem's stomach evaporated, replaced by a sudden, intense warmth. She leaned forward in her seat, clutching the armrests, her gaze glued to the screen. To hear her name spoken with such care by the woman Subaru loved, to hear Amelia acknowledge that Rem was important, it made her existence feel real again. She knew, Rem murmured, her voice trembling with emotion. Even then, she knew I was in his heart. Next to her, Crush glanced at the maid, seeing the mix of relief and gratitude washing over her face. You are not easily forgotten, Rem, Crush said softly, even by your rivals. Rem shook her head slowly, a small, watery smile forming on her lips as she watched the screen. Yes, I suppose that's why Subaru-kun was enthralled by her. She is kind. Rim looked over at the real Amelia in the front row, seeing the back of her silver head leaning against Subaru. For the first time, the pang of envy was gone, replaced by a silent respect. If Subaru had to love someone else, Rim was glad it was someone who understood that his heart was big enough for both of them. Subaru held his hands to his chest with a most serious expression. She is super important. As important to me as you are. You're being very selfish, Amelia said with her smile still in place. Are you aware of that? Subaru sat himself down as they looked at each other within the carriage. Sure I am. Frankly, I feel like such scum, I wish I could die. But it's the absolute truth. Seeing him blush and look so desperate in front of her, Amelia could only frown. In the back of the theater, a low, melodic chuckle slithered through the air. My, to look a woman in the eyes and tell her something like that. That is a special kind of madness, isn't it? Roswell rested his chin on his gloved hand, his yellow eye gleaming with a mix of disdain and morbid fascination. It is not love that drives him there. It is greed, he murmured, his voice dipping into a dangerous register. To refuse to sacrifice one for the other, to demand a world where he keeps everything his hands can hold, that selfishness is possibly the most terrifying thing I have ever witnessed. It defies the very nature of equivalent exchange. Huh. A rough, gravelly grunt answered him from the seat over. Heinkel sat slouched, looking disheveled as always, scratching his stubble. Kid's got balls, I'll give him that, Heinkel spat, staring at the screen with a cynical glare. Most men spend their lives trying to keep one woman happy and failing miserable. This brat? He looks at the world and says, I'll take the lot. Heinkel turned his head, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Roswell, aiming a cold and hateful glare that hinted at a history yet to be fully aired between them both. Better than a man who picks one goal and burns the rest of the world to get it. Mathers? Heinkel challenged, his voice dripping with venom. The kid's greed might be safer than your dedication. Ram's eyes widened, yet they stayed on the screen. The conversation between the two men held a greater meaning with those words coming from Heinkel, of all people. Heinkel shouldn't be someone who knows anything about Roswell's goal or what the Lord was willing to do to the world. Roswell didn't flinch, merely smiling that hollow clown smile. We shall see which path reaches the finish line, Heinkel Dono. Ram's jaw was open in realization at her master's body language with that reply. Roswell was indeed plotting something. Master. Her grip on her dress was tight, but Roswell didn't respond. While the cynical adults debated the morality of greed, the Natsuki parents were having a frantic family conference in the front row. Whoa, this damn fool. Kenichi sighed and shook his head. Did he just say what I think he said? Just as important as you. That's a confession of two-timing. To her face. For the second time. Kenichi looked at Naoko, expecting shock. Naoko, our son is trying to build a harem. In a moving carriage. MHM. Naoko clapped her hands together, her face blushing with delight. See, Rim-chan and Amelia-chan are both special. Subaru has always had so much love to give. One person just isn't enough to hold it all. Kenichi stared at his wife, dumbfounded. You accepted that way too fast. You're already planning double weddings, aren't you? Well, why not? Naoko tilted her head, smiling brightly. If both girls are happy, and Subaru-kun is happy, then it's fine. Besides, it seems like hard work. He'll need lots of mayonnaise to keep his energy up. Kenichi sighed, dragging a hand down his face, though a proud smirk was fighting its way onto his lips. Man, the audacity. And don't forget the Duchess from earlier. And the dragon. He counted on his fingers. My boy didn't get summoned to another world to be a hero. He got summoned to be a chick magnet. Kenichi's forehead was sweating. He is very popular. Naoko beamed, looking lovingly at her sleeping son, who was currently juggling the hearts of some of the most powerful women in the room. Good job, Subaru. Said women were all either blushing furiously, Rem, or not really understanding what the parents were whispering about. Amelia. Betty's contractor only ever needs her, in fact. Beatrice said calmly, clearly without any jealousy within her. Crush gave the spirit a small smirk of irony, considering Crush was the only one not mentioned by Subaru's mother as special for Subaru's heart. The Duchess could feel a little bit of what the spirit was feeling. Not that she was a childish person who felt hurt because she wasn't being mentioned by name in such important conversations. She was refined and a leader. But she did feel thankful to Kenichi for mentioning her, though. Totally her favorite between the parents so far. Subaru, she whispered, letting a moment of silence fall between them as they looked at one another. Tension. Did you just say my name? He who must be bullied by the heavens themselves decided to open the carriage window at the front and lean his head in. The two looked at Otto with startled faces before Subaru, changed his expression to an easy smirk. No, we didn't. Wait, have you been here all this time? Subaru said slyly. Of course I've been here. Otto exclaimed from his seat outside the carriage. Why do you think I decided to work with you? I'm just kidding. You want to negotiate with Roswell in person. I haven't forgotten that. Subaru turned his smirk into a smile. I'm begging you. My whole life is riding on this. Otto desperately pleaded. Please, I need this. My dragon, kinda homeless. Yeah, I got it. Subaru stood up and walked to the window Otto had opened. Time to say goodbye to you for now. Oh, why? Otto was cut off as Subaru slammed the window shut in his face. He glanced back at Amelia with a smile, having her look back at him with a frozen expression. That expression melted as Amelia fell into a fit of giggles, making Subaru laugh with her. Well, ha, look at his face. Mimi erupted into laughter, pointing a small finger at the screen where Otto's oblivious face had just ruined the romantic atmosphere. Beside her, Hitaro and Taivi were giggling uncontrollably into their hands. Talk about bad timing, Ricardo roared, slapping his knee. The kid's got a talent for killing the mood. I'll give him that. Just when it was getting good, too. In the front row, the real Otto groaned, burying his face in his green hat. He slid down in his seat until he was practically horizontal. I want to disappear. Otto mumbled miserably. Why? Why'd I have a check on him right then? I look like such a fool. You really did stick your nose in it, bro. Garfield snorted, though he patted Otto's shoulder sympathetically. I was nervous. Otto defended himself, looking frantically between Garfield and Julius. You have to understand. I was driving a carriage towards the domain of a powerful mage to ask for a trade deal that could make or break my entire career. I didn't know if Natsuki-san was actually going to vouch for me, or if I was driving into a trap. I just needed reassurance. Your anxiety is understandable, Otto-san, Julius said with a polite, strained smile, trying not to laugh. Though your timing remains historically unfortunate. I'm sorry, Otto-kun. Emilia turned to him, waving her hand with a bright, innocent smile. I don't know why you're apologizing so much. You didn't ruin anything. It was nice to know you were driving us safely. Otto stared at her, then slumped further. Her kindness hurts more than the insults. Barusu's friends are all equally incompetent. Ram's voice cut through the air from the back row, sharp and cold. Only a merchant of the lowest caliber would interrupt a conversation between his betters. Naya, don't be so mean. Felix laughed openly, wiping a tear from his eye. Though it was a catastrophic mood killer. Even I felt the cringe from here. Whoa! A loud jeer came from the back rows. Meili had her hands cupped around her mouth, booing the merchant on screen. Meili-chan, Schultz blinked, looking at the assassin. Were you invested in the love story? Did you want them to kiss? Meili stopped booing and looked at Schultz with a flat, deadpan expression. Then, she snorted. You know, kissing is gross, Meili said, rolling her eyes. I'm booing because the merchant looks miserable. Look at him panic. It's hilarious. I just want to make him feel worse. She turned back to the screen. Whoa, you ruined the moment really bad. Merchant-san. Otto whimpered. Heinkel Estrella watched the scene, but he wasn't laughing. He stared at the flustered, pathetic young man on the screen, a man desperate for approval, terrified of the future, and stumbling through life with zero grace. Heinkel winced, a physical cringe rippling through his body. It was like looking in a funhouse mirror. The desperation, the sweating, the need to be useful to someone more powerful. Pathetic, Heinkel muttered, his voice rough. Just pathetic. But the venom in his voice was directed inward, loathing the familiarity of the sight. From her high seat, Priscilla Bariel lowered her fan just an inch. Her crimson eyes drifted from the screen to the slouched form of Heinkel, sitting to her left instead of his usual seat to her right. She watched the way his jaw tightened, the way he avoided looking at Roswell in the back row. She saw the strings of a puppet that had been cut, only to be tangled in a new web. She said nothing. Her gaze lingered on Heinkel's self-loathing for a long, calculating moment. Before she snapped her fan shut and looked away, the secrets of the Estrella and Mather's dynamic filed away for her future amusement. After containing herself and covering her mouth to stop the giggles, Emilia smiled at Subaru confidently. I'm sure you'll find a way to get her back. Emilia Tan. Subaru was surprised by her determination, so he smiled uneasily. Also, I think you and I are the same in the sense that we act for our own selfish reasons. Emilia whispered with a sad smile aimed at the floor of the carriage. I realize that I'm participating in the royal selection for selfish reasons, too. Selfish? Subaru mutters, looking at her for more information. I'm sorry. I can't explain it very well. Emilia closes her eyes with a guilty expression. I don't want to hide anything from you, but I'm not sure how to put it into words. In the theater, the air shifted. The word selfish hung heavy, and eyes began to drift toward the front row. It wasn't hostile, exactly, but it was heavy with scrutiny. Anastasia's calculating gaze, Crush's honest curiosity, and the silent assessment of the knights all bore down on the silver-haired half-elf. Why was she running? What was the secret she couldn't put into words? Emilia felt the weight of their stares physically, like a cold draft on her neck. She shifted slightly, and her eyes met Naoko's. The mother wasn't judging. Her eyes were wide, filled with a simple, confused curiosity. Why does this girl want to rule a country? What is she hiding from my son? Emilia swallowed hard. She remembered that moment in the carriage. She remembered the mental blocks, the frozen memories, the contract with Puck that bound her tongue. Even now, with some memories returned, the entirety of her past was a tangled web of tragedy and ice. I didn't tell him because I didn't understand it myself, Emilia thought, a pang of guilt striking her heart. And because of that, because of my secrets, he got hurt. But she didn't look away. She didn't apologize to the room. Instead, Emilia let out a soft sigh, keeping her secrets close to her chest. She straightened her back, refusing to shrink under the pressure. Then, with a deliberate movement, she leaned her weight fully against Subaru's shoulder. She felt the warmth of his arm, the steady rise and fall of his breathing. I won't let the guilt eat me, she decided silently. Not while he's here. We can talk everything out after we join up with Roswell. Subaru makes her look up at him with surprise. He had a bright smile on his face, aimed to cheer her up. He might know something about what happened to Rim, too. Emilia slowly smiles again, giving him a nod. Right, Tisich, look at them all, staring like a pack of vultures. The rough voice cut through the tension from the middle rows. Heinkel spoke as he looked around the theater with a sneer, his bloodshot eyes lingering on the other royal candidates. She says she's selfish, and suddenly everyone's clutching their pearls? Heinkel barked a harsh laugh. Don't make me vomit. Every single one of you sitting in those fancy seats is in it for something selfish. He pointed a shaking finger at Anastasia. Greed. He shifted it to Crush. Pride. He jerked his chin toward Priscilla. Arrogance. And finally, toward Felt. I don't fucking know. You clearly got a grudge or something against this country. Selfishness is the entry fee for the damn crown. Heinkel grumbled, slouching back down. So don't look at the half-elf like she's some special kind of sinner just because she admits it. She's just honest enough to say it out loud. The room went quiet. It was a crude, blunt defense, but it struck a chord of undeniable truth. In a row ahead, Reinhard van Astria turned to look at his father. His blue eyes, usually so guarded when facing Heinkel, softened. A small, genuine smile of hope graced the sword saint's lips. A glimpse of the man his father used to be, the deputy commander who stood for fairness. Heinkel saw the smile. His face twisted into a scowl of pure repulsion. Don't look at me like that, Heinkel hissed, turning his head away. I ain't defending her for justice. I'm just sick of the hypocrisy. Heinkel-sama is so cool. From the right of Priscilla and Al, Schult beamed, his face lighting up like a miniature sun. The little boy clasped his hands together, looking at the drunkard with sparkling eyes full of admiration. You are very wise, Heinkel-sama. You see the truth in people's hearts. Heinkel looked at the radiant child, then at his smiling son, and looked like he had just bitten into a lemon. Ugh, Heinkel groaned, sliding further down until his chin hit his chest. It's too damn bright in here. Someone dim the lights. Man, just take the admiration from these kids. Though it feels weird to call the Sword Saint a kid. And I don't like Schultkoen being one of those kids either. I'll rub the back of his helmet. Hey, wouldn't it be better if you just die, man? He honestly said that so casually that a normal person would shudder. Priscilla, sitting between the two men, found herself greatly amused to the point she gave a small snort at Heinkel's words. The scene changes to show the sun setting with the ground dragons slowly reaching a village within a dense forest. Otto could be heard shouting from the front carriage. You too. We'll be reaching our destination soon. The carriages stop in the village center of Aurum. Most of the villagers inside had already begun getting out and looking for their loved ones. Inside of the theater, Petra looked at her village with such emotion, raging between grief, sadness, happiness, and more. I miss seeing it like this. After everything that would have happened without Subaru being there, her heart burned at the memories of the villagers' dead bodies and the burning buildings after the explosions. When she thought about the memories where there was a lot of snow on top of those buildings, Petra could not help but shed a small tear of pure celebration. Frederica patted her head, giving her a small smile, but also one of excitement, knowing what would find Subaru in the mansion since she was there. Enjoy his good work, Petra-chan. We've watched how much he suffered for this. She whispered to the little maid, which Petra nodded. Petra looked around with a concerned gaze, finding the village was still empty except for the population that went with her to the capital. No one's here. She whined worriedly as a man with a red scarf ran up to her and her friends from a house in the village. No one around here either. What? What? Many of the kids exclaimed together with worry. Subaru and Amelia frowned at the sight. The atmosphere grew heavy. The momentary levity of the romance scene was crushed under the weight of recognition. And so it begins, Ram whispered from the back row, her eyes narrowing. The road to the sanctuary. Shouldn't have brought them to us, Garfield grunted, his arms crossed tight over his chest. He stared at the empty village on the screen, knowing exactly why the other half of the population wasn't there to greet them. Goddamn, Otto gave Garfield the smallest of frowns, noticing Julius' eyes glance at them for a second behind them. This is troubling, Crush noted, leaning forward slightly. The evacuation plan was for half to the capital, half to the sanctuary. By the time Natsuki-sama returned, the sanctuary group should have been reinstated. The fact that the village is empty implies a complete communication breakdown. It implies that the situation had already spiraled out of control before Subaru even arrived, Julius added, his analytical gaze sweeping over the screen. The Amelia camp has had every single step attacked, or go in the opposite direction. While the adults analyzed the logistics, a silent, venomous war was taking place in the second row. As the mood on the screen shifted to tension, Petra's silent but sweet celebration slowly morphed into a realization. She looked up at the screen, wiping away her tear. She saw herself standing in the empty square. She saw the unguarded houses, and she realized, with a jolt of cold terror, why the next few days had been so dangerous. She slowly turned her head, fixing a glare of pure accusation on the blue-haired girl a row back. Meili felt the gaze. She stopped swinging her legs and met Petra's eyes. A slow, cat-like grin spread across her face. "Oh, you figured it out, Petra-chan," Meili whispered, loud enough for Petra to hear, but quiet enough to stay under the chatter of the knights. Meili leaned her chin on her palm, looking at the empty village on screen with nostalgic amusement. It was so easy. Meili held her hands out in a small, sheepish manner. "Please don't hold it against me, Petra-chan." Petra flinched, the memory of the mansion attack, the fire, the blood, flashing in her mind. You used the emptiness," Petra hissed, tears pricking her eyes again. "You knew we were alone. It's an assassin's job to know where the cracks in the wall are," Meili shrugged, unbothered. "And your home was wide open. Sorry. Is there no regret?" Petra looked at Meili with a shocked expression. "Why don't you even show a hint of remorse for your actions?" Meili looked honestly confused by this. But, Petra-chan, no one's really died from the people you like, no? Oni-Isen managed to stop me and Elsa." Petra's eyes widened even more, like the saucers she organized at the mansion. "He stopped you. Is something wrong?" Schultz asked, not knowing what to do, but speak as he saw Petra's degrading expression while Meili stared at the little maid with her head tilted in confusion. "It was honestly a little frustrating, but after what I saw Wani-san do with that knife earlier." Meili's gaze goes to the ceiling in childish thought, making Petra's breathing stop in realization. "I think I know why Elsa lost to someone as weak as Oni-san. He was cheating after all. That's enough, Meili-san." Schultz glared at the assassin girl, to which Meili simply shrugged. "I'm just happy Petra-san is talking to Meili-chan again." She pouted, but gave Petra a hopeful glance. "Shut up." Petra's cold words seeped from the little maid's lips without hesitation. Throughout this whole interaction, Petra has been watching Meili's eyes, seeing the assassin realize the truth about return by death, and realizing that Meili didn't at all care that Subaru died by suicide in the last viewing, nor did she care that he might have died to protect the village and mansion for whatever Roswell-sama was planning. "You're a monster. I hate you." Petra's words flowed on their own. Her eyes teared up in betrayal at Meili's cruelness. Meili seemed to frown in confusion by this reaction from Petra. Why are you acting like you're bewildered?" Petra gives a growl, hating the look of innocent hurt in Meili's eyes, as if the assassin couldn't understand why Petra would say those things. "You murderer." Meili couldn't say anything against the sheer poison in Petra's words, just sat there and looked bothered by the way Petra was treating her. "You never had a problem with me before now," Meili muttered with a small pout, which angered Petra even more to the point she was clenching her fists. "You're not even angry at what I'm saying. You just don't like that I'm treating you different." Petra growled the question with her teeth clenched. Meili gave the maid a small shrug, though genuinely looking confused. "Petra-san," Schultz called out, seeing the future escalation between the two as Petra's glare intensified at Meili's nonchalance. "If you know what's best for you." Petra glared at Schultz, scoffing at the existence of Meili itself as she turned around. "Stay away from this monster." Schultz gave a deep frown in reply, glancing at Meili, who shrugged and appointed an angry pout on her face like a child who's been reprimanded. "So mean." In the other side of the second row from Petra, sitting between his siblings, Hitaro was talking. If the villagers aren't back, Hitaro spoke to his lady and his siblings, his voice low. It means that Natsuki-san's camp was ambushed themselves like we were when gluttony and greed attacked us on the way back. He looked at Subaru on the screen, then at the sleeping boy in the front row. We heard rumors about the sanctuary. Taivi sighed from his brother's side, analyzing the faces of the Emilia camp for a moment. Anticipated trouble, but the word from that maid-san made it clear that Roswell-sama would be responsible for his half of the refugees. Looks like we're finally going to see just how deep that rabbit hole goes. Hitaro gave a small frown at this second indication that Roswell wasn't a trustworthy person. I'm feeling a lot more fortunate being with my lady every time I look at Emilia-sama's camp. Anastasia gave a deeply pleased hum at his words, winking to give him extra treats later. So Ram and the others haven't returned from the sanctuary? Emilia whispered to Subaru with a frown. He also frowned at the ground while expressing his concern, putting a hand on his hip. Seems that way. By the way, Emilia Tan, do you know where the sanctuary is? At this, Emilia shows complete panic, holding her hands up to her chest. Huh? I thought you knew where it was. Subaru had to step back while blinking. Huh? Both looked at each other in the realization of their predicament. Subaru's parents both looked at each other with a little bit of worry. Seeing things not going according to their son's plans always made them concerned as parents. But they were even more afraid since the circumstances were this special. Even though he's not alone in this other world that he's been taken to, I can't help but be in disbelief that people trust him with directions. Kenichi muttered, "He is worse than you are, honey." Hey, that's really uncalled for. Emilia frowned at the husband's words, not wanting Naoko to be slandered in such a way. No, he's right. I wouldn't be able to reach home many times if it wasn't for Subaru being a little bit better at socializing with other people while he's with me to ask them for directions. Naoko, God bless her, had the most innocent expression while Kenichi simply held out his head at his wife as if to say see, while raising an eyebrow at Emilia. The half-elf blushed a bit and turned her head slowly. Apologies. She gave Subaru's hand a small squeeze, trying to punish him for her. She remembered suddenly that Subaru wasn't lost because he's bad with directions. He didn't have a location of the sanctuary because he was led there alongside her. Emilia's frown returned full force and her focus increased suddenly. Remembering and recalling every detail, she could understand what was happening now that things are a lot more clear. If there's even the slightest of difference, if you do one thing out of my memories, I know what to prepare you parents for, Subaru. She squeezed his arm even more, finding strength that wasn't there for her before. Subaru crossed his arms and looked down in thought. I know I'm late in asking, but what kind of place is the sanctuary, anyway? I'm not sure either. Emilia looks away while showing nervousness. Roswell only said it was like a secret base, and Subaru urged for more information. Nothing, never mind. Emilia smiled with unease while shaking her head. I'm sorry, I should have asked. No. Even if we were in a hurry to get to safety, I'm the one who was way too careless. He waved his arms around. He looked at the villagers and found them all glancing at him with worry. So he replaced his expression with a smile and made his voice louder so they could hear. We'll just have to head to the mansion for now. He looked at Emilia with a smile. Maybe we'll find some clues there. Otto, come with us. What? To the mansion? Otto looked shocked by the invite. A secret base indeed, Anastasia murmured, tapping her scarf and bringing herself forward, a look of interest filling her face. I've had my network scour the maps for this sanctuary ever since the rumors started flowing. Nothing. Not a whisper on trade routes. Not a mark on the royal cartography, at least before they suddenly appeared to push their votes for Emilia-sama's camp. It is disturbing, Reinhardt agreed, his brow furrowed. A location within the kingdom that is completely off the grid. Even the Astria family records hold no mention of such a place. For a royal candidate to be residing there, it presents a significant security blind spot. Heinkel had to huff in absolute annoyance. Do you have them archives memorized or something? This place is never brought up in daily convos for you to research it so much. I actually do have the records memorized just in case there was need for information. Reinhardt immediately replied to his father with a hint of excitement to show him how diligent he is. It only served to annoy Heinkel even more. It was designed to be found only by those invited, or those with specific bloodlines, Julius noted, his gaze drifting toward the clown in the back row. The secrecy alone suggests it was never meant for the public eye. In the back row, Roswell let out a long, audible sigh. It wasn't a sigh of worry, but of boredom. Secrets exposed one by one. Roswell drawled, leaning his head back. How te-dias. You do not seem perturbed, clown, Priscilla observed from her seat, her fan covering the lower half of her face, though her eyes mocked him. Your little hidden garden is about to be laid bare for all to see. I expected more resistance from a man who hoards secrets like a dragon hoards gold. Roswell smirked, shrugging his shoulders. Why should I care? The sanctuary has already served its purpose. Once Natsuki-kun and I concluded our disagreement, and he liberated the place, it became an thing more than a historical footnote. Don't talk about tea like tea's some disposable trash, Garfield growled, twisting his seat to glare at the Margrave. That place is my home. Teas were my family's. Tea ain't just some purpose for your schemes. And let us be accurate, in fact. Beatrice's voice cut in sharply. She smoothed her dress, looking at Roswell with disdain. You speak as if he was the sole reason for its liberation, while Betty's contractor was the catalyst. It was the half-elf who freed the sanctuary. Beatrice looked at the screen, where Amelia was currently panicking about her lack of knowledge. She carried the burden of the trials, Beatrice stated firmly. She offset the destiny you try to force upon my contractor. Do not erase her effort just to stroke your own obsession with him, I suppose. Roswell merely chuckled, not denying it, which only infuriated Garfield more. A few rows forward, Ram turned her head slightly. She wasn't looking at Roswell or Garfield. Her pink eyes locked onto the merchant sitting in the front row. Otto felt the gaze and looked back. Ram didn't speak. She simply raised an eyebrow and gave him a curt, significant nod toward the screen. The message was clear, hearkening back to a conversation they'd had minutes ago in the theater. Otto narrowed his eyes, scowling back at her. He remembered her insults. He remembered her telling him that she was the one who kept Subaru on track when he faltered. She's so smug, Otto thought, crossing his arms. She's telling me I told you so before the scene even happens. He gritted his teeth and turned back to the screen, dreading the fact that Ram was probably right and that he would never hear the end of it. Anastasia held the eyes of Julius, Tivy, and Itaro for a moment, making the boys recognize what she was talking about, as everyone in the theater watched how hostile the Amelia camp was toward their sponsor. Even Kenichi was staring blankly toward the Lord sitting in the last row, locking eyes with Roswell for a moment. Do you have an issue with my son, good sir? Kenichi's tone was calmer than what Roswell would have expected for a father. Many. Roswell's smile returned with all honest amusement as he looked at the parents' eyes. But rest assured, it's only because Subaru-kun has my FEU tour in his hands. I would never want him harmed. That's such fucking bullshit. Garfield's fire burned through the theater via his voice as he glared up at the clown. But before anyone else could talk, Hitaro began the viewing once again, forcing people to look at him. We need to continue, sir, Hitaro said firmly, glancing at Kenichi. The father looked at Hitaro with a raised eyebrow, before glancing back up at Roswell. He had a look of thoughtfulness on his face for a second. HM, you're a really shitty friend, aren't you? Roswell's smile widened at the corners. Shitty, but to AAA are to the heart. Trust me. He winked, which made Kenichi shiver on the spot, turning away from the standoff to continue watching with an uncomfortable expression. Geez, that's creepy. To those who were too busy watching the scene for its tension, they wouldn't have noticed Roswell was actually attempting to add some humor at a really wrong time, which caused him to look down after Kenichi reacted this way. Roswell frowned in sadness that his joke wasn't received well, obviously melodramatically because he wanted to give nothing away, which led to Ram glaring at him with a deadpan glare, while he looked down at the floor and closed his eyes in a self-satisfying melodrama of his own, making for the shits and giggles. From the side of them both, Al was watching with his own deadpanned expression underneath his helmet. This shit's gotta be studied in every mental ward, pal. The scene changes to show the vast, beautiful building that was adorned by the color of the sunset. Don't be so scared after we've come this far. Subaru teases as they drive into the main yard of the estate. Take the carriage and the ground dragons around back, okay? All right, Otto sighed tiredly. While Otto took the carts and dragons into the backyard of the mansion, Subaru and Amelia stepped closer to the front door, looking up at the mansion. Subaru had Rem carried on his back. We're back, Rem, Subaru said softly, walking up the front steps with Amelia. Are you all right? Amelia asked while stepping on the steps. Yeah, he replied. Come to think of it, I don't remember locking the door when we left. You think we got robbed? Beatrice stayed here, so I don't think we need to worry. Amelia seems to have more cheer in her voice. Maybe she'll come get the door for us if we knock. Subaru snorted, stopping at the door with Amelia. She might come flying through it, looking for Puck. Rem stared at the image of herself, limp, unresponsive, a dead weight on the back of the boy she loved. Her hands, resting on her lap, clenched in a fist so tight her knuckles turned white. A chaotic storm of emotions raged behind her eyes. Useless, Rem hissed under her breath, a tear of pure frustration leaking out. Look at me. I am nothing but baggage. I can't even speak to him. But then, she saw the way Subaru adjusted his grip on her legs. She saw the gentle way he turned his head to check on her, even though she couldn't respond. But Rem's voice wavered, the rage melting into a heartbreaking softness. Tutoru-kun. I, can't you see that Cap'n S carrying ya? Garfield's voice surprised Rem as he glanced at her from the side, never stopping his angered look, nor relaxing because he knew what was about to come. He was still the only one able to recognize that Rem would react to that little scene. Even if you have 1,000 pep talks from the Duchess and the Princess, you will never accept being useless. I know you well, Remington. She pressed her hand over her heart, feeling the conflicting burn of self-hatred and being overwhelmingly loved. I don't deserve him, but I love him so much it hurts. And he said he loves you. Captain's not going to let you go. Garfield's gaze hardened on Rem to a point she felt like she was stuck solid from the sheer amount of resolve in the blonde boy's eyes alone. Garf? Rem looked at him with an inquiring look. Captain S gonna go through hell to get you back. And I've never seen something as scary as the... What's gonna happen? Mine amazing selves. Rem looked at the struggling tiger with even more confusion, as if he was trying to spill out something holding on to his very soul. But he hesitated, struggled to speak it. Something that Rem never thought she would see from the blonde warrior she met sparsely in the sanctuary trips with her master and her sister. Julius and Otto were glancing at each other as Garfield growled and looked away from the maid. Julius was a lot more inquiring, but Otto didn't give the knight anything to go off of as he gazed at the blonde boy sitting next to them. You're an idiot, Garfield sang. I'm trying to make her feel better, Otto bro. Garfield's fist slammed on his thighs with a furious blush of embarrassment, taking his face for conquest. That's right. Emilia looked at her green jewel. Puck, Puck, she called in a soft voice, but received no answer. Huh, he's not responding. Maybe he's asleep. The sound of her own voice calling that name made the real Emilia flinch. She looked at the screen, at the innocent trust in her past self's eyes. A cold, visceral wave of disgust washed over her. Liar, Emilia thought, her violet eyes hardening into chips of ice. She remembered the viewings. She remembered the massive beast in the snow. She remembered the sound of Subaru shattering into pieces of ice. You killed him, she thought, the realization settling in her gut like a stone. You claimed to be my father, to protect me, but you killed the one person trying to save me. Over and over. Her mind raced, connecting dots she hadn't dared to touch before. Did you know? Emilia wondered, her fingernails digging into her palms. Did you know about his power? Did you kill him to force him to restart? Or were you just a monster throwing a tantrum because I died? And then, the sanctuary, the place where he abandoned her, the place where he broke their contract and left her alone in that room when she needed him most. Maybe he's asleep, the on-screen Emilia said cheerfully. I wish you had stayed asleep, the real Emilia whispered, her voice trembling with suppressed anger. You left me, you hurt him, and you lied about everything. She felt a desire she had never felt toward her father before. She didn't want his comfort. She wanted answers. And then, she wanted to punish him. Kenichi, Naoko whispered, leaning over to her husband while keeping an eye on the tense atmosphere. That little girl, the one in the dress, they left her alone in that huge place? Seems like it, Kenichi frowned, looking confused. Remember when she kept saying she's a spirit of some sort? Maybe she has magic like that gluttony guy with the chains. Or the bland-looking bastard who attacked the Duchess San. Naoko looked around. She wanted to ask someone, maybe the nice merchant boy or the scary knight, but everyone was leaning forward, their eyes glued to the screen with intense, almost fearful anticipation. They're all so scared, Naoko murmured. Something bad is going to happen in that big mansion, isn't it? Kenichi didn't answer. He just watched his son reach for the doorknob, feeling a dad's instinct overtake him. I don't know, Naoko. This is crazy. How about in here? Subaru looked back at the door of the mansion. He knocked, still carrying Rem on his back. Yes, one moment, please. A voice spoke from the inside, surprising Emilia and Subaru. Ah! Otto's eyes widened in the theater, and he had a slight smile on his face. Frederica Sands' first introduction. I forgot it would be at this moment in time after I was made to put the dragons in the stables. You got a big smile when talking about my big sis, Otto, bro. Garfield's eyes were narrowed, glancing at Otto with mistrust that made the merchant boy gulp and struggle to keep his hat stable on his head as he stuttered excuses. Julius was merely looking at Otto with an unimpressed gaze, but a smile nonetheless. Just like Subaru in more ways than one. I can see why you're friends. The door opened, revealing a blonde-haired maid who was bowing her head with grace and holding her skirt in a gesture of respect. Welcome home, Emilia-sama. I have awaited your return. The maid spoke with a smile. Frederica? Emilia sounds startled by the appearance. The maid's head rose to meet their eyes, but there was a focus on the sharp razor-blade teeth in her mouth. Yes, it is I, Frederica. Her soft-voiced introduction was cut with Subaru screaming at the top of his lungs from Emilia's side. Those teeth are scary. The screen immediately cuts to show Subaru sitting on his knees in an apologetic posture, while Amelia pinches his ear disapprovingly. The oppressive cloud of dread that had gathered over the sanctuary talk, and Puck's betrayal popped like a soap bubble. "You idiot!" Kenichi's anxious glare dropped immediately along with his head as he face-palmed, though his face was split into a wide, boisterous grin. "Who says that to a lady? You don't look at a girl, smile, and scream." Kenichi tried to clench his teeth to stop the laughter, slapping his thigh. "Bad Subaru-kun." Naoko giggled, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes crinkling with mirth. She looked at the screen, where Amelia was punishing him, and nodded approvingly. "Good job, Amelia-sama. Pinch him harder. He needs to learn some manners." Naoko cheered. I'm used to it," the real Frederica said from the second row, though she covered her mouth to hide a small, amused smile. She watched the parents scolding their son on her behalf and felt a strange warmth in her chest. "Subaru-sama is expressive." It was quite the shock for him. "Expressive s one word FRT." Garfield snorted, grinning as he watched his sister's introduction. Captain looked like he saw him a beast. "Servicing Raichu Pinshit." Natsuki San's no-filter policy, as he calls it. Otto chuckled, the tension in his shoulders finally dropping. "It is a refreshing change of pace," Julius noted with a small smile. "To see that even amidst what happened with Rem-san and Crush-sama, Natsuki Subaru remains consistently himself. Not to mention all the stuff the guy's dealing with alone because of return by death." Anastasia was amused at how Rem and Crush bristled when she mentioned the power by name so casually. "My words are sincere, by the way," she said while holding onto her scarf. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Frederica Baumann. I was employed here in the past." The blonde maid, now inside with Subaru and Amelia, bowed her head to them again and introduced herself with a smile. Subaru's eyes opened in remembrance as Amelia let go of his ear. "Now that you mention it, I was told there was another maid who quit just before I came here." "I merely took my leave for personal reasons," Frederica said with a smile. "Then I returned at Ram's request and found the mansion empty. Fortunately, a letter I found in the master's office gave me an idea as to what had happened." "A letter?" Amelia asked softly. Anastasia stopped the hold on her scarf with her eyes glancing immediately to Frederica with a hint of a questioning gaze. The blonde maid didn't respond if she noticed the gaze on her, but it was safe to assume that the only people who've taken interest with this letter were keeping to themselves, as many weren't questioning the contents of it at this point in time. The merchant queen seemed to nod to herself after receiving no attention from the blonde maid, giving a mental note to this moment in her head as she continued watching with the others. Subaru had a more serious expression on his face. "And why did Ram ask you to come back?" Frederica employed the same serious face as she answered. "When I returned, the kitchen and the trees in the garden were in a desolate state. It was quite awful." Flashbacks to how the place looked before filled the screen, before moving on to Subaru's distraught face. "That's a pretty serious reason," Subaru shouted, with Ram's disgruntled face shown over his panicked one. From his side, Amelia looked a bit more discontent with the answer. "It's strange, though. Ram has always worked hard for us while you were away. So why, in just the past few days?" Amelia's eyes widened as she let out a small gasp of realization. Subaru spoke from her side to answer her thoughts. With Ram gone, Ram couldn't handle the mansion herself, so she asked Frederica to help. Subaru wondered with a sad look. "Wait a minute," Kenichi blinked, looking at the smug pink-haired maid in the back row. "So, without Rem, the pink one is completely useless at housework. She can't cook or clean." Naoko looked scandalized, but she wears the uniform so confidently. "I thought she was the head maid." "Ram specializes in other areas," Ram stated from the back, not looking the least bit ashamed. She inspected her fingernails casually. "Barusu should be grateful. My incompetence merely highlights the necessity of others. It is a form of leadership." "That's just laziness, Ram," Garfield shouted, shaking his head. "Without Rem, the place falls apart in a day. I told you you needed big sis." "It is tragic, yet telling," Julius noted, looking at the screen with a mix of amusement and sorrow. "The world has forgotten Rem-san due to gluttony. Ram-san does not remember her sister. Yet, the absence of Rem's labor is so profound that the mansion literally ceased to function. Rem-san was doing the work of 2 people. 3 people, probably, Otto muttered. Considering Natsuki-san was also helping, Rem, sitting in the audience, felt a strange mix of emotions. On one hand, seeing the mansion fall into disarray was horrifying to her maid's sensibilities. On the other hand, "Sister really needs me, doesn't she?" Rem whispered, a small, sad smile touching her lips. "She can't even boil water without burning the pot." "It proves your worth, Rem-sama," Wilhelm said gently. "You were the pillar holding the household together. However, While the others focused on the domestic crisis, the political minds in the room latched onto a different detail. A letter, Crush Karsten repeated, her eyes narrowing as she looked at the real Frederica in the second row. Roswell left a letter explaining the situation? That is remarkably convenient. Isn't it just? Anastasia chimed in, her voice light, but her eyes sharp as tacks. She looked over her shoulder at Frederica once again, delighted to have more people with her on this. Considering the Margrave was supposedly besieged and fleeing to sanctuary, he sure had time to write detailed instructions for a maid he hadn't employed in months. Anastasia tapped her finger against her cheek, a knowing glint in her teal eyes. It almost sounds like he knew things would happen way before they did. Or maybe someone else helped coordinate things. Frederica met Anastasia's gaze. Her expression remained perfectly professional, the mask of a head made firmly in place. The master is a man of foresight, Lady Anastasia, Frederica replied smoothly. He prepares for many eventualities. Foresight, right? Anastasia chuckled to sound dry. She remembered the secret correspondence, the agreement struck in the shadows of the theater, lost on everyone. Well, good help is hard to find. Glad he found it in time. She winked at Frederica. Frederica didn't wink back, but a subtle tension passed between them. He planned it, Crush murmured to herself, missing the silent exchange, but catching the implication. The Margrave had anticipated that he'd arrive later with his half of the village before the first one sent from my estate, and stage Frederica's return to guide Subaru exactly where he wanted him, to the sanctuary. Crush glared up at the screen with reading eyes. Every step Amelia and Subaru will take. That man has already paved the road. Raswa al-Sama? Rem's frown deepened, but not due to grief as she watched what Crush and Anastasia were saying and found herself staring at Amelia or even Beatrice to read any denial against these words about her lord. But even the girls in front of her were refusing to protect Roswell from the accusations thrown on him by Crush and Anastasia. She held the front of her dress out of habit and nervousness, not liking what this might mean for her sister. Since the beginning, with everyone accusing him of something unknown to me as a person who wasn't present during the events at the sanctuary, Rem spoke to herself with a bit of a hopeless look, not knowing what to do or think at the many implications that might be thrown on Roswell and Subaru alike. Would you mind explaining to me who this girl who bears a striking resemblance to Ram is? Frederica asked the two while looking at the sleeping girl placed on the couch with a neat pillow and blanket to accommodate her sleep. Subaru had a depressed smile on his face as he answered. She's Ram's younger sister, Remington. She's a really nice girl. She's kind, strong, and a super hard worker. Even I could tell that she and Ram were really close. Amelia and Frederica look at him as he compliments and praises Ram with all his heart. I'm sure you were a good friend to her, too. You probably don't remember, though, right? Subaru asked with an uneasy smile. Frederica put a hand on her chin with a troubled gaze. Unfortunately, no. I wonder how the Master and Ram will react when they return. I can't even guess what Roswell will do. Subaru looked at the ground again. And I don't want to imagine how Ram will react. Frederica lowered her head. She turned in her seat to face the blue-haired maid sitting in the same row as her. I'm truly sorry, Rem-san, Frederica said, her voice heavy with regret. To look at a fellow servant, someone who I apparently mentored, and see only a stranger, it is a shameful feeling. You were right there, yet I could not offer you even a word of recognition. Rem, who'd been suffering this entire viewing and gotten support from people within the theater one by one, couldn't help but ignore her small meltdown about what was happening with her lord, and shook her head gently. Please, do not apologize, Frederica-sama. You were a victim of that curse, just as much as I was. It makes me happy to know that, even without memories, you treated Subaru-kun kindly. He made sure we knew you. Amelia spoke up softly. Rem blinked, turning her eyes to the half-elf. Amelia wasn't looking at the screen. She was looking at Rem with a warm, resolute expression. Subaru never stopped talking about you. He made sure that even if our memories were gone, your place in the mansion wasn't. He forced us to see you. Rem felt a lump form in her throat. She looked at Amelia, the woman she considered her rival, and saw only support. Why? Rem wondered, her chest tightening. Why is she so good? It would be easier if she were selfish. But she shares his burden, and she shares his care for me. Thank you, Amelia-sama, Rem whispered, lowering her gaze to hide her watery eyes. Man, Kenichi exhaled a long, shaky breath, leaning back in his chair. Look at him. He looked at his son on the screen, the tired eyes, the forced cheerfulness. Look at his eyes, Kenichi said, his voice quiet and sad. He's sitting there, telling people about a girl who practically doesn't exist to them, and he's doing it with a smile. He's a little bit more heroic when talking about Rim-san. This time, though, Naoko agreed. But it's so lonely, isn't it? To be the only one who remembers. She turned her head toward the small, drill-haired spirit sitting nearby. Beatrice-chan, Naoko asked. Why is it only Subaru? Is it because he loves her so much? Does his love keep her memories safe? It was a mother's question, rooted in the belief that love conquers all. Beatrice looked at Naoko, then at the screen. She tugged at her corkscrew curl. It is not a fairy tale, in fact, Beatrice said, her voice unusually somber. Affection has no bearing on the authority of gluttony. If love were enough, the sister would remember. If love were enough, the Duchess would remember her knight and duty. Felix looked a bit wilted at that fact about Crush's love not influencing a cure for a memory wipe, but a pat on his back from Wilhelm and a small flick from Crush on his ear forced him to be surprised by the sudden read on his inner thoughts. Crush gave him a small accepting smile, telling him that she was past that point of her life and working through it with him. With him, Felix blinked in surprise. Beatrice narrowed her butterfly-patterned eyes at Subaru. Betty's contractor is an anomaly. He stands outside the logic of this world. He remembers because he is him. That is the only reason, I suppose. I see, Naoko murmured, looking back at her son with renewed heartache. So he really is all alone in there. Must be nice, though. A playful, chilling voice drifted from the middle rows. Meili swung her legs, resting her cheek on her hand as she watched the tragedy unfold. Just imagine, Meili mused, a grin on her face. You do something really bad like break a vase, or kill a target, or burn down a village and, then poof. Gluttony-sama eats you, and no one remembers you did it. She giggled. If I got eaten, I wouldn't have to worry about anyone holding a grudge. Sounds convenient to me, Dot. Petra turned to glare at her, horrified by the casual disregard for human life, but Meili just winked. She didn't care about the tragedy of a lost mate. To her, erased memories were just another tool in a cruel world. That kid's a problem, Tybee muttered to himself before being bonked on his head by Mimi. She's the same age as ya. Who you calling, kid? Mimi laughed while Tybee glared at her, and Hitaro put himself between them. Think that girl's gonna be of any use, boss? Ricardo muttered to Anastasia, eyeing Meili discreetly with a small grin. She's had a lot of difference between her and how people are seeing things air. Anastasia herself never looked at Meili or cared to glance at the assassin in the back row. She's gonna a significant source of information, for sure. After all, that dark network is one that's very well known to my people and the company, but you want to know why that dark network took an interest in Bro over there? Ricardo eyed her knowingly, and Meili-chan's addition to the theater itself means that she's not someone to be sidelined. Don't you think so, Crush-san? Anastasia glanced to the green-haired girl who's been listening to the hushed conversation as Rem was watching between them. With Rem and Crush looking at her, Anastasia gave a small glance towards Meili for the first time. She was the same one who sent the dogs, is she not? Anastasia noticed the immediately terror flashing in Rem's eyes. The maid's shoulders tensed, and her grip on the maid uniform clenched harder than before at the very foul memories playing within her head. Anastasia snorted, feeling that it was deserved for a moment, remembering the torture Subaru went through. I don't believe your topic is meant to bring such darkness into Rem's heart, so please make sure to remember exactly how much she's sacrificed to sit here between the both of us, Anastasia. Crush's voice was firm, exasperated if you look at her face within the moment, and her gloved hand did wonders for Rem as it patted the maid's shoulder. However, I believe I understand the point you're trying to say. Crush looked at Anastasia with a look of firm acceptance. Whomever is connected to that little assassin was a threat to the Amelia camp since before Subaru entered the picture, before his abduction by the witch from his world. The Duchess couldn't believe the words coming out of her mouth, but she spoke them with clarity. Such an insane circumstance set that we've been dealt. But yes, that is indeed why Meili-chan should be questioned. I do wonder why the Amelia camp never thought to give the girl to the Royal Selection Council. Anastasia's eyes held a deep message that Rem couldn't understand, but Crush could without a doubt. The Duchess moved her eyes to glance toward the rows behind, not as much as she would have to turn her head fully behind her to stare at Roswell, but mostly to look in the general direction of the rows where he was. Anastasia's smile widened at the corners just a little bit, as her message was conveyed with success. I see, Crush muttered to herself, not bringing more attention to the rows behind as she turned her head back to the screen, letting go of Rem. You hiding something, Crush-san? Anastasia's sing-song voice was sharp in its accusation, immediately reading the quick reaction from the Duchess as a sign that she was keeping something to her chest. Crush shook her head, toying with the small hat on her head. More a hunch than anything concrete. Truthfully, I've had this idea and warned Amelia about it after the very first viewings. There hasn't been many viewings for this current arc, as it keeps saying. Anastasia narrowed her eyes, trying to remember when Crush and Amelia would have talked about this. I meant the first viewings, as in when Subaru had been taken from his world and ended up saving Amelia and felt. That early, Anastasia blinked, looking at the contemplating Crush with her mouth open. But the Duchess only gave a small nod and looked back up to watch the screen once more. Those seemed to be a world away now. She commented under her breath, glaring at the room's ceiling for a second, the spot where Roswell once tried to shoot his magic and melted the decorative engravings of the walls above them, but was returned via the magic of the room. Hey, Frederica, have you heard anything from Roswell? Amelia tries to keep Subaru's attention away from his own thoughts and talks for him to the maid. Sadly, I have no way of knowing all that goes on in the master's mind. I believe there are only 2 people in this world he trusts enough for that. 2. Subaru sounded interested as she continued to explain. Ram and the great spirit of the mansion's forbidden library. Subaru raised an eyebrow at this. Great spirit of the forbidden library? I refer to Beatrice-sama. Frederica spoke with respect. Kenichi blinked, leaning forward to get a better look at the small girl in the frilly dress sitting a few seats away near the ground dragon. Great spirit, Kenichi whispered to Naoko. I heard her call herself that earlier, which was cute, but hearing the maid say it with that much respect, it hits different. And that clown guy trusts her. Naoko moved her hand to remove some dust off his shoulder while he rubbed his chin. Frederica-san said he only trusts 2 people, the pink maid and the drill loli. That's a pretty exclusive club. Beatrice, sensing their gaze and hearing their whispers, huffed audibly. She crossed her arms, lifting her chin with an air of supreme arrogance. Of course he trusts Betty, in fact, she stated, though her voice held a trace of bitterness she tried to hide. Betty was charged with the library long before that clown painted his face. My existence is far beyond the comprehension of commoners. She said it proudly, but her eyes flickered toward the screen, then to the back row where Roswell sat. Trust, she thought, catching his eyes as she spoke to herself while glaring at him. Is it trust? Or is it just relying on a tool that cannot leave its box? In the back row, Roswell watched Beatrice with a satisfied curl of his lips. Frederica was performing flawlessly. She was dropping the breadcrumbs exactly as he had instructed in the letter. Mentioning Beatrice was the key to getting Subaru to visit the library, which was the key to the next step of his gospel. Splendid, Roswell murmured under his breath, barely audible even to Ram. Seeing it from this perspective instead of hearing about it is truly a pleasing part. Says. He leaned back, his yellow eye gleaming. I cannot help but find deep excitement to see you go through every step, to see where that one imperfect cog was, to see who it was. Who's the one that made you stronger than me? Roswell's face had contorted to something inhuman, with rage unseen in the theater for all of its viewings, but he immediately turned into his smiling, eccentric self as he leaned back to watch. Beatrice had went back before any of his thoughts conveyed on his face, of course. So she didn't see that dangerous distortion of a human being dancing in the abyss of his miserable existence. I cooked with this line, gang. The scene changed to show Subaru walking with his hands in his pockets inside the mansion halls. Naoko was admiring the hallways with widened eyes. Whoa, that's how rich royalty must live like. Is that where Subaru's been staying? While Amelia was nodding, looking curious herself to what Subaru was doing. This used to be the mansion where Subaru and I lived with everyone else. Used? Kenichi seemed interested by the wording, but Amelia was already looking at the screen since she wanted to know what was going on with Subaru when she wasn't there. He let it be and shrugged, but noticed someone glaring at his wife from behind. A polite, disgruntled glare that customers would have when the product would fail. Naoko-sama? Felix grumbled under his breath. The Karsten estate was just as impressive as this one, and you've seen it before, without this much awe. Crush blinked in surprise and looked at Felix. That isn't important, Ferris. Naoko was shaking her head from the front. But this mansion is far more impressive. Honey, Kenichi coughed as he noticed Crush's I give a twitch, her expression masked with stone for an expression unlike her night. Oh, no offense. Kurusama? That was your name, right? Naoko bowed with sincere gratitude, which Crush waved off with a small smile that didn't reach her eyes. When Naoko stopped bowing and looked up, she saw Rem, who was sitting next to Crush and Anastasia, right behind her sleeping son. Rem-san, are you okay? Naoko asked her question immediately when she noticed the strange look on the maid's face. Rem kept her eyes on the screen to the hall where Subaru was walking through, her heart clenching with deep, unimagined negativity. Mifine, Mom. The reply didn't reach anyone's ears except for the 2 girls on either side of Rem along with Naoko. Neither Anastasia nor Crush intervened on the maid's conversation with Subaru's worried mother. looking on with grim reluctance not to say anything. As the mother of Subaru looked at Rem, the maid's eyes widened, with the hallway of the mansion looming on the large screen above, painting a world above the innocent worry Naoko was shedding for Rem. The same world showing the hall where her morning star flew so lethally to end the life of someone Naoko cares about most. Ie mifine, Naoko-sama. Rem's breathing grew heavier, but the mother didn't turn around until a small tap from her husband took her attention away from the maid for a moment. Crush looked away, trying not to stare at the girl next to her, knowing exactly what was going on in Rem's head. Even without my divine blessing, I can see the air around you being untruthful, Remington. Rem had to hold her dress tightly as to not lunge towards Subaru and take him into a hug that could crush his ribs. I. The image of his eyeball rolling across the carpet with his blood splatters covering the screen played in her mind over Naoko's head. Rem's breathing stopped for a moment, and it felt like everyone would just sit there all around her, not knowing that she had just forgetting how to breath like them, not knowing that they all would lose her, not knowing if it would matter for her to just disappear and let the consciousness take her. Heck, stop that. A smack sounded as Anastasia's glove cracked Rem on the back of her head, making the maid flinch forward and hold the spot in pain. Anastasia-sama. Rem found herself breathing once again, but confusion painted her face far more than any emotion, other than a little bit of gratitude. The merchant queen looked more annoyed by Rem's existence, wiping her glove on Rem's shoulder and glaring at her slightly. Getya shitogeta, God. Anastasia scoffs and looks away, not wanting to receive a word of thanks from the maid, as Rem was left to her own devices. Rem held a hand to her chest, seeing that Kenichi's eye was on her from the side, and that even Emilia was looking at her with a bit of worry, which made the maid feel more and more self-conscious. She stayed quiet and looked up, waiting for the screen to play something else, so that Naoko won't be sitting close to a memory where Rem knows she could shatter how these parents will look at her. He stopped suddenly, eyes widening as he turned to a room's door beside him within the long hallway. He opens it with a determined expression, revealing a vast library of books that never ends and a small girl sitting on her stool, reading a book. Beatrice's eyes widened as her back straightened. I see. It was here, I suppose. She sighed to herself, bringing a sad glint to her eye. He did say he was talking to you before coming to us in the lounge room. I was really wondering what your talk was about. Emilia's eyes sparkled with curiosity, realizing that an advantage of the viewings was also seeing moments she wasn't involved with. That library once again. Tyvee sighed between his siblings, finding the extent to which this amount of knowledge stretched a bit of a ludicrous tease. Something Julius agreed with and Hitaro was more confused about since he didn't know the significance of the library. Subaru's face earned a grin as he looked at the girl. Hey, Biko. Long time no see. Now I see why the mansion suddenly seemed so noisy, Beatrice grumbled at him. Everyone's been worried about you. You should apologize, even if it has to wait until later. Subaru tells her as he settles into the library by leaning on a bookshelf next to her stool. Apologize? Betty? I fail to comprehend why I must apologize, and to whom, I suppose, she said while keeping her eyes on her book. Okay, Kenichi admitted, holding his hands up in defeat. I take it back. I thought my son taught her the attitude. I thought it was a bit, you know? It's like father-daughter comedy routine. He shook his head, looking at the Great Spirit's dismissive posture. But that is pure, unadulterated Sundara energy. That's organic. You can't teach that level of, I'm ignoring you, but I'm happy you're here. She's the natural-born queen of it. It's amazing, Naoko whispered, though her eyes were drawn to the background rather than the girl. That library, it's beautiful, but it feels so endless. It's like a castle tower in a storybook where the princess is locked away. So scary. Beatrice, hearing the parents' commentary, felt a surge of bitterness rise in her throat. Majestic? She thought, looking at the endless shelves on the screen with cold distaste. It is a cage. It is a tomb of dust and silence where Betty waited for 400 years. She hated that room. Seeing it now, seeing herself sitting there waiting for that person while Subaru stood right in front of her, it made her sick. It is not majestic, Beatrice muttered under her breath, turning her eyes away from the library and focusing solely on Subaru's face. It is just a room of dead words, in fact. Hey, Felt leaned forward from her seat, her red eyes narrowing as she recalled the viewings from Arc 3. The last time we saw these two Tagitha in a room, it didn't end well, did it? We have not seen the Great Spirit Sama since the viewing of the witch's cult attack. Tyvee adjusted his monocle, while Hitaro looked at him confused. What happened? She threw him out, Felt said bluntly, her voice carrying over the quiet murmurs. Big Bro was trying to do something stupid with Big Sis. She reminded everyone of the moment Subaru's will crumbled and he wanted to run away with Emilia, leading to his desperation to speak to Amelia and break the taboo on his power which would kill her. Felt shivered. He was desperate, and she just pushed him through some rift or portal or whatever. The memory hit the cast like a physical blow. They remembered Subaru begging for help. They remembered Beatrice forcibly ejecting him from the sleeping quarters as he held on to Amelia's corpse on the floor, telling him to go die where she couldn't see it. And they remembered where he landed. He landed in the clearing of the forest with snow beginning to fall, right next to an ambush by Betelgeuse. And then, Puck came. How he turned into a giant beast, one that rose from the blizzard that began, and froze Subaru solid, shattering his body into ice crystals while he laughed himself to death. That's right, Tybee whispered, his face paling, which his brother noticed and glared at. Her rejection. It led directly to his execution by the great spirit of the end. Hitaro's glare was removed immediately, replaced with shock at the implication from Tybee. Kenichi and Naoko froze. They caught fragments of the conversation. Threw him out? Execution? Wait. Kenichi turned around, looking at Beatrice with sudden concern. What are they talking about? You threw him out of where? How could someone as small as you even? Beatrice stiffened. Panic flared in her chest. She could handle the knights judging her. She could handle the Amelia camp knowing her sins. But the parents? The mother who had looked at her with kindness? The father who joked with her? She could not bear for them to know she had sent their son to his death. Silence. Beatrice slammed her small hand against the armrest of her chair. A pulse of mana, harmless but heavy, rippled through the air, effectively shutting everyone up. That timeline is gone, in fact. Beatrice shouted, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and desperation. Betty does not wish to discuss dead loops. Watch the screen. Do not speak of things you do not understand. She glared at Felt, her eyes wide, and pleading silently, don't tell them. Please. Felt saw the look, the raw fear in the spirit's eyes, and snapped her mouth shut, looking away. Kenichi looked at the trembling girl, then at his wife. He sensed the sudden wall that had gone up. He didn't push. He just turned back to the screen, though the worry in his eyes deepened. Naoko held a deeply uncomfortable glance toward her son, her heart clenching with worry. Subaru moved from his bookshelf with a smile. I could go apologize for you if you want. I'll tell them you were thanking me with tears and snot streaming down your face. She looked up with a glare of annoyance at him. Don't make up stories. I haven't shed tears in a very long time, I suppose. Subaru looked away from her with a small smirk. It never hurts to have a good wail every once in a while. Those words carry deep meaning, coming from a man who bawled in the lap of the woman he loves. She bit back with a small smile, making him blush. Would you just forget about that already? Could you please get to the point, I suppose? You weakling. Beatrice looked at him with annoyance, which made him sigh. Beatrice flinched visibly as the word weakling left her on-screen self's mouth. She tugged hard on her twin drills, looking down at her lap with a flushed, uncomfortable expression. Betty spoke in ignorance. Beatrice muttered, her voice quiet but carrying a distinct note of prideful correction. She refused to look at the parents or the knights. Calling him a weakling, that was a miscalculation of his character. He is persistent, annoyingly so, but not weak. She huffed, crossing her arms. Consider that a retraction, in fact. Kenichi couldn't shake off the awkwardness from the tension that followed the previous pausing of the screen. He couldn't help but glance at his wife for a moment before shaking his head and sighing. I guess you want to get some time with us to trust us with whatever happened between you and Subaru, Beatrice-chan? The spirit girl didn't show anything on her face, looking at the man with an empty expression. It would be preferred, in fact. I see. He laughed to himself, feeling a bit of a sting at the cold way the little girl seemed to close herself off. I see why he wants to bother you so much. Kenichi's whisper could be heard by all in the theater. Even Priscilla raised her eyebrow at the sheer grim pride Kenichi expressed with his voice. Oh well, he shook his head, bringing a tired smile to the little girl sitting in the same row as him. Don't worry about it, Biko-chan. Kenichi waved his hand, though his eyes were serious. We know you two have a complicated dynamic. But what was that about him crying? Beatrice found herself bristling at the fact that Subaru's father used his nickname for her. Subaru cried? Naoko asked, looking between Beatrice and Amelia. He usually tries so hard to be cool in front of girls. For him to cry like that, did something terrible happen? Beatrice opened her mouth to speak, to perhaps explain the curse, the deaths, the overwhelming weight of the loops that had crushed him until he broke. But then she stopped. Her eyes flickered to the front row. She saw Amelia stiffen slightly. Beatrice remembered that moment, or at least she knew of it. The lap pillow. The moment Subaru broke down and confessed his self-hatred. That was a sacred space between the contractor and the half-elf. It is not Betty's place to air his laundry, Beatrice said firmly, lifting her chin. If you wish to know why he shed tears, ask the woman whose lap was soaked. Betty merely observed it from afar. Naoko looked at Amelia, who offered a small, sad smile, confirming that it was a story for another time, while Kenichi looked at Crush, thinking it was she who was the woman being talked about. Alas, Crush merely offered him a sheepish grin, or what could be considered sheepish to the steel-resolved Valkyrie. Yeah, how well do you know what Roswell's thinking? Subaru's question seemed to catch her interest as she raised her eyebrow. Someone told me that you know how Roswell thinks. Subaru walked to stand before her. Who said, Beatrice voiced softly in realization. It must have been the half-beast girl who just came back. There's a bit of accuracy to what she told you, I suppose. Beatrice points at Subaru with a glare. But my connection with Roswell has nothing to do with the current circumstances. Wow. Meili was leaning over the back of her chair, staring at the screen with wide, amused eyes. You were so mean to him back then, little spirit-chan. Meili giggled, poking fun at the great spirit. Look at that glare. You weakling, she says it's so funny. Meili grinned, looking at Beatrice, who was giving Meili a look of complete disgust. It's weird, Meili commented, resting her chin on her hands. When I was in the dungeon, all I ever saw was you stuck to Oni-san's hip like a burr. You followed him everywhere while holding his hand. She pointed at the screen, giving a childish, curious look, and glanced at Beatrice again. Does this mean he made friends with you before I came with Elsa-san? It's kind of funny watching you pretend you don't care, knowing how clingy you get later. Silence, you insolent child. Beatrice sputtered, her face turning a deep shade of red. Betty is not clingy. Betty is merely monitoring her contractor's vitals. It is efficient. Meili smirked. Whatever you say, but I kind of like mean Beatrice. She knows how to put Oni-san in his place. Beatrice turned her head away sharply, though her hand unconsciously tightened where Subaru's sleeve would be had Amelia not occupied the current seat on his right, proving Meili's point entirely. Petra glared where she was looking, knowing that Meili only did that to bother everyone in the room since she was bored, but not wanting to give the assassin any attention and wanting the viewing to be unpaused. Schult was sighing at Meili's antics, but he didn't notice that the assassin girl was leaning back in her seat with a small look of disappointment. She didn't like my compliment? How does Petra-chan do it? Meili sounded genuine, confused, and really frustrated that her attempt to do something nice failed. Her eyes traveled to where Petra was sitting and found herself pouting at the unfairness of her attempt, not even getting a reaction at least. This stinks, she grumbled, letting her small legs fold so she can hug them while glaring up at the screen. But you stayed here at the mansion by yourself, even with no countermeasures in place. Subaru didn't look deterred as he looked at her sternly. I'm capable of protecting myself. Beatrice lowered her hand, keeping her glare on him. That's why I stayed, I suppose. Roswell has nothing to do with that. That said, I don't believe he had anything on his mind at all, I suppose. Subaru hummed and looked up in thought. Were you and I, and everyone else, just giving him too much credit, thinking he wouldn't go up against the witch's cult with no plan? Oh my, to think my Subaru-kun has such little FA3TH in me. Roswell crooned, though a smirk played on his lips. Am I truly seen as a fool who stumbled into a victory? How fully embarrassing. Embarrassing ain't the word I'd use. Heinkel spat from his seat, not bothering to look back at the clown. More like did nothing and fucked everyone in your estate. You speak out of turn, Heinkel Estria. Ram's voice was instantaneous and freezing. She turned in her seat, glaring daggers at the deputy commander. Your opinion is as worthless as your reputation. Do not presume to judge Master Roswell's intellect based on ramblings. Since when do you decide who talks made? The sharp retort didn't come from Heinkel. It came from the front. Felt stood up on her chair, turning around to face the back row. Her red eyes were fierce, and for the first time, she wasn't looking at Heinkel with disgust. She was looking at him with solidarity. The old man's right, Felt yelled, pointing a finger at Ram. Don't talk down to him just because you're blindly loyal to that creep. We all saw what happened. That damn clown left them to die. If the old man wants to call him out, let him call him out. The room went silent. Reinhard looked at his lady, then at his father, his eyes widening in surprise. Heinkel stopped glaring. He looked at the street urchin who claimed to be a candidate, then looked back at Ram. A nasty, triumphant smirk curled Heinkel's lip. Hear that, mate? Heinkel jeered, leaning back with a newfound arrogance. Even the gutter rat sees it. Your master is naked, and you're the only one pretending he's wearing clothes. Ram's expression tightened into a mask of pure fury, but she said nothing, outvoted by the sheer volume of disdain directed at her master. Amidst the shouting and the political potshots, a small hand reached out in the front row. Beatrice didn't look at the screen. She didn't look at Roswell. She tugged gently on the sleeve of Amelia's dress. Amelia looked down, meeting the Great Spirit's gaze. Beatrice. I remember what comes next in this conversation, I suppose. Beatrice found herself warning Emilia. What comes next won't be pretty for either of us, in fact. The half-elf bit her lip in anticipation, not knowing what was spoken between the spirit and her contractor, but the need to know what she was being warned about won over her worry. His eyes widened suddenly, and he reached for his pocket. Oh, that's right. Take a look at this. Subaru hands Beatrice a book with a black cover. She takes a moment to observe the cover before her eyes widen with a sudden worry. A gospel. She looked up at Subaru with a demanding expression. Why do you, of all people, have one of those? Glad that shit's gone. Garfield breathed with a small look of satisfaction. Otto held on to his coat a little tighter, eyes down. Yeah, Cleo. Subaru raised the book and answered her completely seriously. I took it off the enemy after a battle. It belonged to the guy in charge of the witch cultists who surrounded the mansion. Beatrice looked down with a trembling expression that was uncharacteristic of her stoic attitude. And what became of him? She whispered. He's dead, Subaru answered softly, matching the emotion she was displaying out of respect. A scene played over them of Subaru holding the book with the bloody page he wrote on as Patelgeese was caught by the wheel of the carriage, trying to reach for it, and Subaru. I killed him, he affirmed to Beatrice. Ugh. Pitaro was the first to look away, covering his mouth as the sound of the crushing bones echoed through the theater speakers. That was incredibly violent, the small vice captain whispered, his face pale. That's really how Sloth was vanquished after all. Beside him, Tivy adjusted his glasses, looking equally green. The Archbishop of Sloth died as he lived. Worthless. In the front row, Kenichi stared at the screen, his hands gripping the armrests until his knuckles turned white. That thing, Kenichi murmured. That was a monster that Subaru faced? Tell me that's a vision. Subaru was being followed by. It looked like it wanted to hurt him, Naoko whispered, her voice trembling not with fear of her son, but with a terrifying awe. 3 rows back, Meili stopped swinging her legs. Her jaw actually dropped, just a fraction. She stared at the back of Subaru's head in the front row, then at the screen where the green man had been turned into roadkill. No way, Meili whispered, her assassin's composure cracking. Oni Ai-san killed the bishop? That bishop. She knew Patelgeese. In the underworld, the Sin archbishops were calamities, living natural disasters. Even Elsa was wary of them. Meili had always thought of Subaru as someone silly, a lucky boy who played with things hero all the time to amuse her whenever he would frequent the basement prison cell she was in. She wasn't paying attention when the last viewing also showed Subaru battling Patelgeese. While the others reacted to the victory, 2 people reacted to the loss. Emilia flinched as the wheel crushed the body on screen. A sharp pain shot through her heart, a memory of a kind man who used to bring her juice, a man who cried tears of joy just to see her grow. Geuse, Emilia whispered, closing her eyes. She knew he had been corrupted. She knew he had become a monster. But seeing his end, seeing the final, pathetic desperation of the man who was once her father figure, hurt here no matter how many times she watches it. Beside the sleeping Patrash, Beatrice looked down at her lap. She clutched the fabric of her dress. You rest now, I suppose, Beatrice murmured, her voice barely audible. You waited too long. Goodbye. Geuse. In the very back row, Roswell closed his eyes, losing his smile as he gave the same nod when he first saw this death of Patelgeese. Move to a better destiny, old friend. He looked away until the screen unpaused to remove the image of the battle between Subaru and the Archbishop. Beatrice only looked down with sadness in her voice as she whispered. Then you've left me behind, too, I suppose. Geuse. Subaru raised an eyebrow. Who's that? None of your concern. She glares at him. Anyway, if you killed Sloth, a Sin Archbishop, what happened to his witch factor? Which factor? Subaru looked confused by what she was saying. You don't know what it is? You really don't. Beatrice looked startled by him. If that's the case, then why did you bother to kill Sloth? And what is Roswell? I told you, remember? Roswell is at the sanctuary. I'm the one who wants to know what he's thinking. Subaru stepped closer to her as she looked away from him for a moment. Beatrice looks back at him, giving him a simple, stoic answer. Oh. Priscilla leaned forward, her red eyes narrowing on the small spirit. To speak the name of a calamity with such familiarity and a nickname, no less. You were not merely acquainted with the Archbishop of Sloth. You held affection for him. It seems the little lady had a role to play after all, Anastasia Hashin muttered, her mind working through Roswell's scheme. Frederica-chan points him to the library. Beatrice-sama points him to the sanctuary. Like a game, and Natsuki-kun is being moved exactly where the Margrave wants. Wait, never mind the location, Otto interrupted, leaning over the back of his chair to look at the knights. Did anyone hear what she asked? Which factor? What in the world is that? Natsuki-san has it. Julius and Reinhard exchanged a look. I have heard the term only in the vaguest of legends, Reinhard admitted, his expression grave. It is said to be the source of the Archbishop's authorities. But for it to be something that can be obtained or transferred, if Subaru has absorbed such a thing unknowingly. Julius gripped his armchair. That would explain the miasma. While the men worried about the metaphysics, the emotional fallout was happening in the front rows. Emilia stared at the screen, her mouth slightly open. She looked at Beatrice, realizing with a jolt that the spirit was part of the plan to send Subaru to the sanctuary. You sent him there, Emilia thought, hurt flashing in her eyes. You knew he was walking into a trap, and you just pointed the way. Beatrice shone. Naoko spoke up, her voice gentle but probing. Why are you being so secretive with him? You look like you want to tell him. You look like you're hurting. Why not just explain it to him instead of speaking in riddles? Beatrice faltered, shrinking under the mother's gaze. And who is Hughes? The voice was cold. Rem stood up from her seat, her blue eyes burning with a rare fury directed at the Great Spirit. You speak of the leader of the witches' cult, Rem said, her voice trembling. The man who tortured Subaru Cohen. The man who twisted my body and limbs. You call that monster by a friend's name. Beatrice flinched. She looked around the room. She saw the suspicion in the knights, the confusion in the parents, and the anger in the maid. She looked at Emilia, silently begging for support. You know him, Beatrice's eyes pleaded. You know he wasn't always like that. Tell them. But Emilia looked away. The half-elf bit her lip, staring at her lap. She couldn't do it. She couldn't admit that she, too, had loved the man who became Patelgeese. She couldn't admit her connection to the cult in front of everyone. Beatrice felt the betrayal keenly. She was alone. He was not always a madman, Beatrice said quietly, her voice sounding small in the large room. Before he was sloth, before the madness took him, he was a kind man. He was Betty's friend. He brought me joy in a lonely world. She looked Rem in the eye, her expression sorrowful but firm. The thing you fought was a monster, in fact. But the man I mourned was not. Rem stared at her, the anger warring with confusion, before she slowly sat back down, unable to reconcile the monster she knew with the grief on the spirit's face. What? Roswell's intentions, the meaning of the gospel, answers about the witch factor. They're all there. If you want them, go there. Beatrice told him to answer his curiosities. The half-beast girl can lead you there, I suppose. Hang on a second. What's up with you? Subaru demanded with a panicked look. Why are you suddenly willing to talk to me? Also, why do I have to go to the sanctuary when you? I will not tell you, Beatrice said coldly. Betty has the right to refuse to tell you. Her expression morphed into one of anger as the magic around her flared to the point that her hair was moving unnaturally. Subaru grunted as the aura around Beatrice began pressing his body away. I showed you the path that leads to your answers. Do not expect me to indulge you any further, I suppose. Beatrice shouted over the moving magic, giving him a glare that trembled on her face. Biko, Beatrice, Subaru cried as he fought with the overflowing mana, looking at her with worry. I am not a tool here for your convenience. Beatrice screamed with her glare falling into a look of misery, increasing the mana output 100-fold, making Subaru fly towards the door of the library. Otto is shown wiping his hand with a handkerchief, humming to himself peacefully in a hallway. Subaru flew out of a door that had opened behind him and landed right on Otto's back as they crashed into each other. Why did you fly into me just as I was leaving the bathroom? Otto whined in pain as Subaru got his bearings together, still pressed against him. Subaru's mind was elsewhere as he glared at the ground, muttering to himself. Why did you look like you were about to cry again? The comical crash into Otto did nothing to alleviate the tension radiating from the gathered cast. What a suspicious set of actions, Naya, Felix murmured, his tail flicking in agitation. He turned his gaze to the small spirit. Fairy-chan has a bad feeling about this. He gave the spirit a mistrustful look. Beatrice said nothing. She stared resolutely at the floor, refusing to acknowledge the healer. Rem, sitting nearby, didn't bother asking questions. She simply glared at the back of the spirit's head. To Rem, Beatrice was now an accomplice to the man who had tortured Subaru. Knowing Hughes was a sin Rem wasn't ready to forgive. I can't believe it. Ricardo rubbed the back of his neck, his wolf-like ears flattened. We always thought the archbishops were just born monsters, like demons or maybe asses in human skin. But you're telling me they were normal? That they had friends? That they were good? That is the most terrifying aspect, isn't it? Reinhard said, his voice grave. He looked at his hands, perhaps thinking of the people he had cut down. It implies that the madness of the witches' cult is not inherent, but acquired. That a good man can be corrupted so thoroughly he becomes that. Beatricema, Julius spoke up, his tone urgent. He leaned forward, the Knight of Spirits trying to appeal to her nature. Please, this information The nature of the witch factors, the corruption of the archbishops, this is vital intelligence. If we understand how they are made, we might understand how to stop them. You have a duty to the world to explain what a witch factor truly is. Duty. Beatrice whispered the word with disdain, but she didn't elaborate. Did the witch factor make him like that? The quiet question came from Hitaro, looking at Beatrice with a sharp, analytical gaze. You asked not Suki-san about the factor, Hitaro continued, his voice echoing in the quiet room. You asked what happened to it. Did the witch factor turn your friend Gyu's into Patel Gy's? The room froze. It was the question everyone was thinking but hadn't voiced. Beatrice's shoulders trembled. She bit her lip, forcing herself to look away from Hitaro, away from Julius, away from everyone. She couldn't tell them. I have nothing to say to you, she choked out, retreating into her shell. Who cares about the green guy? Meili seemed interested again as she looked down at Beatrice with curiosity. I want to know the reason behind why Spirit-san seemed to cry. Oni-san noticed it too. She tilted her head, glancing at Subaru on the screen, and then Beatrice. You look super disappointed, Beatrice-chan. You were waiting for Oni-san to say something, weren't you? Beatrice froze. Her breath hitched. You asked him who he was, Meili continued, tilting her head more. And showed him that book. Huh. Priscilla snapped her fan open, hiding a smirk of genuine amusement. The mongrel strikes true. Well spotted, little killer. The spirit reeks of desperation. She begs for a savior, yet rejects the only one who knocks, simply because he does not read from her script. Priscilla cast a scornful look at Beatrice. Pathetic. The Crimson Baroness spat while crossing her legs. Beatrice gripped her dress so hard the fabric threatened to tear. She wanted to scream. She wanted to deny it, but she couldn't. From the front row, Naoko looked back. She didn't understand anything being said, but she just saw a little girl shaking, surrounded by adults demanding answers she was too hurt to give. Leave her alone, Naoko whispered to herself, looking at Beatrice with profound pity. She wanted to reach out, to offer a hug, but the wall of mana and emotional distance was too high. In the back row, Roswell watched the dissection of his sister with a cold stare. He saw her pain. He saw the way the assassin's words cut her to the bone, coming close to the truth of what Beatrice wanted during that moment before she threw Subaru out of the library. If I had known it would hurt you this much, Roswell thought, his gaze unyielding. Would I stop teachers' plans? No, I would have done it anyway. He closed his eyes. Your suffering is a necessary variable, Beatrice. If your heart must break to push Subaru-kun to the finish line, then I'd have let it shatter 1,000,000 times. His gloved hand was gripped so hard that the fabric of the glove began creaking in a high-pitched frequency. Excuse me, could you please get off of? Otto's plea was cut short as the scene changed to someone pouring tea. So you really are allowed to enter Beatrice Sama's forbidden library? Frederica said with an impressed smile. Frederica's eyes moved from the screen to the intense scene at the middle of the front row, where Beatrice was still receiving much tension from people like Rem and Felix. The maid's frown was more aimed at the people around Beatrice than anything said in the viewing itself. With everything that's awaiting Subaru-sama, I never thought that something that intense had occurred between him and Beatrice-sama. I was more amazed by his feat of finding the library. Isn't it another reason why he should be thanked? Frederica turned to the speaker, raising her eyebrow. Petrachin. The small maid gave the older maid a small nod of affirmation. No matter how crappy Beatrice-chan was when dealing with him, he still did what he did to come and save her from the mansion burning down. Frederica's eyes widened. It's not lost on me, Petra-chan. You are saying that he saved her no matter what happens between them. There was a small grin on Petra's face as she looked back at the screen. A grin that was tired, exhausted, but filled with a little deviousness. Can't you see, senpai? Beatrice-chan's never been more happy than when she was out of that library. The elder maid couldn't but gape in realization to that statement, clear as day between Beatrice's mood on screen and the person Frederica has interacted with for a year straight every time she would see Beatrice with Subaru on the training grounds or the parkour course. What? You thought I wouldn't be? Subaru glanced at her as she set a teacup for him. Yes, but Emilia-sama has told me what a reliable person you are, and she was quite thorough in explaining why, so half of me had high hopes that you would be. Huh? Subaru leaned forward with sudden interest. Emilia, who was sipping her tea, looked up open-eyed with embarrassment at being mentioned so suddenly. Hey, Frederica. Subaru turned to Emilia with a goofy look. What? What did you tell her? It's not like that. Emilia blushed and looked at him pleadingly. I did tell her about you, but she's exaggerating. Otto, who was sitting next to Subaru, had a smile on his face as he interjected. No, I heard what you said, too. It had me think there must be more to Natuski-san than meets the eye. Emilia closed her eyes in embarrassment. Not you two, Otto-kun. Subaru clenched his fists in pain. Why wasn't I around to hear all this? I could never say it in front of you. Emilia looked at him tiredly before turning quickly to Frederica. Now, Frederica, back to what you were saying. Al watched with his fingers tapping over and over on the armrest he was leaning on. Got all of this, and you still went to her, pal. His whisper wasn't said in the usual aloof tone that carried all of his conversations. What would cause my divine self to hear anguish in your tone, Aldebaran? Priscilla raised her eyebrow to her knight, who'd simply look away with a shrug from the princes. Just being jealous of his life, I guess. You ever wonder that maybe I would have loved to have what he has before I had met with you? Al casually laid out a deepness to himself that would never come out in any other circumstance. Yet Priscilla simply scoffed at him for. Why waste my time with such arbitrations? Mine divine self is all you have, and that is all you shall ever need, for the world serves mine will, and you serving was simply meant to be. Priscilla narrowed her eyes on him, bringing her fan to cover her lips. Or is there more to the low dog who's come to know the heel of mine shoes better than his mother's face? That's harsh, princess. You don't have to be so angry with me for thinking about such fantasies. But you're right. I am with you. That's more than enough. Splendid. Priscilla scoffed once again, turning back to the screen with her eyes scanning every piece, introducing themselves to the game she's noticed. From the two men on either side of her, to the clown, which is taking more of her attention, even though she's more focused on Subaru and what his parents will do to save him. How interesting thine game is. Dog. She spoke confidently with a smirk of thrill. Her eyes settled to look at the ceiling, slowly showing that she understood one clear thing from the beginning. If such a low, groveling commoner like that warden can die that easily, it would have been simple for mine self to finish the deed long ago. The mischievous maiden nodded her head. Yes, of course. I know. Let us talk it over so you don't find yourself at a dead end. Dead end? What do you mean? Subaru asked. Even if you were able to see Beatrice, whether or not she'd answer your question was another matter. Both you and Beatrice can be very stubborn, you know. Emilia looked down with a frown. Subaru had a defeated smile on his face as he admitted. That description is way too cute, but you're right. So what? Beatrice didn't know what she was bracing herself for, but she waited nonetheless. She never expected him to go in an extreme direction, such as curse her name or complain to Emilia about her. But she still held reservations about what Subaru's reaction was to being thrown out of her library without any answers the first time he came to her. And then the second time, and the third, and over, she had thrown him out of many doors and windows in the mansion just because he kept coming back. But he didn't. He called her stubborn. He called the description cute. He does not hate Betty, she realized, a small, fragile warmth blooming in her chest to combat the cold gazes of the others behind her, mainly Remington. Even after I push him away, even after I refused him, he still speaks of me with warmth. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, hiding her face from Maylee's prying eyes. He is the stubborn one. In fact, she whispered to no one, her voice trembling less than before. To treat a spirit who hurt him with such levity, he is truly a fool. While the spirit found comfort, the parents were still reeling from the physical reality of the previous scene. Naoko, Kenichi whispered, leaning close to his wife while keeping a wary eye on the drill-haired girl. Did you see how far he flew? That wasn't just a shove. That was like a cannon blast. I know, Naoko replied, her voice hushed. She looked so small like a doll. But she just waved her hand and Subaru went flying through a door. We really can't treat her like a normal child, can we? Kenichi shook his head, a drop of sweat rolling down his temple. I wonder what would happen to make her so close that she would stay by our son's side. It's obvious that she's a different person. Remember when we met her a few hours ago? Yes, after Patrash-chan freed us from that terrible room. Naoko spoke thoughtfully. The way she speaks now is so much more lively, more hopeful somehow. I noticed that too. Kenichi sighed, stretching back into his seat as things continued to weigh on him. How come there's nothing simply being given to us? It's been a year since we've seen this son of ours, and yet it feels more exhausting now. There's a lot I want to talk to Roswell about too. Emilia continued. So I asked Frederica to tell me where the sanctuary is. Emilia's eyes dim and her expressions turns gloomy from her anticipating one. How come I didn't know anything at all? Her eyes closed in a moment of self-introspection as she recognized the familiar pattern where she was left behind when it came to knowledge. Having info always helps a gal out. Anastasia said this in a small hum, bringing Emilia's gaze back to the row behind her. You gotta be smart and consume as much as you can, or else the wind will roll you over and present you on a plate for all to enjoy. Anastasia-san. Emila seemed curious why the Merchant Queen was talking to her. But the Merchant Queen simply rolled her eyes and huffed with annoyance. I see that the lesson ain't entering that brain of yours. Shame. Emilia looked a bit hurt by the sheer dismissiveness from the merchant rival, but couldn't do more when Anastasia looked up to the screen. The half-elf bit her lip and moved her hand back to touch Subaru's sleeping one, familiarly squeezing it. Subaru looked away for a moment, remembering what Beatrice had told him. "You're going to tell us where it is, Frederica?" I was no match for Emilia-sama's persistence, even though I had been told not to disclose any more than necessary. Frederica turned to Subaru with a guilty smile. "But I would like to ask for a bit of time to prepare. Shall we say 2 days?" "Prepare?" Subaru turned to her with a raised brow. "Oh, that's right. We'd all be leaving the mansion, so that's—" He leaned back with his hands behind his head, but he was interrupted. "No, I will be staying in the mansion. I cannot accompany you." "What?" Subaru looked at her with surprise. "You're not going with us? How are we supposed to get there, then?" Otto laughs obnoxiously beside Subaru, earning the eyes of everyone in the room. "You're rather slow on the uptake, not Suki-san." Otto had to wince at this. "Oh, I remember this moment with me, too." He turned to the parents and Emilia, who all looked at him with curiosity, sweating nervously once he realized that the screen had paused because of him. Sorry for what you're about to see." Otto rubbed the back of his head and gave him a shy look, but he felt Emilia's gaze intensify on him suddenly, making him wince. Did Emilia-sama remember what he did in that moment? Of course she would. She's not an idoid. But her hardened eyes turned wide with recognition suddenly, not with anger like he'd expected. Oh, this silly moment. Emilia had replaced the previous negativity from her interaction with Anastasia prior with a small grin, seeing Otto's anxious face. "I see." Otto only blinked with confusion, not knowing what to read from the half-elf lady as the screen above them began to play. Subaru looked from Otto to the 2 smiling ladies with him, understanding them immediately. "Oh, so Otto's going to get us to the sanctuary?" He looked back at the self-satisfied Otto with a grin. Because he thinks cooperating with Emilia in any way possible will give Roswell, her backer, a better impression of him? "No, Otto put his hands out in defense as Subaru let Emilia look at him with surprise. "Otto-kun, is that true?" she asked him in a betrayed tone. Otto had to put his hands on each side of his head to cover his ears. "Emilia-sama's pure, innocent eyes are killing me." "I'm sorry. That's exactly right." Emilia managed to let a chuckle past her lips, even with how changed she felt from her self-blame, especially when others like Felt, Mimi, and Ricardo were chuckling freely at Otto's predicaments. "You really are a light in Subaru's life, Otto-san," Naoko commented while giggling into her hand. Otto's lips thinned at the mother's words, his hands clenching slightly, while Garfield patted his shoulder with a slight grin. "It's okay, Otto, bro. You wouldn't have been there with Captain if you didn't answer such selfish traitor instinct." His fists clenched even more at this in outrage. "It wasn't selfish. I had to survive an oil market collapse, or else my career as a merchant was." "It's all right, Otto." Julius cuts him off with an infuriating expression of mock understanding. "We all must do what we can, even if some of us need to act like the devil himself to get what we want." Indeed, more shock filled Otto's face as Anastasia herself seemed to nod along her knight's exaggeration with a stone face. "I respect those who do what they must. So good for ya, Ministerkin." Anastasia gave him a look of respect, a mocking respect, which ended up making Otto huff and turn away from the 3 traitors. Emilia and Naoko had to giggle with each other as they watched the interaction from the side. "The way you wear your ulterior motive on your sleeve makes you all the more likable, Otto," Subaru said mischievously from the side as the merchant trembled before Emilia's gaze. "That's not exactly comforting coming from you." Otto cried out with tears in his eyes after being exposed. "I appreciate your help." Subaru turned away from Otto and looked at Frederica. "On that note, you can tell the 3 of us about the sanctuary." Frederica bowed and answered with a soft voice. "Very well." She rose with a serious and firm expression. "What I am about to tell you is the undisclosed location of the sanctuary of Clemeldy and how to enter it. And there is one name you must not forget as you travel there. Beware of the one by the name of Garfield. At the sanctuary, he will be the one with whom you must exercise the most care." Following her warning, the others looked at her with nervous expressions until the scene showed the mansion's outer walls under the night sky. A dozen heads turned simultaneously to look at the golden-haired boy sitting in the row behind Emilia. "Seems like your muscles are famous, guy." Kenichi glanced at Garfield with a wry smile. "Ain't she your sister? I mean, you look tough, sure, but exercise the most care. She made you sound like a final boss." "How'd you know that she's my sister?" Garfield grumbled, seemingly annoyed by what was being portrayed on the screen. Kenichi and Naoko blinked, glancing toward one another, then to Garfield with frowns of confusion. "Are you kidding?" Naoko asked hesitantly, not knowing if Garfield was serious. You look exactly like her, you doofus. Felt glared at Garfield with annoyance written on her face. Can you honestly be more dumb? Oi, have some respect. Mine amazing selves didn't do shit to get this type F treatment. Garfield growled, losing all his seriousness when opposed with Felt's sharp tongue and deadpan glare. Always the hot head. Ram shook her head, putting her chin on her knuckle while closing her leg. Ram was staring at Garfield from her seat, eyes wondering more on the boy's shoulders, seeing the tension within them, and realizing that she's never truly gave much thought about Garfield or the sanctuary when it came to the years she's been with Roswell's care. She looked back to Frederica's seat, trying to speak with the older maid, but she found the mentor talking with Petra instead. Are you happier with big bro Garfield living with us? Petra asked Frederica from the side, surprising the elder maid with the sudden conversation. Petrachin, what do you mean? Why ask this? Frederica frowned at the sudden glare Petra was giving her. Why warn others about your own brother in this way? Petra held a harsh gaze on her mentor, one that had a hint of wanting to understand, but all of the judgment in the world. I see. I am sorry, Petrachin. In realization, Frederica chuckled and patted the younger girl's head. You'll be able to see why that warning was needed, though it means nothing about how much I care for my little brother. Trust me. Petra blinked under the hand of her mentor, giving her a small nod, but politely moving her head away from the hand patting it. Seeing when the kid held down that clown lord, Heinkel Estria grunted, eyeing the boy with a mix of appraisal and wariness. If the maid, his own sister, is warning people about him, it means he wasn't exactly rolling out the red carpet. You were a real headache for them, weren't you, kid? Garfield San is an obstacle. Schultz gasped, his small hands covering his mouth. But he is sitting right there. He is friends with Subaru Sama now. I mean, Al snorted at Schultz's words. If you were here from the start, you'd know that there are far worse people who sit right next to Pal. Schultz frowned at Al and looked around the room with confusion. It complicates things. Tivy adjusted his monocle, looking between Frederica and Garfield. For a sister to warn against her brother, it suggests that the sanctuary is not just a location, but a conflict zone, and that hot-headed blonde Sama shall be a complication. Mimi glared at her brother with her tiny hands moving toward anything she can get to smack him. Don't judge him based off nothing like that. Hearing how people were talking about him, Garfield sat up straighter, puffing out his chest. A grin, sharp and feral, stretched across his face as he basked in the sudden attention. Yeah, did you hear that? Garfield boasted, slapping his knee. My amazing self is so dangerous, I need a warning label. That's right, I ain't just some small fry. Well, I'm guarding something. Not even a fly gets past without paying the toll. That's pure aura right there. He laughed, a loud, barking sound that echoed in the theater. At least he's going to be happy. I think he's a good boy. Naoko whispers to her husband with a small smile. His heart is so wide open, it's honestly cute. But as the laughter died down, and the screen showed the dark, foreboding night sky, the grin slipped from Garfield's face like oil sliding off glass. His shoulders slumped. The bravado evaporated, replaced by the crushing weight of memory. Exercise the most care, Big Sis said. Garfield thought, his stomach churning. He looked down at his hands that, in the coming scenes, would be covered in blood. His own and his friends. Damn it, Garfield whispered, his voice losing all its roughness. Captain, what the fuck am I supposed to feel with your power hiding even more terrible shit than I know about? Otto, sitting next to him, noticed the sudden dimming of his friend's spirit. He saw the way Garfield curled in on himself. Hey, Otto murmured, nudging Garfield's boot with his own. You're really bad at hiding your worry from your face, Garfield-san. Otto offered a small, knowing smile. If you weren't such a stubborn obstacle, not Suki-san wouldn't have had to try so hard to save you. Being difficult is just part of your charm, isn't it? Garfield looked at Otto, then let out a shaky breath, forcing a weak smirk back onto his face. Shut it, bro. I ain't stubborn. I'm just far too. But his eyes remained glued to the screen, filled with dread for the violence he knew was coming. Another scene replaced the old one, showing Subaru standing over Rem's bed with sunlight entering the room through the windows, showing that it's morning. Rem, Subaru called softly, looking at her sleeping face. He had a charming smile as he spoke with calm and compassion. We're leaving now. I told Frederica to take good care of you. Be good and wait here for me, okay? The collective heart of the audience seemed to skip a beat. Oh my goodness. Naoko brought both hands to her cheeks, her eyes shimmering with delight. She leaned heavily into Kenichi. Kenichi, look at him. Naoko squealed quietly. I always knew our Subaru was a hopeless romantic, but didn't meet the right girl for him. Seeing him all grown up like this, and treating the people around him so responsibly, I don't know if I should be proud, or sad I'm not a part of it all. Yeah. Kenichi rubbed his nose, hiding a proud grin behind his hand. He's changed a lot. Kenichi murmured. That's the face of a man making a commitment. Good on him for it. It is unfair, Anastasia sighed, fanning herself with a wistful expression. To have a man look at you like that while you're sleeping makes a girl jealous, no? Indeed, Crush Karsten agreed, her eyes soft as she watched the interaction. Many knights pledge loyalty with their swords, but few possess the kind of quiet, unwavering dedication in their hearts. Natsuki-sama really is a remarkable man. But the most profound reaction came from the blue-haired maid herself. Rem sat frozen, her breath caught in her throat. She watched the way Subaru looked at her sleeping form. Not with pity, not with annoyance at her condition, but with pure, undiluted love. Tears welled up in her large blue eyes, spilling over onto her cheeks without her even realizing it. He told me to wait, Rem whispered, her voice trembling. He told me to be good. She felt a warmth spread through her chest that chased away the cold feeling of being useless she had felt earlier. He loves me, she choked out, a sob of happiness escaping her lips. Even like that, he loves me. Ram, sitting behind her, watched her sister cry. She looked at the screen, at the boy she usually treated with disdain. She saw the care he took with her sister, the respect he showed even when no one was watching. Ram closed her eyes and let out a small, resigned huff. Humph. At least he knows how to treat sister properly, Ram said, though her voice lacked its usual bite. In fact, Ram was giving Subaru a smile of gratitude. Stop crying, Remington. It's unsightly. Barusu is merely doing the bare minimum expected of a manservant. No, sister. Rem shook her head, smiling through her tears. He's doing much more than that. Emilia watched them from the front row, a tender smile on her face. She felt no jealousy, only a deep sense of peace seeing the two of them like that. Such a caring dunderhead. Emilia gave a small chuckle, one full of emotion. Idiot. He received no answer as he turned around and walked out of the room. Once he stepped out of Rem's room, he was surprised by the sight of a new, smaller maid standing in front of him. You ready? Petra asked cutely as he closed the door and put a hand on his hip. Subaru smiled down at her. Sure am, new recruit. I see you're rocking the uniform already. Petra gave a happy twirl. Sure am. She giggled happily as she stopped and bowed her head in a maid's gesture. Did you say goodbye to Rem-san? Yeah, something like that. Subaru looked behind at the door with a smile. We're not planning to stay out there long, but I wanted to see her first. He turned to her with a guilty expression. Could you take care of Rem for me while I'm gone, Petra? Understood, Subaru-sama. Petra smiled brightly. Still, we started advertising to hire a new maid 2 days ago, and this is your first day actually being in the mansion. I'm impressed you found the place without getting lost. Subaru is shown walking with Petra by his side through the mansion hallways. And I really admire your decision to leave your parents at such a young age. I'm 12 years old. I'm old enough to be a working grown-up. I mean, an adult. She childishly pouted and looked at him. You need to treat me like an adult, too, Subaru-sama. Get better at speaking politely and get Frederica to fully initiate you. And I'll think about it, Subaru said smoothly, earning a nod of affirmation from her. Yeah, I mean, yes, sir. Kenichi choked on his own spit. 12. Kenichi shouted, his eyes popping out of his head. He looked from the screen to the girl sitting in the second row. You're a 6th grader. In my world, you'd still be worrying about multiplication tables and recess. What are you doing working a full-time job in a mansion? You're working far away from your parents? Naoko covered her mouth, looking at Petra with maternal worry. Petra turned in her seat to face them. She stood up, smoothing her dress with a dignity that belied her age. It is not strange here, Petra said firmly, addressing Subaru's parents. In our village, you start helping out as soon as you can walk. 12 is plenty old enough to make decisions. She looked at the screen, watching herself walk beside her hero. Besides, I didn't want to just be the girl who got saved, Petra admitted, her voice softening. Subaru-sama saved me from maybe yes. He saved the whole village. I wanted to be useful to him. I wanted to be where he was, so I could help him back. Naoko's expression melted. Oh, you really admire him, don't you? He is my hero, Petra said simply, blushing slightly. Naoko looked at Subaru with surprise, holding her chest with a slightly proud but confused expression. He's really helped save that many. While he was with you. With me? Petra tilted her head, confused by the meaning. I'm sorry, Naoko-sama. I don't understand. The mother only shook her head, turning around from Petra after giving a comforting motherly smile. I apologize. It's just me being an airhead. Petra frowned with a bit of hesitation filling her when she wanted to inquire more, but she slumps into her seat, accepting that she won't get more out of that conversation. That's pretty noble. A teasing voice drifted from behind Petra. Meili leaned forward, resting her chin on the back of Petra's chair. Wouldn't it be a bit boring, though? Playing a maid is hardly something that seems exciting to someone like Meili-chan. She didn't turn around, but her posture became rigid. I'm not playing, Petra said coldly. And I know it's dangerous. That's why I need to be there. To protect what matters. Protect, Maylee giggled, as if she found the idea of a 12-year-old protector hilarious. With a broom? You're funny, Petra-chan. But you know, playing grown-up can get you hurt. Maylee's voice dropped an octave, losing its playfulness for a split second, hinting at the violence she herself had inflicted on that very mansion. Petra turned her head sharply, meeting the assassin's gaze with a glare that was far older than 12. I know what you did, Petra whispered, the tension between them crackling like static electricity. And I know why you attacked us. I'll keep saying it again and again, for a monster like you, Maylee-chan. Maylee blinked, surprised by the steel in the village girl's eyes. She smirked, leaning back. Scary, scary, Maylee sang, though her eyes lingered on Petra with a new, calculating curiosity. Subaru chuckled at her before stopping suddenly, something catching his attention. Petra stopped beside him and kept looking where he was staring. Subaru opened the door he was staring at, revealing an empty room with no furniture except a chair and a desk. I forgot what a pain she can be when she's serious about hiding. Is there really a mysterious room here? Petra looked into the room beside him. Yeah, Beatrice, Subaru said with a smile, closing the door and looking at Petra with trust. You know her, right? Take care of her for me, too. You might randomly encounter her when opening a door somewhere. Wait, Subaru-sama, aren't you asking a bit much of me? Petra pouted again, earning an uneasy frown from him. I know, sorry, but you're the only one I can ask. I really am sorry. The little maid seemed happy to have such a purpose in his eyes, her eyes glowing because of his trust, a red blush seeping over her cheeks. Oh, all right, she gave a childish giggle. If you insist, I'll just have to help you out. Thanks. You're really a huge help. Subaru nodded, and they walked out of the mansion, asking a kid to play guard dog for a spirit. The grumble came from the middle row. Heinkel took a long sigh, wiping his mouth with a scowl out of habit. He stared at the retreating form of the little maid on the screen. It's reckless, Heinkel muttered, his voice raspy but audible. That sleeping gal won't be finding much company in a child who doesn't even remember her name. But I did take care of Rem-sama when asked about it. Petra gave the man a slight look of offense and confusion. It ain't about you or what you did, kid. Don't be dumb, Heinkel growled, seeming to not want to look towards Petra if possible as he glared at the screen. This fucking bullshit was already hard to deal with when we saw the attack that caused this sleeping beauty disease. But I have to see people struck with the same. Fuck. Heinkel-sama. Schultz leaned to the edge of his seat beside Maylee, looking at the man with worry. Are you okay? Heinkel's arm was being pinched by none other than the lady sitting next to him, one that was giving him a small grin with fire filling the red eyes she stared into his soul with. Shoot, Priscilla pinched tighter, making him squeal in his seat, unable to fight her fingers. Not as of this moment of mind time. Heinkel grit his teeth, unable to stop a tear from showing at the edge of his eye, before Priscilla finally let go of his hand, glaring at him with a huff and fanning herself. Petra and Schultz glanced at each other, then at Heinkel, who was holding his hand and rubbing frantically at the sore spot. Petra particularly found the man's words telling that he was dealing with something that no one knew about, and she could understand that he was a lot more sympathetic to Rem's situation. For some reason, she could just tell from the way his frown seems so sad. But seeing Priscilla pulling him by a metaphorical leash and keeping his agony inside of himself, Petra couldn't do much to help or understand. All she could do was offer him her prayers and support, or perhaps Petra already knew that no matter what happens, in this theater, all is revealed in the end. She turned away from Heinkel and focused back on the screen again, enjoying the sight of Subaru smiling down at her on the screen. She gave a smile back. Outside, Subaru and Emilia get ready to enter the carriage, driven by Otto in the front seat. Take care of the mansion for us, Emilia tells the two maids. You can rely on me. Frederica bowed her head with Petra by her side. Take care during your travels, Emilia-sama. And take this. She gives me a small blue jewel tied by a neck rope. This will allow you to get past the barrier in the forest and enter the sanctuary. From there, the ground dragons should take you to the location I described. So this stone is the requirement to get through the barrier. Subaru looked as Frederica placed the crystal in Emilia's hand. You have the location and the qualification. Now you only need resolve and a strong will. Frederica, Emilia whispered with wonder as the maid stepped away from her and faced her with a stern expression. Take good care of the sanctuary. And do not forget what I said earlier. Emilia nodded her head at the warning. Okay, we'll watch out for Garfield. I promise. Emilia stared at the stone on the screen, the necklace that would hang heavy around her neck in the trials to come. Her violet eyes narrowed into a glare of pure distaste. That stone, Emilia whispered, her hand instinctively going to her chest, remembering the feeling of mana violently reacting, the nausea, the sensation of her soul being rejected. This thing, Otto hissed, his usual friendly demeanor gone. He adjusted his hat, looking at the screen with a scowl. Behind them, Garfield was practically vibrating with rage. He wasn't looking at the screen, he was burning a hole into the front of Roswell's face. "You bastard," Garfield growled, his voice low and dangerous like a beast growl. You knew what the barrier does to half-elves, and you used my big sis to push him into the cage." Garfield slammed a fist into his palm. She didn't know. Big sis thought she was helping. You used her loyalty to hurt him. Roswell didn't turn around. He merely tilted his head, a ghost of a smile playing on his painted lips, acknowledging the accusation without a shred of remorse. While the Amelia camp stewed in anger, the strategists were dissecting the mechanics. A barrier that requires a physical token to pass. Anastasia Hashin mused, her eyes sharp. "Ain't that old magic? Expensive one at that." "It is a filtration system," Crush Karsten observed. "If Amelia Soma needs a stone, but the others do not, the barrier is discriminatory. It rejects those of mixed blood." In fact, Beatrice spoke up, her voice devoid of emotion. She sat with her legs swinging slightly. "The sanctuary was created by someone powerful." "Oh," Felix perked up, his ears twitching. "So, someone like me, a full demi-human, could walk right in? You would face no resistance, I suppose," Beatrice nodded. "The barrier cares nothing for you. It only hates the halfway point." "Wait a second," Kenichi interrupted, leaning over the back of his chair with a worried frown. He pointed at the screen, where Subaru was hopping into the carriage. Frederica gave the shiny rock to Amelia Sama, but she didn't give one to Subaru. If that barrier is dangerous, what happens to my boy when he tries to walk through it? Does he get zapped? "Yeah," Naoko added, clutching her cheeks. "Is he going to faceplant into an invisible wall?" Beatrice looked at the parents, her expression flattening into a deadpan stare. "Nothing will happen to him. In fact," she said bluntly. "Nothing." Kenichi blinked. "Your son is disappointingly, utterly human. In fact," Beatrice explained with a dry huff. "He has no special bloodline, no mix, no magic heritage. To the barrier, he is as significant as a common field mouse. He will walk right through without even noticing it exists." "Oh." Kenichi sat back, looking strangely conflicted. "I'm relieved he's safe, but being called a field mouse kind of stings." "He is my field mouse," Naoko said proudly, "and an invisible wall can't stop him." "It's not the wall that stops him," Garfield muttered darkly from behind them. "It's what's waiting on the other side. Aren't we being coo-wee with how sin 3-stir you're making us sound, Garfield Quinn?" Roswell smirked at the sheer rage Garfield was sending him with his glare. "You shut your fucking mouth. There was no US in air. You were just as much of a danger to him as anyone behind that barrier." Roswell's expression was still that of a dark smile, but his words were said in such a cold tone that it made people shiver. Frederica frowned at her master, staying quiet after she saw Garfield's face hide an emotion from everyone and turn away from the clown lord with a huff. "Poor Garfield can," Rem whispered from Frederica's row, the maid able to hear her and nod along. "He seems to be in so much anger and pain, all because of Roswell Sama." Rem's confusion wasn't answered by Frederica, however, nor was it acknowledged by Amelia or Beatrice as they all wanted the viewing to go along. Subaru Sama." Petra spoke from Frederica's side, looking adorably nervous as she had his attention. She pulled up a white handkerchief to hide her face. "Would you please accept this?" Subaru was confused by the gesture until Frederica began to explain. Lending a white handkerchief to a traveler, who later returns it stained and worn from the journey, is an old custom performed as a prayer for safe travels. "Oh, it's one of those things," Subaru said while turning back to Petra. "Okay, got it. Thanks, Petra. I promise I'll return it." He let her wrap the cloth around his wrist and tie it in place, but after she was done, the little maid scampered to hide behind Frederica with a blush adorning her cheeks. What brought that reaction on?" Subaru looked offended by this. "This sudden rebellious phase is making me sad." Frederica smiled and turned to them. "Now, you should hurry. The lost forest of Clummeldy grows more dangerous as night approaches." Kenichi grinned at Petra on the screen. "That's the classic come back to me token. My son is collecting hearts like they're trading cards." Duchess San, "Is that a common thing here? Tying a ribbon on your knight?" Crush smiled, finding the father's enthusiasm infectious. "It is a gesture of deep sincerity, not Suki-sama. To entrust a token to a traveler is to say, 'My heart goes with you.' Your son has a natural talent for inspiring loyalty in those around him. Even the youngest among us wish to be his strength." "He's a natural leader, huh?" Kenichi looked proud. "We're just naturally dense. Look at him. He thinks it's just a souvenir." Perhaps his density is part of his safety. Crush chuckled softly. If he realized the weight of every heart he carried, he might never be able to walk forward. In the second row, the real Petra looked down at her own hands. She remembered that handkerchief. She remembered the magic she had clumsily stitched into it, a tiny, desperate prayer for his safety. It was just a piece of cloth, Petra whispered to herself, clasping her hands together. But I hope it helped, even if just a tiny bit. I hope it kept the bad things away. While the atmosphere around the Natsukis was warm, a confusing cold front was moving through the row behind them. Rem had been listening to the conversations around her, Heinkel's insults, Garfield's anger, Ram's resignation. She watched the screen where they were heading toward this sanctuary, a place everyone seemed to dread. She turned to Amelia, her brow furrowed in genuine confusion. Amelia-sama, Rem whispered, keeping her voice low so Ram wouldn't interrupt. I do not understand. Why is everyone speaking of the master with such hostility? Amelia froze, her teacup halting halfway to her lips. She turned to look at Rem's innocent, puzzled blue eyes. Everyone is acting as if Roswell-sama is the villain, Rem continued, glancing back at the clown in the back row. They blame him for the sanctuary. They say he had no plan. But the master is the border's greatest mage. He is the camp sponsor. Surely, he has a reason for his actions. Rem, Amelia started, her voice faltering. She looked at the screen, then back at the maid. The sanctuary, a lot happened there. Things that change how we see him. Change how you see him. Rem tilted her head. Roswell, he isn't who we thought he was, Amelia said carefully, unable to bring herself to list the crimes, the hired assassins, the manipulation of Subaru's trauma, the disregard for Ram's life. You'll see it on the screen. But please just prepare yourself. The master you remember, he might not be the man you see in this next couple of viewings. Rem looked at Amelia's pained expression, then back at the screen where the carriage was disappearing into the dark forest. The seed of doubt that had been planted within her heart, now growing substantially. The scene changes to show the carriage departing from the estate's main gardens, leaving behind Frederica and Petra bowing in respect. Safe travels, Frederica whispers as Petra begins to wave, having a white handkerchief of her own. Subaru-sama, you'd better protect the lady. Frederica took out a letter from the pocket of her maid's dress, looking at it with increasing worry. I have done exactly as master directed. Now everything depends on how Amelia-sama overcomes the sanctuary. There is nothing we can do but pray. The word hung in the air of the theater like a guillotine blade waiting to drop. Overcomes. Since when do you have to overcome a sanctuary? Felt sat up in her seat, her red eyes narrowed. Ain't this supposed to be a safe place? She's right, Crush said, her voice dropping to a low, dangerous octave. The terminology implies a test being set up. For a sponsor to deliberately place such an obstacle in front of his own candidate during a royal selection, it borders on sabotage. It's worse than sabotage. It's a script. Anastasia Hashin tapped her fan against her palm, her eyes cold and calculating. All of this, to calculate not Suki-Kuen's presence this much. She was trying to decipher Roswell's plans through her eye scanning alone. Excuse me, Margrave Mathers. The polite but firm voice came from the Iron Fong section. Tivy, the bespectacled triplet, adjusted his glass, looking at the back row with genuine professional confusion. I manage the logistics for the Hashin company often, Tivy stated, his voice devoid of fear but full of incredulity. Investing in a representative, Amelia-sama, and then deliberately throwing her into a situation she might not survive, that is terrible asset management. Why risk your primary investment? If she fails to overcome this sanctuary, you lose everything. What is the profit margin in destroying your own camp? It doesn't make sense, Hitaro added, shaking his head. Unless the goal isn't the royal selection at all. In the front row, the parents were gripping each other's hands. Overcome, Naoko whispered, the color draining from her face. Subaru, he thinks he's going to find help, but he's walking into a test. It's a gauntlet, Kenichi corrected, his expression grim. He looked at the letter in Frederica's hand on the screen. That guy, Roswell, he's not a leader. He's acting like a game master. Kenichi turned his head, casting a glare toward the back. You better hope my son is as good at games as I taught him to be, because if you set him up to fail. In the back row, Roswell simply crossed his legs, resting his chin on his fist. He ignored Tivy's logic and Kenichi's threat. Overcome, Roswell thought, a twisted hatred in his eyes. He didn't have the courtesy to overcome anything. That's selfish little. The scene changes to Patrash dragging the carriage slowly through a dense jungle that blocks the sun with its leaves alone. Puck isn't showing up? Subaru asked as he was shown sitting next to Amelia in the carriage. Yeah. She answered. I've called out to him several times, and I can feel the link from our contract, but Has anything like this happened before? Subaru asked her. Not very often, but there have been a few times when he didn't show up for a few days. Emilia's words forced Subaru to look down and remember what Puck said to him before. I'm counting on you to take care of Leah. Couldn't have been. Subaru muttered to himself, earning her attention. Emilia stared at the screen, her violet eyes narrowing into a sharp, icy glare as the image of the small gray cat flashed in Subaru's memory. She gripped the fabric of her skirt, her knuckles turning white. She remembered the freezing cold of the previous viewings. She remembered the monster rising from the snow. You leave when I need you, Emilia whispered, a dark fury simmering behind her eyes. And you come back only to kill the one person who actually stayed. You are the worst kind of liar, Puck. Emilia seems to mistake his expression for worry as she smiles at him. But I do have contracts with lesser spirits, too, and I can also fight with them. She summoned the small spirits, which manifested as glowing blue orbs around her finger. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. Subaru quickly rose from his thinking posture to look at her gratefully. Wow, you're so manly. Hey, Emilia cried with a smile as Subaru chuckled with her. Frederica did warn us that something might happen. Oh, Garfield, right? Emilia said, making him nod. Yeah, Roswell did mention a few times that he was going to see him. Subaru was cut off when Otto opened the front window to speak to them. Garfield let out a long, heavy sigh. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and burying his face in his hands. The bravado he had shown earlier during Frederica's warning had completely vanished. Here he comes, Garfield groaned, his voice muffled by his palms. He dreaded it. He dreaded seeing himself attack the people he now called family. He dreaded showing the room just how hostile he had been to the man he now called captain. Next to him, Otto watched his friend crumble. You were protecting the barrier, Otto said softly. He reached out, patting Garfield firmly on the back. You didn't know us. You didn't know Natsuki-san. Don't be too hard on the you of the past. Garfield peeked through his fingers, looking at the kind face of the merchant he had once treated so poorly. I tried to kill ya, Otto bro, Garfield mumbled miserably. You tried to intimidate us. Otto corrected with a small, forgiving smile. There's a difference. Besides, we're sitting here together now, aren't we? Just watch it and learn from it. Garfield grunted, sitting back up but keeping his eyes low. I guess so. Still gonna suck watching myself be a jerk. We've all been jerks in this theater, Garfield-san. Otto chuckled. You're in good company. Excuse me. We're in the forest. Subaru and Emilia opened the curtain of the carriage to look outside at the mystical trees that stretched as far as the eye could see. Whoa, what a spot. Kenichi looked on at the endless forest with wonder in his eyes. I can't believe our son is going to such places so young. Naoko herself was nodding with what her husband said. The lost woods of Clemeldy. A special barrier there protects this sanctuary. Frederica is shown explaining to the three of them about the woods in a flashback. It makes outsiders lose their way to prevent them from getting close. That is why they call it the Lost Woods. A barrier that distorts spatial orientation, Julius murmured, his eyes scanning the trees on screen. That is high-level magic. To maintain such a spell over a forest of that size indefinitely, the mana cost would be astronomical. The sanctuary is truly a fortress. Beatrice felt a certain amount of pride when she heard this from the knight and noted the nods of agreement from Crush and fell together. Ain't that what I just said, Julius-kun? Anastasia's eyes narrowed on her knight, making him bristle and bow in apology. So the sanctuary is just ahead. Subaru mutters while overlooking the greenery of the world outside the carriage. He noticed Emilia's hand gripping the headrest of her seat tightly. Emilia-tan, are you actually nervous? Subaru's question makes her recoil with surprise. Huh, how could you tell? I know everything about you. At least, that's what I'd like to say, but anyone could tell. He gave her a relaxed smile. He started rubbing his cheeks frequently, gesturing for her to do the same. She starts imitating him before her eyes widen. You're right, she whispers with amazement. He reads her like a book. Naoko giggled softly, leaning her head on her hand. Look at that. He didn't ask her to calm down. He just helped her relax physically. That's a good husband trick, Kenichi. Take notes. I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes. Kenichi grinned, though his eyes were warm. I'm sorry for worrying you. She says to him, when I think that we're about to arrive at the sanctuary, a village where only demi-humans live. No, I should apologize. I wasn't thinking that far ahead. Subaru closed his eyes with a guilty expression. I guess there might be more half-elves like you there, huh? I've never seen any half-elves other than myself. Emilia looks increasingly desperate at the floor of the carriage. But just maybe in the sanctuary, Garfield looked away from the screen, his jaw clenching. Something wrong? Julius asked, wondering why would that moment with Emilia's hopes to find kin bring such an expression on Garfield. Just remember mine amazing self's family, that's all. The blonde's words were as cryptic as the cause for his glare against his feet. Julius glanced at Otto, hoping for a better explanation than that. The merchant was giving Garfield a small frown as the screen above them played again. Garfield Sand's family in the sanctuary are half-elves themselves. Otto left out the part about them all being clones of one half-elf. Subaru's head turned to her, with a confident grin replacing his guilty expression. Don't worry, I'll... But before he could finish his sentence, the blue crystal on Emilia's neck started to shine and illuminate the entire carriage. Emilia, Subaru leaned back as they both looked at her neck in shock. She looked at him with increasing worry. Is this? I suddenly have a really bad feeling. Subaru moved forward and took the blue crystal off her neck. I'm borrowing this, Emilia. He opened the carriage window and was about to throw it out, but a loud thud forced his eyes to move back to Emilia. She was sprawled on the floor of the moving carriage, unconscious. Emilia, Subaru shouted, but the crystal in his hand began to shine much brighter to the point he couldn't ignore it. She collapsed. Naoko gasped, clutching Kenichi's arm. Why did she fall? Is she sick? Did the crystal do that? It's the barrier. Beatrice spoke loud, trying to be commanding to offset the panic, sitting up straighter in her chair. Her eyes narrowed at the glowing light on the screen. That crystal is merely activating the spell stuck within it, because it has met the conditions to activate whatever magic spell was imbued within it. Why would you give such a thing to Emilia-sama? Crush's eyes narrowed on Frederica. It's a trap, Felt hissed, slamming her fist on her armrest. Shit. Indeed, Roswell murmured from the back, a small, satisfied smile playing on his lips as the chaos unfolded. The stage damned AAA NDS and entrance, does it not? Separation is the first step of the trial. Good luck, Subaru-kun. Acting like this won't lead to you being beaten by Ram spoke calmly, though her eyes remained sharp on the screen. Roswell-sama truly knows no shame. I'm just having a little FU in before things get serious. Roswell shrugged his hands in a what-can-you-do manner. Before Ram could answer, the light on the screen flared white, swallowing Subaru whole. He grunted as he closed his eyes from the deep light that was striking him through the crystal. Before long, the entire screen was white. When he opened his eyes, Subaru found himself standing on the dirt in the middle of the forest that the carriage was just driving through. Where am I? He asked as he turned around and observed his surroundings. He turned when there was rustling behind him, finding a small pink-haired girl with blue eyes standing on a tree root with her bare feet. The reaction was immediate. He got teleported? Kenichi didn't panic like the others, leaning forward in his chair and narrowing his eyes on everything he could read around his son. Just like that? Where's the cart? Where's Emilia-sama? The crystal, Beatrice murmured, her eyes filling up with some emotion. It reacted to the barrier and displaced him. He is inside the sanctuary's perimeter now. I never wondered what happened while I was unconscious briefly before meeting with Garf. Emilia muttered, looking at the pointy-eared, pink-haired girl. Who is the kid? Al asked, tilting his helmet. Another spirit? She looks kinda empty. But before anyone could speculate further, a sound tore through the theater, a sound like a weapon being drawn, though no steel was present. Crash! A seat was kicked back with violent force. Wilhelm van Astria stood up, and him standing alone caused the sound of a blade to ring out. The air in the room instantly grew heavy, suffocating, and cold. The sword demon had awakened, and for the first time in the viewing, his killing intent was not a simmer, but a roaring inferno directed solely at the screen. Grandfather? Reinhard looked up, his eyes wide with shock. He had never seen Wilhelm lose his composure so instantly. Wilhelm was shaking. His blue eyes were dilated, fixed on the small, pink-haired girl on the screen with a hatred that could strip flesh from bone. You, Wilhelm snarled, his voice a low, guttural growl that made Crush flinch. Why is she here? Wilhelm Dono. Crush stood up, reaching for his arm. What is wrong? Do you know this child? Child. Wilhelm barked a harsh, terrifying laugh. He pointed a trembling finger at the girl on the screen. That is no child. That is a nightmare from the fires of the war. His hand went to his hip, grasping for a sword that wasn't there. Sphinx. Wilhelm hissed the name like a curse. The witch of the demi-human war. The architect of the undead. Why does she live? I saw her fall. Why is that monster standing before Natsuki Subaru? The room fell into a terrified silence. The name Sphinx meant little to the younger generation like Petra or Maley and Schultz, also outsiders like the Natsuki parents, but to the veterans Ricardo, Crush, and the older knights, it was a name written in blood in the history books. Sphinx. Ricardo's ears perked up, his fur standing on end. The Witch of the Leapers? You gotta be kidding me. That little girl is the one who raised the undead armies. Impossible, Felix stammered, his tail puffed out. She was defeated decades ago. She should be dead. Priscilla seemed annoyed by that statement as she glanced from Felix to the rest of her camp members like Al, Schult, and Heinkel. Those who were present once the zombies attacked her domain recently. Wilhelm didn't hear them. He was locked in a memory of blood and fire. If she breathes, she must be cut down. She is an abomination against life itself. Grandfather, calm down. Reinhard stepped between his grandfather and the screen, raising his hands. Look closely. Her aura feels different. She isn't attacking. Please compose yourself. In the back row, Roswell watched the sword demon's outrage with a calm, unimpressed expression. He knew the truth, that the girl on screen was Riza Meyer, or rather, a copy, the template from which Sphinx was created. Oh, the AAR. Roswell murmured to Ram. It seems old ghosts have a habit of haunting the Astria family. How unfo retunate that he cannot tell the original from the failed experiment. Ram glanced at Wilhelm, then at the girl on screen. This old man is senile. That is merely a puppet of the sanctuary. Though, is the resemblance undeniable? Wilhelm's breathing was ragged. He slowly lowered his hand, though his eyes remained murderous. If she touches him, Wilhelm whispered, his voice trembling with suppressed rage, if that thing lays a finger on Natsukidano, I will tear this screen apart to get to her. Excuse me, sir. Are you really sure about what you're saying? Naoko brought her hand up to her chest, giving a small look of fear from the old man. Is Subaru going to be okay? Wilhelm looked down at the mother, his expression softening just a fraction, though the demon still lurked in his eyes. He slowly sat back down, his gaze never leaving the pink-haired girl. For his sake, Wilhelm muttered, I pray he runs. Garfield stayed watching in his seat, glaring daggers at the old man without blinking. The fuck? Which? Ain't no way he's talking about old Granny Shima and the others. He snorted with an urgency to cross his arms. Who are you? Subaru asked with bewilderment, receiving nothing but silence from a girl. Those ears. He noticed how pointy the girl's ears were. Are you an elf? The girl proceeded to run away from him deeper into the dense woods. No, wait a minute. Subaru ran after the girl. He was led to a large clearing with tree roots spreading all over a structure that seemed like the ruin of a holy site. Moss ran all over the clearing's concrete flooring and the walls that decorated the entrance to the ruin. Hey, is anyone here? Subaru shouted for anyone inside. Is this the sanctuary? Somebody answer me. He stepped forward toward the entrance of the ruin. It was a grand hallway with decorations filling the sides throughout, like a tunnel with no light at the end, telling him a story about the place's history that was ignored for centuries. In the theater, the tension was palpable. Wilhelm was still gripping his knees, his eyes fixed on the entrance where the Sphinx look-alike had vanished. She leads him to the dark, Wilhelm murmured, his voice tight. That creature, she is luring him into a trap. Natsukidano must not enter. It really is suspicious, Crush agreed, glancing back at Roswell. Margrave, you host the look-alike of a war witch in your private lands? And she leads visitors into ruins? This sanctuary looks more like a tomb. It is a tomb, Emilia whispered, her eyes widening as she recognized the mossy stones. She sat up straighter, her hands flying to her mouth. That's the trial grounds, Emilia said, her voice trembling. That's where the trials happen. But I didn't know he went there first. I remember him entering first. Mine amazing selves didn't know he went straight to the grave because of the crystal. Garfield gawked at the screen, his jaw dropping. Are we really going to see Captain doing the trail? We never knew, Otto muttered, shaking his head. When he met up with us later, he didn't mention this. He didn't say he went exploring ancient ruins while Emilia-sama was unconscious. He always does this, Beatrice huffed, though she looked at the dark tunnel with deep apprehension. He wanders into the jaws of the most dangerous places without a shred of caution. In fact, the place, it is the resting place of her. Her? Kenichi asked, looking nervously at the dark tunnel. Who is her? And why is my son walking into a horror movie set? I wish I could smack him on the head and tell him not to go in there. Nothing good ever happens in a dark tunnel. While the parents panicked and the knights scrutinized the security threat, Roswell was leaning forward, his heterochromatic eyes gleaming with a mix of surprise and delight. He entered, Roswell thought. He knew the tomb's mechanisms. He knew that it rejected those without the proper qualifications, usually violently. For Subaru to walk in so casually. Interesting, Roswell purred, drawing a sharp look from Ram. I assumed he stumbled upon the tomb later. But to think the guidance brought him there immediately, and the tomb accepted him. Roswell smiled, a chilling expression. It seems the Witch of Greed was far more interested in you than even I anticipated, Subaru Quinn. What was that, Roswell? Emilia's glare seemed to ask, but Roswell just waved a hand dismissively. Just observing history, Emilia-sama, Roswell said smoothly. It seems your knight was busy making friends in high places while you were napping. What tomb requires so many magical mechanisms? Julius noted the name, his grip on his arm rests tightening. If that is where the trial takes place, then Natsuki Subaru is walking into the heart of the sanctuary's mystery before he even knows what the sanctuary is. And he's doing it alone, Rem whispered, terrified for him. The sanctuary, Roswell-sama's secret. She glanced upward with a look of increasing interest. This is... Subaru stopped and looked at the deep darkness inside the tunnel. Swallowing his fear and putting on a determined face, he walked forward, keeping his hand on the wall as he ventured deeper and deeper. Meili, swinging her legs idly in her seat, rested her chin in her palm with a devious smirk. Going into a dark, scary tunnel all alone, Oni Isan really has a bad habit of walking into the mouths of beasts. I wonder what's going to eat him this time. Her casual disregard for his safety earned her a sharp glare from Petra, but the assassin merely giggled. Emilia found herself more and more curious to see what happens next, leading herself to sit on the edge of her seat. Would she talk to you in a much nicer way than she did with me? Emilia whispered with an honest, worried glance. Suddenly, a loud female voice sounded over him. I see. Garfield's eyes would widen to an impossible degree, feeling the familiar tension of déjà vu. Oi. No fucking. Captain S actually entering a trail, the early. He moved himself to the edge of the seat. No fucking way. We get TCT. Emilia nodded her head, also being the subject of the trails herself and increasingly curious what Subaru would see. Beside her, Beatrice tensed for a different reason, as she couldn't believe what she was hearing all of a sudden. Mother. Here we go, pal. Al muttered with a sigh that showed his agitation suddenly. Subaru stopped midway through the tunnel, grunting in surprise. So that is the root of your desire? The voice said with amusement. How very interesting. When he turned to face the other end of the tunnel, the whole world shifted around Subaru. He was suddenly standing in a world of grassy plains that stretched further than even the forest he was passing through with Emilia. Naoko slammed her hands over her mouth, her eyes dilating in sheer terror. Beside her, Kenichi's face drained of all color, his grip on his armrest tightening until his knuckles turned white. No, Naoko whimpered, trembling. Not there. Kenichi, it's that place. The rest of the cast looked toward the parents in confusion, but realization dawned quickly on those who were quick-witted. The teaser, Otto whispered, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The one we saw briefly, but the one his parents were forced to watch in that isolation room. This one is without the field of bodies, Julius finished grimly, his eyes snapping back to the screen. In a future that never happened or has yet to happen, this beautiful field was a mountain of corpses. Oh, did I startle you? The female voice sounded apologetic, coming from behind him and making Subaru turn around. At the top of the hill of grass, a brilliant woman dressed in black was sitting on a chair with a table in front of her and an umbrella over her head. It has been quite a while since I spoke with anyone, so perhaps I was too eager. She sounded amused once again as Subaru stared at her with a baffled expression. She introduced herself as the wind swiped through the plains, making the grass blades ruffle against each other. My name is Echidna, or perhaps you would know me better as the witch agreed. Echidna said with an elegant smile that gave way to her curiosity to shine on her expression. Title card. The next location. Season 2, Episode 2. End. The reveal hit the theater like a physical blow. Al, hidden beneath his helmet, felt a twisted knot form in his gut. A low, distorted chuckle escaped him, unnoticed by most but chilling to himself. He stared at the white-haired woman, his creator. The irony was suffocating. She let him in, Al thought, his single visible eye narrowing in a mix of jealousy and dark humor. I am made from you, woven by your hands. Yet you welcome bro into your garden so easily, while I rot in the world you left behind. How cruel, teacher. Across the room, Roswell didn't look awestruck. He looked revolted. His mismatched eyes narrowed, a sneer curling his lip as he looked at the woman on the screen. That is, not her. The Margrave hissed under his breath, his voice dripping with disdain. A pale imitation. A ghost lingering in a dream. That thing is not my teacher. To him, this projected memory was an insult to the true Echidna he sought to revive. Beatrice, however, could not summon disgust. Her small hands gripped her dress, her butterfly eyes widening until they were round saucers. Her breath hitched. Mother! It was a whisper, fragile and full of longing. Even if it was an imitation, even if it was a memory, seeing the face of the woman who had left her in the library for 400 years struck a chord of deep, agonizing nostalgia within the Great Spirit. While the Emilia camp dealt with personal connections, the rest of the theater erupted in sheer disbelief. Anastasia froze, her scarf-clutching hand pausing midair. The Witch of Greed. She felt the scarf around her neck move, scruffle for a moment before settling down. Echidna was her name? Interesting. The merchant queen had an impossibly large grin on her face practically beaming despite the tension in the room, as if a revelation was made to her. Crush's stern composure cracked, her eyes darting between the screen and Amelia. Impossible. History dictates that the Witch of Envy devoured the others. The other 6 witches should be nothing more than ancient myths, lost to the great calamity. They're supposed to be dead, Felt shouted, looking at Reinhard for confirmation, but even the sword saint looked grave. The panic regarding the existence of a witch was spreading like wildfire, voices rising in a cacophony of fear and confusion. Snap! The sharp sound of a folding fan closing cut through the noise, silencing the room instantly. All eyes turned toward the source. Priscilla Barriel sat comfortably, her legs crossed, looking down at the panicked masses with utter boredom. You lot truly are incapable of seeing the forest for the trees, Priscilla scoffed, her crimson eyes narrowing dangerously. Cease your unsightly wailing over ghosts and legends. It is pathetic. But Priscilla-sama, Schultz stammered, that is the Witch of Greed, a monster that rivals the my divine self. Heard her. Priscilla interrupted sharply, waving her fan dismissively. But you are all focusing on the spectacle rather than the implication. The world turns in my favor because I observe what matters, while you fools are distracted by parlor tricks. She stood up, the fiery orange of her dress rustling as she pointed her closed fan directly at the Amelia camp, specifically at Roswell and Amelia. The real question, Priscilla announced, her voice ringing with absolute authority, is not that the witch exists. It is the nature of this so-called sanctuary. She began to pace slowly, her gaze sharp. We have been told that the half-wit and the clown were heading to a sanctuary, a place of refuge. Yet we now see that this land is protected by a barrier that rejects outsiders, and at its heart lies a tea party hosted by a long-dead witch. Priscilla stopped, turning to face the assembly with a cruel smirk. Do you not see the absurdity? Why is the domain of the Mathers family connected to the tomb of the Witch of Greed? Why is the half-wit camp seeking shelter in the grave of a monster? The room fell deadly silent. The implication hung heavy in the air. A magical barrier, a magical tomb, Priscilla mused, tapping her fan against her chin. It would seem that the candidate claiming to be the most virtuous is currently trespassing, or perhaps colluding within the domain of the very evils this kingdom fears most. Explain yourselves? Or are we to assume the Amelia camp is merely a front for witch cultists? Roswell remained silent, his smile tight, while Amelia shrank under the accusatory stares of the other royal candidates, realizing the political nightmare Priscilla had just effortlessly exposed. If you count Amelia-sama in that accusation, then you are an idiot, Crush spoke with resolve. And you're going to take the hint to stop yapping so much. Felt glared at Priscilla with her hands clenching. Come on, after everything we've seen from Big Sis, you can't blame anything on her. Before anyone else could reply to the loud accusation put upon the Amelia camp, with all of the confusion that had filled the room, the panic that the revelation induced within them all, and the sheer thrill that some were receiving from the reactions, music began to play above them. The hell? Kenichi looked up with a raised brow and a small glare. What's going on? He asked innocently. No fucking way. Heinkel's jaw dropped in recognition. Another one of these? Opening theme 3. Realize. Echidna is shown with her face removed from view as she holds her hands together and unravels a collection of green butterflies, lightening the darkness around her. Teacher. Roswell breathed out, his voice dropping its usual affectation entirely. He leaned forward, his heterochromatic eyes locking onto the pale hands in the tea party setting. Those butterflies. Beatrice shivered, clutching her dress. She recognized the mana signature, the feeling of a dream world. Mother is weaving her web, I suppose. The butterflies move throughout the dark space, illuminating many different faces. There was the face of a blonde with blue eyes. Then it was the face of a magenta-haired lady with pink eyes. The brief face of someone masked with gray hair, and a little girl with green hair, followed by the shy face of a girl hiding behind her scarf. Who are these people? Schultz asked, feeling a primal sort of dread just looking at the flashes of these women. They feel dangerous. The witches of sin, Beatrice whispered, her face pale. Minerva, Sekhmet, Typhon, Daphne, they are all there. The witches. Julius stiffened, his hand instinctively going to where his sword would have been again. He can't seem to stop doing that, but the urge to feel able to fight was a comforting thought right now. We are looking at the faces of the calamities of history. Not Suki Subaru is going to face them. He really meets everyone, doesn't he? Otto gulped, looking at the terrifying array of figures. I thought the cult was bad enough, but the legends themselves? Emilia focused mostly on the blonde, witch with the blue eyes. The warmth within her chest made her less cold, even though she didn't even remember much from her trail. The final shot of the darkness had the butterflies flying around Subaru as he glared towards the dark. Look at his eyes, Crush noted, impressed. He is surrounded by monsters and witches, yet he does not cower. He glares back. That is the look of a man who refuses to yield. Heinkel scoffed, crossing his arms and sinking lower into his seat, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand as he stared at the boy's expression. Are you not going to tire of this, you little monster? Heinkel grunted with distaste towards Subaru. Naoko gripped her husband's sleeve, her fingers trembling. To her, the imagery was far more personal, far more terrifying. Kenichi, the butterflies, she whispered, her voice cracking. In stories, don't they say butterflies carry the souls of the departed? She looked at the screen, tears pricking her eyes. Why are there so many around him? It looks like he's standing on the border of the afterlife again. Kenichi didn't answer immediately. He couldn't. He was fixated on his son's face, the glare. It wasn't the goofy, confident face Subaru used to make when striking a pose. It was the face of a man who had seen too much. He's not looking back at us, Kenichi managed to say, his voice thick with suppressed emotion. He's staring that darkness down. He looks so strong. But damn it, Naoko, a father doesn't want to see his son have to be that strong. He shouldn't have to look at the world like it's his enemy. His foot is shown moving forward, and the background around him changes to that of Japan as he walks with his hands in his pockets. His eyes move backward to the city, showing guilt and regret as the brief image of his parents is shown. That's... Naoko's voice trembled, her hands flying to cover her mouth. That's our neighborhood. That's the street to the convenience store. She stared at the screen, at the fleeting image of herself and her husband. He's thinking about us, Naoko whispered, tears spilling over instantly. He remembers us. Yeah, Kenichi choked out, his usual bravado completely shattered. He gripped the armrests, staring at his son's animated face. But look at his eyes, Naoko. That isn't a see you later look. Kenichi felt a crack form in his heart. As a father, he knew that look. It was the look of a child who had broken a window or failed a test, but multiplied by 1,000,000. It was the look of someone who knew they couldn't fix what they had broken. He's saying goodbye. Kenichi realized, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. He's looking back at us, and he's apologizing. He doesn't think he's ever coming home. The realization hit Naoko like a physical blow. She let out a soft, wounded sound, burying her face in Kenichi's shoulder. No, she sobbed. Don't say goodbye. We're right here. Don't walk away. The agony of the parents rippled through the rest of the cast. Emilia watched the scene, her heart twisting in her chest. She saw the modern city, the alien world that was Subaru's true home, and she saw the pain in his eyes as he turned his back on it. He gave up his world, Emilia thought, a wave of guilt washing over her. He gave up his mother and father. He gave up everything familiar for me, for this painful, dangerous life. I'm so sorry, Emilia whispered to the screen and to the weeping parents in the front row. I'm so sorry he's here. I'm so sorry he can't go back. It is the fate of the lost, Al murmured from his seat, his voice unusually somber. He tilted his helmet down, looking at his own gloved hand. You look back once, you cry, and then you keep walking. Because if you stop to stare at what you lost, you'll never move again. Pal knows he's stuck here. He carries such a heavy burden, Reinhard said softly, looking at the Natsukis with deep sympathy. Subaru-kun, Rim looked at the crying parents, then at the determined, sad face of her hero on the screen. She wanted to tell them that he was loved here, that he had a family here too. But she knew, looking at Naoko's tears, that some voids could never be filled. He chose to walk forward, Wilhelm observed, his voice gravelly and respectful. Even with his heart pulling him back, his feet moved forward. That is the walk of a man who has accepted his path, no matter how much it hurts. Kenichi held his wife, watching his son walk away from him on the screen. He continued walking in an alley, but at his feet, there was the corpse of his past self, bleeding out on the granite flooring. The angle of the scene changed to show Subaru's foot moving, but behind him, his body was left disemboweled, with a woman standing over it, looking at his guts. The body of a giant bald man was shown next to the woman as well. No! Naoko shrieked, burying her face in her hands instantly. His stomach. Oh God, Kenichi, his stomach. Kenichi couldn't speak. He stared at the graphic image of his son's disembowelment, his complexion turning ash gray. The fantasy adventure veneer was ripped away, leaving only the raw, bloody meat of reality. That's... Meili's eyes went wide. She stopped swinging her legs. She recognized the silhouette. She recognized the blade. Elsa, when Isan she did that to him, she really gutted him like a fish. That is absolutely foul. Heinkel grimaced, looking away and taking a heavy swig of his drink, his hand shaking slightly. I've seen some shit, but seeing a kid cut open like livestock by any shitty divine out there. His foot kept moving, ignoring the sight of a bloodied hand wearing his tracksuit and an eyeball that was disturbingly left on the floor, resembling his own eyes. Is that his eye? Hitaro felt bile rise in his throat. He adjusted his monocle, but his hand was trembling so hard he nearly dropped it. He was dismembered, piece by piece. Subaru-kun, Rem's breath hitched. She recognized the hall setting. She recognized the cruelty. A phantom pain shot through her own limbs as she realized this was the timeline where she had crushed him with her own morning star. She covered her mouth to stifle a sob, her body shaking with a mix of rage and horror. It is a parade of atrocities, Julius whispered with a sharp glare. He watched the walking Subaru, the boy who kept moving forward despite leaving pieces of himself behind. Why does he still walk? What the hell, Natsuki? He kept moving forward, ignoring the large rocky spikes with another corpse that looked like him having itself impaled upon them. Ram froze. Her red eyes locked onto the screen. The cliff. The fall. He jumped. Ram realized, her breath catching in her throat. In a loop where he saved us from the maybe-ass, he threw himself off the cliff to restart. To save Remington. To save me. Barusu, Ram whispered, her voice barely audible. For the first time, she looked at the boy in the front row with no trace of mockery. She looked at him with a chilling realization of the price he paid for her sister's life. Suicide, Anastasia Hashin murmured, fanning herself rapidly to keep from fainting. He chose that death. To fix things. Naoko held on to her husband in horror and disbelief at the explanation. Oh my God. His foot kept moving through a snowstorm that covered the trees and paths it stepped on, ignoring the frozen head of his corpse with tears still intact due to the ice that covered it. Huck. Emilia flinched violently, shrinking into her seat. She saw the ice. She saw the tears. She knew exactly who had frozen him. You killed him while he was crying, Emilia whispered, a fresh wave of hatred for the great spirit washing over her. He was begging for help, and you froze his tears. Beatrice looked down, gripping her dress. She said nothing. She couldn't defend her brother. The image of Subaru's frozen, severed head was a condemnation that no magic could erase. I can't look. Otto turned his head away, squeezing his eyes shut. Natsuki-san, please stop walking. It's too much. His walk showed the rest of the corpse in the snowstorm, decapitated and kneeling in the middle of the Roswell estate with Rem's corpse in its arms. Subaru continued walking without a change in expression. Subaru. Naoko screamed his name, a sound of pure maternal heartbreak. She reached out toward the screen as if to pull him away from the snow, from the bodies, from the hell he was walking through. Stop it, please, Petra wept, clinging to Frederica's arm. Even without his head, he's holding Rim-san. Schultz buried his face in Priscilla's lap, shaking. The world is too scary. Why is the world so mean to him? The knights, Reinhard, Julius, and Felix, sat in a stunned, reverent silence. They were warriors. They knew death. But they had never seen a soldier walk through a gallery of his own corpses with such hollow determination. He ignores them, Reinhard said softly, his blue eyes filled with a sorrowful awe. He does not look down. He cannot afford to look down. If he stops to mourn himself, he cannot save anyone else. He is the strongest man I have ever seen, Crush said, her voice trembling but firm. His expression changed, however, when the sudden snowstorm stopped, and he was standing in a whitened space. At his feet, in a pool of blood, Emilia's hand could be shown, motionless, lifeless. The screen turns around Subaru's body as the space around him fills with the bodies of all the villagers, the maids, the candidates, and the ground dragons that he's ever met. Emilia's lying in the center with him, standing over everything. Subaru kneels with blood dripping out of his mouth as he cries over everyone's corpses. Naoko didn't scream this time. The shock was too deep. She stared at her son, kneeling in the white void, blood dripping from his mouth as he wailed silently. He's all alone, Naoko whispered, her voice breaking into 1,000 pieces. Kenichi, he's the only one left alive. Kenichi Natsuki stared at the screen. He saw the crushing weight of the responsibility. He saw his 18-year-old son holding the fate of an entire reality in his trembling hands. Ow! Kenichi asked the darkness, tears streaming down his face. How is he supposed to handle that? He's just a kid. He's my kid. We sent him out to buy snacks. Kenichi choked out, looking at his wife. And he ended up carrying the weight of the world. I can't protect him from this. I can't do anything. The two parents held each other, watching their son drown in a sea of blood and tears, realizing that the boy they raised had become a titan of suffering, and there was no way for them to reach him. Amelia stared at her own dead hand on the screen. Then she looked at the pile. I am the center, she realized with sickening clarity. All of them. Petra, the villagers, the dragons, they are dead because they were near me. And Subaru is kneeling in our blood. We are all there, Ram whispered, looking at the bodies of the maids. For once, she had no insult. She only felt a cold chill at the realization that Subaru had mourned her death more times than she had blinked. Does he even remember? Otto said, his voice trembling. Every time we joke with him, he remembers seeing us like that? How does he look me in the eye and smile? Meili stared at the pile. She was a killer. She made piles like that. But seeing Subaru, the target, kneeling and crying over it, it confused her. He doesn't run, Meili whispered to herself. Most people run when they see that, or they break. But he just stays. He stays and he hurts. Is that what saving people feels like? It looks painful. I hate this kid so much. Heinkel muttered, glaring away from the piles of bodies surrounding Subaru. How can someone be a fraud when they go through this fucking hell? What the fuck, man? In the back row, the clown leaned forward, his eyes burning with a chaotic intensity. He ignored the deaths of the others. He focused solely on Subaru's despair. Yes, Roswell hissed softly. Krai, Sudoru-kun. Despair. Look at the consequences of trying to save everyone. He smiled, a twisted, pedagogic expression. You cannot save them all. Regulus is shown flashing through with his eyes red. Lay gets his own snapshot after him, with Elsa replacing them while holding her blade. A sharp, phantom pain shot through Crush's shoulder. She gasped, gripping the empty space where her arm had once been cut, her breath hitching as the face of the man who had maimed her and erased her memories dominated the view. Greed, Crush hissed, her calm facade shattering. Beside her, Felix pinned his ears back against his skull, a low, feral growl vibrating in his throat at the sight of the archbishop who had nearly destroyed his lady. Amelia was glaring heatedly as the music escalated, seeing Regulus and feeling a familiar hatred within her that was rare. Ram clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug into her palms. The face of the monster who had stolen her sister, who had made the world forget Ram existed, ignited a cold, killing aura around the pink-haired maid. Then the blade shone. Elsa Granheard appeared, replacing the archbishop's. She held her kukri lovingly, her eyes curved in delight. Amelia flinched violently, her hand instinctively going to her stomach. Even though the wound had never happened in this timeline, the memory of her death in the loot house, the searing pain of being sliced open, washed over her. Garfield's senses stopped at the sight, his breathing growing heavy as his glare was subdued by a look of fear for a moment. The Bowel Hunter felt whispered, her bravado vanishing. Her eyes were wide. She's back? She's really coming back. Reinhard found himself glaring at Elsa himself. He was glaring at all of the villains who had appeared above Subaru's bleeding form so far, but Elsa, in particular, stung the Knight of Knights. The final shot of red-eyed villains shows Meili as she stands with a hand on her hip, before Elsa's face is in touch once more, grinning with sadistic intentions. The theater turned cold. The tentative trust that some had begun to form with the blue-haired child evaporated in an instant. Schult, who had been sitting near Meili, sharing candy and listening to her snarky commentary, recoiled as if burned. He scrambled back in his seat, his eyes wide with betrayal and fear. Meili-chan, Schultz stammered, his voice trembling. You are with them? With the monsters? You are a bad person. The accusation from the innocent boy stung the room. Meili, feeling the weight of the hostile glares from the knights and the betrayal from Schultz, rolled her eyes. She pointed at the screen with an annoyed huff. Oh, honestly, Meili complained, crossing her arms. I really don't like how they placed me with that lot. That white-haired boy is a windbag and Elsa is, well, Elsa. She looked at Schultz, her expression unrepentant but defensive. Don't look at me like that, Rosie-chan. I'm just doing a job. Grouping me in with the archbishops over Oni Isan's tragedy is just bad taste. I'm much cuter than they are. Before anyone could scold her for her lack of empathy, the screen twisted again. Elsa grinned one last time, and then the focus snapped to Subaru. No one noticed Meili's frown after all eyes were off of her. Subaru clutches his chest as he continues crying and bleeding from his mouth. He leans forward from the pain, blood continuously dripping on the floor as the white world around him turns into a dark purple. Subaru, Naoko screamed, reaching out to the screen as if she could wipe the blood from his chin. Beatrice froze. She knew that color. She knew that pressure. The witch. She whispered, terror seizing her heart. Julius and Reinhard looked on helplessly, seeing their friend, the man who usually stood tall with a defiant grin, reduced to a weeping, bleeding mess, while surrounded by the colors of the Witch of Envy, was a stark reminder of the curse he carried alone. He isn't being attacked, Wilhelm noted grimly, his seasoned eyes analyzing the lack of external wounds. Felix beside him gave no words, watching with the most pained expression he could muster. Slowly, the blood drops begin to go backward, disappearing from the floor as a sharp, purple hand reaches for him behind his back. The hand's shadows disappear, replaced by a white, kind-looking hand. Another appears, and they both wrap around his shoulder blades, revealing a woman in full white hugging him from behind. The collective breath of the audience hitched. Emilia's eyes widened until they burned. Her hands flew to her mouth, trembling violently. She stared at the woman on the screen, the silver hair, the silhouette, the way the white fabric draped over her. It was like looking into a twisted mirror. A cold chill raced down her spine, freezing her in place, her heart hammering against her ribs not out of jealousy, but out of a primal, confused terror. Is that me? Her eyes seemed to scream, pleading with the screen to deny the resemblance. Rem went rigid. Her blue eyes lost their light, dilating as she stared at the embrace. Her hands gripped the fabric of her skirt so tightly that the knuckles turned white, tearing the fabric. She recognized the aura, even without the scent, the visual confirmation of the miasma that shrouded her hero. She saw the way the woman held him, possessive, encompassing, suffocating. Naoko leaned forward, her brow furrowed in deep, agonizing distress. She didn't see a lover comforting her son. She saw a predator playing with its food. She saw the way Subaru's expression shifted, not to relief, but to a profound, unsettled disturbance. His eyes darted to the side, wide and haunted, realizing who, or what, was touching him. Naoko's hand found Kenichi's, squeezing it with a desperation that begged him to do something, anything, to pull their boy away from that woman. Kenichi didn't squeeze back. He was frozen, his jaw set hard. He watched the woman's chin rest on Subaru's shoulder, the intimacy of the gesture sickeningly wrong against the backdrop of Subaru's fear. Subaru's pained expression changes into a disturbed one as the woman in white leans her lips toward his ear. Her lips move, indicating that she said something to him. No sound came from the screen. The silence in the theater was deafening. Beatrice curled in on herself, burying her face in her knees, refusing to look. Roswell narrowed his mismatched eyes, leaning forward with a terrifying intensity, trying to read the lips of the witch he had chased for centuries to exact revenge. Julius and Reinhard sat like statues, their postures radiating helpless frustration. They were witnessing the root of Subaru's torment, the source of the shadows, and they could not step in to sever those pale arms. The woman's lips moved. A secret was passed. A curse was whispered. And in the reflection of Subaru's terrified eyes, the entire cast saw their own helplessness mirrored back at them. Oh my God, Subaru's mother could only whisper as she saw her son's despair clear on his face. As the music begins the climax, Subaru is shown once again, kneeling alone, without the woman or the corpses. And his face changes to that of determination as he stands up from his kneeling position. The audience leaned forward, praying for a run towards safety. Grit your teeth and run, man. Garfield cheered with an increasingly agitated look on his face. Come on, Captain. He runs forward, gritting his teeth. Go, Felt whispered, gripping her armrests, showing that the adrenaline rush had gotten to her this much that she's openly showing her frustration at his situation. Run, big bro. But a strike from above shoots his eye, and he is forced to fall as blood fills the screen. A collective, sharp intake of breath sucked the air out of the room. Naoko flinched violently, her hand jerking up to cover her own eye. No, Subaru, she wailed, but Kenichi held on to her close. Emilia's hand moved to grasp Subaru's sleeping one, her eyes unable to focus on the screen as she moved between it and Beatrice and Remington. Both girls are dealing with a sudden blood splatter. Another Subaru is shown running in place of the first one as the other one falls because of the shot. Another, Crush's eyes narrowed, confusion battling horror. He is replacing himself. What the hell is this? Kenichi's cold voice filled the room, his anger rising now at the twisted scenes before him. A music theme to my son's deaths? Are we fucking serious? This Subaru is shot from the right side, making him fall quickly, with his blood highlighted in the dark purple world. Another Subaru quickly replaces him, but is shot in the chest. Felix's ears pinned back against his skull. The speed was disorienting. There was no time to process the death before the next one began. His hands on his skirt as the feeling of being overwhelmed overtook the healer while watching Subaru's hell with his own eyes. None to filter his opinions through. None to taint it. Stop, please stop. He begged as he began hyperventilating in his seat. Feeling the massive amounts of guilt that been inside of his heart for a long time, now burst uncontrollably. New Subaru. Shot in the chest. Emilia's hand flew to her heart. The thud of the impact echoed in the silent theater. 3 deaths in 3 seconds. Another Subaru ignores the falling ones as he runs faster, but the shot makes him lose his arm and forces him to fall. Another Subaru jumped over him with his eyes glowing in anger as he yelled at the shooter. His arm. Petra shrieked, burying her face in Federica's dress. Garfield gritted his teeth so hard his jaw creaked, watching the captain being whittled down like wood. He is using his own corpses as shields. Wilhelm whispered, his old eyes wide with a mixture of military respect and absolute horror, only to be struck in the face, having his head blown to smithereens and blood gushing out his neck. A strangled cry tore from Naoko's throat. Kenichi turned pale as a sheet. Beatrice squeezed her eyes shut, but the sound of wet, exploding flesh was inescapable. What the actual fuck? Heinkel's jaw was on the floor, unable to show anything but pure astonishment. Nah, kid, fucking stop, man. Another Subaru lunges at this decapitated one, and his shoulder knocks him away from his path, painting half of his face red with the blood gushing out of its neck as he runs forward with an unhinged face. Priscilla stopped fanning herself. Her crimson eyes widened. The Sun Princess actually had a slight blinking process to register all that she was seeing. A madness beyond that of a pig. How interesting. He looks completely broken, Julius murmured, his knuckles white. Just stop going forward. A flash of Roswell, Rim, and Ram happily interacting in the front yard of the estate is shown, its colors brighter than that of Subaru's dark world. The contrast struck them like a physical blow. Ram stared at her own smiling face on the screen, then at the blood-soaked boy making that smile possible. A wave of nausea hit her. The screen moved back to Subaru as he rolled on the ground because of another shot, blood splattering everywhere, with the foot of a new Subaru coming forward and stepping over his rolling corpse. Meili stopped moving entirely. Her small hands, which usually played with her braids or rested casually on the armrests, gripped the velvet fabric until her knuckles turned white. Her assassin's composure, usually so impenetrable, shattered. She stared at the new Subaru stepping over the dead Subaru. He doesn't stop, Meili thought, a true, cold fear seeping in her marrow for the first time. I kill people. That's what I do. When I kill them, they stop. They fall down, they bleed, and the job is done. But him? Her violet eyes trembled as she watched the loop. He dies. He bleeds. And then he just walks over himself. It's useless, Meili whispered, her voice barely a breath. The playfulness was gone. The cruelty was gone. Left behind was the terrified realization of a child facing a monster she couldn't understand. I can't kill him, she realized, the words slipping out unconsciously. Elsa can't kill him. The Maybe-S can't kill him. He just uses his own death as a stepping stone. To an assassin, a target that treated death as a renewable resource was the ultimate nightmare. Meili looked at the sleeping boy in the front row not as a target, or a toy, or a brother figure, but as something ancient and terrifying. He's not human, she murmured, shivering. Garfield didn't say a word. He just stared at the screen, his teeth gritted so hard his jaw ached, seeing the sheer resolve it took to treat one's own life as currency. In the silence, Al tipped his helmet lower. Yeah, bro, Al thought, a dark solidarity in his heart. Don't look down. If you look at the body, you'll never take the next step. There is a new flash to show the bright and happy faces of the villagers from Aurum. Petra's breathing became heavier than Felix as she moved from her seat to hug Frederica and close her eyes. The older maid held on to Petra and couldn't but feel responsible for every death she saw as she realized one important fact. What did I do? I sent him to the sanctuary. Otto looked away, unable to watch his friend explode again. The sound of rending flesh was becoming a rhythmic, sickening beat. Another moved back into the dark tunnel as Subaru's blood explodes on the screen. This was the cause of visceral reaction that made Kenichi and many more flinch so far that the seats they sat upon pushed back. Ram's face is shown, smirking with satisfaction while holding some potatoes in a basket. Ram covered her mouth. That smirk, so casual, so ignorant of the hell occurring parallel to it, felt like a sin. The screen goes back on Subaru's knee as it gets shot and blood gushes out of it. Ricardo hissed, clutching his own knee instinctively. The relentless, mechanical nature of the violence was suffocating. The screen shows a dark background with white letters saying something in Japanese. If it's, read it for us, I suppose. Beatrice immediately tells the parents, not stopping the tears flowing down her cheeks. Please. Naoko was more implored to do it, as she heard more pleading from the triplets, Garfield, and even Rem and Felt. Everyone who couldn't read Japanese. It flashes to show his abdomen being shot and his body falling. Stop, Emilia whimpered. Please, just stop. Petra and the village kids are shown smiling towards the screen, with the sun reflecting their happiness. Patrash and Otto, with his green dragon, are also shown expressing extreme happiness and contentment. The screen showed more words. To save you. Stop it. Naoko Natsuki whispered, clutching her chest. The juxtaposition of the smiling children and her bleeding son made her physically ill. Don't put those pictures together. Don't show me that his pain is the price for their smiles. Beatrice is shown glaring with annoyance at the screen, with Puck grinning beside her. Subaru's mouth is shown bleeding and screaming as he continues to run forward. More words were given. I don't care. Rem sat up straighter. She saw her own smile on the screen, bright, angelic, bathed in sunlight. It was the face of the girl Subaru loved. But then she saw his reaction, tearful, rage-filled eyes replacing her warmth. He uses my memory to keep running, Rem realized, her heart aching with a bittersweet mixture of pride and devastation. I am his light, but the fuel he burns to reach me is his own life. Rem's smile is shown, but the rest of her face is hidden underneath a large ray of sunlight and hope. Subaru's tearful eyes replace the warmth of Rem's smile as he runs forward with rage clear in them. How many times? Emilia's beautiful smile appears as she stands beside Puck. Another smile with her, wearing her hood. And a third one that showed her in a field of roses. The screen flashed the final words in deep, unsettling red. Emilia watched her own face flash rapidly, smiling in the hood, smiling in the roses, smiling beside Puck. They were beautiful images, the kind a girl would cherish. But in this context, framed by Subaru's screams, they looked like a tally sheet of sins. And then, the final, blood-red text stamped itself onto the retinas of everyone in the room. ED. Subaru is then shown screaming as he reaches toward the end of the dark tunnel, showing a light at the end that his hand could almost touch. The bluntness of the statement hit the theater like a physical shockwave. There was no poetry in it, no return by death, just the raw, first-person confession of a boy trapped in a slaughterhouse. Captain really said, T. Garfield breathed, his hands trembling on his knees. How many times? Julius whispered, staring at the screen with horrified fascination. The question is not rhetorical. He is asking the world, when will it be enough? It is never enough, Roswell murmured from the back, his eyes gleaming in the dark. As long as there's a you to save, Subaru-kun will die. That is the contract he signed with his own soul. As the final shot showed Subaru screaming, reaching desperately toward a blinding light at the end of the dark tunnel, the audience didn't feel hope. They felt the crushing weight of his exhaustion. Kenichi Natsuki looked at his son's outstretched hand on the screen, a hand reaching for a future that seemed to retreat with every step. Grab it, Subaru, Kenichi whispered, tears streaming down his face, speaking for every person in the room. Just grab the light and rest. Please just rest. The final scenes, as the music quickly reaches its end, are of Garfield and Frederica standing in a dark dungeon with the shadows of bars and two large beasts covering them. Garfield clenched his jaw so hard a vein popped in his neck, hating the visual reminder of the monster blood he tried so hard to prove was strength, yet feared was a curse. Frederica simply lowered her eyes, her hands tightening in her lap, feeling the gazes of the others, realizing that the polite maid and the brash guardian were hiding fangs far sharper than they let on. The green butterflies show the differences between the beast shadows of the two siblings before moving to show many clones of the pink-haired elf girl that Subaru had encountered in the forest. Wilhelm's glare returned instantly, his blue eyes burning with a hatred that hadn't cooled. To the rest of the theater, it was a confusing image. Why were there so many clones of the girl Subaru met? But to Crush and Anastasia, it screamed of a military threat. An army of mana users? Anastasia whispered, her merchant mind racing with the terrifying implications of a cloning facility in the hands of a Margrave. The butterflies move to show Roswell, with his back turned to Puck and Beatrice, who both have expressions of sadness. Beatrice stared at the screen, at her own sad face clutching the gospel. It was a mirror of 400 years of loneliness. She didn't say a word, but she shrank smaller in her seat, confirming to everyone, Naoko, Kenichi, and the knights, that the clown was indeed the source of her misery. Beatrice's hand is on her gospel. The scene moves with the butterflies through the teacup Echidna was drinking, revealing Petelagi's unseen hand above it. Rem let out a sharp gasp, recoiling. The cult. Rem trembled, seeing the undeniable link between the Witch of Greed and the monster who tortured her. They are connected, Julius noted grimly, his eyes narrowing. The witches, the archbishops, and this tea party, it is all one tangled web. With a quick shot of a rabbit in the snow appearing before the final shot. It was there for a split second, a white rabbit in the snow. To most, it was nothing. But to those with sharp instincts, Ricardo, Wilhelm, and Garfield, a primal chill shot down their spines. It looked innocent, yet it triggered a fight-or-flight response that made the hairs on their arms stand up. Bad omen, Ricardo muttered, his ears flattening. That little thing feels like death. Garfield began holding onto his chair harder, with his foot tapping the ground faster and faster. His breathing is going heavy. The final shot is of the butterflies flying towards their master as she turns around and grins in a neon green background. Echidna. Theme ends. The names seemed to echo in the silence that followed the music's end. Roswell leaned forward, his composure cracking into a look of pure, fanatical adoration. He stared at the face of his teacher, his eyes wide and glistening. "Teacher," he mouthed, ignoring the terrified looks from the rest of the cast. "That's her." Kenichi swallowed hard, feeling a cold sweat on his back. He looked at the white-haired woman with the soulless eyes. "That's the witch. That's the one messing with my son's head. She looks evil," Naoko whispered, shivering. "She's smiling, but it's not a nice smile. It's a hungry smile." The screen faded to black, leaving the theater in a heavy, suffocating silence. The opening was over, but the dread it had cultivated hung over them like a shroud. They weren't just watching an adventure anymore. They were watching a descent into a spider's web, with Echidna waiting at the center. Author note. Next up, Episode 3. Arc 4's continuation. I had deleted the chapter due to a lot of quality issues I've personally had with how it was written. I didn't have much heart into it, and even began using AI to polish my already half-hearted reactions, which caused a lot of issues with character placements and emotional whiplash. So, I took the chapter down after receiving many messages of support from the community. The love I've received from you all made me regain some of that spark. I had to reread all of the chapter again and start editing the reactions part line by line. I've removed a lot of the bad reactions and AI polish and brought my best to write over them on my own. I don't think I'll use AI again in the near future. A lot of fellow writers seem to be conflicted around using it, and some use it supremely to polish their writing. I personally just want to write something good, so whatever helps, helps. Regardless, I always want to make you enjoy, and your support means everything. Thank you to everyone leaving me comments and messages of love on all platforms. I read every single word, wallahi, and I don't reply because I just can't make the time. I thank all those supporting me with donations too, because I'm still living on my own and without a job, so these have helped a lot. Especially those who started giving me more commissions to write for them. God bless you all, and I hope you have a great new year. See you next. Zero watching him die again and again. Chapter 19. Season 2, Episode 3. Okay, Kenichi was the first to speak as the music died out with Subaru's exit towards the light and the last appearance of Echidna played out. "Can someone explain to me everything that just happened? Please." He was pleading to the wrong people as everyone in the room dealt with what they'd seen. "Apologies, we don't mean to be insensitive to you," not Suki-san. Otto, who was hanging his head low after what they'd watched, was the one trying to show a little diplomacy. "I didn't blame any of you for being insensitive, man." Kenichi tried to stop his frustration from showing his tone, but failed. Why was there music blasting over? What we just seen like some freaking anime? Many gave confused looks at this question, including nearly everyone in the Amelia and Crush camp, while Anastasia looked more interested than ever by the man's wording. Us mercenaries and civilians to know what such a thing is. Ricardo endeavored to say from the back with a wince, seeing that the parents weren't really in the mood. How come you ignored it?" Noko asked, her eyes on Amelia and Rem with a clear need for answers, yet no hint of accusation. Has it happened before? I heard someone say that this was another. Amelia swallowed, trying to shuffle her hand slowly to Subaru's sleeping sleeve as she worked up the courage to speak with his mother. Every time one of these viewings begins or ends, we see these visions with music playing in the back. It's unsavory to say the least. Not that the melodies themselves are bad, though. Felt muttered from the front, which caused Heinkel to snort from the back. "Melodies, my fucking ass." Heinkel was bitter as he said this. Ain't none of what we've watched so far is deserving of praise. Much less some fucking weird-ass musical outlet while the kid's suffering. How many times has this happened before I was summoned in air with a kid? He pointed to Schultz while glaring down at the others. It's happened since the very beginning, I suppose. Beatrice narrowed her eyes at the floor, remembering the very first viewing. The parents exchanged what was the first of many glances at each other before they moved their eyes to Subaru's sleeping face. "You don't think?" Kenichi's voice broke slightly as his wife held on to him tighter. "No, there's no way. He was dying in that opening." Crush aims a questioning gaze at the two adults. "Is that what it's called? How'd you come by such information?" Though she didn't mean to sound too demanding, The Duchess wasn't the only one interested, as Anastasia piped from the other side of the same row to speak with the parents on her own. Couldn't hurt tea. Help us get knowledge about these things, not Suki-Kuin's folks, she said with a bit of excitement in her eyes. You two are from a different world than us Lagunican bunch, and we want what's best for your son. So, what's best for my son? Kenichi looked at the merchant queen with eyes full of hesitation, which made Anastasia lean back with an eyebrow raised. The parents both seemed to be contemplating what they'd watched, which led them to be closed off from the rest of the cast. Something Anastasia didn't anticipate, and for that, she seemed to be eager to ignore Subaru's multiple deaths in such a small moment in favor of conversing and socializing with other people in the theater. Fufufu, Priscilla's pleased chuckles filled the air at the misfortune of Anastasia, enjoying her misshape to a far greater degree. I'm not sure what any of this is, to be honest. Kenichi found himself muttering without confidence anymore. He looked to his wife some more and found himself seeking some help. I can't believe. It looked like the world was showing an intro to his adventure. No, Naoko. The mother herself bit her lip and looked at their son. It seemed that way. He used to watch a lot of these Ice Guy stories back home before he was taken. Kenichi muttered some more into his hand as he moved it toward his chin. And he would read it too. That's what he told me once when he took too long at the convenience store. Noko held a small frown. I would ask him not to spend time browsing and reading, or else he'd give the wrong idea to the seller and get them excited that he was going to buy something from them. Naoko. Kenichi held on to his wife, giving her a look of sympathy as she trembled slightly at the memory. It's okay. He's here right now. But we can't even talk to him. Naoko sniffled while holding her son's other hand, the one not occupied by Emilia. You saw how he was running through every death. You saw him. He was running and running as if the world didn't matter anymore. His deaths. Naoko's face had the tears flowing shortly after as she kept holding on to her son. How can he just run through his bodies like this? Subaru, please answer me. Please. Kenichi held on to his wife with a look of helplessness. Unable to say anything. Unable to do anything. Just a worthless man watching his family collapse. Around them, there were eyes that couldn't continue watching the couple due to sheer emotion. Some, like Crush and Rem, looked away out of respect. Ice Guy stories, Beatrice muttered, sitting back to reach Subaru's chest with the back of her head. Her eyes kept staring at the floor, thinking about the fact that she saw her mother on the screen and how much hurt Subaru will be going through. Foreshadowing such a thing as you dying again. Subaru, she whispered while trying to reach for either of his arms, but the sleeping boy had two ladies on his sides holding on to him, leaving Beatrice alone to just sit on his lap with her eyes empty. Brutally so, no matter how many times you die. Emilia sighed from the side, her eyes still glistening and staring at her boots. You really are a dummy. You dunderhead. You lair. Does it change your mindset now, Emilia-sama? Rem asked from behind the half-elf and her knight, looking at her with pain clear in her eyes. Emilia's gaze was surprised as she turned to Remington. My mindset. The one where you said you'd be accepting of what he's doing now. Rem's words were striking as Emilia's eyes flashed with the memories of Subaru's run through his corpses in the opening. Do you still agree to that way of doing things? To support this behavior from him? Rem asked with her voice lower than usual, not wanting anyone else to be privy to what she was saying to the half-elf. Still, the maid had a tone of pleading in her voice. One that wasn't lost on Emilia as the half-elf looked at the sleeve of Subaru's jacket with pursed lips. It was only a moment, but Rem realized that Emilia didn't respond to her pleas for common sense, because Emilia didn't have any refutation to give. The girl was merely contemplating as if she was a maiden presented with multiple strange cakes on her name day. Rem couldn't help but grit her teeth as she remembered the same memories as Emilia did. How could she not? They had just watched Subaru's sacrificial nature in such a clear way that neither of them could deny it. Subaru must really be lonely, to feel like he can die over and over again for us. Emilia's soft mumbles found their way to Rem's ears, and for a moment, the maid held on to her breath. Yes, Rem sighed, letting go of her skirt and ruffling it back to shape as her nerves gave out. Yes, Toruko and feel it's lonely. I won't let him be lonely after he wakes up. I promise. Emilia's confident words were said, without her trying to make eye contact with Rem, and they didn't need to look at each other to agree on this one point. Whether Rem doesn't agree with Emilia or not, both girls could at least feel the same determination even through their different viewpoints. I won't accept that he's hurting himself for me, for us. But I agree that I won't let him have the chance to sacrifice himself either. Rem affirmed, taking a look at Subaru's head while crossing her legs as she leans back in her seat. There didn't need to be more said between them. Whatever argument that Rem wanted to make had died when Emilia couldn't give a reaction to remembering Subaru's butchering other than glancing away. Kurus-sama. Felix asked from the side by the time Amelia and Rem were talking to each other, earning him a small glare as the Duchess had been trying to eavesdrop. The knight didn't flinch, however, as he began to speak unfettered. Do you think you'll be all right to watch what happens next? At this, Crush paused, a deep one that showed surprise on her usually reserved expression. What's the meaning of that statement, Ferris? Crush raised her eyebrow. Have you become afraid of what comes next? Though she sounded like she was teasing, Crush wasn't the type to ask such a question lightly, as she gave her full sincerity behind the care she showed her knight. Fairy Chan would never feel scared when he's beside his lady, Naya. Felix couldn't help but let out a yelp of happiness with the way she overprotected his meager feelings. Geez, you really are remarkable, Crush Sama. What? I apologize, but I don't find anything I have done sufficient for such a compliment yet. Crush sighed and turned her head away from Felix to glance towards Subaru. Felix couldn't help but feel his heart ache slightly with the way she was focusing on the black-haired knight at the front. He sighed and continued his question. I was wondering when he left our protection after the white whale was thwarted. Isn't it over for our role in the story, so to say? Crush looked at her knight, her eyes showing thoughtfulness as she read between the lines expertly. You mean to say that we have no more part to play in Natsuki Subaru's story? I thought that would have been clear since what we are watching. Why are we still watching then? Felix blurted out. Are you suggesting that we might leave the viewings to the rest of the people here just because we aren't a party concerned by the coming events? Crush held him with a sudden firmness in her eyes. I know that we care about him, Crush-sama. Felix steadily walked this road with his face nervous yet brave. But he let the moment pass so he could be sure to continue saying his piece. Oddly enough, Crush was allowing him to do it with a patience he never expected. But what's the plan here? Do we just continue watching this depressing story even when it doesn't concern us anymore, Naya? Ferris, you disappoint me greatly. Crush sounded baffled by her knight's audacity. Has he not given up the most to help us achieve great peace across our world? Do we not owe him, as his allies and friends, to watch any more suffering he goes through? But what if that ends up hurting us more than we can handle, Crush-sama? Felix responds with a bite in his lip, but Crush would only glare at him. Speak clearly. What is it that you mean by this? She demands of her knight. Felix held her gaze with his own anxious one, his own protective one, his own scared one. After we watch what comes next, you'll be thrown by the wayside again, Crush-sama. Her eyes widened due to his brutal honesty as he all but leaned forward to emphasize his words to her. Nia, I can't handle seeing you break or be forgotten yet again. And knowing him, he'll be too busy fighting his damn hardest protecting those around him. Ferris, Crush's tones silenced her trembling knight as she moved her gloved hand to weave her fingers through his hair. You think far too much about the most ridiculous of things. He let her pat his head and sighed, looking at the ground obediently. I refuse to be forgotten behind anyone in this room, even if Natsuki Subaru would go on without me. Crush grinned down at her knight with confidence that surprised him. Do not fret, Ferris. I haven't come to be so pathetic that I'd be all right with such an ending for us. Us? Felix looked at her in surprise. Kurust-sama? Of course. She held his head in the palm of her hand with care, giving him a grin. Who's going to take you with them in this room other than me? Priscilla? Felix shuddered at the memory of the last time he was alone with the Red Princess, leaning further into Crush's palm and shuffling his head against it. Don't remind me of that wench, Naya. Crush gives into her chuckles and ruffles his hair further. Then we're stuck with one another, as always. Felix's smile didn't reach his eyes as he looked up to his lady. Yes, Crush-sama. As always. You are a cruel woman, Crush-sama, Wilhelm murmured, his voice so low it barely carried over the soft sobbing of the Natsuki parents a few rows away. From the seat directly beside them from Felix's side, Wilhelm watched the exchange with the practiced stillness of a man who had lived long enough to see the same tragedy play out in different costumes. He saw the way Crush's fingers moved through Felix's hair. To an outsider, it was a gesture of deep intimacy and comfort. To Wilhelm, it looked like a mercy killing. It is a heavy thing, is it not? Wilhelm glanced to his other side. Frederica was watching him, her demi-human eyes sharp and knowing. Beside her, little Petra sat like a statue, her small hands balled into fists so tight her skin looked like parchment. The girl hadn't spoken since the opening ended. She seemed to be shielding herself from the theater's atmosphere by simply refusing to participate in it. Devotion, Frederica Dano? Wilhelm asked. The realization that devotion can become a cage, Frederica replied softly, her gaze flickering toward Rem, then back to Felix. Crush-sama knows that if she doesn't push him away now, he will simply wither in the shadow of whatever she becomes after this. She is being cruel to give him a chance to survive without her. A bitter medicine, Wilhelm noted. One I have seen many fail to swallow. Wilhelm looked at Crush some more. She really is cruel. He didn't mean it as an insult. In fact, there was a tinge of respect in his tired eyes. He saw exactly what she was doing, forcing Felix Dano to choose between sticking with his obsession with a woman whose heart is already set on Natsuki Subaru, or choose to move on from his one true lady. Subaru-sama doesn't make it easy, Frederica added with a faint, sad smile. He has a way of making everyone feel like they're the center of his world, even when he is dying for 100 others at the same time. It makes people possessive, even the kind ones. Petra didn't contribute. She just stared at the back of Subaru's head, her silence more deafening than any comment could have been. Suddenly, a sharp snort erupted from the row in front of them. Felt was slumped in her seat, her boots kicked up on the armrest beside her. She didn't turn around, but her voice was loud enough to cut through the heavy philosophizing, yet low enough to be ignored by Felix and Crush. Spirits, you people are depressing, Felt barked, her eyes still tired but defiant at the same time. Is there a single person in this room who isn't busy tying themselves into knots over who loves who? Big bros out here getting shot down while running through a fucking tunnel of death and stabbed by psychos on a repeat, and you're back here analyzing the cruelty of a head pat. Felt Sama, please, Reinhard began, his voice habitual and weary, but she cut him off with a sharp wave of her hand. No, please, nothing. Felt finally turned her head, her red eyes locking onto Wilhelm with a fierce intensity. Hey, old man, if you've got so much spare time to worry about Catboy and his lady problems, why don't you use those wise eyes of yours to look about 3 feet to the left? Wilhelm stiffened. He knew exactly what and who she was referring to. Felt gestured crudely toward Reinhard, who sat rigid, his gaze fixed forward, his expression a mask of perfect, agonizing composure. Talk to your grandson, old guy, Felt said, her tone losing its bite and becoming something closer to a command. Before the next vision starts, and we all have to watch Big Bro die again. Yuri over here worried about some sad loser being forgotten, while the guy who actually shares your blood is sitting right there, looking like he's already a ghost. Sort your own mess out. Wilhelm opened his mouth to respond, to offer a dismissal, a platitude about this trio way, but the words died in his throat. He looked at Reinhard's back. The sword saint looked invincible, a pillar of strength. But from this angle, Wilhelm could see the slight tremor in his grandson's hands. Encouraged by Felt's bluntness, or perhaps simply pushed to the edge by the weight of the white whale's viewing being so long ago, Reinhard finally turned. He didn't look like the kingdom's strongest asset. He looked like a boy trying to navigate a minefield. Grandfather, Reinhard began, his voice surprisingly steady despite the tension. I wish to ask you something regarding the previous viewing. Wilhelm didn't turn his head, but his eyes shifted toward the youth. Speak. Your reaction to the elf, to Sphinx, Reinhard said, his blue eyes searching Wilhelm's hardened face. I have never seen you lose your composure in such a way, not even during the fight with the whale. Why did her presence provoke such absolute hatred? The air around Wilhelm seemed to drop 10 degrees. He finally turned his body to face Reinhard, his hands resting heavily on his knees. Sphinx was a monster of the demi-human war, Reinhard Dunno, Wilhelm said, his voice like grinding stones. A biological filth that should have remained buried. She was the reason for more suffering than you can comprehend. And he paused, his gaze darkening. She was a great terror to the woman who's meant to be the grandmother of that man. He jerked his chin toward Roswell, who sat further away, his expression unreadable behind his makeup. I demand answers, Wilhelm growled. I want to know why Roswell is housing a creature that bears the same face as that monster who'd slaughtered so many. Then why aren't you attacking him? Felt's voice cut in again, sharp and impatient. She was leaning over the back of her seat now. If you're so pissed off, old man, go over there and squeeze his neck until he talks. Why are we just sitting here? Because he is protected, a new voice said. It was Petra. The young girl didn't look up, her voice sounding hollow and devoid of its usual childish warmth. She talked, with her gaze fixed on the blank screen. When we were told about Warden Sama, whoever took his place in charge of this place, Petra continued, her tone chillingly flat. It protected Roswell Sama when Garfield Sand tried to attack him earlier. It doesn't matter how much we hate him or what he's hiding. It's unfair. Felt snorted, but she didn't disagree. Instead, she turned her sights on Frederica. And what about you? You're the one who gave Big Bro that letter, right? The one that sent him to this sanctuary place in the first place. Roswell's got a plan, and you're the one who opened the door for him. Frederica's expression didn't flicker. She stood straight, her hands clasped in front of her in a perfect maid stance. I perform my duties as instructed, Felt Sama. I have no information to give regarding my master's private affairs. Doubt that, Felt muttered dryly. You're all the same. Secrets on top of secrets. There's more at play, Petra whispered, her voice almost ghostly. Roswell-sama isn't just being protected because he's a participant. He's being used to. Petra, that is enough, Frederica said softly, shushing the girl with a firm but gentle hand on her shoulder. Wilhelm looked back at Reinhard. He saw the conflict in his grandson's eyes, a desire to protect the fragile peace of the theater or seek justice and answers. The child is right, Reinhard, Wilhelm said, giving a grim nod toward Petra. It is clear that none of us can get a clear answer while the entity holding this theater is actively shielding him. We are not audience members. We are prisoners of a story that hasn't finished being told. Reinhard lowered his head, the weight of his own powerlessness in this room finally sinking in. Understand, grandfather. That fucking sucks. Felt huffed, eyeing Petra some more, but rolling her eyes to look somewhere else. Asterisk click asterisk. The air in the theater suddenly vibrated with a low, bone-deep hum. The screen, which had been a dull, obsidian void, began to pulse with a faint light with a flow of imagery that kept playing at such a speed that no one could tell what each image was portraying. The conversations that had been splintering into small, bitter groups died instantly as every head turned toward the display. Wait, we shouldn't just start the next one yet. Otto stood up, his hands waving frantically. His face was pale, his eyes darting between the screen and his own camp. We haven't even processed what we just saw. There are too many things left unsaid. And if we keep watching without a plan, we're just going to... What we should do is get the truth, Julius interrupted, his voice cutting through Otto's panic like a rapier. He stood as well, his posture perfect, but his hand was white-knuckled where it rested on his hip, not that anyone could see beneath his glove. You speak of discussion, yet your camp remains a fortress of silence. I demand to know about this which agreed, and that person named Sphinx. If Roswell L. Mathers is housing an entity that shares the face of a monster from the Great War, then this is no longer a private matter of the Amelia camp. It is a threat to the kingdom. Julius turned his gaze to Otto, his expression softening only slightly. Otto, you are a man of reason. Trust me. Tell me what you and Garfield are hiding. We're your allies, aren't we? It's not that simple, Julius San. Otto cried out. Garfield's problem wasn't even about any which present within the sanctuary. It was about everything. Garfield snarled, almost leaping out of his chair. He didn't look at Julius, simply turned around to look at Roswell in the back with a feral, murderous intensity. I ain't gonna be a skin for pity or understanding out air. I blame that makeup-wearing bastard for everything that's happening to Captain. He's the one who let all this rot happen. And that's precisely what we need to understand. Tivy piped up from the Anastasia camp, his monocle glinting in the screen's light. The parents watched the chaos from their seats. Naoko didn't look at the arguing knights. Her eyes were fixed on Amelia, who looked smaller than ever, and then shifted to Rem. The blue-haired maid looked utterly lost. Having been in a coma during the events being shown, she was witnessing the disintegration of her friend's trust in real time. Kenichi, however, felt a gaze on the back of his neck. He turned slightly to see Priscilla sitting in the very last row. She was lounging like a queen on a throne of boredom, a fan partially obscuring a sharp, knowing grin. She caught his eye and gave a slow, deliberate wink. The message was clear. Look at them. See how they squabble while your son bleeds. My offer remains. Bring him to me, and he will be a king, not a martyr. Kenichi's jaw tightened, but he looked away, his eyes landing on Crush. Unlike the others, she was still. She sat with her chin resting on her hand, her eyes contemplative as she weighed the room's energy. Enough, Crush said. It wasn't a shout, but the authority in her voice acted like a physical weight, forcing the room into a sudden, shaky silence. She looked at Julius. Julius Jucilius, stand down. Your pursuit of justice is noble, but your timing is flawed. If we wish for answers, they are literally inches away from manifesting on that screen. Why argue over fragments when the whole truth is about to be forced upon us? Julius hesitated, his eyes flickering toward his lady. Oh, my, Crush-san, you certainly sound authoritative today, Anastasia remarked, her tone playful but her eyes narrowing into cold slits. But I don't recall giving you the right to command my knight. You might want to remember whose camp you're talking to before you start issuing orders. Crush didn't even blink at the thinly veiled threat. She simply gave a dry, ghost of a smile. I merely wanted to see if you're still alive over there, Anastasia-sama. You've been quiet for a minute too long while your knight disrupted my affairs. I worried the theater had claimed you. Anastasia es nortez. Asarp, un ladilique sound. She waved a hand dismissively toward Julius. Back down, Julius. She's right, even if she's being a bit of a nag about it. Let's see what the big show has for us next. Julius bowed stiffly and took his seat, the tension in his shoulders not leaving for a second. Otto sank back into his chair, wiping sweat from his brow, while Garfield continued to vibrate with suppressed rage. That was so funny. Maylee giggled, her feet dangling off the edge of her seat. She looked at the screen, her eyes shimmering with a dark, childish glee. I wonder if Oni-san can hear how much of a fuss people make over him while he sleeps. She turned her head to Schult. What do you think, Rosie-chan? Don't you think that they're annoying someone who's very scary? Schult, sitting directly beside her, didn't giggle. He glared at the assassin girl, his small face contorted with a mixture of anger and a strange kind of pity. You should be quiet, Maylee-san. You shouldn't say such mean things when everyone is hurting. Maylee turned her head, her smile sharpening. Oh, and why not? Oni-san looks so much more interesting when he's not acting like some hero, doesn't he? To keep going even after seeing a pile of your own corpses, it's almost like a game. Liar, Schult snapped. The sudden edge in his voice caused Maylee's smile to falter for a split second. Schult leaned in closer, his voice low enough that only she could hear. I was right here. When the music was playing and he was falling, I felt you shaking. You weren't laughing then. You were afraid of him. Maylee's expression hardened into a mask of mockery. She reached out and flicked Schult's forehead with a sharp clack. You talk too much for a little puppy. Maybe I should sew your mouth shut so you can't tell any more stories. Schult didn't flinch. He rubbed his forehead, but kept his eyes locked on hers. You could be as mean as you want, but if you keep hiding behind these lies, you're going to end up alone. You won't have any friends, Maylee-san. Maylee opened her mouth to deliver a scathing retort, but her gaze inadvertently drifted down to the row below them. There sat Petra, hunched over, her silence a stark contrast to Maylee's loud cruelty. Maylee's purple eyes lingered on the maid in training for a long moment. A flash of something unreadable, envy, or perhaps curiosity, crossing her face. Friends are for dummies, Maylee whispered, though the bite was gone from her tone. In the very back, away from the prying eyes of the candidates, Ram stood behind Roswell. The Margrave's makeup was as immaculate as ever, but in the dim, pulsing light of the screen, he looked like a marionette with its strings tangled. Master, Ram said, her voice a calm anchor in the theater's chaotic sea. What are you thinking? Roswell tilted his head back, giving her a playful, exaggerated wink that didn't reach his mismatched eyes. Thinking? Why, Ram, my dickar, I'm thinking that the lighting in this room is dreadfully unflattering to my complexion. Stop it, Ram commanded. Her voice didn't rise, but it held a finality that silenced his theatrical hum. What have you prepared for when the warden shows the rest? When every secret you've buried in that sanctuary is brought to light? Do you have a plan? Roswell looked at her. For a heartbeat, the mask slipped. Ram didn't see a mastermind. She saw a man who was utterly, completely helpless. He was a scholar who had lost his book, a wizard who had run out of spells. He had prepared for a world that followed a script, and the script had been burned before his eyes. Not only that, but he gave a small, genuine shrug, his shoulders drooping. Ram let out a long, weary sigh. She reached up and adjusted the collar of his coat, her touch lingering for a second longer than necessary. You really are a hopeless fool of a master, she murmured, her insult wrapped in a layer of fierce, unwavering devotion. I suppose I'll just have to keep picking up your pieces, even when the world sees how broken you truly are. Roswell didn't respond. He simply looked up at the screen as the hum reached a crescendo. The viewing had begun. Season 2, Episode 3. Begin. Loud bells start to ring across the green field of grass, as well as waves of wind that could only be indicated by the loud rustling of the verdant blades. Starts right where it stopped. Heinkel muttered from his seat, reaching for his pocket, but stopping himself when Priscilla moved to fan herself. Shitty fucking castle of dreams. A voice muttered next to Priscilla, which gained the attention of Heinkel immediately. Castle. Heinkel raised an eyebrow towards Al. Why'd you say that? Where the fuck is a castle to be in a large plain field like that? Al didn't respond to Heinkel with anything noteworthy. This led to Heinkel turning away from Al and then looking to Priscilla, who was sitting between them with her eyes closely watching the screen and nothing else. As if they were not worthy enough for her attention, she would zone them out. Damn, inte ya fucking rude. Heinkel snorts while turning away from the two completely, settling himself back to get comfortable for the new viewing. Fucking weirdo. He couldn't help but be petty one more time for being ignored by the helmeted knight next to Priscilla. My name is Echidna. The lady, underneath an umbrella in the said grass field, spoke, her voice smooth and feminine with an increasingly appealing tilt. Subaru faced her from the bottom of his hill. She gave him a small smile. Or perhaps you would know me better, as the witch agreed. Honey. Naoko held on to her husband as they watched the beginning of a new viewing with nothing to be sure of about the people around them. Kenichi's eyes would harden as soon as he noticed the woman on the screen. I know, honey. My heart is screaming at me to be careful the moment I see that smile. Look at Subaru, Naoko said, while holding on to her husband. How come he doesn't trust her either? What are you? Kenichi didn't understand why his wife would ask him such a question. Can't you see? He's always been too kind for his own good. Yet now he starts by being nervous and distrustful of anyone he meets for the first time. Naoko's voice trembled, her eyes never leaving the boy on the screen. At that, Kenichi's breath hitched. He was so focused on the danger that could be presented to his son that he forgot to see the change in his own boy. He could see that his son was no longer trying to waste his body on useless movements to be cool or cautious. Subaru's eyes were scanning for exits, even when he was in an open field with someone as mysterious as this echidna. The over-the-top energy Kenichi had spent years trying to instill in him had been replaced by a cold, sharpened edge. He's just being cautious. Kenichi would whisper to his wife, hollow, without conviction. The two held their hands together with Naoko, putting more into her touch on Subaru's hand. Within the room, there were two sets of different reactions to Echidna's name. The first and most obvious ones were the ones who heard the name for the very first time. And so it begins. Julius muttered with his eyes, holding little contempt for the woman on the screen already. A witch who's alive during our lifetime. Someone naming herself with the name Greed at that. Would you stop glancing toward us while saying that with such a tone? Otto couldn't hold himself back from showing his grimace, feeling the hardened eyes of betrayal from the night behind him. I have no idea what you mean, but perhaps a guilty conscience can make you feel all sorts of things. Julius looked down at the merchant with as much coldness as Amelia's icicles. Otto shook his head with exasperation, looking at Julius with pleading intent. We are as much in the dark as you guys are. This woman, it's my first time seeing her. So, you still know how this all ends, regardless of whether he returns by death or not. Yet you refuse to tell us anything. Julius countered Otto's heartfelt plea with cold logic. Otto looked defeated before they even started, seeming to accept Julius' logic. We don't even know if this is the true loop, because the meetings between him and this which weren't something he confided in us with. Otto's eyes showed their own betrayal, but not from Julius. Oi, bright night. Garfield gained both of their attention before Julius could say anything to that. Can you fuck off? Pleasantly, of course. Otto's face contorted in shock at the threatening glints Garfield was giving Julius. What are you doing? That's no way to speak to our friend. Otto demanded an explanation, looking between the two men with panic. Julius himself seemed to hide his hurt well, if he felt any, as he stared Garfield down. So you choose to be rude to someone who wishes to be your friend, Garfield? Ain't no friend of mine amazing, self's life gonna be someone who killed Captain. So fuck off. Garfield's cold words were spoken so stiffly and emotionlessly that they delayed the reactions appropriate to them. Before Otto could smack Garfield, though his fist was delayed from the sheer whiplash of how quickly this had escalated, Julius reacted first. The knight merely gave a humble nod and flashed a waving hand towards Otto, canceling any violence from the merchant. Otto was left to openly stare at Garfield as Julius was driven away from them further than the trio had ever been since the start of the viewings. Why? He demanded of the blonde, who strangely enough kept a cold facade going as he looked up at the screen. Why did you say that? Garfield didn't respond. Even when Otto shook him, though the merchant had no strength to actually move Garfield's body when the blonde tenses his muscles. So Otto gave up on the idea of demanding physically, merely settling back in his seat. Among the wave of the people still reacting, another person who was included within the boys' group, but far away from them to be of any assistance to the increasing fracture of their friendship. Reinhard was observing the screen with increasing curiosity, though he more so observed the others' reactions rather than give his own. Interesting, Crush muttered into her gloved hand, crossing her legs as she focused her gaze from the screen to her side. To the person sitting next to Remington, why would you be that excited about this woman, specifically Anastasia-sama? Echidna. Anastasia herself showed a wide grin that contained a lot of excitement. It ain't gonna be of use to lie to ya with that divine protection, Crush-san, but this ain't bout to be my confession scene. I not force you to answer me. I was merely curious. Crush's features softened, shaking her head as she turned to the screen. She tried to ignore just how giddy Anastasia's suddenly became. Crush's eyes landed slightly on the blonde drills that could be noticed on Subaru due to the spirit using him as her seat. Now we move to the people who know exactly who this was. The hidden gems of the theater who'd already been acquainted with Echidna and were lucky enough to be bestowed with the holy connection of the witch before the rest. The ones who should be comfortable seeing her on screen with Subaru. Subaru glared at her with an increasingly anxious look, which only made her smile widen more in a mocking, maidenly expression of innocence. Please, it hurts to see you look so alarmed by me. She opens her eyes to give him an innocent pout. Despite who I am, I'm still a tender young maiden, you know. He seemed to look at the lady atop the hill with more resolve. Sorry, but he gives a small, shaky smile. There's no way I'm not going to be alarmed when you tell me you're the witch of greed the moment we meet. I see. That's a fair point. She gives him a slight smirk before giggling with delight. A giggle that rang out through the field of grass, as if nothing else existed with her voice. What is she playing at? Beatrice muttered to no one in particular. For 100 years, and such an imitation can't even muster the true form of mother smile, in fact. Such a faulty creation. I didn't know Subaru had met with her before I did. Emilia, from beside the spirit, was having an entirely different outlook. While Beatrice was more curious and begrudging toward Echidna, Emilia was far more cautious and distrusting. I hope you will be able to handle how nasty and mean she can be, Emilia whispered softly, stroking Subaru's hand beside her as she remembered her own meeting with Echidna. Calling herself a young maiden while acting like some comic relief for a silly man before her. How utterly wretched. Roswell all but seethed beside Ram in the back as he noted every single aspect of the woman with nothing but disdain. In the same row as him, someone was having the opposite reaction. This has to be a joke. Don't tell me, I actually feel excited to see her again, with all her goofy acts trying to be human. Teacher, Al sighed in his helmet, leaning down to stare at Echidna even more clearly through the slits. What is this place? Subaru asked from the bottom of the hill. I was in some dark ruins just a moment ago. When did you move me? Unfortunately, you're mistaken. You weren't physically moved anywhere. Echidna answers breezily from her chair beneath the umbrella. You were merely invited to my tea party. Tea party? Subaru had a curious expression on his face now. Echidna closes her eyes and explains with a smile. A witch's tea party. She seems nice, Schult commented anxiously, looking toward his lady when he heard her snort. Have more perception, Schult. That woman is no more deserving of our time than the dirt beneath mine divine heel. Priscilla sama. Schult tilted his head as Priscilla snorted, giving the witch on the screen a mocking grin. "'Tis nothing to concern your cute head about," she waved at him, canceling his attention from her. This divine merely found amusement at such a folly being played on the commoners of this world. "What you mean by that?" Heinkel asked as politely as he could, showing as much intrigue as Schult and Maley now as they heard what Priscilla had to say. The confidence she gave as she judged Echidna before anything could be explained about the witch was a spectacle to the two children and Heinkel. But it was much more than that to the knight who'd turned his head to look at Priscilla with widened eyes. Don't you see how far she goes to act human? She's far more dependent on our world than we are led to believe. That which isn't worth your consideration for being nice, or anything more, Schult. I see. Schult shrugged and looked back at the screen, feeling safe to be there beside someone as confident as his lady. Something the matter, Aldebaran? Priscilla would ask, glancing with her head tilted at the man next to her. A.L.'s quiet was almost broken then and there, as his helmet stared at the lady with something ominous and foreboding. An omen of sheer negativity as she grinned at him with her full confidence on display, with her red irises shining in their beauty. Nothing, princess. Al turned away from her with a hint of gratitude that couldn't be explained to those unaware of Al, which seemed to be everyone in the theater, as he was one of the most offish and calm characters inside the room. Except for one more person other than Priscilla, who truly does notice Al from time to time. Ram looked away from the helmeted knight after seeing Priscilla wasn't giving him any trouble. The screen zooms out to highlight the fact that Subaru was still at the bottom of the grassy hill while she sat in front of her tea set on top. Are you going to stand there forever? She opens her arm for him to invite himself closer. Why don't you at least sit down before the tea gets cold? Subaru seemed to hesitate for a second before he shook his head roughly. All right, fine. He stomped up the hill to reach the lady. Emilia-sama. Petra sounded from the back, pausing the screen and bringing attention on herself, as well as the half-elf, by everyone in the theater. This was the first time Petra was showing an emotion which was determination or curiosity since the last viewing had ended. Yes, Petra. Emilia gazed back at the little maid with soft eyes. What's the matter? Did you meet her as well? Petra gestured to Echidna on the screen, finding eyes widening among the room. Why would Emilia-sama have met with the witch? Tybee asked with alarm. Emilia seemed to have an easy time ignoring the attention on her after having been subject to this scenario far too many times. She merely held trial with her gaze and gave a small nod. I've met Echidna as well, yes. In my trials, though, she never offered me any tea or was this nice to me. Emilia muttered with little disappointment as she trailed back to the screen. While everyone widened their eyes at the revelation from Emilia, gaining her curious looks from Crush and the parents, Petra was the one to ask the next question. Is she safe? Safe. Emilia tilted her head for an elaboration. Is she a bad guy? Schult would straighten his back behind Petra's seat. Since he was the closest in the back row, he was more invested due to what his lady was saying about Echidna a moment ago. Emilia had the entire room other than Roswell, Beatrice, and Al looking at her with bated breath. It's not. She could be mean. She's a lot more dishonest about her feelings than I'd like to consider healthy. But Emilia trailed off for a moment, noticing that Beatrice was giving her a raised brow. But Naoko urged from the side beside Emilia. Speak up, honey. Please. But she's got a good heart. Emilia's statement founded a sense of relief that ran across the room, though another wave of disdain ran alongside the first one from select people. You're right, but anyone who's not a failed project of hers gets that feeling about her too. Al muttered softly, glaring away from Emilia's stupidity, while Roswell glared at her openly with disgust and distaste, clicking his teeth. Beatrice, meanwhile, had the most tame reaction among the Echidna squad of the cast. As a matter of fact, the small spirit had a smile at Emilia's sincere words. Before a second had passed from when he reached the top, he sat down and gulped the teacup that was already reserved for him by the witch. Which was looking at him with a blinking expression. As if befuddled by his behavior, he set the cup down with a loud clank. Al choked as soon as he saw her expression on the screen. How could you not thank her for the honors, in fact? Beatrice could only shriek after blinking in complete astonishment as Ricardo and felt let loose a laughter so loud they could immediately be heard falling from their seats. Is he a fool? Crush wondered to herself, looking at the floor for a second before shaking her head at Felix, who actually was trying to answer that question. Never mind. She palmed her face while Frederica held her hand to her mouth out of surprise. Emilia and Rem both sighed at the same time, looking very much tired at the antics displayed by Subaru. You could ask what it contains before drinking? Maybe, Rem mumbled with a frustrated pout. Dunderhead, Emilia whined in her hand as she hid her face in both palms. Only Isan's going to die from that, isn't he? Meili surprised Schult by sounding almost somber when saying that. We hope not, Schult commented, giving her a small smile, thinking she was worried for Subaru. That would be so lame. What a loser way to die. Meili's expression of outrage and disappointment didn't hint that she was seeing the flaws in her logic, and so Schult merely turned away from her with a deadpan face. Garfield was letting out a small scoff with a look of admiration on his face. Capines got them in mettle and size, though the blonde didn't have the usual cheer he'd give for Subaru's idiotic tendencies. Beside him, Otto just held on to his head from both sides, covering his ears and looking at the ceiling like a drowned patient with no soul in his stare, which aimed at God himself. It was all he could do to convulse all his energy so he could stop himself from jumping and sending Subaru a fresh knuckle sandwich. Behind them, though more quiet than he'd like to be, Julius felt his entire body collapse as he leaned back with the same stare of death aiming for a god in the ceiling of the room so he can pray to them and end his suffering. He just drank that. Anastasia was still blinking with amazement. The stupid displayed right now must make you doubt your education of the boy. She couldn't help but tease the parents a bit, trying to add levity in the worst way possible. Kenichi and Noko looked at Anastasia together with innocent expressions. What are you talking about? Whose education? Anastasia blinked again, but this time at the parents who stared back at her like befuddled cats. The education of your son. She pointed at Subaru with her head, glaring at Kenichi a bit. I have no son. Kenichi's innocent expression didn't change while Naoko seemed not to understand anything, but she trusted her husband, so she imitated him like a cat. Anastasia realized that Subaru was just disowned for being so stupid, and she resulted to look up at the ceiling with her own stare towards God. You're awfully brave, gulping down tea served by a witch in one gulp. Huh, if you really wanted to kill me, I'd be a pile of ash the very next instant. Subaru smirked, though a bead of sweat could be seen running down his cheek. What's this tea, anyway? It's not bad, but it's not good either. Subaru looked down at his cup curiously. It's something that's produced here. Echidna began to explain. To put it bluntly, it's a body fluid of mine. What the hell did you just make me drink? Subaru shouted, standing up and slamming his hand on the table multiple times. It was Petra's turn to look away to the far-off wall and stare deadpan for a god somewhere as the disgust overtook the room. Ew. Mimi blew her tongue out and shook her head as if she was the one who drank the tea on screen. Reinhard and Wilhelm showed expressions of sympathy, while the only person who found that disgusting fact funny were the duo of Chaos Heinkel and Meili as they cackled for their own reasons due to Subaru's misfortune. She really can't let anyone forget. I'll sighed while looking away, not to any god this time, just tired already. Subaru's parents both looked back to Anastasia, having their innocent expressions to intensify what Kenichi had said from before, which Anastasia glared at them for in the middle of her expression being turned to one of disgust. All of a sudden, I'm very glad not to have been invited for tea by her, Emilia muttered into her sleeve, holding on to Subaru's hand in pity for him. Subaru-kun must not drink any bodily fluids without prior notice. Rem huffed with a small blush on her cheeks. I think you need to be more disgusted than outraged by the optics there. Rem, retribution for Barusu's stupidity is surely fulfilling to watch. Ram was highly pleased that Subaru got consequences this disgusting for his recklessness. All the witch did in reply was giggle like a mischievous schoolgirl. You truly are a fascinating individual. Echidna held a dark gaze that was laid back, but interested, amused, e.t. calculating. You're standing right here in front of me, as if it's normal. Subaru had to give a small chuckle at that. Huh, you think you're so pretty that a normal person's eyes would fall out? I'll have you know that my eyes are blessed throughout the day by the prettiest girl alive. So no matter how many times I look at you, I'm not going to see you as particularly pretty. Subaru, Emilia let out a cute squeak, feeling her cheeks redden, so she covered her face by letting her silver hair fall down and leaned away from everyone. She had a kind smile and found it easier to meet Naoko's eyes. The mother held a small smile for the half-elf as well, seeing a bit more clearly now that her son was speaking about his crush in front of another woman. I never thought I'd hear him say that about a girl before my hair went gray. Guess we're lucky. Kenichi found a bit of dark levity in their situation as he grinned at his wife. We get to see it in full HD, babe. Naoko sighed, not at all willing to laugh at that, but still willing to lean into her husband some more. At least he's as terrible at complimenting girls as his old man. She teased softly while her husband flexed his shoulder muscles so she could lean on him more. That he is. While the parents were having their small moment, Rem was behind, everyone looking away from the screen with a little eye roll, surprising crush by showing a more openly jealous attitude. It's never easy to hear your crush say that about another woman, crush Sama. Felix noted with a hint of worry for his lady, watching her carefully. Crush shrugged and patted Rem's shoulder before looking back at the screen, not at all affected. Aren't you going to be sad that he's not complimenting you? Felix asked, which made the Duchess raise her brow. Why would I? He's already told me that he finds me suitable for the eyes when he was in our care. Crush's reply was calm and logical, not at all affectionate or emotional like Felix wanted it to be. And never mind then. Nia. Echidna didn't even react to such an assault on her beauty, merely smiling at Subaru innocently. No, most normal people vomit when they stand before me. Funny, right? Subaru's hands slam on the table as he glares at her. There's nothing funny about that, but she only laughs in sheer delight. She really never smiled or giggled like this with me. Emilia found herself looking more curiously at the witch. Does she like Subaru already? She's just a construct, I suppose. Beatrice sighed, though her eyes seemed hopeful as well, like a cat that's missing affection. I never thought I'd see Mother giggle like a maiden again. What a nasty fucking laugh, teacher. Al commented dryly from the back, though he didn't let anyone hear him. Trying to play your part well. Or maybe Pal really does produce such human feelings from you. HM. While the knight was contemplating, Roswell was all but glaring at the big screen with as much hatred as he possibly could. What is it you want with me? Subaru glares at her with more scrutiny. Nothing really. Echidna's smile relaxes to reveal more of her calculating expression of interest. You came in here of your own accord. If you want to go back, I'll send you back. She gains a dangerous white gleam inside of her abyss like Iris's. But are you sure that's what you want? An opportunity to talk to the Witch of Greed is not something that just anyone, other than you, can earn. Her voice was smooth in delivery, perfect on the ears as she spoke with honeyed wording. Every time she says that title as if she owns it, a vein within me ruptures. Roswell spits, moving to turn his head away and uncrossing his legs for the first time since the previous viewing. Ram wondered if he ever felt numb sitting like that. You truly do despise her. Does she act like your teacher? Ram tilted her head, curious. Roswell bristles at the very notion. Never assume such a stupid thing again, he hisses hatefully. My teacher is far beyond the need to act this animated to manipulate others into thinking she's human. So Barusu's charms not to blame for how favorable she's trying to be to him? Ram sighed and turned from her agitated master. Not at all. Subaru-kun is very much deserving of her attention, even if she's an algorithm construct imitating my teacher's soul. Roswell let go of his hateful expression and sighed, going back to leaning back in his seat. I didn't expect the construct to be so comfortable, however. You never got the chance to meet with a replica of your teacher's soul, Ram noted without emotion, knowing how much that burns and stabs at the man's heart. She could only look away and hum to herself, smiling slightly when he selfishly put a trembling hand on hers. The only requirement to have a dialogue is for both of us to exist. Let's remove everything unnecessary from the picture. Echidna's grin grew at the edges as the table, umbrella, teacups, and pot all erased themselves from existence. Soon, the grass field around them both also began to disappear, eating itself to become vast emptiness and slowly racing towards Subaru and the witch. Let me affirm all the desires, the curiosities, the greed that you seek to satisfy with answers. Above them, the cloudy blue skies began to crack in ugly deformation as if they were Arctic ice swimming through the ocean. Only the ocean waters were a dark, ugly combination of rainbow colors instead of the sweet blue. Subaru and Echidna remained in the middle of a world that was eating itself and a sky that was breaking like glass, staring at one another head-to-head until the world around them turned into a painting out of cosmic fantasy. Colors of the aurora borealis mixed with the magnificent lights of 1,000 stars replaced the ruined fantasy world around them both. Kenichi gripped the arms of his chair so hard the material groaned. He had seen planetariums in Japan, and he had seen the clear night sky on camping trips, but this was like staring into the eye of God. "It's pretty," Naoko whispered next to her husband, making him unable to do anything but look along at such a sight. The mana needed to conduct such an alteration of reality. Reinhard muttered into his gloved hand, looking beyond impressed by the woman on the screen. "That's a witch for you." Julius glared at the colors on the screen, remembering his own spirits. How could someone with such magical abilities escape the records? "Fuck the records," Heinkel snorted from above the nights. "Can't you see that whenever this kid deals with shit like this, he'll always have otherworldly shit surrounding him without fault?" What a thing to hear from the so-called deputy commander of the Royal Guard, Naya. Felix shook his head, but noticed that Crush was eyeing Heinkel with a certain tinge of respect. He's correct in that Subaru would be the only one to have someone capable of this much power meet him within just months of his stay in our world. Crush analyzed the void around Subaru and Echidna with a hint of all clear on her usually steeled expression. "How beautiful. Now, what would you like to ask me?" Echidna spoke with confidence and self-satisfaction as Subaru gaped at her inside this dark, yet beautiful, world. Could you imagine the sheer knowledge someone like this has? Anastasia mused with clear interest in her widened eyes. Her hands were both placed upon the blue scarf that's never left her neck since the start of the theater's imprisonment of their souls. Who would waste such a grand prize as this? "And my lady, you're sounding a little bit unhinged," Hitaro commented from the side, showcasing worry. "He's right. You don't look natural, Anastasia-sama. Is everything okay?" Taivi affirmed his brother's worry with his own analytical criticism. "How come you're not worrying about Natsuki-sama?" "Oh, hush." Anastasia waved a hand to the twins. "You both need to learn something from your sister. There's nothing like neglect happening." "Who said anything about neglect?" Taivi's eyes narrowed at his lady, which earned him a couple of giggles from Anastasia. Clearly, she wasn't taking him, or the situation itself, any seriously than she felt the need to. "I can't help but feel a bit uneasy about all of this," Hitaro commented with his brother nodding along. "Boy, let's just watch what's happening, eh?" Ricardo patted both boys on their heads, winking towards his lady and looking back up. "Boss got a plan for the guy. Let her enjoy this." "About the Witch of Gluttony, Daphne," she begins to explain, as a large dark cloud swims past Subaru's head, forcing him to look up as it forms shapes of unknown origins above him. "Who created beasts that defied the will of God to save the world from starvation?" A black host of yellow eyes showed itself, but the screen moved to show Echidna's face, smiling in the colorful abyss as she continued. "Created? Huh." Julius, who'd been noting down things since the beginning on a small notebook he'd borrowed from Taivi, suddenly blinked out of his trance of writing to look at Reinhard. But Reinhard found himself in awe with the notion, afraid to even speak it. "I thought the Witch of Envy made the maybe-ass roam around to hurt us." Schultz mumbled while looking around. "What? She's the mama of all my beasties." Meili smirked in delight as she leaned forward. "Finally, this gets exciting. Why is this information suddenly being given to Natsuki-san so freely?" Otto immediately frowned. "How come you don't share any of this information with the world outside the Margrave Sands territories?" The closest Otto could ask was the girl sitting on Subaru's lap, which forced Subaru's parents to be privy to this conversation as they were sitting between them. "Maybe yes. Was there supposed to be another witch that made them such things?" Kenichi asked politely, not knowing what was happening or why they were all focusing on another witch than Echidna. "It's improbable for you to blame Betty for anything regarding the flow of information when she's been guarding the greatest library of knowledge for far longer than your ancestors were conceived. In fact." Beatrice crossed her little arms and glared back at Otto, fully taking offense. Kenichi, of course, was ignored, and he couldn't help but feel a little bit of an insult at that, but a small pat on his back surprised him. He glanced back and saw the large beast man, Ricardo, giving him a thumbs up and a grin. A notion of camaraderie, which wasn't unwelcome by any means. Kenichi seemed to respect this person more every time they interacted. About the Witch of Lust, Carmilla, who granted emotions to non-human beings in an attempt to fill the world with love. The shadow weaved itself throughout the abyss to form the image of a silhouetted figure with a large scarf flying behind her back. That sounds so sad. Naoko commented with her eyes, showing immediate sympathy for the woman. They don't sound like witches at all, Emilia whispered under her breath, receiving several nods of agreement from around her. What kind heart? Rim mumbled, biting her lip as she looked at the scarf of the so-called Witch of Lust with sympathy. I hope she didn't regret such a decision. About the Witch of Wrath, Minerva, who struck people to heal them as she lamented the state of her war-torn world. The shadow moved to become the shape of a heroic woman with a ponytail that flew around the dark abyss. Emilia's eyes widened in recognition with her smile being hidden behind her hair and hand. Ah, that's who you were. While she was recognizing Minerva, the others reacted appropriately to what was being revealed in such tiny margins. I have never heard of such a being or witch ever. That isn't even worthy of the title. Julius looked down at what he was noting neatly upon his paper. I find myself in more confusion than anything as to why these women are being condemned. Healing the world by striking it. Petra looked more interested by the tale being brought to her attention than anyone else in the room. It sounds like a wonderful thing. Why would she be a witch for that? Crush felt her arm being given a gentle squeeze. Looking to her side, she saw that Felix was all by glaring at the screen. Does the concept of healing the world anger you, Ferris? She would ask her knight with a raised brow. The greatest healer in the kingdom shook his head. No one would disagree with the concept. Fairy-chan doesn't think it's fair to call someone a witch for healing. It's stupid, Naya. Her smile was small, but clearly proud as she patted his head in affirmation of his frustrations. About the Witch of Sloth, Sekhmet, who drove a dragon past the great waterfall just for a chance to rest. The shadow formed a woman who was lying down with a sinister glow within the area where the eyes would have been, had this not been a black shadow forming shapes and monsters. Damn. Ricardo blew a whistle as people around the room widened their eyes at that revelation. A dragon? Not a ground one. Kenichi asked, looking at Otto since he was the closest surprised person to him, and Naoko. Dragons that fly are a lot more prideful and chaotic. They are ancient beasts with no power to tame them. Otto explained to the parents with his appealing charm, understanding in his eyes that they would need such history, for they are not of this world. What's the Great Waterfall? Naoko wanders from Kenichi's side. This feels nice to learn. It really does feel like we are watching a woman teach the history of the world. Too much history, to be honest. Tivy muttered with his eyes, closing in tiredness from how much he'd widened them the past minute alone. The Great Waterfall is the edge of our realm, I suppose. Beatrice answered her from the side, causing Otto to frown a bit. 'Tis where your world would be, at least according to theory. Our world, your realm, is just flat earth then. Kenichi had a baffled face but a look of intrigue. Yours isn't like that. Not Suki-san? Otto followed up with his own curious gaze. By now the screen had paused to follow the conversation, since everyone was interested. Subaru never told us about this stuff. Well, other than Biko. Emilia tried to say kindly, leaning a little bit over Subaru so she could hear the parents. Oomph. Try not to sound too jealous, in fact. Beatrice didn't try to stop the smugness in her tone. Emilia pouted and pulled on a drill from the spirit, something she wouldn't usually do, but she felt comfortable enough to do it today. While Beatrice was yelping cutely on Subaru's lap, Kenichi shook his head with a smile. He really doesn't take the chance to show his academic knowledge about anything, that boy of mine. Anastasia couldn't help but affirm with a small hum and a grin while the father sighed. Well, our world is essentially a sphere, like a round globe of sorts that is covered by a large field. We have a saying that says, going round the world. Something like that explains it. Kenichi watched every face in the room turn more interested and intrigued, as if he was giving them prophetic knowledge. Don't start a religion around this. We wouldn't do such nonsense, Crush chuckled. Still, this is really fascinating. She received nods. Even Priscilla was looking down at the parents with a raised eyebrow. I had thought it a bore to hear of past dead wenches, but it seems like this led to more amusement. The Red Princess noted with a pleasant expression, like she was being entertained by the knowledge being given to her. Kenichi, do you think? Naoko held on to her husband's sleeve and pulled at it with a look of sudden realization. Obviously, all eyes were on her, including her husband's. Do you think, that the dinosaurs and dragons in our world? Naoko gestured towards the sleeping ground dragon in the room, as if to provide proof of what she was saying. No way. Oh my god. Kenichi blinked as he thrust his chest forward to squint at Patrash with more scrutiny. What is a dinosaur? Meili tilted her head, receiving a glare from Petra. What? I'm not finding any reason to stay quiet, and I'm not insulting anyone, so calm down. She blew her tongue towards the glare of anger from her ex-friend. It's an old reptile that became extinct within the borders, or shall I say, rounded curves of their world, in fact. Beatrice explained with a smug smile, loving that she could hear the sigh from Emilia behind her. Betty Subaru told her they have a large similarity to the ground dragons in ours. They became extinct? How come? Reinhard found himself more interested than ever. Are you feeling pity for him? Felt raised an eyebrow, lazing against her chair, but feeling like she wants to tease him. A little. It's a sad thing to hear about the extermination of something like an entire race. Reinhard muttered, ain't you involved with exterminating various clans and races of demi-humans, should the kingdom of Lagunica deem it necessary, like the Valachian dickheads? Heinkel, ever the dutiful son-hater that he was, proceeded to screw over Reinhard's noble expression and make him sputter. Why did you say that so formally, as if you're not a deputy commander of the same army that would help carry out such orders? Ow, ever the hater of Heinkel himself, couldn't stop himself. Gotta make him know what countries do what. Heinkel shrugged, while nodding his chin towards the parents. Schultz gave him a small grin. Seeing him being thoughtful for Subaru's parents instilled a feeling of great happiness in the small boy. Not Suki-san, Otto chuckled a bit. Everyone's clearly interested in what you're thinking, so please don't keep us waiting. Kenichi stopped his silence and looked away from Petrash. Well, we don't really know how they became extinct. It happened long before our time in the world. Beatrice kicked at Subaru's chin with the back of her heel as she dangled on his lap. Betty was going to explain that, I suppose. But Kenichi held a small chuckle in his throat. Yeah, well, it may be that your theory about what's beyond your waterfall could be correct. How come? Julius found himself too interested not to urge from behind the parents. His pen never stopped. Well, Kenichi looked back at Petrash, and over at the scene paused on the screen above the entire room. It could be that our dinosaurs and dragons came from your world, but that would imply Subaru's the first person to get to your world himself, and I don't know how that would happen since ours isn't flat. Many in the audience had wonder and intrigue on their faces at the idea. Could be that we had your dragons and dinosaurs. The opposite idea could be correct as well. Crush mumbled into her glove, her eyes stretching with fascination and astonishment. Such a great deal for speculation. Roswell sighed while glancing away from the room. He was the only one not interested in the talk, feeling a bit of dread for what might come next in the viewing, but preparing himself. But that would imply a lot of these dinosaurs were moved into your world from ours. Kenichi muttered, looking at his wife. We don't even know why Subaru was the only human who got transported. He isn't, Rem whispered while glancing at Subaru. He's not alone in being taken from your home. Kenichi and Naoko both looked like a train was speeding toward them in a long tunnel. That's true. Otto's eyes softened as he looked back. We have forgotten about you for a while there, mostly because you said you didn't remember much, Al-san. The parents looked back where Otto, and now seemingly the entire theater around them, had turned, towards the man wearing a helmet. Suddenly having all this attention on me makes me feel like I should have brought something better to wear. What am I saying? I always look my best. Al chuckled in his helmet, but waved down at the parents. Hey, Pal-san's folks. Nice to formally meet ya. You? Kenichi swallowed, not helping the shocked undertone he was carrying. You were taken from your home, too. Sweetie. Naoko didn't know why she was compelled to say that, but she held a hand to her heart. Are you all right? It was clear to all the emotion on the mother's face wasn't for the missing arm. Al lets out a chuckle as he usually does. It's fine, Mother-san. He says easily without a hint of what he truly feels beneath the helm. All he can do is speak words that have no real connection with his heart. I'm more than fine with how things are right now. I have a princess, and I don't want to remember what I'm missing from home. You're both lucky to see Pal before he ends up like me. Subaru, forgetting where he came from. Emilia muttered with her eyes, glistening a bit at the sadness of such a thought. I didn't know how grim it must be. Al-san, don't worry about me. Al's voice repeated over the room. It was a tension that was special to him due to the slight hint of emotion in his voice. The chaos ending his sentence with a tremble couldn't break through enough to their ears. It was either an echo because of his helmet, or he was sobbing by the end of his sentence. Either way, the parents looked over at the man with a hint of understanding, respect, and more so, a hint of relief. Al-san, Naoko gave a sad little smile towards the man. If it would be all right with you and your lady. Priscilla raised an eyebrow at the respectful nod toward her. I wouldn't mind having you for tea or dinner, or perhaps just for a walk. For when Subaru wakes up and we figure things out. That's a fantastic idea. Kenichi chuckled and looked at Al with a grin. I see you speak Japanese, or at least a language that sounds Japanese everyone is speaking here. Which prefecture, if you remember where you're from? Saitama, Almaty. The parents looked far more pleased than they wanted to be. That's where we are living now. Kenichi grinned more excitedly. Yeah, it's where my parents are from as well. AL's voice was surprisingly cold. His hand was limp without an indication of movement. You really want to have me over some time? Of course. You're always welcome at my household. Kenichi extended his own invitation as he held on to Naoko's shoulder, smiling up to the man hiding behind his helmet. I couldn't stop the slight stammer in his voice. Sure, if Princess allows it. Thanks. Kenichi grinned at Priscilla with a twinkle in his eyes, feeling happy and confident with the sudden camaraderie between Al and his own son. Priscilla herself simply offered the man an annoyed raise of her eyebrow, though she didn't seem to reject or go against the parents or their initiative to involve her knight in their lives some more. Though one thing Priscilla appreciated was the polite remembrance of her ownership over Al. Commoners with manners. This has been very touching. Julius gave Al a slight nod of respect, hoping the man got some closure with this new friendship Kenichi and Naoko were offering him. But I would like to continue watching what Subaru's talk with the witch entailed for him. A small wave of agreement sounded as Otto nodded his head to the parents, telling them they would talk about this later some more. Emilia gave Al another smile from her heart, hoping he would be better while turning around, holding on to Subaru's hand. It was only Crush that held on to a frown when looking at Al. Her eyes squinted slightly as she turned back to the screen and gripped her armrest. She didn't know if Reinhard was activating his own divine protection of the wind reading, but hers was always on, and the wind around Al was nothing short of chaotic. He was lying to them. He was lying to all of them about something, and Crush was the only one who knew. She looked at them, seeing how Kenichi was holding on to his wife with a small smile of comfort and even encouragement. The Duchess closed her eyes and let out a tired breath. She didn't want to take this away from the parents who'd been constantly pushed to the side within the theater because of their isolation as otherworldly guests. It was one comfort that she can't be cruel enough to take away from them. So Crush stayed silent, and they'll be free of her intense scrutiny for the moment. The screen played the next scene with its light breaking over the black helmet on AL's head as he sat in the quiet with nothing to say to anyone. Even when Heinkel snorted and grunted in annoyance, fucking immigrant from another world, should have known. And Schult was looking at him with something akin to awe and amazement. But I didn't focus on any of it. He merely looked up to see Echidna's face. He felt 1,000 emotions that tore through him at seeing her face. Likewise, he looked down back at Subaru's parents, feeling 1,000,000 more emotions tearing him apart. Then he looked at Subaru, and he found only one emotion that tore through his heart and soul with one stab. Princess, may I please ask for something? I'll turn to the only person he could confide in at this moment. Priscilla didn't interrupt him. She didn't even acknowledge him as she moved a hand towards his right hand, the one that wasn't missing. Those mean nothing when your divine is awaiting your determination to win, Aldebaran. Priscilla held a small grin as her hand slithered into his and kept him in a firm lock that squeezed gently, softly, and warmly. Al squeezed back as his eyes rolled up to the screen, feeling none of the 1,000 emotions because of Echidna's face that he did before, watching through the tears that streamed down his face inside his helmet. But Echidna would continue. About the Witch of Pride, Typhon, who, out of youthful innocence and cruelty, judged criminals one after another. The shadow formed the form of a small, innocent girl, paused in a twirl forever. A little girl? Wilhelm raised an eyebrow with judgment in his eyes. How could a youth determine the fate of someone and call it justice? Aren't I a youth that's been making your son kneel for my judgment for a while? Felt raised an eyebrow towards Wilhelm with skepticism. The old man didn't have a retort to say to that, as he was left to look at the wall with a deadpan stare, realizing the faultiness of his logic. My apologies. Reinhard and Heinkel couldn't help the snorts that had to be hidden behind gloved hands. And as the camera zoomed in on Subaru's trembling face, it clearly showed how disturbed he's become. About the Witch of Greed, Echidna, she continued without pause, the embodiment of the thirst for knowledge, who has done things she regrets even in the realm of death, all in pursuit of all types of knowledge. The screen zooms from Subaru's horrified expression to Echidna's much more sinister one, darkness covering her eyelids. Subaru gasps as her words begin to take effect. Roswell's eyes narrowed, his gaze to the floor as he couldn't bear to look at Echidna. How cruel of you to say such things about my teacher. Al couldn't help but turn his eyes to Roswell with his tears continuing to stream. Without the helmet, Al would have been able to show how unblinking his eyes were as they gazed upon Roswell. The hand on his squeezed tighter as his lady nudged him to turn back to the screen. Show. Priscilla clearly knew more than she showed as she calmed him from the fury that filled his heart. fury because Al agreed with Roswell's statement. Beatrice was the only one who looked at Echidna with a hint of agreement toward her judgment of the Witch of Greed. Her own mother, or the Witch of Envy, who killed all the other witches and used them as sustenance while she made the whole world her enemy. The most detestable of them all. Subaru's face contorted into something inhuman, filled with despair and terror as flashes of the pictures from the storybooks he's read about the witch began playing in his mind, finalizing to show her confrontation between her and Patelgeese. The warm and even friendly atmosphere became null with the little scenes that captured Subaru's terror displayed before everyone. The parents themselves winced at the terrifying description given to them for the first time. She consumed the souls of the witches. Julius let his jaw hang in disbelief at the forgotten history that's being revealed to them. Is that Subaru interacting with her? Kenichi asked, gulping at the answer he might get. More so, she was interacting with him, not Suki-san. Crush responded firmly. Why? Kenichi turned to her with his eyes showing nothing but worry. Naoko looked towards Amelia as her husband's question hung in the air. The half-elf seemed to increase the grip on her son's arm as the light of the theater's screen shone across her silver hair over and over with every flash of the Witch of Envy, bringing more trembles through Amelia's body. She looked like a girl possessed at the mention of the witch alone. That's why we are watching your son's journey, to understand what she wants with him, why she took him from you. Crush answered him after pausing. Kenichi's eyes widened even more, and his expression showed heartbreak as he looked down at his son. Holy shit, he whispered with clear pity and sympathy for his son. With a snap, the dark world of abyss and colors cracked out of existence into nothing, replaced with the earlier grass field and blue, cloudy skies. Oh darn. Echidna's tone suddenly returns to its innocent, girlish one. It looks like I frightened you too much. Subaru seemed to be shaking in place. Such is the nature of a witch. It's quite bothersome. She held a whimsical expression, drinking from her tea, which had been returned before her. Mother is the only one to overwhelm with knowledge and act like it's an affair to handle the consequences, I suppose. Beatrice sighed and leaned back more into Subaru, trying to forget all this talk about witches and such. Meanwhile, behind them, Rem moved a little closer to Subaru's seat, having a small frown of her own as she saw Patelgee's face in those flashes for a moment. Barusu truly is unlucky. Ram gave sincere sympathy from the back row, beside Roswell. I hope he wakes soon to find his parents sitting beside him. Roswell didn't give her any disagreement. He merely looked away from the parents and Subaru to stare at the wall. Anything but watch this echidna speak of herself as a witch. Meili was swaying from side to side while trying to see through the flashes. She didn't feel scared or anything silly like discomfort when noticing every detail she could about the witch. She couldn't help but be curious when she saw the green-skinned man who faced Subaru and the witch alone. Oni-Isen really has been up to no good before we met. Meili couldn't help but pout as she kicked her feet to dangle them again and again. Wish I could have seen that. Suddenly, a sound blared, which indicated something was changing within Subaru. And immediately his face began twisting in a pained expression, holding on to his stomach. Oh, that took less time than I thought. Echidna spoke while holding her teacup, smiling like a teacher. People who are compatible really do adapt quickly. What are you talking about? Subaru squeezed out while holding his torso in pain. That tea you drank? I used the envy witch factor on it to strengthen your resistance. Echidna explained with an easy grin. Now you and I can talk at leisure. Envy. Julius had a look of disoriented dread that overtook his regal features. More people were realizing what was just being said to Subaru. Isn't this the factor thing that Beatrice-sama sent him to the witch for? Hitaro reminded everyone of the previous viewing when Beatrice refused to answer any of them, and Naoko defended her. Envy witch factor? Emilia looked from the screen to Beatrice, remembering the slight resentment she had for the spirit when she sent Subaru away without giving him any answers. Biko. The spirit sighed tiredly, leaning more against Subaru as she recognized the feeling of the many eyes being put on her. I can't explain what she's doing, I suppose. I can only speculate after we finish watching. In fact, Beatrice looked at the floor, unable to meet anyone's eyes, much less Naoko or Emilia. That's all we ask. We really want to understand what might happen with Natsuki-san. Otto had a nervous but determined look on his face. Echidna leaned forward, her hands clasping under her chin as she adopted an easy expression on her face. So what would you like to ask me? You won't get away with this. Subaru growled at her. What did you do to my body? Please don't get the wrong idea. I didn't make you drink that tea intending to do anything bad. In fact, I find your existence. Echidna's smile turns cute as she looks up at him with her chin still resting on her knuckles. Quite desirable. She held her cheek while leaning back, a sheepish smile to replace her cute one. I'm a bit embarrassed, really. Subaru seemed to step back because of this, a confused expression replacing his pained one. Huh, I don't like how she looks at my son. Naoko shivered while leaning into her husband's shoulder. Her husband, who'd had a disgusted face as soon as he noticed what Echidna was doing to his son. What does she want with him? Rem growled with her eyes narrowed with hostility. Her sense of protectiveness is clear. To have mother act in such a way is deplorable, in fact. Beatrice looked on in outrage at what was transpiring by the construct of her mother and Subaru. Betty Subaru is not an applicable mate, in fact. And mate? Hold on. I thought Echidna was just being nice to him. Amelia looked between the screen and Beatrice with a small blush on her face. Fucking witch. Al muttered under his breath. Goddamn it, teacher. God fucking. Everyone chooses him in the end. It's no wonder a construct with no chance of life could be interested in Subaru-kun. Roswell snorted up his nose from the disgust he held. How could it not be interested with the sheer ability he holds? Ram hummed softly, looking at her master with a hint of amusement, loving that he looked jealous even if he hated the Echidna on screen and was worried about Subaru at the same time. What a man you are, master, Ram muttered, crossing her legs once again. In the past few days, you killed the one who possessed the sloth witch factor, correct? Echidna asked Subaru, immediately entering her teacher mode. LN cut content. So, you're saying the witch factor is the condition for being invited into this castle of dreams? Subaru asked. No, it is merely what qualified you to enter the tomb itself. You are an exception among exceptions. To begin with, you seem to have leaped quite a bit ahead of schedule. By rights, you should be aware of far more than you are about me, about the tomb, and about the sanctuary. Subaru stayed silent, thinking about what she'd just said to him while she observed. How did she know about what happened with Patel Geese? Otto asked, not looking back since he didn't suppose anyone had an answer. I suppose the archbishops have this which factor of their name Sake. The one Beatrice Alma was talking about in the previous viewing was sloth after. Reinhard couldn't help but give Beatrice a small sympathetic frown. After what Geese had become, Amelia whispered for Beatrice's sake, feeling her heart tug in her chest as well. Biko, do you need a hug? The spirit shook her head because she wasn't giving the thought of her past friend the time of day. The spirit looked focused. Ahead of schedule, Anastasia tilted her head as rubbed at her scarf. Schedule? Not Suki-Kuin's visit was scheduled. I started raising in wonder as things began getting pointed to the audiences. His visit to this place was planned out. Kenichi raised his eyebrow, feeling a sudden shiver down his back. This is getting creepy. Beside the parents, Otto held on to the pocket of his coat, feeling the object inside of it. The merchant looked back towards Roswell, trying to catch the man's multicolored eyes. Roswell gave no reaction to the comment by Echidna for anyone. When he died, the witch factor chose you as its new dwelling. That's also why you were able to enter this graveyard unharmed. Echidna said to him, still the ever-present teacher. Graveyard? Like a tomb? Subaru asked her, catching on suddenly. Yes. She answers bemusedly. This is the witch's graveyard, where my soul is held prisoner. The sanctuary. That explains why she's alive and drinking fucking body fluid tea. Heinkel grunted at the revelation. It didn't seem to hit anyone in the room with surprise. Agrave. That's what the Margraves family has been hiding from the kingdom. Julius found himself compelled to think about the truth being presented to him. A witch's soul being a prisoner. Was there some secret deal between the Mathers family and the council? No. With the old royal blood? The night of all nights had a look of pure dread and horror. As soon as Echidna finished what she was saying, Subaru's hands found themselves slamming on Echidna's shoulders, grasping and shaking her very roughly. You know where the sanctuary is? Echidna could only look at him with bewilderment and confusion as he shook her intensely. I don't have the experience to determine whether you're brave or just very bold. Very bold is the winner for sure. Frederica seemed to be taking pleasure in how unorthodox Subaru was with someone as powerful as a witch on screen. Nearly every girl had a small grin on their faces, especially Crush, who enjoyed the flow of Echidna being ruined by his denseness. Kenichi and Naoko tried to act like they were innocent of this behavior displayed by their only child. They even held onto each other with Naoko, letting go of Subaru's hand for a little bit just to sell the illusion to everyone else. Yes, truly, these two were made for one another. Don't make fun of me, Subaru yelled, leaning down closer to the lady that he held by the shoulders. So can I consider this, rather, the forest with the ruins where I was before, to be the sanctuary? Subaru asked with a sense of urgency, but Echidna simply turned away from him. You're so mean. That's right. Just as you wanted, the sanctuary is outside the ruins. Echidna answered him playfully, making Subaru's eyes widen with hope. So, What else would you like to as? Echidna was cut off by Subaru, suddenly preening at her. And if I ask you, you let me back out, right? Echidna had to blink into space for a moment before glancing back at him, eyes wide with disbelief. Sure, I can guarantee that. She leans forward slightly once she notices that Subaru's expression has turned firm and resolved. Hey, isn't there anything you want to ask me? He turned away with a stern face. Sorry, but I'd rather meet with Amelia outside than talk to you. Huh? Echidna let out a girlish gasp, standing in her seat as Subaru turned his back to her. Why, you're kidding, right? She waved her hands in the air, uselessly as Subaru began walking away from her. I'm the Witch of Greed. The screen shows Subaru walking away with an uninterested expression while Echidna holds her arms together and waves her body unnaturally in a comedic fashion. Powerful people from around the world come to me in search of my knowledge. The sound of Ricardo's booming laughter was the first to break the stunned silence of the theater. He slapped his knee so hard it sounded like a whip crack. He's just walking away, treating the most powerful woman in history like a stray cat of skin for scraps. He really is a dunderhead, Amelia whispered, but her eyes were sparkling. She couldn't help the small, triumphant smile that tugged at her lips. Remembering her own meeting with Echidna, the cold glares, the biting insults, and the general aura of hostility the witch had directed at her, seeing Subaru treat the same woman like an annoying obstacle was incredibly cathartic. But he wants to come back to you, Amelia-sama. He'd rather see you than know the secrets of the world. Rem gave a chuckle. The thought warmed Amelia more than any fire magic ever could. How dare he? Beatrice shrieked, though she was bouncing slightly on Subaru's lap. Treating mother with such utter lack of decorum. In fact, to turn one's back on the librarian of the world is a sin beyond measure, I suppose. Despite her words of outrage, a tiny, rare giggle escaped her. Seeing her mother, usually so poised and terrifyingly smart, reduced to a stuttering mess by her Subaru was a sight she never knew she needed. This is something I didn't know I needed. Go on, pal. Give the cold shoulder. AL's voice was a rough, excited rasp from the back. He was practically vibrating in his seat, his single fist clenched and resting on Priscilla's hand, squeezing it in his excitement. That's how you do it. Don't let him lure you in with the knowledge trap. Stay focused. Priscilla didn't pull her hand away. Instead, she watched the screen with a look of supreme boredom that hid a flicker of genuine amusement. To see a witch reduced to begging for the attention of a commoner. What a sad, pathetic thing. In the back row, the sound that emerged from Roswell was less of a laugh and more of a wounded wheeze. The Margrave had his head buried in his hands, his shoulders shaking. Master, Ram asked, her voice cautious. It's preposterous, Roswell muttered, looking at the floor as a hollow, defeated chuckle escaped him. I have spent so many lifetimes trying to reach her, trying to hear her voice again. And this construct chose to treat someone with interest for the first time. And then he, not Suki, Subaru-kun, treats her like a common nuisance. He looked up, his mismatched eyes wide with a mixture of shock and a strange, newfound respect. She's offering him everything, and he rejects it all for a promise of a morning greeting. She must have been baffled, meeting the anomaly she cannot calculate. He's just an idiot, Ram summarized, though she looked pleased. Subaru, Naoko shouted at the screen, her face bright red. Don't be so rude, even if she did make you drink. That, you should still say no, thank you. I don't think no thank you covers turning down the secrets of the universe. Honey, Kenichi laughed, though he was wiping a tear of pride from his eye. Look at him go. He's got his priorities straight. Is he really just going to keep walking? Felix asked, his jaw literally hanging open. Crush Sama. That woman could probably tell us how to cure. Well, everything. And he's just whistling. Crush didn't answer immediately. She was too busy covering her mouth with her glove, her eyes crinkled in a rare, genuine display of mirth. He is a man of singular focus, Ferris. Why would he need the secrets of the world when he already knows everything that matters to him? This isn't a joke, Felix sputtered, trying to gain some seriousness in the theater as Meili kept laughing just to piss him off on purpose. He could ask for a cure for your illness or Rems. At this, some people stopped giggling and laughing from the Anastasia and Amelia camps, though Heinkel in the back was one of the few who couldn't find anything amusing in what was shown. The cure to any illness. Heinkel looked like a hollow man without a soul as he stared at Echidna. Fucking bullshit. I swear if he wasted this chance, I'll do what the clown told me to do. She holds her arms out and looks at him with a panicked expression like a saleswoman whose customer is walking away. So, relax? Okay. We could just relax and talk. I have knowledge about the truth of this world that nobody. LN cut content. Subaru turns to face her with a calm expression. You don't know about things on the outside, right? It's tough saying this after all that sound and fury, but to be honest, there's not really anything I want to ask you. For example, do you know details about the witch cult's archbishops of the 7 deadly sins? Archbishops of the 7 deadly sins? Unfortunately, I do not know the term. Could you tell me about them in more detail? Echidna scrambled. Wait, she doesn't know. Anastasia blurted out, her hands gripping her scarf. She's the witch of greed, the thirst for knowledge or something. How could she not know about the folks who've been tearing the kingdom apart for centuries? Because she's a fossil, Julius answered, his voice a mix of disappointment and stark realization. He adjusted his posture, his pen hovering over his notebook. If her death occurred before the sealing of the Witch of Envy, that means the witch's cult is knowledge that would require her to be alive for her no. The lady who knows the secrets of the stars doesn't even know who's currently kicking the world's shins. Felt sighed with an eye roll of disappointment. Goddamn fraud. She will make quick money in the slums, though. Our positions really are reversed, sheesh. Well, if you don't know, that's fine. A smile came over Subaru at the sight of Echidna being thrown off. It hid the pain in his chest. Yeah, it's fine. If she knew nothing of the archbishops, she knew nothing of their authorities, the damage they did, or ways to repair it. Meaning she didn't know how I could save Rem. Rem whispered, her hand moving to her chest. She felt a pang of guilt that even in a dream world with a witch, Subaru's first thought was to find a cure for her. To see that hope extinguished by Echidna's ignorance was a fresh wound for her to witness. Felix looked away from the screen, with his face clearly showing shame and guilt. I'm sorry, Nia. Crush gave a sigh and patted his head once more, making him calm down. Echidna slumped with both hands slammed on her elegant table, jaw hanging open, clearly unaware of what to do in this situation. The omniscient goddess was gone, replaced by a girl who had just been told she was irrelevant. I'll make time to chat over tea with you later, okay? Subaru tells her, which makes Echidna slam her face into the table and stretch her arms across it. Her words are muffled against the table as she speaks. You'd ask a dead woman, a witch, at that, to agree to that, as if it were the simplest thing? Barusu has a talent for making the extraordinary feel mundane, Ram noted, though her gaze stayed on the slumped figure of Echidna. Even witches aren't immune to his unique brand of idiocy. Make time for Echidna. Al found himself looking up at the ceiling, his earlier tears now dried. His breathing had calmed down a significant amount, but the pure tremble of happiness didn't stop from running through his arm. Fuck yes. Someone's putting you in your place, you nasty fucking teacher. Beside Ram, in the same row as Al, Roswell could only sob into his hands with sheer tenacity not to jump down and kill Subaru with his gloved hands. I feel a little bad for her. She seems lonely. Naoko couldn't help but bite her lip a little bit. Garfield was the one to shake his head at the mother. Believe me, Captain S. Mother-san, she ain't worth a single fuck you got to give. You met her before? Kenichi asked the tiger, but Garfield shook his head again. Nah, but it ain't a good person who got this shithole of a sanctuary built around her tomb for. That's fair, sure. Echidna kept her face hidden from him but waved her wrist, making a loud noise that stretched behind Subaru, which made him turn around. A large black hole opened through a tear in reality, like a rift of darkness that shaped a portal for him. I've never had a tea party like this. Echidna speaks in a defeated tone as Subaru takes a few steps toward the black portal. You're really going back? I'll just take my compensation first. Echidna's voice turned cold, though she stayed in her position on the table. This made Subaru pause his steps, turning around with a slightly sheepish expression. Just so you know, I'm broke beyond compare. He's still joking, Felix muttered, his ears flat against his head. Doesn't he realize the atmosphere just dropped 40 degrees? He's trying to keep his footing, Crush observed, her eyes narrowed. Humor is his only shield against that level of power. Echidna doesn't rise from the table as she explains to him. Compensation for a witch doesn't mean money. She slowly stood up with a smooth smile, and her head was held high as she looked at him. What I desire from you is a vow. A vow, Emilia whispered, her hand tightening on Subaru's sleeve. That sounds like a contract. Biko, is she trying to bind him? A witch's vow is no light matter. In fact, Beatrice hissed, her drills trembling. It is a promise etched into the soul. To tell no one of the tea party, it is a way to isolate his experiences, I suppose. So, he couldn't tell us about this meeting, Otto realized before the rest of the Amelia camp. He was in the same position as the Witch of Envy about his ability. That explains why Captain never mentioned what happened after he got out of those ruins. Garfield sighed, his eyes downcast, afraid of what will be shown next. Behind them, Julius didn't give any indication of interest, ignoring both of them and wishing for the screen to continue. Like it was the simplest thing, she walked away from her table and teacups toward him. You will tell no one of what has transpired at this tea party. That is my condition. And, since you're here, I'll send you away with a souvenir. I will grant you the right to face the trial of the sanctuary. The trail of the sanctuary? Subaru repeated with a confused face, not knowing what that meant. She raised her hand, opening her palm and placing it firmly on his chest. You may not understand now, but once you learn where it is, you will realize its worth. Echidna's voice takes on a more giddy tone as she continues speaking. What feelings will you have toward me when that happens? Amelia's breathing hitched as she looked at the ground with sudden realization. He got the key to the trails. From here, Beatrice and the others in the Amelia camp looked at the scene with a hint of understanding and refused to look towards the half-elf. It's done already, in fact. You were the one who won the trials. The sanctuary's trials? Tivy was about to ask the Amelia camp, but a slight gesture from Itaro and a shake of his head stopped him. What good are they as allies if we can't ask for anything? Tivy sighed and leaned back with his own notes scribbling. What good is explaining if we can just watch to get our answers? Julius countered from the side with elegance, which was a good point. Rem held a small frown at that, feeling very much like the outsider, as she didn't understand what the Amelia camp was going through yet was being treated as one of them by the others in the theater. She moved her hand from his chest to lick at her fingertips like a vampire tasting skin. The mere thought gives me such beautiful expectations. She licked along her hand until she could look at Subaru, opening her eyes to reveal that her dark black irises had turned dark crimson. You? Subaru grinned, though it was a frightened sort of expression for a grin. You really are a witch, aren't you? Yes, that's right. Echidna agreed readily with a step into his personal space, which made Subaru step back. I'm a very, very evil magic user. That filthy witch. Rem's eyes were glowing with a blue light, her horn practically itching to manifest. How dare she look at him with such depravity? She moved her hand up and flicked Subaru's forehead. He couldn't stop himself from falling backward, losing control of his body as if it were a mere rock pile that had been pushed over by her finger. Subaru shouts as Echidna looks down at him from beyond the black portal as the rift closes with Subaru in the darkness of the portal. And it cuts to black. He's out. Otto breathed, wiping sweat from his forehead. But at what cost? Julius asked, looking at his empty notebook. He carries a vow he can't speak of and a right to face trials that made even a witch look giddy. The sanctuary. We're finally going to see what happened there. In the back, Al was slumped in his seat, his hand finally letting go of Priscilla's. Evil magic user, huh? Teacher, you really don't know how to let a guy go without a scar. Roswell, however, remained silent. He stared at the black screen, his expression a mask of complex, agonizing expectation. The script was back on track, but the lead actor had already broken every rule of the stage. Slowly, Subaru's eyes opened to find himself back in the ruins where he'd been taken from. He holds his hand to his ear, fixing himself while standing on a mossy cobblestone below him and looking at the lit-up end of the tunnel. Anyway, I need to get out of here and back to Amelia Tan and Otto. His sneakers scuffed the stone as he walked out. I feel like his eyes were staring at the floor below him with an anxious expression. Someone said something to me. Subaru reaches the end of the tunnel, out in the open, where the sun lights up his surprised expression as he sees the scene awaiting him in the clearing before the ruins. Otto was lying on his back, clothes scuffed all over, and his eyes enswirled from the clear scuffing that he'd been subject to. Otto! The cry didn't come from the screen, but from the theater itself. Amelia was half out of her seat, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and a growing, gnawing fear. Why? Why is he like that? Who did that to him? She turned her head, her silver hair whipping around, looking for answers from the merchant himself. But Otto was slumped so low in his seat, he was nearly invisible. His face was a shade of red that rivaled Priscilla's dress, his hands covering his eyes. Please. Otto's voice came out as a strangled whimper. Just let the screen go black again. I don't want to see this. You look like a bug that got stepped on, Mr. Merchant. A high-pitched, giggling voice drifted down from the row above. Maylie was leaning over the back of her chair, her chin resting on her crossed arms. She poked a finger toward the screen, tracing the swirls in Otto's eyes with a dark, childish glee. Does your head feel like it's full of bees? Oni Isan looks so surprised to see you like this. I wonder if he'll make a funny sound if he kicks you. Maylie, that's horrible. Petra snapped, though she too was looking at the screen with intense worry. It's just a question, Maylie hummed, her purple eyes shimmering with a mischievous, misunderstood coldness. When things get scuffed up, they usually break. You're like a very sturdy weed. While the girls bickered, a different kind of tension was radiating from the blonde youth sitting near the front. Garfield was vibrating, not with anger, but with a raw, jagged dread that made his fangs click together. This is it, Garfield thought, his claws digging into the plush armrests. This is where Captain and I meet. He looked at the screen, at the ruin of the merchant he'd just finished questioning. and then towards Subaru's sleeping face. The fear of being rejected by the only man he called captain was a weight heavier than any stone in the sanctuary. Garfield, Frederica whispered, reaching out a hand to her brother. He flinched away, his gaze locked on the display. Shut it, Garfield growled, though his voice lacked any bite. It was the sound of a boy waiting for a sentence to be passed. It looks like he's been through a tumble dryer, Kenichi noted, trying to inject some levity into the room, though his eyes were sharp. He looks like he met a wall. A very fast-moving wall. It was no wall, not Sukusen, Julius said, his eyes narrowing as he looked from the screen to Garfield's rigid back. That is the work of a predator. Someone wasn't happy about Subaru entering those ruins. Otto! Subaru exclaimed before another gruff voice cut in. Look at you just waltzing out of there. You got some nerve, outsider. The voice was filled with loud and obnoxious revelry as Subaru was suddenly held up by someone who had snuck behind him. Is this like a Magmarin laughing when it's full of holes? Sharp teeth are shown, owned by the person holding Subaru up like a sack of potatoes before he was sent to fly high in the sky by a mere throw. Subaru, Naoko gripped her seat. Oh, look at him fly, Meili giggled, her eyes wide with genuine amusement. Do you think he'll bounce? Or just go splat like an overripe melon? I always like the splat sound best. Meili, stop it, Petra cried, but the assassin girl only leaned further forward, watching the trajectory with clinical interest. Subaru screamed through the air in the manliest way possible from the great MC of this story. So manly, in fact, that it summoned his ground dragoness from her great slumber to screech and run with the carriage attached to her, following suit. Patrash did a sharp turn with her body, moving in such a way as to force the carriage to physically drift in the dirt and align itself in a way that Subaru's fall is broken by the ceiling of the fancy cart before he falls back down on the leathered seating for the drivers. As Subaru was getting his bearings together from his fall, Patrash faced the sharp-toothed person who dared to commit such a heretical policy of violence on a rider. I don't understand, Emilia whispered, her voice trembling. She looked back at the screen, her brow furrowed in a deep, agonizing confusion. I was with Subaru. We went into the woods together. I should have been right there when he came out, but I don't remember this. Yes. Kenichi suddenly stood up, his fist pumping the air with a roar of triumph that startled everyone. That's my girl. Did you see that? That was a professional-grade catch. Patrash-chan, you miracle of nature. He didn't just look at the screen. He turned around to look at the physical Patrash, who was still curled up in a corner of the theater, her chest rising and falling in deep, unconscious breaths. Kenichi rushed over to the sleeping dragoness, regardless of the tension in the room, and began doting on her with abandon. Who's the best girl? Who's the smartest, most heroic lizard in two worlds? You are. Kenichi cooed, patting her snout and adjusting her harness with the pride of a man whose daughter had just won a championship. Look at her, Naoko. Subaru doesn't deserve her, the lucky brat. She really is remarkable, Crush murmured, a hint of professional envy in her eyes as she watched the dragoness on screen immediately square up against Garfield. Damn it, what the hell? Subaru said in a pained growl, sitting straighter on the driver's seat of the cart. He quickly turns around to open the driver's window and lean into the carriage to see inside. He finds Emilia's sleeping form inside, perfectly placed straight on the carriage couch. I was asleep? Emilia widened her eyes in remembrance and outrage. Oh, that's when they met. She looked to Garfield with pity. Subaru breathed out in relief, gaining a small smile before the loud-voiced attacker started speaking. What a tantalizing choice. Subaru stands up on the carriage driver's spot, glaring alongside Patrash towards their attacker. The blonde man with an X-scar on his face grins, standing tall. That's a nice ground dragon you got there. Garfield, in the theater, couldn't look away. He saw himself on the screen, the predator, the bully, and he saw the dragoness who had more loyalty in her pinky claw than he had in his entire body at that moment. I'm sorry, Captain, Garfield whispered into his hands, the guilt finally breaking through his facade as the screen focused on Patrash's bared teeth and Subaru's trembling, grateful gaze. Patrash screeched at the blonde man and began to charge toward him while Subaru immediately held on to the carriage with increasing panic. Wait, Patrash! But the dragoness had somehow disconnected herself from the carriage, so Subaru now watched her dash to attack the strangely calm man on her own. Both Subaru and Otto looked on with bated breath as Patrash moved to bite the mere human who had caused her rider such distress. But when she bit on his shoulder, the dragoness couldn't even make the blonde man flinch as he stood in place without a problem to allowing the dragon's mouth to bite into his upper shoulder. You're a real good-looking girl, ain't ya? I'm not gonna hurt ya. The blonde wrapped his arm around her long, scaly neck with his grin growing. Just take a little nap. He flipped Patrash's entire body upside down, keeping her mouth on his shoulder as he dropped her on her back. Effectively, Patrash was knocked unconscious with spit flowing from her mouth onto the floor. Better thank her for fighting so hard for you. The blonde glanced from the scaly girl he'd just abused to smirk at Subaru and Otto. Wait, wait, Subaru pleaded, but the blonde attacker was already striding towards them with swiftness. I'm going to throw you guys out of this forest half dead, just alive enough to swear you won't tell a soul about this place. The stranger dashed with one step, pulling himself up with a foot on the edge of the carriage as a punch was aimed towards Subaru's cheek. The thud of the majestic earth dragon hitting the ground upside down, spit flying from her mouth, echoed through the theater like a gunshot. In the center of the front row, Kenichi Natsuki didn't move. He didn't shout. He sat perfectly still, his chin resting on his interlaced fingers. The dim light of the theater screen caught the lenses of his glasses, turning them into two opaque white voids that completely masked his eyes. The shadow of his brow fell heavily over the rest of his face. It was the silent, terrifying stillness of a father. A father who's watched best girl just be disrespected. That brute. Petra's voice broke the silence, high-pitched and vibrating with pure indignation. She stood up, her small fist shaking at the screen. Garf-san, you're a bully. To do that to Patrash-sama when she was only trying to protect Subaru-sama, you need to apologize. Quiet, little sprout. Priscilla's voice cut through the air, smooth and dangerously amused. She fanned herself slowly, her red eyes dancing with a devious glint. The beast was a fool to challenge a superior predator. It was like watching a bug get swatted. Meili giggled, her feet swaying with dark rhythm. Poor whittled wagon. She looked so silly with her tongue hanging out. He's certainly got the technique for it, Heinkel snorted, though his eyes were narrowed with a soldier's appraisal. Kid didn't even brace himself for the bite. That's either insane confidence or he's built like a fortress. Probably both. Please, everyone. Frederica stepped forward, her hands clasped in a calming gesture, though her own eyes flickered with a hint of sisterly concern for how the room was perceiving the blonde on screen. My brother, Garfield, he isn't a monster. He is merely overzealous in his duties. He would never truly harm a creature as noble as an earth dragon, unless he felt the sanctuary was in peril. Duties? Roswell's voice was a low, melodic drawl. He didn't even look at the screen, instead tracing a pattern on the armrest of his chair. To him, Garfield wasn't a person, he was a piece on a board. He is exactly what he was meant to be, a sharp, albeit loud, instrument to ensure the borders of the sanctuary remain properly respected. Whether he is kind is irrelevant as L-O-O-O-ing as he is effective. Ram let out a long, weary sigh, her gaze fixed on the screen where the blonde was now charging Subaru. Master is right about one thing. He is very loud. But Frederica is correct as well. Garfield is a child playing at being a villain. He knows exactly how much force to use to rough them up without causing permanent damage. He's showing off for an audience that isn't there. She paused, a small, knowing smirk touching her lips. He's always been prone to dramatics when he thinks he needs to be the strongest in the room. It's pathetic, really. It's more than pathetic, it's disappointing. Rem added, her tone uncharacteristically cold. She remembered the 2 times she had accompanied Roswell to the sanctuary. She had seen Garfield's strength, but to see it used against a defenseless Otto and a confused Subaru made her grip her skirt. Subaru-kun is a guest. To treat a guest with such violence, even if it is scaled back, is a failure of hospitality. You haven't changed at all, Garfield-kun. The man in question, the real Garfield sitting in the theater, finally couldn't take the mounting criticism anymore. He jumped to his feet, his fangs bared in a grin that was half pride and half defensive snarl. Oi, watch your mouths, Garfield barked, gesturing wildly at the screen. You see that? I didn't draw a single drop of blood. I caught a mouth on my shoulder because I knew my skin could take it, and I flipped her soft. She's having a nice nap on the grass, not heading to the butcher. He turned his gaze toward Petra and the parents, his chest puffed out. My amazing self has honor. I ended that fight in 3 seconds, so I didn't have to hurt the girl. I was protecting my home. You think I'm gonna let some random carriage roll in without checking him? You're still scaring them, you idiot, Otto muttered, though he looked relieved that the real Garfield was at least defending his intentions. Scaring him is the point, Garfield retorted, though he looked a bit more sheepish as he saw the light still reflecting off Kenichi's glasses. The great tiger doesn't invite people in with a hug and a bowl of soup. He makes them swear to keep their traps shut. You know Frederica, don't you? Subaru shouted with his eyes closed, and every cell in his body clenched, effectively awaiting his fate to be punched by the blonde, but gambled one last time before it was lights out. It worked. Garfield kept his hand frozen in the air as he looked down. Why the hell did I just hear that name from your nasty mouth? Subaru opened his eyes to glare up at the blonde. Why do you think? Just think about it. Thought about it. Garfield replied instantly, readying his fist with an excited smile. Don't know. I'll think after I bash your skull in. Quit jumping to conclusions without thinking. It's because we know her too. Subaru shouts rapidly, trying to appeal to the blonde before any attack happens. Garfield lowers his fist and leans down to face Subaru's eyes better. I'm Garfield. If you guys know her, you must have heard that name, right? You're. Subaru hesitated as the blonde above him glared. How the hell did you know I have anything to do with Frederica? Subaru's face dropped into a deadpanned expression that was contemplating life itself. Are you being serious right now? Garfield's sharp teeth glowed with a shine. On screen, Garfield's confused demand brought a wave of deadpanned expressions to the theater. Is he being serious right now? Felt blurted out, her feet kicking the air. He's always been simple-minded, Ram sighed, though her eyes softened as she watched the blonde youth on screen. Oi, shut it, Garfield barked, though he avoided looking at Frederica. I was shocked. You don't just expect some random guy from the city to walk in and know your sister. It's weird. It's suspicious. I was protecting her honor by almost punching her friend in the face. Rem asked, her tone dry but lacking its earlier frost. You really are a handful, Garfield sang. Whatever. Garfield sat back down, huffing. Just watch the screen. The captain is about to see how amazing my amazing self truly is, even if he is a bit of a smartass about the family tree. The theater shifted into a lighter mood, the humor of Garfield's density providing a much-needed reprieve. Yet, as Otto stole another glance at Frederica, and she caught him, this time holding the gaze with a soft, playful twinkle in her eyes. It was clear that while the screen was showing the start of a friendship between Subaru and Garfield, a different kind of bond was beginning to form in the rows of the theater itself. The scene changes to show the carriage moving again, with Patrash and Otto at the helm. I just got beaten up for nothing. Alone in the driver's seat, Otto was muttering to himself with a frown of contemplation. What am I supposed to do with this anger? Garfield's voice can be heard from within the carriage behind Otto. You never shut up, do ya, traitor? I apologized, didn't I? You call, hey sorry numbskull, I kinda jumped the gun, an apology? Otto exclaimed from the outside of the carriage with fury. In the theater, the real Otto buried his face in his hands as a ripple of laughter spread through the rows. My Otto Quinn, Anastasia chuckled, her eyes gleaming with mischief. You sure do have a lot of bark for someone who was just shaken like a leaf a minute ago. Is that how you negotiate with your business partners? Yelling until your face turns the color of a ripe tomato. It wasn't like that. Otto protested, though he didn't uncover his face. Anyone would be angry after being flipped over by a demi-human who hasn't learned the meaning of the word wait. Meili giggled from her seat, looking at Otto like he's a fun toy. A merchant's only value is his tongue, Ram remarked, her tone carrying that familiar, sharp edge that always managed to sound like a refined insult. And yet, Otto Kuhn, yours seems to have tangled itself into a knot of useless, high-pitched rage. It's a miracle the carriage hasn't veered off the road from the sheer weight of your wounded ego. You guys are all being incredibly unfair, Otto groaned, slumping back. Beside him, Garfield let out a sharp snort. He looked at the screen, then at Frederica, before finally casting a sideways glance at Otto. The defensive snarl he'd been wearing softened into something closer to a begrudging respect. Fine, fine, Garfield muttered, his voice uncharacteristically low. The numbskull bit was probably uncalled for. I guess. Thanks for not letting my amazing self actually kill the captain before we even got started. Otto blinked, the fire in his eyes dying down as he looked at the blonde youth. He sighed, a long, weary sound that spoke of a man used to being the universe's punching bag. I suppose I can't stay angry forever if you're actually going to look like a wet cat. Apology accepted, Garf san. Just try to use your words before your fist next time. Don't push your luck, Otto bro. Garfield grinned, flashing his fangs, but the malice was gone. Inside the cart, Subaru was sitting on the floor with his head lowered towards Amelia's sleeping form. Ignoring Otto's ramblings from the outside, Garfield is revealed, leisurely sitting back with his arms behind his head. Anyway, if you'd shown me that thing sooner, that would have done it. Subaru turned to the blonde as Garfield smirks easily. Gotta act on a ganglion before you think about it. Subaru looked confused, but the blonde continued. Looking at that hair, I'm guessing that's the famous Emilia-sama, the silver-haired half-devil that Roswell's helped pin out. Subaru stands up with his fists clenched immediately, while Garfield smirks with satisfaction. She's a half-elf. Don't you ever call her that again. The greatest rage-baiter this side of the sanctuary, Hood bellows a laugh. Hey, look at that. Guess you can put some energy into your voice after all. He put his hands together and began cracking his knuckles as a twisted expression of excitement overtook his relaxed one. Want to know how it feels to be a Bazamazo being flung back and forth? But all Subaru could respond to this challenge with was bewilderment. Is there some sort of translation glitch happening between you and me? Huh. The theater itself went cold. The term half-devil echoed through the room like an accusation. In the theater, the Real Garfield looked as though he wanted to physically vanish. The crimson hue of his face deepened, spreading to the tips of his ears. He stared at his boots. The usual amazing self, nowhere to be found. The amazing self really was a stupid brat, Garfield muttered, his voice uncharacteristically low and thick with shame. Emilia-sama, I shouldn't have said that. I was just trying to act tough and pick a fight. I'm sorry. The sincerity in his voice caused a few heads to turn in surprise. Kenichi's protective posture softened, his jaw unclamping as he realized the boy wasn't a monster, but a child who had been defensive and frightened. Naoko, sensing the genuine weight of the boy's guilt, leaned over toward his seat between her and Otto. Her eyes were filled with the same warmth she gave Subaru after he'd made a mistake. It's all right, Garfield can, she said softly, reaching out to give his shoulder a comforting squeeze. Sometimes, when we're scared, we use mean words as a shield. You were just protecting your home, weren't you? It takes a big person to admit they were wrong. Garfield blinked at her, momentarily stunned by the lack of the scolding he expected. He looked like a cub that had accidentally bitten a hand, trying to feed it. Half-devil, was it? The voice was light, musical, and entirely unexpected. Emilia didn't look hurt. Instead, she was looking at Garfield with a playful, mischievous glint in her eyes that made even Beatrice look up in shock. She didn't let go of Subaru's hand. She pulled it slightly closer, resting her other hand over his as she addressed the blonde demi-human. My, Garfield, Emilia teased, her tone ringing with a newfound confidence and assertiveness that left several people, including Anastasia, gaping. I didn't know you thought I was so famous. Though, if I'm a half-devil, does that make you a quarter monster? Or perhaps just a very grumpy little kitten? Ashu, Garfield stammered, his eyes widening. And all that talk about ganglions and basamazos, Emilia continued, her grin widening as she leaned forward. Don't you know that no one uses such a weird way of speaking? Manners should be really well respected by someone who cares about the knightly code you claim to respect. You mean the almost selves? I was just. Garfield was stumbling over his words, his face now a shade of red that rivaled a ripe fruit. If you want a real apology accepted, Emilia chirped, her assertiveness clearly catching him off balance, you have to say it properly. No weird metaphors about ganglions. Just, Emilia-sama, I'm sorry for being a big, silly meanie pants. A ripple of genuine laughter spread through the theater. Ricardo let out a booming cackle, while even Julius hid a smile behind his hand. Fine. Garfield huffed, throwing his hands up in defeat, though the defensive snarl was completely gone. Emilia-sama, I'm sorry for calling you that. And for the Bazamazo stuff. I'll try to use my words better from now on. Much better, Emilia said, settling back in her seat with a satisfied nod, her hands still firmly interlaced with Subaru's. We'll work on your vocabulary later. For now, let's see what other silly things you have to say. Garfield couldn't believe the fall from grace he'd been subject to, as Emilia of all people criticized his way of speaking. The days of who says that in this day and age were now in the past, as Subaru was not here to rule the Emilia camp's bullying roster. Captain S made a monster. Garfield muttered, face red. But before either could continue, Emilia began to stir from Subaru's side. Emilia. Subaru moved to kneel in front of her, waiting for her to rise in her seat. He had a bright smile on his face while Garfield stared at them with a calm face. I'm so glad you're okay. Subaru. Emilia looked at him and then gasped when she noticed Garfield in the carriage with him. She immediately moved forward, standing over the kneeling Subaru and stretching her arms out to cover him, looking at the blonde with resolve and protectiveness. Who are you? Just so you know, I won't let you lay a finger on Subaru. Hang on, Emilia-tan. Subaru stands up and holds his hands out to Emilia with a sheepish expression. I appreciate it, but as a guy, I have mixed feelings about this. Really, I'm fine. The laughter that this obtained could be a death sentence for any person's reputation in the hood, especially since it's Kenichi leading the charge while Otto took the chance to enact the code of his brotherhood with Subaru and laugh at his emasculation. Everyone else, like Julius, Heinkel, and Felix, were just being petty, while Ataro just wanted to be involved, and Schultz wasn't allowed to laugh by a glare from Priscilla and a small pat from Maylee, who was bored to death. Emilia, sitting in her theater seat, looked between the laughing men and the screen with a look of pure, unadulterated bafflement. She didn't understand the joke at all. Her hands were still tightly gripping Subaru's sleeve, her brow furrowed in a cute, confused pout. But why are they laughing? Emilia asked, her voice small and genuinely perplexed. Garfield looked dangerous, and Subaru was still hurt from everything before. Why wouldn't I protect him? Is it wrong to want to keep him safe? It's not wrong, Emilia-sama. Rem's voice cut through the laughter, but it wasn't a comfort. The maid stood up slightly in her seat, her blue eyes flashing with a competitive fire as she looked at the screen and then back at the half-elf. But you shouldn't feel like you have to do it alone. Rem turned her gaze toward the back of the room, her voice gaining a sharp, formal edge. For the record, I would also protect Subaru-kun with my life. Whether he has mixed feelings or not, I will be the shield that stands before him. Felix was practically rolling in his seat, his ears twitching with every laugh. He's so worried about being the knight, but he's clearly the princess of the camp. Subaru-kun needs all her guardians to keep the mean monsters away. Amidst the chaos of the men's laughter and the girls' protective declarations, a small, bright voice rang out from the row behind them. I think it's wonderful. Petra was leaning forward, her face glowing with delight. Emilia-sama looks so cool. To stand up like that, it proves how much she cares. Subaru-sama is lucky to have someone who doesn't care about manly feelings when his safety is on the line. Emilia blinked, her confused expression softening as she looked back at the little maid. You think so, Petra? I know so. Petra nodded vigorously. Naoko reached over and patted Emilia's hand, her giggles finally subsiding into a gentle, knowing smile. Don't mind them, Emilia-chan. Men are very silly about their pride. But as a mother, seeing you stand up for my son like that, it makes me very, very happy. You're exactly the kind of girl I hoped he'd find. Emilia's face turned a shade of pink that rivaled the dawn, her silver hair falling forward as she looked down at Subaru's hand. I'm not going to do anything, Garfield says while leaning his head back into his hand and grinning with closed eyes. I don't want Ram giving me hell later. Zam. Emilia blinked in surprise, lowering her protective arms while Subaru gave her a smile of assurance. This is Garfield. Garfield, the one Frederica told us about. Emilia looked down at the relaxed blonde boy with curiosity. Yeah, and he's showing us the way to the sanctuary now. Subaru glares down at Garfield, taking a more stern tone. Ram and the villagers from Arlem are there, right? Don't want to believe me? That's your call. Garfield opened his eyes to give them a sinister grin. Ain't no turning back now, though. We are already past the barrier. Emilia's eyes widened in recognition. Then we're in the sanctuary right now. Come on, give me a break, Garfield calls out, making them stop looking around uselessly. Weren't you asleep because you got close to the barrier? The barrier? Emilia blinked. Come to think of it, when the stone glowed, it was at the same moment. Subaru held the blue crystal given to them by Frederica in his palm and looked at it. So who was reacting to the barrier then? Subaru asked Garfield, but the blonde only glared at the crystal in Subaru's hand. But why did only Emilia Tan pass out? I mean, I got transported somewhere, but Otto. A loud scoff cut Subaru off and gained Emilia's attention. You know damn well why the barrier reacted to her, and not you too. He held an ugly grin on his face that affected Emilia. It's not just half-elves that thing reacts to. It works on me and a lot of others too. That's cause. When Garfield trailed off, Emilia continued for him. Because you have mixed blood too? Garfield only replied with a snort. So the sanctuary is a place where demi-humans with mixed blood live. Subaru asked as Garfield stood up from his perch, Otto looking in from the driver's window with a curious expression. We welcome you, Emilia-sama, and your two escorts too. He made a show for everyone to look ahead, with Otto grunting in surprise since he was outside in the driver's area and could see first before anyone. Subaru and Emilia leaned out of the windows of the moving cart. Roswell likes to go around Callan at the sanctuary, but it ain't the kind of place that deserves such a nice name. Garfield's narration of the town was sinister and hopeless as Subaru observed ruined buildings with moss and fungi overtake roads and fences alike. Nothing there but a hodgepodge of half-wits. A lot of people gathered around to look at the cart as Otto steered Patrash. All of them with animal hearts and tails, some even having horns on their heads. It's just a dead-end testing ground. People looked afraid as the carriage continued to roll through the town to the point that Otto seemed uncomfortable. He quickly began looking around. Where do I? Suddenly, a stocking-covered foot walked its way in front of Patrash, with the owner of said foot speaking immediately. You're back. It took you long enough. Subaru opened the driver's window immediately, gazing at the owner of the voice with a wide smile. Sanctuary. Crush repeated the word, her voice dripping with irony. She leaned forward, her eyes narrowing as the camera panned over a crumbling stone wall covered in thick, sickly moss. I have seen refugee camps on the borders of the empire that looked more hospitable than this. Roswell-sama, your definition of sanctuary is illuminating. Roswell didn't answer. He sat perfectly still, his mismatched eyes fixed on the ruins of the town he technically owned. Look at those houses, Naoko whispered, her hand flying to her mouth. Kenichi, the roofs are falling in. Is that mold growing on the window frames? Kenichi's jaw was set tight. To him, this looked like the aftermath of a natural disaster that everyone had simply given up on fixing. It's a slum. He looked at the screen, then at the sleeping Subaru. Our son spent weeks here, in this squalor. It's not just the buildings, Ricardo rumbled from the back. The large wolfman's voice was uncharacteristically low, a dangerous growl vibrating in his chest. Look at the folks. Look at their eyes. Mimi and Hitaro, usually so full of energy, were huddled close to Ricardo's sides. They watched as the screen showed a group of demi-humans, children with floppy ears and scales, adults with horns, watching the carriage with hollow, fearful expressions. They look hungry, Mimi whispered, her usual cheer replaced by a hauntingly quiet observation. And sad. Why are they so sad? Because they're half-bloods, Mimi, Tybee answered, his monocle reflecting the gray light of the screen. In the world outside, they're shunned. And here, in the place that's supposed to protect them, they're living in a graveyard. It's a ghetto, that's what it is. Ricardo's fist slammed into his palm. I've seen some bad shit in the mercenary life, but calling a dump like this a sanctuary is a spit in the face to every demi-human trying to make a life. If this is how the Mathers family protects its people, then the Mathers family is failing. A testing ground, Julius noted, his pen scratching furiously against his paper. He called it a dead-end testing ground. Not a town, not a refuge, a laboratory. He looked at Anastasia. My lady, this is a violation of the kingdom's charters on the treatment of demi-human populations. If it were public knowledge, the council would have seized it years ago. Anastasia finished for him, her greed replaced by a sharp, political disgust. But it's a witch's tomb. That's the shield Roswell uses to keep prying eyes out. He's hiding a tragedy behind a legend. Don't listen to that blonde brat. In fact, Beatrice snapped, though her own eyes were fixed on the ruins with a hint of sorrow. Mother designed this place as a laboratory for the soul, I suppose. It was never meant to be a town. But the people here have suffered as a result of time and neglect. Not just the barrier's nature, but the theater-goers couldn't shake the image of the ruined buildings and the fearful eyes of the residents. For the parents, it was a terrifying look at the world their son was forced to survive in. For the demi-humans, it was a reminder of the cruelty of bloodlines. And for the knights, it was the first piece of evidence that the sanctuary was a lie built on the bones of a witch. Well, Anastasia leaned back, her eyes cold. The warden wanted us to see the truth. I think we're starting to see the rot. The screen changes to show the maid standing tall with her arms crossed. I haven't a clue which Barusu you are, but I'm disappointed by how long it took you to get here. Ah, but I suppose I was a fool to expect more of you. Ram put her hands on her hips while glaring at him. Subaru had to show offense at this as he clenched his fists. If your story is that haven't a clue who I am, stick to it. Oomph. Ram huffed with a simple wave of her hand, as if to brush him off. Kinda nice to see someone treating him like he needs to be treated. Kenichi grinned at the Ram on screen. Ram has her own charm when she's interacting with Subaru-kun. Ram whispered to the parents with a proud smile on her face. I have a feeling that my sister is saying something really incorrect. Ram sighed in the back, not being able to hear the parents and her sister converse about her, though her eyes turned back up to look at Subaru with a slight smile. Once everyone's out of the carriage, Ram straightens her posture with her hands moving in front of her. Emilia-sama, I welcome you. Roswell-sama is waiting inside. Allow me to show you the way. Ram turned around but paused to look behind Emilia. Garf, take the ground dragon and carriage somewhere suitable. Is that any way to treat me? Garfield looked bothered by the disrespect in her tone, but it's quickly replaced with a smile. That's just how I like it, though. EW, that's gross. Petra commented with her tongue out. I can treat you like that. Mimi announces with a giggle while her brothers just sputter and stutter apologies as Garfield gets a red blush on his face. Ram had the grace not to comment and sighed at everyone as if they were children, which they were for the record. He turned to Otto and waved at him. Joe, Kabie, follow me. Are you referring to me? That's the worst name you've called me yet. Otto's outrage could burn worlds as he is subject to more bullying. Also, I have to be alone with you. With Emilia and Ram watching, Subaru gave Otto a thumbs up and a supportive grin. I'll pick up what's left of you. He told Otto with his teeth shining like the hero best friend he was destined to be. Why am I being treated so roughly? Otto whined, but Subaru only chuckled at him. What are you talking about? When I was unconscious, Emilia only stayed safe because you were there. Subaru looked up at Otto and gave him a grin. I'm grateful. Oh. The merchant clearly was awestruck at receiving such common decency. WL, as long as you're appreciative. Right. With that, Otto drove the carriage away. Subaru continued to look on with his lips forming a grin. He's too easy. Not Suki Saiyan. Otto's scream of pure, unadulterated betrayal ripped through the theater, nearly drowning out the explosive laughter that followed. The merchant was standing up, pointing a trembling finger at the screen as if he could strike the animated Subaru down with his sheer indignation. You monster! You absolute demon! Otto wailed, his face buried in his hands as he sank back into his seat. I was so moved. I felt so appreciated. I was ready to follow you into the fire because of that smile. And you were just playing me like a cheap lute. Pwah-ha. Ricardo's laughter was like a physical blow, shaking the seats of everyone in the row. Oh kid, you really are a soft touch. He's too easy. I'm gonna be using that one for a week. It's true though, Felt barked, her feet kicking the air in delight. Big bro's got you on a leash, cabbie. One nice word, and you're wagging your tail. Even Kenichi and Naoko couldn't hold back. Wiping tears from his eyes, he leaned against his wife. He really does take after me, doesn't he? That hero smile is a lethal weapon in the Natsuki household. Sorry, Otto-kun, you never stood a chance. Mimi and Hitaro were giggling uncontrollably, with Mimi even imitating Subaru's thumbs up toward a miserable-looking Otto. However, amidst the cacophony of mirth, one corner of the theater remained a tundra of silence. Julius sat rigid, his hands clasped so tightly over his notebook that the paper was beginning to crinkle. He wasn't laughing. In fact, his eyes were fixed on Otto and Garfield with a gaze that was cold, sharp, and deeply wounded. He remembered the earlier exchange, the way Garfield had looked him in the eye and told him to fuck off with a feral intensity that left no room for negotiation. He remembered Otto's desperate, frantic wave to stop any violence, not out of a desire for peace, but out of a need to protect the secrets of the Amelia camp. Allies, Julius thought, the word tasting like ash in his mouth. Is something wrong, Julius-san? Tybee asked softly, noticing the knight's pallor. Nothing, Julius replied, his voice a clipped, metallic rasp. He didn't look at the small merchant. He didn't look at the screen. He kept his eyes on the back of Otto's head. I am merely realizing that the wall around the sanctuary isn't just made of stone and magic. It is made of people who would rather let their allies stumble in the dark than offer a single hand of truth. He looks back at the girls behind him, his eyes particularly showing a serious focus on Ram. The maid noticed immediately, putting her hands on her hips. What is it? Subaru's expression is replaced by an unsure smile. Oh, just wondering how you were doing. He glanced down with a small smile that didn't reach his eyes. You remember what was going on the last time I saw you? Flashbacks to Ram and Wilhelm informing Amelia to evacuate the mansion before the cult's incursion on Roswell's lands played, with Subaru standing behind them in Amelia's appearance-concealing hoodie. I couldn't get in touch with you after that, and to be honest, I was really worried. Being worried about my pal. Must be an experience, huh? Al, for the first time since a long while in the theater, had decided to remind Ram of their friendship by checking in on her. Are you really just an older sister in disguise? Ram scoffed, leaning away from Roswell to wink at the helmet-wearing man in the same row as them. Why must you bring such a horrifying link between me and someone like Barusu? Absolutely vile. Ram held him with a small smile, putting a hand to her chest. As you can see, I am as lovely and healthy as ever. Ram's smile turned kind and informed him with warmth about more. The villagers of Arlem are all safe too. Subaru's face looked like 1,000 needles had suddenly disappeared from beneath his feet at the news. You can be at ease. Ram encouraged him softly as relief flooded through him. She was really helping him relax. Subaru really found such amazing people for his company. Naoko commented with her face beaming. I can't imagine to understand how he feels with such good friends. I'm so happy, Kenichi. I'm so glad. Honey, you look like you're about to cry. Kenichi held on to his wife with a hint of worry and amusement. Ram smiled slightly at the parents with a sad tint to it. I see. Subaru smiled widely, but the light didn't reach his eyes when he suddenly looked down. Yeah, that's the real relief. A flashback of Ram and Rem teasing Subaru played in his mind. That's a relief. He repeated hollow, empty, and without looking Ram in the eyes. Ram seemed to notice that something was off and kept her gaze on him with an inquiring eyebrow raise. Subaru stuttered for a moment before looking away from her again. Listen. He couldn't continue as he bit his lip, holding back a lot of anguish that once it began, couldn't be stopped. Rem looked at the floor, unable to help with any of Subaru's pain as a struggle was shown to the entire theater. Man, what a doomed atmosphere we got right now. Ricardo commented with guilt as the beastman's ears drooped. His lofty grin seemed to shrink into nothing. Oh, Naoko's earlier excitement died as she remembered what had been long forgotten for the people in the screen's world. Rem, He's the only one who remembers her, and Amelia struggled to continue her sentence. It's not like you have to say it out loud. In fact, Beatrice sighed, her face dropping as well. It's clear for all to see, I suppose. At least he'd done the job and told you in the end. He cared. Roswell commented with a bit of comfort, trying to do his part for Ram, seeing that no one was attending to her. But the pink-haired maid leaned away from his touch, crossing her arms. Barusa wouldn't have ever failed to do his duty. He didn't have a book to anchor him. So, Amelia decided to call from his side. Hey, Ram, this really isn't a place to stand around and talk. Would you show us inside? Certainly. Ram gave a polite bow to Amelia and turned toward the house behind her, leading them both. As Ram opened the door and entered, Amelia stepped towards Subaru with a look of concern. Subaru, are you all right? Yeah. He grumbled with a look of distance at his shoes. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but Amelia gave him a guilty look, unable to find the words. Subaru shook his head. No, I get it. I just freaked out a little. For her to not even ask about Ram when all this is going on. Subaru smiled with the most fake, stretched smile he could muster. I'm pathetic. Why does he always say that? Amelia muttered with a tired sigh, bringing her hand closer to his again so she can squeeze at it tightly. Can't he see how much it hurts to hear something like that from him? Most of the theater had gone quiet and uncomfortable by the notion of Subaru's self-esteem. His parents in particular found what they were hearing appalling. He's apologizing for something that's not even his fault. I saw what he did for the girl when she was found. We all did. Naoko couldn't but close her eyes. This son of mine, he's so small in his mind. Only in his mind, honey. Kenichi kissed his wife on her head, not wishing her to feel alone in her love for their son. Amelia's eyes hardened, and she moved immediately to clench her hands around his, stepping closer to look him in the eye. It's only natural to be scared. I'll never think that's pathetic. Let's go, she said, giving him a smile of encouragement. We'll fix what happened to Rem and everything else, too. Got it. Subaru's eyes closed with his tension disappearing from his shoulders as Amelia held his hand. No matter what happens, I'll be your meat shield and keep you safe. What a different context that gives. Felix didn't find the humor, but he had to give a fake chuckle anyway, tail switching chairs out of discomfort. Forget I said that. The healer noticed how everyone seemed uncomfortable by the idea, especially the parents, who couldn't stomach the thought of how literal that meat shield comment might have been. The scene changes to the household in the sanctuary, now encased in the afterglow of the sunset as nighttime began. Ah, Emilia-sama and Subaru-kun. It feels like it's been so very long since I last saw you. Roswell's voice filled the screen as the scene changed to show Subaru and Amelia standing in a room with shocked faces. I was going to slug you when I saw you again, but now. Subaru mumbles while staring very openly toward Roswell's form. Pause. What the heck happened? Before Subaru and Amelia. The blue-haired mage was looking at them with only his yellow eye open, bringing no shame to the rest of what his body was revealing. The man who sat before them was covered from the neck to the very end of the torso with bandaging and wound-covering treatments. A white bandage was wrapped around his head. Also, what could have hurt you so badly? Amelia asked as Roswell leaned back on the bed where his body was lying. Good grief, Kenichi whispered, his hands tightening on the armrests. He looks like he went through a meat grinder. I thought you said this guy was a big shot lord? A powerful wizard. He is, Wilhelm answered, his eyes narrowing as he leaned forward. Which is precisely why this sight is so disturbing. To see a mage of his rank incapacitated to this degree. It implies an opponent or a trial of overwhelming power. Ferris, what do you see? Crush asked, her voice low. Felix didn't answer immediately. He was standing, his cat-like eyes scanning every inch of the screen with clinical precision. Those aren't just cuts or bruises, Crush Sama. Look at the way the bandages are wrapped around his torso, they're thickest over his manigate. And the burns on his face, those aren't from a fire. That's magical backlash. It's as if his own power turned inside out and tried to consume him. Naya, I do wonder why you would be asking your knight about the extent of my injuries when I'm sitting right here with you all. Roswell hummed in his seat. I don't appreciate being ignored. You got to start learning how to be ignored then, I'll snorted. Because no one in this room is trying to get answers from you. That is a little hurtful. Roswell shook his head, though he kept his eccentric smile. Finally, something of interest. Well, now, where shall I beg 3 in? Roswell smiled as he was about to begin his yapping session before Subaru cut him off with all the disrespect a Crip can give to a blood like the Margrave. Hey, before that, just one thing. The alliance with Crush Sand is on. Now, are you satisfied with the results you got from abandoning me? Subaru's glare foretold a lot. Roswell grinned without hiding his satisfaction. Yes, most satis 3 edition truly, you were the once-in-a-lifetime windfall I had long waited for. Many suspicious glances were given toward Roswell from the entire Emilia camp, who kept to themselves and didn't share anything with anyone, and the Anastasia camp, who'd been planning on using every detail from what they're learning as possible. Subaru was abandoned by this guy, Kenichi noted beside his wife, looking at the screen with a slight frown. Julius tensed at the memory of what happened in the Capitol and kept his focus on his notes to hide himself from the judgment of the parents should that scene play before them. Subaru sighed as Emilia looked at him with increasing agitation. Oh, really? He looked down, as if dealing with something inside his head. Seeing him quiet, Emilia decided to continue for Subaru. Roswell, she called softly from Subaru's side. What is this place? It's a man of density, I suppose, Beatrice noted, her drills unusually still. A place where a witch's soul is anchored will always reject those who do not belong. It is a house that has forgotten how to be a home. In fact, I've heard it called the sanctuary, but it doesn't seem like one to me at all. Emilia's voice softens along with her eyes as she looks to the floor. In fact, it feels more like, when she herself grew quieter than Subaru, there was no one in the room but Roswell to finish her sentence, with his face adopting a most sinister expression on his face, with both his multicolored eyes shining a glint. The witch's graveyard? Roswell's voice was filled with warmth, which increased the disturbing, obsessive nature of how he treated this reveal. So much so that Emilia stepped back a bit. Does it seem to make far more sense to call it THAAT? What do you mean? Emilia held her hands to her chest with a confused yet worried frown. Exactly what I said, nothing more or less. Roswell looked down at his hand as his tone became more rueful. This is where the Witch of Greed, Echidna, met her end long ago, and in my mind, it is worth calling a sanctuary. Look at his face, Kenichi said, his voice hard. He's not talking about a cemetery. He's talking about a holy land. That's the look of a man who's found his religion, and he's willing to burn everything else to keep it. He's terrifying, Naoko added, her grip on Subaru's hand tightening. How can he call a graveyard a sanctuary with such a happy voice? It's not right. Subaru, please don't listen to him. I do agree that this tone from the Margrave is more than worshipful. Crush narrowed her eyes as her and Anastasia scrutinized the man far more than anyone else in the room, while Felt and Priscilla ignored Roswell's existence as someone of worthless existence. Echidna, Subaru's face was struck with a weird form of shock, staring off into space. Subaru, are you all right? Emilia asked him from the side. Subaru swallowed and shook his head, waving his hand with an easy smile. Yeah, I'm fine. He's choking on it. Al noted, his helmet tilting as he watched Subaru struggle. Can't say anything, pal. So, he was holding on to that meeting while in that moment with us. Emilia looked sympathetic towards Subaru, her eyes now far more knowing. This will make him more isolated than ever. Julius sighed, showing the same worry Reinhard was feeling while watching this. He turns to Roswell with a frown. And why are you overseeing a place with that kind of backstory? It's quite simple, Roswell answered with an easy smile. This land has been overseen by the heads of the Mathers family for generations. Julius's pen snapped in his hand. The sharp crack echoed in the relatively quiet theater. Generations. The finest of knights whispered, his golden eyes narrowing into dangerous slits as he stared at the back of the theater. The Mathers domain has harbored the soul of a witch for generations, and the council was entirely blind to it. Or they chose to look the other way, Naya, Felix added, his own ears pinned back and cleared his taste. Either way, it stinks. Then the Mathers family and the Witch of Greed have. Emilia's conclusion was cut short by a firm, almost a burst, of emotion from the eccentric man standing before them. Echidna, he corrected. The sudden sharpness in his voice on the screen made several people in the audience flinch. It wasn't just the interruption, it was the raw, uncharacteristic reverence laced within that single word. It lacked his usual sing-song drawl, replacing it with a deadly serious devotion. Emilia squeaked softly. Roswell's smile was easy and warm, unusually so, as he waved a bandaged arm forward in a welcoming manner. He interrupted, Emilia-sama. Rem blinked, her protective instincts flaring. The sheer disrespect shown to a royal candidate was jarring enough, but the reason for it was what truly unsettled the maid. Roswa-al-sama, what have you done? Please, when you speak of her, to use her name. The name of Witch of Greed makes her sound so evil. He waved a finger at her. That's not very nice, is it? A witch. He speaks of a witch as if she were a maiden to be courted. Crush said, her voice laced with absolute disgust. Even without actively focusing, the wind reading around the Margrave in the back row must have been a hurricane of twisted, sickening devotion. In that back row, the real Roswell didn't even attempt to defend his on-screen counterpart. He simply closed his mismatched eyes, a serene, genuinely fond smile gracing his painted lips. She is no mere witch to me. Roswell whispered into the dark, a statement meant for no one but himself, though Ram heard it clearly. The pink-haired maid simply tightened her grip on her own skirt, her eyes downcast in quiet resignation. You really are a pathetic simp, Margrave. The voice was dry, metallic, and devoid of any amusement. Everyone turned to look at Al. The helmeted knight wasn't looking at Roswell. His gaze was fixed squarely on the screen, his one hand clenched into a trembling fist upon his knee. Defending her name like she gives a damn about yours. Teacher really did a number on your head, didn't she? Priscilla didn't reprimand her knight. She merely observed the unfolding drama from behind her fan, her red eyes gleaming with cruel entertainment. A fool dancing on the strings of a dead woman. How delightfully tragic. Kenichi swallowed hard, pulling Naoko a little closer. The warm, fatherly demeanor he usually carried was replaced by a cold, protective instinct. Honey, I don't think that clown guy is just a weird boss anymore. He looks... Naoko shivered, rubbing her arms as she stared at the screen. He looks like one of those fanatics on the news back home. The ones who smile right before they do something terrible for their cult. Kenichi nodded grimly. Yeah, he's got that exact look. Then, the Mathers family and Echidna have been acquainted for a long time, and that's why they've always overseen this place. Emilia asked with her hand lowering from her chest, but the other staying on Puck's jewel. Acquainted is putting it far too lightly, I suppose, Beatrice murmured from Subaru's lap, her voice barely above a whisper. Her butterfly-patterned eyes looked at Roswell with a mixture of pity and deep-seated disdain. To be so thoroughly shackled by a past that Mother herself would have already discarded. You truly are a pitiful man, Roswell. If this is true, Reinhard finally spoke up, his voice steady but carrying the immense weight of the Sword Saint's authority. Then Margrave Mathers, your actions border on high treason against the kingdom of Lagunica. Julius nodded firmly in agreement, standing from his seat to look directly at Roswell. I must agree, hiding a witch's grave, actively revering her name, and admonishing a royal candidate for speaking ill of a historical calamity. This cannot go unanswered once we return to the capital. Roswell finally opened his eyes, glancing over his shoulder at the assembled knights with an infuriatingly calm expression. Treason, you say, Ray? I merely maintain the lands passed down to me. What lies beneath them is simply family history. Family history, my ass, felt bark from the front, throwing her hands up in the air. You're a cultist in a clown suit. Big bro's out here dying on repeat, and he's working for a total lunatic. Yes, though to SAAA, why we oversee, it is a bit of an exaggeration. Echidna's barrier prevents entry by outsiders who fail to follow the forest's proper procedure. In addition, the barrier has certain effects on those whose blood meets certain conditions. Emilia flinched in her seat, her hand instinctively rising to her forehead as the phantom pain of the barrier rejecting her half-elf blood resurfaced. Next to her, Naoko noticed the gesture and gently placed a comforting hand on the girl's shoulder, her motherly instincts flaring up. He knew, Crush stated, her voice slicing through the silence like a drawn blade. Her amber eyes narrowed dangerously as she turned her head to look at the back row. You sent her in there fully aware of what the barrier would do to her. Roswell didn't offer a defense, his mismatched eyes remaining fixed on the screen with an infuriatingly calm disposition. A sinister bell was playing faintly in the background as Roswell's eyes turned to her. Did you not experience this yourself, Emilia-sama? You bastard, Garfield snarled from his seat, his fangs bared. The armrests of his chair groaned under the sudden, crushing grip of his hands. Playing games with him while they don't know shit about what you're really up to. Garf-san, please, Otto whispered frantically, though he didn't look entirely opposed to the blonde's anger. The merchant's face was pale, realizing just how manipulative their employer was truly being at this exact moment in time. Emilia looked uncomfortable before Subaru interjected. And how did you end up in such a sorry state? Yeah, who kicked your ass? Felt barked a short, humorless laugh. Because whoever it was, I'd like to shake their hand. They didn't hit you nearly hard enough, in my opinion. Such vulgarity, yet I find myself inclined to agree with the sentiment. Priscilla hid a cruel smirk behind her fan, her red eyes gleaming with amusement at the Margrave's battered state on screen. Roswell held a small smile and allowed Ram, who was standing beside him, to speak to that. Did you not find it at all strange, Emilia-sama? Ram spoke to the half-elf. Anastasia sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose beneath her scarf. Spirits above. They really are too pure for this world. You can practically see the wool being pulled over their eyes. It is a painful level of trust, Julius agreed softly, pausing his note-taking to look at the screen with a mixture of pity and frustration. To not even question why the refugees hadn't returned. Natsuki-san and Emilia-sama relied too heavily on the assumed goodwill of their allies. That ain't a flaw, Night Boy, Hale's gruff voice filtered through his helmet. It's just a damn shame they put that trust in a snake. She replied once again, clearly more confused. That all the people who fled the sanctuary, as well as Roswell-sama and myself, stayed here and didn't return to the mansion? Well, Emilia looked to Subaru as he did to her, both having the same curiosity clear on their faces. I mean, you stayed here because you're hurt, right? Subaru put his hands on his hips, looking at the injured man on the bed. In the audience, Kenichi let out a long, heavy sigh, letting his head fall back against his seat. He's so dense sometimes, Kenichi muttered, a strained, loving exasperation in his voice. I taught him to look for the good in people, but maybe I should have taught him to look for the trapdoors too. He's just trying to be optimistic, dear, Naoko whispered back, though she too looked incredibly anxious at the corner her son was unknowingly walking into. Roswell's smile grew even more. We are all being held under house arrest here in the Sancta AAARY. Emilia and Subaru both let out in unison. Myself, Ram, and the people of Arlem. Oh, Roswell closed his blue, while keeping the yellow one smiling at them both. And you too as well, from the moment you entered HRE. House arrest, Heinkel snorted in the back. You lured your own damn royal candidate into a hostage situation. This is treason, Reinhardt stated, his voice devoid of its usual warmth. The Sword Saint slowly turned his head to face Roswell, his blue eyes icy and unyielding. To hold citizens of Arlem and a royal candidate against their will, knowing full well they could not escape. Margrave Mathers, your actions border on a declaration of war against the kingdom's laws. Is it treason if it occurs within my own Priv AAA domain? Roswell finally spoke in the theater, his sing-song tone dripping with condescension. They entered of their own free will, did they not? They entered because you orchestrated it, you clown. Crush slammed her fist onto her armrest, her usual composure completely shattering. You held the villagers hostage to force their hand. I've done it to help release them. Roswell's voice dropped the accent for 1 second, which forced Reinhardt and Crush back as the screen above continued to show what was hidden from the rest of them. Garfield turned from Otto's curious gaze. So that's it. Kenichi's voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the shouting of the knights and candidates. The father sat rigid, his hands balled into tight fists on his lap. He looked at the screen, at the smiling, bruised face of the man who had just trapped his son. Kenichi, Naoko whimpered, holding his arm tightly. He didn't just wander into a bad situation. Kenichi continued, his voice trembling with a terrifying, suppressed paternal rage. He slowly turned in his seat, locking eyes with the Margrave. There was no innocence or playful, fatherly demeanor left in him. You put a leash on my boy. You dragged him into this cage. A necessary piece for the board, not Suki-san, Roswell replied smoothly, though Ram subtly shifted her stance, placing herself marginally more between her master and the furious father. I don't care about your board, Kenichi practically growled, leaning forward. If you think you could just play games with my son's life. He's already played it, Pops, Garfield interrupted, his voice surprisingly hollow. The blonde teen wasn't yelling anymore. He was just staring at the screen with an empty look. Emilia-sama's trapped, and there ain't a damn thing any of them can do about it without dying. The harsh reminder of Subaru's deaths in the opening instantly smothered the fiery outrage in the room, replacing it with a suffocating blanket of dread. Beatrice, who had remained perfectly silent throughout the entire exchange, simply tightened her tiny grip on Subaru's jacket, burying her face into his chest as the reality of his impending, inescapable suffering settled over them all. Suddenly, the door to the room opened as Garfield barged inside. The hell? You guys are still flapping your gums in here. In the theater, the audience Garfield immediately slouched down in his seat, pulling his collar up over his neck. Ah, man, here it comes, he muttered, his earlier rage at Roswell momentarily replaced by a deep, burning embarrassment. Otto couldn't help but give his blonde friend a deadpan stare. Really, Garfield? Barging like a thug? We were just talking about how much of a threat you were acting like. Shut up, bro. Just playing the part. Garfield hissed, though his cheeks were tinting pink. House arrest. Then are Roswell's injuries. Emilia glared as she turned to Garfield, with a hint of accusation in her eyes. Nope. Garfield smirked to himself as he cut her off. He got hurt because he was rejected by the trail. Trail. Subaru and Emilia looked even more baffled. What does that mean? Rejected by the trial. Julius echoed the word from his seat, his pen tapping against his notebook. He turned his sharp gaze toward the back row. So the Margrave attempted to conquer this graveyard himself and was physically repelled. I assume this was no simple magical feedback, considering the state of your body, Roswell-sama. Roswell simply smiled, his mismatched eyes offering nothing but a hollow, amused glint. Such is the fate of those who overstep their bounds, Julius Cohen. The sanctuary is quite particular about its guests. Speaking of particularities, Tivy whispered to Julius, "How come you're not aiming for his head no more?" Julius eyed Otto's back for a second and then shook his head. "We need all of the information we need. You've seen what happens when you come in contact with a barrier, right?" Garfield gave an evil grin as he explained. "Mixed bloods who go through that and still come in here are never allowed to leave." "Does that mean Emilia Tan too?" Subaru looked at Emilia in shock as she herself let out a small gasp. "The barrier doesn't mean squat to most people. Doesn't that seem a little unfair, Emilia-sama?" Garfield crossed his arms and began talking in a normal tone instead of his exaggerated evil one. "The only way to break the barrier is to go through the graveyard's trial. But if anyone who isn't a mixed blood tries it." He paused as Roswell smiled at him from the side, with Ram watching in silence. Garfield's grin widened to show his sharp teeth. "All the villagers are rounded up in one place. So long as they don't act up, we won't hurt him. They even get 3 meals and a nap every day." The sheer tension that had been building in the theater popped like a balloon against a needle. For a second, nobody spoke. They merely processed the terms of this supposedly brutal hostage situation. Then, a loud, obnoxious snort echoed from the front row, fell through her head back, and began cackling, slapping her knee. 3 meals and a nap. Spirits preserve us. What a terrifying villain. They're going to sleep him to death. "Hey," Garfield shouted from his seat, his face completely flushed. "I was trying to be intimidating." "You call that intimidating?" Heinkel barked out a harsh laugh, wiping a tear from his eye. "Fucking hell, kid, you sound like you're running a daycare, not a prison camp. I've had hangovers worse than your hostage conditions." Kenichi let out a booming chuckle, grinning over at the embarrassed Beastman. "I gotta say, Garfield-Cohen, if that's your idea of being a bad guy, I'd hate to see you try to be nice. You'd probably end up giving them foot massages and reading them bedtime stories." "Garfield-san is very considerate." Schultz nodded sagely, completely missing the sarcasm as he looked at the blonde teenager with genuine respect. "Priscilla-sama only lets me take 1 nap a day." "Schultz, do not compare my divine generosity to the pathetic coddling of this mutt." Priscilla scoffed behind her fan, though her eyes danced with amusement at Garfield's utter humiliation. Even Ram, sitting in the back, let out a soft, fond sigh. Truly, Garf is hopelessly pathetic when he tries to act cruel. A child playing dress-up as a demon. "Stop it. I'll lay you." Garfield groaned, covering his face with both hands. Beside him, Otto was trying, and failing, to muffle his own laughter behind his hand. Emilia and Subaru gain tense faces as he changes his expression to a hardened glare of resolve. "This is our demand. Break the barrier surrounding this sanctuary. The only one allowed to undergo the trial to do that is you. If you can't break it, we won't let any of the villagers leave. Of course, you can't leave here yourself, either." The laughter in the room quickly died down as the true weight of Garfield's ultimatum settled over them once more. The terms of the hostages might have been comedic, but the reality of the burden placed on Emilia was crushing. "So that's what this was all about," Wilhelm observed grimly, his seasoned eyes shifting to Roswell. "The villagers weren't taken to be kept safe. They were taken to create a scenario where Emilia-sama would have no choice but to take the trial. And since Roswell-sama conveniently injured himself attempting it," Frederica murmured, her demi-human eyes narrowing in understanding, "it leaves Emilia-sama as the sole savior of the sanctuary. It forces her to act as the hero to the very people who distrust her." "He orchestrated the entire thing," Julius concluded, his voice laced with cold disgust. "A trial to break a witch's barrier, to force a candidate for the throne into a corner just to further his own political agenda. Despicable." Emilia stared at the screen, her earlier embarrassment forgotten as she watched her on-screen self process the immense pressure suddenly dropped onto her shoulders. She felt the warmth of Subaru's hand next to her and the comforting grip of his mother on her other side. The scene moves to show Subaru's expression moving to one of worry as it shows a chapel that has armed guards standing outside its doors, with shots playing of the inside, showing the rounded-up villagers and their children looking at even more armed demi-humans standing over them with anxious gazes. The door creaks as it opens, letting the sunset light up the darkened church. Subaru entered as villagers looked to him with surprise and even relief. "Subaru-sama, you're safe." Naoko let out a small, breathless gasp, her hands flying to cover her mouth. "Subaru-sama," Kenichi whispered, his eyes widening as he watched the scene unfold. He let a confident smile show on his face as the villagers all stood up and huddled in front of him. "I'm glad you're all okay," he said to them. "Are the others all right?" One of the villagers asked. "Is the Lord recovering from his injuries?" Another asks, We heard he got hurt trying to help us. We're truly relieved. The Lord got hurt trying to help them? Heinkel scoffed loudly, an ugly sneer crossing his face. Yeah, right. Help them right into a cage. Ignorance is a fragile bliss, Crush noted softly, her eyes entirely devoid of warmth as she looked at Roswell in the back row. To think they worry so deeply for the man who orchestrated their confinement. It makes a guy sick. Garfield spat, though whether he was angry at Roswell, the situation, or his own past actions, he didn't elaborate. He just glared holes into the floorboards. Naoko felt the tears breaching her eyelashes once more. But this time, they weren't born of horror or despair. Look at them, Kenichi, she whispered, her voice trembling with an overwhelming swell of pride. Look at how they look at him. I see it, Kenichi replied, his voice thick with emotion. He stared at his son on the screen, the boy who had once shut himself in his room, paralyzed by the expectations of the world, now standing tall before dozens of people who looked at him as if he were their savior. He's a man now, Naoko. Subaru's smile was warm as he looked around at the crowd. Okay, everyone listen up. As you know, we got rid of the bad guy who attacked the village. Subaru's call for attention was met with awed gasps and wide smiles. The other group that evacuated is back at the village, waiting for all of you to come home. People's faces that were once warm with joy suddenly fell into hesitance and disappointment. I guess you've all been informed that it's not easy to get out of here. Subaru gave them all a look of comfort and encouragement. We got someone who's going to undergo the trial to set you all free. You mean, one of the villagers tried to speak to this, but another asked in his place. Are you going to do it? She asked Subaru softly. The question hung in the air, both on the screen and within the theater. Amelia flinched. It was a small, almost imperceptible jerk of her shoulders, but to those sitting close to her, it was as loud as a thunderclap. She lowered her head, her silver hair falling like a curtain to hide her face from the rest of the room. Her grip on Subaru's sleeping arm tightened just a fraction. Rem, sitting directly behind her, noticed immediately. The maid's blue eyes softened with a mixture of sympathy and a harsh, undeniable truth. They don't expect it to be Emilia-sama, Rem thought, her chest aching. They look at Subaru-kun, and they see the only one who could save them. Emilia-sama. Petra whispered from a few rows back, having caught the half-elf's reaction. Why wouldn't they assume it's him? Anastasia muttered, her sharp merchant's intuition picking apart the scene effortlessly. He's the one who fought the cult. He's the one who came to check on him. In their eyes, he's the hero of their story. But it wasn't his duty, Wilhelm interjected quietly, his wise eyes fixed on the trembling form of the silver-haired girl in the front row. It was the duty of their lord, and the duty of the royal candidate they sponsor. Yet the burden falls to the boy. No, if I could do it, I'd be more than happy to, but Subaru moved to the side, bringing a hand to his hip in a reveal as the villagers all looked away from him to the doors. He really is trying his hardest to be a good wingman for her, Kenichi whispered with a warm, approving smile, watching his son set the stage, setting up the grand entrance so she doesn't have to do it alone. The warm smile on Kenichi's face faltered. Beside him, Naoko's posture stiffened as the collective flinch of the villagers echoed through the theater's high-quality speakers. I think you all know who this is. Subaru's voice rang out. It's Emilia, the royal selection candidate. She'll be undergoing the trial. The murmurs increased in velocity, and people started looking at each other openly now. In the theater, the half-elf in question shrank slightly in her seat. Emilia's hands tightened around Subaru's sleeping arm, her amethyst eyes dropping to her lap. Even though she knew they had eventually accepted her, seeing that raw, unfiltered fear and hesitation directed at her past self still stung like a fresh wound. Why are they looking at her like that? Naoko asked, her voice hushed but laced with genuine distress. She looked over at Emilia, seeing the girl's downcast expression. She came here to save them, didn't she? Why are they wincing? Because she's a half-elf with silver hair, Mother San. I'll answer from the row behind them, his voice lacking its usual playful tilt. In this world, that's the equivalent of walking into a room wearing the face of the devil. Naoko gasped softly, her eyes widening as she looked from the screen back to Emilia. Kenichi's jaw set tightly. They had heard passing mentions of the witch's appearance before, but witnessing the casual, everyday prejudice their son's crush had to endure was entirely different. They're terrified of her, Rem bit out, her hands curling into tight fists on her lap. Even after everything she and Subaru-kun have done for Arlem Village, the deeply rooted superstitions of the world are not so easily washed away. It's okay, Rem. Emilia tried to placate her, though her voice wavered. It's perfectly normal for them to be scared. I understand why. That doesn't make it right. Garfield grunted from his seat, crossing his arms and glaring at the villagers on screen. As someone who had once judged her harshly in this very sanctuary, the blonde brawler looked highly uncomfortable. She's standing right there offering her life on the line for him. I am sorry you had to wait so long. In the place of your domain lord, Roswell L. Mathers, I will undergo the trial. Emilia proclaimed herself before the villagers with uncertain resolve, clear on her face. She suddenly bowed her head deeply, her silver hair flying behind her. I would appreciate your support. Emilia's hands were shown, shaking on her legs as she kept her head bowed. Huh. Priscilla's mocking bar cut through the heavy air of the theater. She snapped her fan open, hiding her lips, but doing nothing to conceal the arrogant amusement in her crimson eyes. A candidate for the dragon throne, bowing her head to filthy, ungrateful commoners? How utterly pathetic. A ruler does not beg for the support of those beneath her. She commands it. This is why you remain a half-wit playing dress-up, half-devil. Hold your tongue, Priscilla. Crush's voice was like cracking ice. She didn't turn around, her amber eyes fixed on the bowing, silver-haired girl on screen. A true ruler takes responsibility for the plight of her people. The Margrave abandoned them to this prison. She is lowering her head not out of weakness, but out of a desperate, earnest desire to bear a burden she did not create. There is a distinct honor in that. Wilhelm gave a slow, respectful nod of agreement from his seat. A nightly display, Emilia Sama. Priscilla merely scoffed, waving her fan dismissively, though she didn't push the issue further. Emilia's face flushed red, and she brought her free hand up to hide her eyes. Please don't look at that part, she stammered, feeling entirely humiliated. To have her bravado stripped away, to have the entire room see just how terrified she truly was in that moment. It was mortifying. Emilia Sama. Petra murmured, her young eyes welling up with tears as she saw the sheer terror the girl had been trying to suppress. You were terrified, Naoko said softly. Emilia squeezed her eyes shut. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Emilia felt a warm, calloused hand gently pry her fingers away from her face. She opened her eyes to see Naoko leaning over the armrest, holding her hand with a maternal gentleness that made Emilia's breath hitch. Why are you apologizing, dear? Naoko asked, giving Emilia's hand an affectionate squeeze. Because I look so weak, Emilia whispered, looking at her shaking hands on the giant screen. Weak? Kenichi leaned forward to look past his wife, locking eyes with the half-elf. His goofy demeanor was completely gone, replaced by the steadfast, comforting presence of a father. Emilia-chan, do you know what true courage is? Emilia blinked, slightly taken aback by the sudden shift in his tone. And no, what is it? It's not about being fearless, Kenichi said, pointing a thumb at the screen. A person who isn't scared to jump into danger isn't brave. They're just reckless. True courage is being absolutely terrified. It's having your hands shake, your heart pounding out of your chest, and every instinct screaming at you to run away. He smiled warmly at her, and then doing it anyway. Emilia's amethyst eyes widened, shining with unshed tears as Kenichi's words washed over her. You knew they were afraid of you, and you were terrified of what was coming. Naoko added, her voice thick with emotion. But you still stood up there, and you still bowed, and you still offered to suffer for them. That's not weak at all. That makes you an incredibly strong girl. Emilia choked on a sob, entirely unequipped to handle such pure, unfiltered parental validation. She looked down at Subaru, who slept peacefully in his seat, and then back up at his parents. Now, she understood exactly where he got his bottomless well of kindness from. Thank you, Emilia whispered, wiping a stray tear from her cheek. Thank you very much. Don't thank us for pointing out the obvious, Kenichi grinned, leaning back into his seat with his hands behind his head. Though, I gotta say, Subaru definitely hit the jackpot with you. You're totally out of his league. Honey, Naoko swatted his shoulder playfully, though she was smiling. What? I'm just being honest. He's got to put in the work if he wants to keep up with a girl who's got that much guts. The heavy, melancholic atmosphere that had settled over the room lifted considerably. Even Rem found a small, genuine smile gracing her lips as she watched the exchange. Let me ask you just one thing. One voice rang out from between the villagers as an elder lady walked past people who were parting for her to make way to Emilia. Chief, one of them whispered. The older lady stood with her arms behind her, hunched back, looking at Emilia. Why do this? You bowed your head to us the last time you saw us, too. Images played of Emilia, trying to talk to villagers with a pleading expression, but many were glancing at her with disgust and even fear. Women peeking behind their shoulders at her with weary expressions, and older men who were ignoring her openly. A man even held his broom over his head as a threat for Emilia to go away, while his wife held their child behind their house door. Goodness! Naoko gasped softly, her hands flying to cover her mouth. They're looking at her like she's a monster. To them, she might as well be Naoko-san. Crush spoke from the side, her tone lacking malice, but heavy with the harsh reality of their world. The prejudice against half-elves, particularly those with silver hair, is a deeply ingrained rot in our society. Emilia shrank into her seat, her silver hair falling forward as she subconsciously tried to hide her face from the Natsuki parents. She had always known how the world saw her, but having Subaru's parents, people from a world without such hateful prejudices, watch her be treated like vermin brought a new, suffocating wave of shame over her. That's just cruel. Kenichi frowned, his jovial demeanor completely vanishing. He looked at the man raising the broom with genuine anger. She's just a girl trying to help them. How can adults act like that to someone half their age? Because fear makes fools of grown men, old guy, felt scoffed. I grew up in the slums. I've seen that look a million times. It's the look people give when they need a scapegoat for their miserable lives. Even a last shot of Petra looking out of her window at Emilia, who stood all alone in the village. In the row behind the knights, a choked, wet gasp echoed. Petra had folded completely into herself. Her small hands gripped her maid uniform so tightly her knuckles were stark white. Tears were already spilling over her eyelashes, dropping on her lap in heavy, miserable splatters. I'm sorry. Petra sobbed, her voice cracking as the guilt she had been carrying finally broke through her enforced silence. I was so scared of the stories. I shouldn't have closed the window on you. Emilia-sama, I'm so sorry. Frederica immediately wrapped an arm around the young girl, pulling her close and letting Petra bury her face in her chest. Emilia's eyes widened, and she quickly turned around in her seat to face the weeping girl. Petra, no, please don't cry. Emilia pleaded, her own shame forgotten in the face of the girl's distress. You didn't do anything wrong. I know I look scary. It's okay. You're here now, and you're helping us so much. I don't hold it against you at all. I promise. She's far too forgiving, Ram muttered, though her eyes held a soft glint as she watched the half-elf comfort her junior. But we were the ones who turned you away. The elder looked at Emilia with a cold expression. If it's because you want us to back you in the royal selection, that's just fine, so long as you come out and say so. The elder woman's closed. Ashen eyes were forced to open so she could stare at Emilia clearly, as two leaders of their own factions. But if you have some other reason, we would like to know that you are not a witch who is beyond our comprehension. The classic political shakedown, Anastasia hummed, leaning her chin on her hand, her merchant instincts flaring to life. The elder's a smart cookie. She's giving Emilia-san an out, but also testing her. If she lies here, they'll know. So what's the play, I wonder? A ruler must be resolute in such moments, Julius noted, his pen pausing over his notebook. If she shows weakness now, she will lose whatever fragile trust she has begun to build. With this chance from the elder, Emilia noticed that the crowd had gone silent and looked to her with curious gazes, open ones. Even Subaru gave her an encouraging expression with a nod to push her forward. Kenichi let out a soft breath, a proud smile pulling at the corner of his lips. There's my boy, right in her corner. Always, Rem whispered from behind them. It was said with a mixture of melancholy and profound respect. Rem knew better than anyone the power of Subaru's unwavering belief. She turned from Subaru with a cool expression as she answered truthfully. I don't have the confidence to give you a respectable answer right now. I don't have any strong, convincing words that would satisfy all of you. But, though it wasn't for very long, I spent a few days with your families, the ones who aren't here now. And it made me realize that families should be together. Anastasia clicked her tongue. Oof. Starting off by admitting weakness? That's a bold strategy. A bit too honest for the political stage, if you ask me. Listen to her, Anastasia-sama. Crush interrupted softly, her amber eyes fixed on the screen. Sometimes, stripped of all grandiosity, honesty is the sharpest blade one can wield. Beatrice shifted on Subaru's lap, her butterfly pupils tracking Emilia's hand on the screen. Bubby, the great spirit muttered softly, her voice carrying a rare, vulnerable tone. The Natsuki parents froze. The word struck them like a physical blow. Families should be together. Naoko reached out blindly, her hand finding Kenichi's. He squeezed it tightly, his jaw clenching as he looked from the screen down to the sleeping face of his son. They were separated, wrenched apart without warning, without goodbyes. The raw, simple truth in Emilia's words resonated so deeply within the Natsuki parents that it left an ache in their chests. She unconsciously touched the green crystal on her chest, remembering that she, too, was now separated from her relatives. I want to return all of you to your families. I didn't promise them that I'd do so, but I promised myself. That's my only reason. I wasn't really thinking about earning your support or anything. But if possible, I'd like to, be friends with you all. That's what I want. Silence blanketed the theater. It wasn't a tense silence, but a warm, heavy one. Emilia-sama. The elder addressed her. Igriegajis. Emilia held her hands together, straightening her back in front of the elder. I realize this will sound like we only care about what benefits us, but I pray you will accept our friendship. With these words, the elder, followed by the rest of the residents, bowed their heads in front of Emilia. Please, I should ask the same. I know I'm not worthy, but please accept my friendship. Emilia rattled excitedly and bowed again. I'm not worthy? Who says that in this day and age? Subaru gave a relieved smile from behind her, hands on his hips, in an all's well, that ends well vibe to celebrate the happy ending of Emilia's conversation with the villagers. Emilia, sitting in her theater seat, let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. A soft, watery smile bloomed on her face as she watched the screen. To finally be accepted, not out of obligation or fear, but out of genuine warmth, it was everything she had ever fought for. Wallaby felt grinned, crossing her arms. She actually pulled it off. Didn't even need a fancy speech. It lacked the eloquence of a seasoned diplomat, Wilhelm observed, a rare, grandfatherly warmth in his eyes, but it possessed the heart of a true protector. Well done, Emilia-sama. A display of naive sentimentality that only worked because of the desperation of commoners. Priscilla fanned herself dismissively, though her red eyes lingered on Emilia for a moment longer than usual. Still, one cannot argue with the results of the subjugation. They're yours now, half-devil. It wasn't subjugation, Emilia protested weakly, though the sting of Priscilla's words failed to penetrate her current relief. Suddenly, a hand gently patted Emilia's shoulder. She turned to see Naoko looking at her, tears shimmering in the older woman's eyes. Naoko didn't say a word. She simply offered a bright, watery smile that radiated absolute approval. Beside her, Kenichi leaned over, giving Emilia a firm nod and a thumbs up. You know, Emilia-chan, Kenichi said, his voice a bit thicker than usual. Our boy can be a real idiot sometimes. Headstrong, reckless, and way too loud. He looked down at Subaru, ruffling his black hair affectionately before looking back up at the silver-haired girl. But seeing the kind of girl he's pouring his heart out for, seeing how good your heart is, I think he's got the best taste in the whole universe. Emilia's face erupted in a brilliant shade of red. Thank you. I'm just. He's right. Naoko interrupted softly, leaning closer. Thank you, Emilia-chan, for wanting families to be together. Emilia looked between the two parents, the people who had lost their son to her world. The weight of their gratitude, combined with the acceptance on the screen, finally broke her composure. She hid her face behind her hands, a few happy tears escaping her amethyst eyes as she nodded fiercely. After leaving the building, he heard Ram's voice from behind him. Emilia-sama seems to have changed a bit. Is it because of something you said to her? Ram crossed her arms and smiled warmly at him. In the theater, Ram blinked. She rubbed her eyes with the back of her hands and stared at the screen as if it had suddenly grown a second head. Ne schaumauisch schmoiling, et Subaukon, without hiding an insult in it. I must be hallucinating, Otto whispered from his seat, leaning forward so much he nearly fell out of his chair. The world's ending, bro, Garfield muttered, his jaw practically hitting the floor as he stared at the pink-haired maid on the screen. Ram's actually being nice to TH Captain. In the back row, Ram stiffened. Her face flushed a very faint shade of pink, and she defensively crossed her arms in an exact mirror of her on-screen counterpart. It is merely a trick of the lighting. Barusu is incapable of drawing out a genuine smile from Ram. Oh, is that so, mighty R Ram? Roswell chuckled beside her, his mismatched eyes gleaming with immense amusement. I suppose the trick of the lighting also altered the tone of your VO3C? Ram merely clicked her tongue and looked away, refusing to dignify her master's teasing with a response. It's the result of her thinking things through on her own. He replied warmly. You shouldn't assume all her decisions come from someone else. Emilia lowered her hands from her face, the blush still dusting her cheeks, but a profound sense of gratitude replaced her embarrassment. Subaru wasn't taking credit for her growth. Even behind her back, he was defending her autonomy and her strength. He's grown into a remarkably mature young man, Wilhelm observed softly, nodding in quiet approval. To guide someone, yet refuse to claim ownership of their success, it is the mark of a true knight. Kenichi puffed out his chest just a fraction more, beaming with fatherly pride. But it was the next exchange that truly shattered the theater's composure. You're right. I was in the wrong this time, Ram said guiltily. Dead silence reigned in the room for 3 entire seconds. Felt yelled, breaking the quiet. Did the pink maid just apologize to him? She admitted she was wrong, Taivi gasped, adjusting his monocle as if the glass had deceived him. To not Suki-san. Ne Shaoma. Rem whispered, looking back at her sister with an expression of pure, unadulterated awe. You actually apologized to Subaru-kun. Ram's face was now burning a bright, undeniable red. She gripped her own elbows tightly, glaring daggers at the back of everyone's heads. Shut your mouths, all of you. It was a momentary lapse in judgment. Barusu clearly caught me when I was fatigued from dealing with his usual nonsense. Sure he did, Ram-san. Otto snickered, unable to help himself despite the lethal glare he was receiving. We completely believe you. End credits, memento. The scene changed to sprouting fires, put on lamps to light up the night sky. The grounds of the ruin that was at the center of the sanctuary were shown, with Amelia standing before it and a bunch of glowing orbs lighting around her. Whoa, those are pretty. Kenichi commented with a look of awe. Naoko kept his jaw closed by tapping his chin lightly. Did you get enough support from the lesser spirits? Subaru asked her, Otto on the carriage beside him with Garfield and Ram looking on from the sidelines. Yeah, everything's fine. She turns around with a small smile. Still, I think I'd like one last cheer. Oh ho. Kenichi grinned, leaning forward in his seat and rubbing his hands together. She's asking for it. Get ready, Naoko. He's about to do the thing. The thing? Crush asked, arching an elegant eyebrow at the Natsuki patriarch. You'll see, Naoko giggled behind her hand, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Can I do it? Natsuki asked enthusiastically. I want you to. Please. Amelia gave him a knowing smile. Julius, who had been expecting a standard nightly vow of encouragement, blinked in confusion at the sheer excitement radiating from Subaru. He looks as though he's been waiting his entire life for this specific request. He hadn't seen anything yet. You can do it. Don't give up. EMC, Emiliatan, Majo Challenge. He shouted, bringing his all into it so his body could shape like the letters in an amazing form of stupidity only available to the artistic. Felt burst out laughing so hard she almost choked on her own spit. Ahaha, what the hell is that? Such unorthodox poses, Reinhard murmured, looking mildly impressed despite himself. I don't think I could contort my body with such speed without utilizing my divine protection of evasion. That ain't an evasion technique, Sword Saint. It's just plain stupid, Garfield snorted, though he had a wide, toothy grin on his face. Captain sure knows how to make a fool of himself to make her smile. Julius rubbed his temples, letting out a long, suffering sigh. I take back my previous statement about his maturity. The man has the dignity of a court jester. Oh, hush, Julius-san. Anastasia giggled from her seat, thoroughly entertained. I think it's sweet. Ain't many men willing to look that foolish just to give their lady a boost. Truly, a display of ultimate foolishness, I suppose, Beatrice sighed, crossing her arms over her chest, though there was an undeniable fondness in her eyes. Betty Subaru is hopeless, in fact. Kenichi, meanwhile, had thrown a fist into the air, mirroring his son's energy. That's my boy. You gotta put your whole back into it if you want the girl to notice. Thank you, Amelia said, her smile bright and completely devoid of any embarrassment at his antics. In the theater, Amelia hid the lower half of her face behind her silver hair, though her amethyst eyes were crinkled in happiness. Even with an audience judging him, his silly cheers still worked perfectly to warm her heart. After that, Amelia headed for the entrance to the tomb, which began to glow as she approached. That means she's been approved as a qualified challenger in the trial, Garfield explained from the side, knowing Subaru was confused. I'm going now, the girl said confidently. She looks so brave, Naoko whispered, squeezing her husband's hand. I hope it isn't too scary inside. Amelia, in her seat, subconsciously pulled her knees closer together. She knew exactly how terrifying the inside of that tomb was. The memories of the snow, the blood, and the isolation were still too fresh in her mind. Garfield was looking at her retreating with a frown, which was noticed by Subaru. I get that it sucks being trapped here. Subaru gained Garfield's attention as he hardened his eyes on him. But why didn't you do this yourself? If I could, I would, damn it. The blond man grumbled with a sharp-toothed snarl. Ram gave him a forlorn expression as Subaru raised an eyebrow. In the theater, Garfield clicked his tongue and sank lower into his seat, crossing his arms defensively over his chest. He actively avoided making eye contact with anyone, especially Frederica, who was looking at him with a mixture of sorrow and understanding. It seems there is much more to Garfield Deneau's reluctance than simple stubbornness, Wilhelm observed, his sharp eyes catching Ram's uncharacteristic display of pity. A past attempt, perhaps, one that ended poorly. Everyone in that sanctuary's got a mountain of baggage, Al muttered from the back, leaning his helmet against the wall. To their surprise, the glow of the tomb suddenly dried up. Hey, is she going to be okay? Subaru asked. The light's not supposed to go out as long as the trial's going on. Garfield looked at the grounds with uncertainty. What does that mean? Kenichi bolted upright in his chair, his paternal worry instantly shifting from his son to the girl his son loved. Did something happen to her in there? The trial was rejected? Julius leaned forward, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Or perhaps an external force interfered? Emilia-sama, Rem whispered, looking toward the trembling half-elf. Emilia sat completely frozen in the theater. She wrapped her arms around herself, as if staving off a sudden, biting chill. The lights going out. She remembered exactly what happened next. The crushing weight of her forgotten past, the paralyzing fear, and the agonizing feeling of being utterly, completely alone in the dark. Emilia forced the word out of her trembling lips, refusing to look at the screen. I failed. It was so cold. Seeing her distress, Naoko didn't hesitate. She leaned across the small gap between their seats and gently placed a warm hand over Emilia's shivering ones. It's all right, sweetie, Naoko said softly, her motherly tone cutting through the rising tension in the room. You're right here. You're safe. Emilia let out a shaky breath, grounding herself in the warmth of Naoko's touch, even as the screen promised to show everyone her darkest moments. Emilia, Natsuki rushed into the tomb. Barusu, Ram, tried to stop him, worriedly. To everyone's even greater surprise, the building began to glow again as the young man approached. Why? Ram said in disbelief. I don't understand, but if I can get in there, that's good enough for me. Just stay there. I'll yell if I need you. Subaru shouted at them without stopping. Always jumping head first into the fire, Julius sighed, though there was an undeniable respect in his gaze. A foolish night, but a night nonetheless. So that's what Echidna gave to him. Emilia pursed her lip, hugging her knees tighter. And he ran in after I had failed. He ran along the glowing corridor until he saw an open door ahead. He entered and found the lying, unconscious Emilia. Emilia! But before he could reach her, his mind went blank, and a voice suspiciously similar to his own sounded in his head. First, you need to face your own past. After that, consciousness left him to fall right beside Emilia. Thud. The entire theater seemed to suck in a collective breath. His past. Kenichi breathed out, his voice suddenly hollow. He slumped back into his seat, the jovial energy he had carried just moments ago evaporating entirely. Naoko's hand tightened around Kenichi's arm in a vice grip. Her eyes were wide, glued to the screen in a mixture of profound hope and paralyzing fear. Are we going to see? She couldn't finish the sentence. His home, Al whispered from the back, his helmet shifting slightly as he leaned forward, entirely captivated. The single word hung in the air, heavy with the weight of another world. Emilia and Rem both stared at the screen, their hearts pounding against their ribs. They were finally going to see it. The world that shaped him. The life he had lived before he became their hero, before the pain, before the looping. The boy named Natsuki Subaru, before Lagunica. He woke up in bed, in a strange room darkened by curtains. There were various books on the shelves above his bed with small figurines of little characters in colorful, stylish outfits, frozen in time, doing complex poses to show off their figures. Good morning, son of mine. The next moment, a muscular middle-aged man with short black hair, naked, well-trained torso, and in orange sweatpants fell on the Subaru. Subaru groaned as the weight of the man settled onto him, all sleep gone from his eyes as his lungs battled for air. Hey, Small. What's wrong? You look as if you just saw your own dad naked first thing in the morning. The newcomer stood tall, smiling down at Subaru with a shine on his teeth that resembled Garfield's and Subaru's own throughout the entire viewing. Subaru looked at him, dumbfounded. Title card, The Long-Awaited Reunion. Season 2, Episode 3. End. In the theater, the shock was instantaneous and absolutely deafening. Nearly every single head in the room snapped so fast they risked whiplash, looking from a muscular, grinning man on the screen directly to the man sitting in the middle row holding his wife's hand. Kenichi Natsuki sat utterly paralyzed. His mouth opened but no sound came out. The jovial, confident patriarch of the Natsuki household was reduced to a trembling statue as he stared at his own face projected on the giant screen. Wait a second. Garfield yelled, pointing a shaking finger at the screen and then at Kenichi. That's you. Teach exact same teeth in everything. Natsuki-san, Otto gasped, completely bewildered by the sudden appearance of the man sitting right next to him. It's really him, Emilia whispered, her amethyst eyes darting between the screen and Kenichi. The realization hit her like a tidal wave. Subaru, oh my baby, Naoko finally broke. The dam she had been holding back since the very beginning of this nightmare shattered into a million pieces. She buried her face into Kenichi's shoulder, her shoulders heaving with violent, agonizing sobs. He's home. Look, Kenichi, he's in his bed. He's safe. Kenichi's eyes immediately filled with heavy, unshed tears. He wrapped both arms around Naoko, burying his face in her hair as his own chest hitched uncontrollably. The sight of that normal, mundane morning, a morning he had taken for granted 1,000 times over, a routine he thought would last forever, was a dagger straight to his heart. It was the morning his son had disappeared, the last morning they had ever spent together. Kenichi choked out, his voice thick with a grief so profound it silenced the rest of the room. He looked up at the screen, tears freely streaming down his cheeks as he watched his on-screen self smile down at his boy. "That's my boy," Kenichi wept, pulling his wife closer as the entire theater watched the Natsuki family reunite, if only in a memory. "That's my stupid, wonderful boy." Rem covered her mouth with both hands, her own tears falling freely as she watched the Natsuki parents break down. She looked at the screen, at the dumbfounded Subaru, and then at the father who loved him so fiercely. "Told ya," felt couldn't but grimace at the parents from her seat. "This will only get worse from here. This prison and its cruelty." Crush looked away from the pair, so she can give them a little bit of respect, as the screen above refused to let them rest. "Sooner or later, you'll be able to talk with them all about it, not Suki-san." Otto whispered over the two as they held each other beside him, having Garfield nod his head firmly. "As soon as he wakes up, I promise." Roswell's eccentric smile turned thin after hearing Otto's words, with his fingers intertwining. Next up, Episode 3, Arc 4's continuation. Author note: special thanks to Nichols or Buddy on Discord for their support, so I can upload this chapter much sooner than I planned. I hope you all have enjoyed it. It's one of my funniest, if I could say so myself. I enjoyed toying with so many dynamics at once.